spend a couple extra years developing and maturing physically and emotionally in the NCAA model before you go to the show in the NHL. I'd like to see that reality in esports. This isn't something where there's a century of history to the competition. So it's a very powerful tool, especially when you're trying to convince your parents that this is a worthwhile pursuit, that you can get a college degree. And it's one of those things where, at least in America, with how expensive college is, getting scholarships after your first, after your 18 to 20-year-old years is usually harder academically. You usually get the majority of your scholarships going into school when you're an 18-year-old freshman, and the way that the current path to pro is set up, a lot of players are foregoing that span of time to try to go pro for no pay. And so for me, it's more about like a health of a pipeline, health of the ecosystem, health of kind of the player experience of pursuing this. And that's the big thing for me. And obvious it's a dream. I want Maryville to serve as like a case study and a model for that. We want to show results. We want to eventually be competing to win proving grounds, to show that this can be a functional alternative to the traditional tier 2 within esports, and that's what we strive for every year.
And I can add to that a little bit, just from a business perspective. I think, we're very fortunate to have Jensen and Dan here at Maryville, but I think if you're a university looking at, just adding a coach, maybe not to the magnitude of Jensen, but I think you have to look at the metrics. I think if you look at what the ROI and the business case of adding relevant esports within your university, what that means to your student life and all those different things, all those things that they try to check boxes within higher ed. I think having a relevant esports program or a relevant system within esports, every university should be looking at it, because their baseball players and their basketball players and football players are all playing gaming. And a lot of these esports, figureheads and coaches, etc., are the relevant people in digital media. And it helps the school with a brand perspective. And I think just having any sort of relevant and adding bodies within the esports ecosystem at universities, you have 2 or 3 basketball coaches, you have 2 or 3 soccer coaches, both on male and female. I think having relevancy within esports, it has probably a 15 to 25x, return versus like traditional sports. And I can say that with my background and everything like that, and just knowing how we look at it. But at the same time, if you're not looking at esports as a relevant, not even revenue stream, but relevant digital eyeball within your sports and student life perspective, I think you are sort of behind the times.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the Collegiate Esport Commissioners Cup. I am Stratton, and I get a really neat opportunity here. We get to interview Burns from E United. Burns, how you doing?
I'm doing well. How about yourself?
I'm doing great. We're on day 2 of the event. It's been a fantastic one. I ran into you yesterday, but we were running around like chickens with our heads off, and it has been, how has your time been here? What has this event kind of been like?
Yeah, it's great. I just love being in the passion pit, seeing all the college kids go at it. Reminds me of like an old school MLG event almost, but being like in the epicenter of the passion pit, seeing Rocket League, Valorant, Overwatch, and Smash, it's amazing to see all of these schools compete against each other and get a shot to play on this main stage.
Yeah, no doubt about it. And tell us a little bit about kind of what is E United, right? Because we know that you're here, we know you're here to represent them, but for the people that don't know, what is E United?
Yeah, E United was founded in 2016. We're a professional esports organization. We've been in League of Legends, Overwatch, all the way to Battle Right, I think it was called back in the day. Right now in 2022, we are in Gears of War, Halo, Rocket League, PUBG, and announcing a new title tomorrow. I know, get the small intel here. So it's a lot of fun. I went pro in Call of Duty when I was younger. I ended up playing my last event under E United, switched in 2016, and I've been the GM ever since. So it's a true blessing to be able to stay with an organization for as long as I have, and we love giving back to the collegiate community. I actually graduated from Full Sail in 2013.
I was a little confused about the jersey.
Yeah, so the Full Sail boys are out of the tournament, unfortunately, but I decided I would rep them today in their honor. Yeah, it's just great. I love working with younger individuals who are trying to find their path in esports, and these college kids are really showing what they're all about.
Yeah, so to be kind of an ex-pro player, where a collegiate scene at the time didn't exist, especially not to the scale right now. What is it like to see such high levels of success, such high levels of support for something that you weren't able to kind of get as much support in at the time, something that was looked down on a lot more?
Yeah, I'm extremely jealous. That's all I can say. Full Sail started their program in 2017. When I was there in 2011 and 12, it was just a bunch of nerds running around, just creating their own clubs. I was still striving to go pro, but now you have these opportunities to play on main stage, play in front of thousands of people. We just had locals back in the day. You would show up and play for like $200, $100. It was like lunch money.
Right.
Now these kids are playing for scholarships. They're playing for fame. They could.
Third chapter in the Great Lakes Esports Conference gets written today. It is the quarterfinals for the Great Lakes Esports Conference Championship. My name is Yanni. I am joined by Sofchan. We have Valparaiso versus Mountain Union here today. Sofchan, these two teams, it looks like we're going to see some interesting matchups, especially in the jungle.
Yes, indeed we are. We had a look scouting here, of course, having a look at the ranks for our players. And it looks like there's a little bit of a gap in that jungle, as you mentioned, Speedy Killer versus Vector. It is a Diamond 2 versus a Silver 1 matchup. So I think definitely we'll need good, nice help and communication from the rest of the team to guarantee nice plays coming out of that jungle.
You know, that is one thing to worry about. But once you are on the Rift, all bets are off. Anything can happen. I've seen crazy things over my, I don't know how many years playing the game. But something that's not so crazy is that Fiddlesticks ban, because Speedy Killer Ninja is definitely an avid Fiddlesticks player. They did leave the Zac up, but going through the bans, it's Hecarim, Akali, and Lulu off the board. Mountain Union decided to ban those away. Valparaiso getting rid of Swain, Fiddlesticks, and Graves, and to nobody's surprise, they're going to give Zac over to Speedy Killer Ninja as the first one.
Yes, there you have it. It's going to be that comfort pick. It's nice. It's a best of 3. We got the quarterfinals going on, so they have to guarantee that they're going to be confident on that pick, especially if they want to dominate just solely based on rank gap. And right now we have Syndra and Senna on the board. I really like that. Valparaiso coming with a lot of range and poke to that team fight, and we'll see how this is going to be played in this mid lane matchup, because Syndra, I think, what do you think could be a good matchup for that one, Yanni?
Listen, anything that can blow her up before she can blow you up, and they have an opportunity early, because Valparaiso, they went with the money team composition. They're trying to stack it up with the Senna, with this Syndra. They're going to opt for the Talia as Mountain Union. I don't mind it too much. It's going to go fairly even in lane, but the opportunities to cut off the team with these walls and really make some odd man opportunities is huge.
Yes, and oh, look at that. It's a confirmed Kai'Sa. Love to see it. A lot of mobility on that ADC, lots of damage, and the versatility of doing a more AD or AP based build. So good options on the side of Mountain Union, since they still have 2 more champions to pick there. Tahm Kench confirmed as the last pick of this first round for Valparaiso. So it's looking interesting. That Tahm Kench, though, maybe are we seeing a Senna ADC and that Tahm Kench on support? Because I don't think Riot really enjoys Tahm Kench on top lane anymore.
No, and you know, not just Riot, but nobody really enjoys playing against the Tahm Kench in the top lane. And, you know, Tahm Kench, pretty standard to have him go with the Senna. Tahm Kench will farm up, get super tanky. Senna will stack up as normal. No surprise there. Valparaiso, they got rid of the Ornn, they got rid of the Leona, so they're looking for no hard engage on the Senna, keeping her well protected. It's Trundle Fiora getting banned out by Mountain Union. We see Valparaiso, they're hovering the Maokai, they lock in the Maokai. Remember, this champion had so much hype going into Worlds, and the flavor of the month for Maokai has kind of worn off a bit.
Yes, I agree with you, especially if you're talking about pro play, but collegiate. This is what we're talking about here. And collegiate's favorites have to be Maokai in the top lane, have to be the one that was banned. Fiora as well, coming into play a couple of times. Shen's going to be a good possibility for them there as they lock that in. So I don't think it's that much of a surprise. I think on collegiate, Maokai still has a great spot, and would look at that. Renata Glask as the last pick for Mount Union.
Listen, Renata Glask has been one of the best supports in the game from the jump since the moment she was released. Her ultimate just creates so much discourse in a team fight. And when you take a look at the compositions here, as we see Cho'Gath getting locked in for Valparaiso as their final pick, there's a lot of tankiness on the side of Valparaiso, And Kaisa can kind of cut through that, but Mountain Union, do they have the damage to cut through all this beef? And on the other side, does Valparaiso, do they have the damage to do the same against the Zac and against the Shen?
Well, I think Valparaiso it really is looking like a more late game comp. You have Senna that's going to be stacking all throughout the game to gather on that AD. The Tom Kench doing the same with getting tanky. Maokai is going to be able to enable the team fights with the CC coming from the distance. And the Cho'Gath is going to do exactly the same with stacking on the damage. So they have to guarantee a solid and secure early game for Valparaiso to guarantee a safe possibility for mid game versus Mount Union, because they have good engages from the 6th level onwards. So Yanni, what do you think Valparaiso could do to try to help have a better early game for themselves?
Well, really, they just need to not pick any fights. And the thing that I see teams at this level really struggle with is they pick a scaling composition, such as the Syndra Senna, where, you just want to get your stacks up and fight later on. They'll fight early. What happens when you pick a fight at level 6? Renata's going to drop an ultimate. All of a sudden, Kais is going to become an anime protagonist because Shenpai is going to notice her and hop into the bot lane. Zac can come flying from 3 screens away. It's not something you want to deal with. Chill out, farm up, ward up, don't engage in any fights. Just wait until the game goes longer, because you have inevitability as Valparaiso.
Yes, yeah. Valparaiso has to be on that safe side, being under the turrets, sometimes even not even being under the turret, just recognizing you have to reset, you have to go back to base, you can't afford being there, you're being dived upon, because that's what Zac does. That's what they're going to do, especially with the Shen ulti as well. You mentioned Kai'Sa too. So all they have is means to dive. So Valparaiso has to be super, super chill. They have to recognize their limits and only fight when they have numbers advantage or when they have clear XP advantage, or things like that, as stealing maybe an objective from afar. You have Senna that could do that, that could help doing that. So I think they have to be very cautious, definitely as you said it, to guarantee a better gameplay for the rest of the game.
And to their credit, their composition is incredibly difficult to dive. You ever try to dive a Tahm Kench, Maokai, and a Cho'Gath? It doesn't work out very well. Syndra and Senna, able to provide plenty of CC, but Maokai drops his ultimate when you're trying to dive, you are in so much trouble. Cho'Gath lands a knockup, you are almost assuredly dead. So Mountain Union does need to be careful. Tempered aggression should really be the name of the game for them. It's one thing if you're converging 3 to 4 members on them, not under the turret, but if you're going for turret dives, it could turn disastrous quickly.
It definitely could. So I think on both sides, I would love to see the two teams focusing on, as I said, very precise engages, and maybe even prioritizing doing the Drake or the Herald when you see that one of the teammates is on the other side of the map. When you see Vector, for example, Speedy Ninja on the other side of the map, you can do one objective here and guarantee that you have that equalizer on the other side. So I think it has to be something more on that page, because both teams have, as you said, that possibility of going in but also protecting themselves very, very well. So I think there's going to be a lot of great gameplay, because as you said, if we see those knockups absolutely disengaging the dives, it's going to be beautiful. At the same time, if we see those successful dives, it's going to be lovely to watch. So we have amazing gameplay here regardless.
Yeah, these team compositions are kind of beautiful in a sense. There's a lot of ease of execution. Maokai, Cho'Gath, and on the side of Mountain Union, Zac coming in, Shen taunts, Renata ultimate. But there's a high ceiling with these compositions as well, that if these teams can play them to their highest potential, you can see a bunch of different CC change, a lot of good damage getting down, and two team compositions that are very different in a sense, but also similar. So it really is going to come down to which team is going to perform better, and we will find that out soon as we are in the spectator delay. Do not despair when we return. It's Game 1, Mountain Union versus Valparaiso on the Rift.
sponsor for $10,000 or $20,000 from somebody.
Right.
So the opportunities are just endless at the moment, and I think it's just great that you basically can prove yourself and make anything happen right now.
It's instead of kind of what you had gone through, being in college and also trying to go pro.
Yeah.
These kids can try to go pro while being in college.
100%.
It's hand in hand instead
Yeah.
of those two kind of battling kind of matchups. So if somebody's trying to go pro, right? They're like, Burns, I want to be you one day. I want to be the GM of United one day. What is that first step to really take it from a hobby to a passion, to a job?
Yeah, I think I've told this story a lot, but it's really, I thought about going pro every night before I went to bed.
Right.
Like, I lived and breathed Call of Duty for years. It was my life. I had to skip dinner sometimes. I had to skip family functions, and my family didn't really understand, but it was what I wanted to do, and it all worked out. But at the end of the day, you always need to kind of be organized. You have to have the ability to not put all of your eggs in one basket. So even though it worked out for me, there are so many opportunities in esports. There's being a caster or interviewing people. There's working in production. There's helping people get waters. Like, literally, there are so many opportunities. So, oh, this crowd's awesome.
They're going crazy, dude. They stayed on their last life right now.
Off subject smash, regardless if it's middle school, high school, college, it pops off all the time. I love it.
Well, Burns, thank you so much, man. I really appreciate it.
Yeah, no worries. Thank you, guys.
Hello, hello, hello. Happy New Year's, everyone, and welcome back to the ECAC Esports channel. As always, my name is Kyler K-Ted Tando, and I once again have the privilege of introducing you all to some of the best collegiate esports plays. Now, I know when we left off last year, I teased a little bit about some big news on the horizon, but that news is finally ready to break. Now, this year, in partnership with CSMG and their newly launched Esports U network, we will now be able to bring you guys double the amount of ECAC matches. So, with double the matches comes double the highlights. And with that said, I mean, obviously, right, do the math here. It means that we get to take this series of videos to a weekly top 8 instead of just the top 4 like we did in the past. But anyways, that's enough out of me. I'm sure you guys are ready for some hype plays and crazy moments. So without further ado, here you go. In our season opening clip.
Welcome back, everybody. Valparaiso, Mountain Union going at it. Sofchan Yanni on the broadcast. And, you know, how much have we talked about that we already haven't talked about enough? I mean, I guess we could highlight the jungle matchup a little bit more. You know, we mentioned that Speedy Killer Ninja on that Zac is an absolute mess.
Yes, indeed they are. The matchup versus Vector is going to be hard because, as we mentioned, the rank difference is from Diamond to Silver 1. We could even say that the Silver 1 is a gold there. So it's going to be hard regardless. So I think for Valparaiso, the one on the lower side of the rank in that matchup, will have to be very, very communicative to let your teammates know when you need help. As we jump right in, Yanni, to the Bryant, UMU on the red side.
You know, we mentioned the rank difference, but when it comes to competitive play such as this, you never know what to expect. There are some players who are just not solo queue players, but are excellent in 5 versus 5 play. We'll have to see, because Speedy Killer Ninja might be trying to disrespect a little bit. As you see him drop down a ward onto that red buff. Good protection provided by Valparaiso here. And yes, it looks like he'll definitely wants to go after. You know.
Yeah, I think this is just a regular spotting those wards there. Mount Union guaranteeing the deep vision onto that red buff on the red side. They did kind of similar here. It's just a tri-bush ward from Valparaiso on the bot lane. So both teams are trying to guard that jungle as much as they can, all positioning there. We might see the bot lane from Valparaiso faking a leash as that jungler is not there on the blue buff. And we'll see how this first minute of lane phase will go, Yanni.
It would kind of confuse me if they fake the leash, because don't they have vision on Vector? And yeah, they have vision up there. So the fake leash it's a little big brain here, but I don't know if it's going to work the way that they want. But it looks like they are just going to walk to lane. Kind of sad to see that, but, you expect Mountain Union to go the long way as well. I was like wondering if, they put down the ward and try. Is Senna going to try to get some auto attacks off, get some early stacks on, but not the case.
Yeah, I believe that maybe they're going for the approach we mentioned earlier, Valparaiso, recognizing their limits in this early game. They are trying to be a little more careful. That's why they didn't go for something any deeper here. But top lane, Yanni.
Bruh, Anya playing with absence of mind right there. Got to be very careful. Was the Shen in early levels is so strong. The damage on those auto attacks is ridiculous.
Yeah, and it's only a level 1 Shen is racking up Tahm Kench, but as soon as Tahm Kench gets something out of... Oh, Tahm Kench, I mean Shogat from the top lane. But Tahm Kench here is getting a lot of damage, might be going down. First blood, wow.
Goodbye. I mean, you didn't even need the handshake to land either.
Yeah.
Ignite gets burnt. Luckily on the other side, they don't burn anything for Valparaiso. But that's what happens when your Senna goes Ignite. There's no heal available.
Mm-hmm. And the less protection, the easier your teammate is going to die. And in this case, Convicted and Leah took advantage of that. They went in, and that was a lovely play by Mount Union.
And we talked about how you need to be safe. There's no reason to be that far up at that time, especially when you know they're going to hit level 2 first.
Yes. And mid lane, MF Jakimbo is, both of them, Billy as well, trying to lend some damage. MF pushing a lot, trying to shove this wave. Billy is not going to let that go underneath the towers. They're taking a little bit of damage, trying to secure that farm. The warding is there from Mount Union as MF is getting the setup on the scuttle for Vector.
Pick up that scuttle with relative ease, even though, their bot lane was the first one to go down. Convicted and Leah decided to take it back. You get the second longsword on to that Kaisa, and the damage starts coming through even heavier.
Yes, it does. Pinikin the killer. Going for the gank here.
No. Jakimbo in so much trouble is going to get knocked up. Absence of mind with the taunt, but a solid flash out of Jakimbo. They will be able to walk away. So a good gank there by Mountain Union. Jakimbo wisely burning that.
Very well timed there, guaranteeing that they were going to flash over the wall to security. And nothing was wasted on the side of Mount Union, so it was a successful gank nonetheless for themselves. As they join in once again.
Another successful gank there. Jakimbo could be in a little bit of trouble, but Vector is here to try to dissuade anything further. So Jakimbo once again living.
Yes, indeed they are. But Jakimbo is going down on health, having to pop all the potions. Talia still has one, so they are a little healthier. Maybe Syndra's going to go for an early reset to try to freeze the wave here. But yeah, Speedy Killer is going for all the ganks.
Oh no, Ordinal with a nice flash though, but does miss the root. Flash by Speedy Killer Ninja for the double knockup, and now they're going to try to get onto Ordinal. Convicted flashing forward, the exhaust is down, a couple more auto attacks will do it! Get one more off, and Convicted will be able to pick that one up. But, nope, they will be able to walk it out. Tahm Kench got full stacks, was unable to finish off. So a solid gank in great pursuit by the bot lane of Mountain Union.
You can really spot how the jungler for Mount Union, Speedy Killer, even if you didn't know that rank, you can see that in their playstyle, you can see that in their aggression and their positioning all throughout the map, because they're guaranteeing pressure on all the lanes. And speaking of mid lane being ganked by Vector, that they're not going to be finding anything much. But Billy will have to reset at this point, no mana, no health. So, Yanni, we have the first Drake on the map, Cloud Drake in the pit.
Yeah, and I don't know if there's going to be too much priority on that right now, because Speedy Killer Ninja has just been spam ganking the last couple of the last minute or so, and so far it's come out to great success. Yes, they've only got one kill, one assist. Obviously, they've only managed to get in on one kill, and they've had a lot of really close opportunities and burnt some summoner spells. So I think you should just keep going.
Yeah, definitely. I think you need to keep doing the same things you are. And Valparaiso has to be careful, as they have been in the mid lane there. Syndra has been very defensive on that positioning, while Mount Union is going for the Scuttle Crab, getting the vision on the jungle, and maybe moving for this Drake themselves.
They have spotted Maokai in the bottom side. It looks like they're trying to cut off Leah here. Leah is really between a rock and a hard place. The tongue lash is there. Fully stacked on. Convicted is split. They are not able to close out on a kill. But they can get a little bit of poke damage down, I guess.
Yeah. Yeah, I think at this point, Convicted really said, well, if you're going to try to go for my support, well, you got to go through me first. Even though they were miles away from the fight, and Leah was indeed in between two players. So Convicted really showing that the dominance that Kai'Sa can have, especially since she already has that first half item on her pocket. So it's going to be harder for Valparaiso to feel more comfortable to go for engages themselves. Because if they backfire, as we mentioned earlier, Yanni, it's going to be even worse for them.
Yeah, we saw the difference in junglers there in that little spat in the bot lane. We saw Vector head down to try to help out the bot lane. Meanwhile, Speedy Killer Ninja just said, I'm going to go mid lane. They forced back Jakimbo, and they're in perfect position here to make something happen onto this choke.
They are. But the wave is crashing here. Absence of Mind trying to get some of those minions away. Succeed to do so. And Speedy Killer is just going to continue taking down that clear on the jungle. They've taken the red buff. It's good enough. Vector's going to arrive there. Little do they know. Unfortunately, we see that Valparaiso is concentrating their words more on the bot lane. We don't have anything else on the side of, well, that side of the map where the red buff was, so they weren't even aware that their buff was stolen. So I think Valparaiso has to, especially Vector here, I would say they need to be a little more confident in placing that vision, because if they don't get that, the stun though.
Oh, this is perfect timing, although Ninja getting over the wall. They're going to drop the ultimate onto Billy. Billy's going to flash to the side, but Shen got interrupted with a knockup. Billy trying to cut it out. They're going to live for right now, but Vector is going to be able to get the 1-for-1. Excellently played there by Valparaiso. A solid engage, but Speedy Killer Ninja was there to make it a 1-for-1.
Yeah, they made it an equalizer, but I love to see what Vector did there. It was basically what I was mentioning. Try to be a little more proactive in not only warding, but of course on those engages. They had the ulti, level 6 on Maokai, getting the Grasp of Nature onto Billy. So, as you said, great move from themselves. But Mount Union, they feel they have the dominance on the map. That's why they're rotating up. Oh, look at this. This is the bot lane. This is the bot lane, while Billy is rotating for the bot themselves. So Mount Union is rotating and getting pressure all over the map.
Yeah, and Jakimbo gets engaged on. They still don't have flash available. That's a good stun onto Convicted. Convicted can't get close. Vector trying to cut everybody off. Now they're going to engage on the Leah, and they're going to be able to pick up Leah, who took a turret shot. Now Ordinal is in the area, slowing up Convicted. Steamroller dropping the exhaust.
Nice.
Convicted with the shield, trying to survive. But no, they will fall to Ordinal. Great job there by Valparaiso, capitalizing off of the hubris of Mount Union.
They converted that really, really well, Valparaiso. Unfortunately, from Mount Union, it was an overconfidence move from Leah. I think that was a little too much HP to try to go all in on Syndra. Under the turret, end up falling themselves and guaranteeing for Valparaiso 2 more kills on top of that. And the pressure here on the pit. Maybe Billy's going to try to steal it. I don't even think those rocks hit the Drake, and it's going to be the first Drake of the game for Valparaiso.
Yeah, and that just feels like an opportunity. You know, they decided, hey, we got the better of them in the mid lane. We're just going to take it. And Leah's going to pick up that Scuttle Crab. So 100 gold in the pocket, a little bit of vision. You know, it's not doing too much right now because the dragon's dead, but you're always happy with a Scuttle Crab. You'd rather have one than not have one.
Yes, absolutely. At this point, Yoni, we really see how, in regards to vision, Mount Union has that better pressure. Unfortunately, in this last team fight that costed them Drake, it wasn't a matter of macro. It wasn't a matter of looking at the map and understanding where the enemies were. It was unfortunately a micro error going in too deep under the turret where your teammates were a little too far behind. So that costed them not only 3 kills for an equalizer 3 and 3 on the board, and the Drake for Valparaiso. And that's exactly what they need to try to put themselves back onto the game. Bot lane has come back. Billy remained in the mid. So I think Mount Union has to be, okay, all right, we had a little bit of a lead, but be careful. Don't overextend.
Yeah, and, you know, they still feel pretty confident right now. Speedy Killer Ninja still has the Rift Herald in the back pocket, is ready to use it at a moment's notice. As you see Anya in the top lane, trying to make life hard on Absence of Mind. Remember, Shen was getting the better of this Cho'Gath early on, but Cho'Gath has since really found their way in and, made that huge play to interrupt the Shen ultimate earlier on. As you can see, both junglers in the area and just have no idea that the other is there.
Yes, they do not. There was that warning on the other side. Oh, nice flash, Anya, from the knockup from Zach. But, yeah, I believe they were prepared for it because maybe they... No, to be fair, there is no ward from Valparaiso in that area. So you're correct. There was no awareness from any of the players in the top lane.
Sometimes you just feel it, Sometimes
you just feel it.
You're just like, maybe I should just be up here. It just feels right. And it certainly did. The Rift Herald is going to get dropped here in the mid lane. Just had to get thrown down. A little bit of gold going to go into the pocket of the Zac, but not too much else. It's not the usage of Rift Herald I think Mount Union wanted.
Yes, definitely. You really prefer to have... but Speedy Killer...
There's the flash. They're going to knock them both closer to each other. Handshake brings Steamroller closer to the turret as they're going to try to close out on the kill, but they can't. They're going to go berserk, beat each other up for a little bit. Billy is back here ready to make a play. They're going to find an engagement. Minions are coming in. Steamroller very low. Here comes the teleport. They're going to take the plate and try to get out. It's going to be Syndra arriving to the party, full HP. Steamroller very low, wants to go in. Can't find the knockup onto Leah. Zac going for the regank here. Is going to land between Ordinal and Jakimbo. They're going to be able to pick up the kill on the count of Tom Kemp. They're going to go after Ordinal next. Ordinal very low. Ordinal will fall. Billy will get credit for that one. 2-0 for Mount Union. Their persistence pays off once again.
Yeah, persistence paying off. While Vector was a little bit late to the party, unfortunately.
Oh, Jakimbo's in trouble.
No, Jakimbo!
Wrong side of the tracks. They're going to try to get the kill. No, they cannot. Convicted is able to pick one up. But another counter there by Vector, able to get one back for their team, has been huge this game.
Oh, they're going to get the...
Okay.
Oh, they did! Cancel! Absence of Mind has to walk down to another place to get that recall going. Oh, to be fair, decide to go for a TP instead. Anya on little to no mana, so they can definitely go up to this lane, shove the wave, as that one has to go back to base and reset.
I love when players do the little things. Vector wasting Absence of Mind's like 6 to 7 seconds. Picking up, having 3 kills for themselves off of counter ganks, like using their abilities wisely. Like, I really like that sort of thing, and it's nice. And, we expected Vector to maybe have a bit of a harder time, while the rest of the team has had a difficult time with the Zac. I mean, Vector has been the one constantly picking up the pieces.
Yes, that's true. And Vector has been really not only doing that, allowing a good cohesion in between the players and how those ganks turn out. So every time there was a possibility for Vector to be around, there was a counter gank, and they did super well in equalizing or at least trying to get some summoners out of the enemy. So great job there, especially in regards to having that much of a rank difference in between those players. But Speedy Ninja on the other side, really just upping that game so much, as they're going to collapse here on the top lane and try to save Absence of Mind.
Double knock up here. They're so tanky. Are they going to be able to close out on a kill? Oh my god, the Shen's auto attacks do so much damage. They're going to go 1-0, but Ordinal and Steamroller in the area. Vector going to drop the ultimate. Absence of Mind is going to get rooted, haunted, is going to be stunned up, is still so tanky, is going to flash away. Even the Syndra couldn't help close out on the kill. Absence of Mind survives somehow.
4 players, Yanni, and an Ignite, all the CC, and it was not enough to get that Gauntlet Shen out.
It's a triple
Ninja.
root. Oh,
unfortunate.
They could not make a play onto that, but here comes the teleport. It's going to be Cho'Gath coming back to the party, and now it's a 5v3. They get a 5v4 as Convicted is in the area, but they are bearing down on the side of Mount Union, looking to take control of this Rift Herald. Ultimate's going to come out, give a lot of shielding, but now multiple members going berserk. Jakimbo looking for a stun, is going to find it. There's the root. They're so low. Convicted is going to get ate up and spat out in the middle of the team. Silence is down. Billy able to pick up a kill. Convicted has to flash over the wall, but Absence of Mind, full HP, looking to run the fight. Backside of the fight, Convicted with a little bit of help from Billy, able to close it out. And Ordinal is the last one standing. Taunt, 2, auto, dead, double kill for Convicted.
Mount Union getting the first ace here. after a very, very long fight, we must say, because it started off with a gank on the top lane, trying to get Absence of Mind, who got themselves out very, very safely. Of course, it wasn't after taking so much damage, but definitely safe. And then it turned into a 5v4, and an ace for Mount Union. So amazing plays from them on turning that fight around, guaranteeing the Herald moving for the Drake, as they're gonna get this one uncontested. There's no way anyone would get that in time. And also taking down the mid lane. Ultimate from Billy, guaranteeing nobody is getting anywhere close. And Mount Union is establishing so far a 6k gold lead.
Yeah, they had a small lead at 15 minutes. I mean, I guess it's not that small. It was about 3,000 gold. But you felt that Valparaiso was still in the game. They still had a shot. And after that fight, it started out so well for them, but it just took too long to get kills. And that's really been the Achilles heel. And when we looked at these compositions, we mentioned that. They were very difficult to kill. So while you have teleports on both sides, Absence of Mind has that extra teleport, that Stand United to be able to hop in a fight at full HP. We saw it. The raid boss showed up to the party when everybody was almost dead.
Yes. It's really the potential that this champion can bring to the fight. It's the mobility, they do have the mobility with the taunt, of course, but mobility across the map. And that's something unique that Shen has, that UMU has brought to the table to this first game of the best of 3. Valparaiso, as we mentioned, it was clear that they were going to have a harder time in the beginning of the game because of how their champions need to scale. And that's what has been happening, Yanni. We see that, and we see Speedy, Killer Ninja, and all the other players from Mount Union getting the pressure that they know they have based on their early champions.
Yeah, this is the team composition that's not, they have to absorb punishment this entire time, and it looks like they're not really meant to do that. You get punched in the face enough, you're going to start bending, your knees are going to start buckling, and that's really what we've seen happen with this Valparaiso team composition, trying to hang on in the early game, but they're just taking way too many shots, and they're really behind the 8 ball now, down, we said, 6.5k.
Yeah, and let's have a look, for example, at this bot lane here. Tom Kench doesn't even have a completed item, and that is the one player that is getting the farm. Of course, as Senna is going to get the passive from those souls, while Convicted has 2 finished items and a finished brute.
Ouch. That's that is sometimes the 3-man dive just happens. Life comes at you fast. And Gray Scream Simulator being played by the Cho'Gath for about 20 more seconds. Rift Herald dropped in the top lane. They don't have a huge minion wave, but they have 5 members strong. Syndra on the bot side does have teleport available, but there's no contest coming in here. So much gold going to the side of Mount Union. The ultimate from Vector coming out, but Vector is caught in the corner, is having trouble trying to find a way out. One member goes berserk, but not doing too much. Absence of Mind landing a taunt onto Ordinal, who has to flash over the wall. Vector getting lower and lower, but they're doing a good job of keeping Mount Union at bay. Shelly gets another charge, but the turret stands for now.
It does stand, but it is a full turret in there. Tier 2.5 of a tier 3. Nobody gets caught. Valparaiso, are you moving for? Baron, are you doing that? Okay, they're just getting the vision, trying to see if Mount Union wasn't doing that themselves. But Yanni, I really enjoyed, even though the push from Mount Union was so successful, Valparaiso really made that come to a halt because they know they have so much range on Senna, on the stun from Syndra, on the knockups from Cho'Gath, and just the presence from Tom Kench that can engage on you at any point, alongside Vector's ulti as well. They were really, really great at protecting that inner turret, because to be fair, if that didn't stand well, if that defense was not successful, I think Mount Union could have taken even the inhibitor on that push. So, good job to them to not allowing Mount Union to rack onto that base that quickly, because we're only on 21 minutes on the clock. It's still 50 seconds for the third Drake of the game. And look at this, interesting. We have those Hextech portals I just noticed on the map, and it's going to be a Hextech soul.
Yeah, and those Hextech portals are going to be a huge benefit to to both sides in certain scenarios. You know, Valparaiso, you can use those to find a way back into the game to get some cheap kills. That's just a mind with a really, really nice flash. He's able to get the solo bolo up in the top lane. And meanwhile, they had to send multiple members up top. That means in the bot lane, Mountain Union is just chilling out, killing Syndras, and just having a great time.
Yeah, yes, they are.
That is rough. You can see here comes the engagement. And Ordinal and Steamroller have nowhere to go. Oh my god, Billy's damage is ridiculous. Oh, I mean, I thought he was going to be able to go through and survive. You can't pop your gray health when you're in the middle of that animation. So it is going to be 2 more kills going to the side of Mountain Union. A complete vice grip on this game. A 10k lead at 22 minutes. Bot inner turret falling. They're going to pick up their first Hextech Drake of the game. Second Drake overall for them. And Valparaiso is it really in a bad way here.
Yes, yeah. I think it's going for Mountain Union, the next one. So, yeah, they're going through tough times, but Valparaiso has unlocked the objective bounties for themselves. So that could be a great move. You still have the outer turrets for mid and bottom lane, so that can be easily tapped into. You also have the Hextech portals to get you to tough areas quicker. So you can try to protect Baron. You can try to be around for the next Drake spawning in less than 5 minutes. So there's still much that Valparaiso can do, but they can't fall for UMU's engages firsthand. They have to try to come back and counter whenever any fight occurs.
Yeah, and I mean, at this point, you know, it's the cage animal backed into a corner. You may as well just fight. You may as well just go for it sometimes. It looks like the Baron is going to be picked up here by Mountain Union, so it is going to make fighting quite a bit harder. And, you know, even though we talked about the vaunted defense of Valparaiso, they're not going to be able to chew through those Baron minions anymore. They're going to have a really hard time keeping Mountain Union off these turrets.
Definitely they are. There is no way. Spitty Killer Ninja getting the flank on the other side. All players in the mid lane poking, coming from Kaiser. Baron minions. They are taking damage on the tower. There isn't much they can do. To be fair, I think they should be just throwing in those pokes, and that's a nice stun from Syndra.
It is, but a good disengagement there by Leah, although Leah is forced away.
Oh.
Sen ultimate going down, but Leah will just barely survive. And the Maokai ultimate gets dropped as well. Just trying to push off Mountain Union desperately. You can see the poke is there, but Absence of Mind is so tanky. They threw everything and the kitchen sink at him. And he just didn't really care, man. He's chilling.
He's chilling, but at the same time, it was good to see that Valparaiso was doing that damage that they had to do to try and get this push to a halt. Invicta, though, on the other side, getting damage on the bottom turret. Knock up from Anya. They're gonna get instantly exhausted. Talia trying to follow up. They're just going to decide, and
Who's the rest of the team?
we're gonna be okay with just taking this tower. Oh, stun
Kivicki
lands.
gets knocked up again. Is gonna have to flash away. He's gonna get the Stand United shield now. That turret is gonna go down. They're gonna try to push forward. Billy flashing forward. Oh my god!
Oh my
down
god.
goes Syndra. Steamroller could be the next one, but Ordinal trying to keep the rest of the team alive. Bottom inhibitor has fallen. That mid inhibitor turret is going down, and that inhibitor looks like it is up next. Speedy Killer Ninja with plenty of HP, looking to just play some zone control, and they crack the base of Valparaiso. 2 inhibitors going down.
2 inhibitors down. The super minions are going to make this so difficult. They still have the Baron buff, so whenever they're close to those lanes, the minions are going to be empowered. And, well, at the same time, yeah, Yanni, we can say that super minions in your base means a lot of farm and a lot of gold that you can gather for yourselves. So this is going to be a little possible comeback around in regards to items for Valparaiso. But things are looking tough.
Yeah, it's almost like objective bounties for your minion waves. You know, you're not happy to see them, but you'll take the gold in your pocket all the same.
Absolutely.
But, I mean, you know, Syndra needs the gold. She's in debt right now, like most people around our age, you know. Down about 200 gold, a little bit less now as it's starting to get cleared out. And it's just rough sledding here for Valparaiso. And again, it's still really impressive that they were almost able to make the defense happen. But the biggest problem is they haven't had a moment to get their feet set, and now they take the Hextech Gates, does Mount Union, and they're back at the base doors again.
Yes, they are. With those empowered minions, you really can push waves so quickly, and the enemy takes much longer to clear them out. To be fair, look at how they're doing here. Oh, Billy getting the...
Nice.
Well, they tried to cut them off. Didn't really work. Oh, stun! Jakimbo.
You expect Syndra Stun to do that much more damage at this point in the game, though. I mean, you're going to need a couple more of those to at least force Billy off, and you can see the rest of the squad, they're looking to siege down these Nexus turrets. You saw a knockup come out, and they are going to take the Hex Gates out. Looks like they're going to chill out, pick up this dragon, and try to do it again.
Yeah, because they can. You know, they can. So Mount Union has been really doing exactly what their champions allowed them to do, which was good early pressure with Zach, good defense on bottom lane, Convicted.
This tripped me out
Leah.
for a second. It's telling me that Infernal Drake is just spawned.
What? Oh my god, yeah, on the left. You
I
are
looked up
very
for
correct.
a second, I'm like, I was about to say, I'm like, oh man, they're getting it. Yeah, it's Infernal Soul. I'm like, wait a minute, it's not Infernal Soul.
Wait, hold on a minute.
Wait a minute. Something ain't right here.
No, it is not. But what is?
Thank
Oh.
you to our great observer, Professor Layton.
Oh my god.
Letting us know that is indeed Hextech Soul.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you so much. I wouldn't have been able to do it without you.
Definitely not. And we see how really Mount Union has been pushing so hard. All those scores, 306, 1011, 616, 715, is guaranteeing them to push into these waves so easily.
Yeah, and the siege is going to be on for this top turret. Remember, it took a lot of damage from that Shelly charge. I don't know if Valparaiso has what it takes to keep the defense. Speedy Kill and Ninja in the middle of multiple members here, but we're able to disengage with that Maokai ultimate, force everybody back. Convicted now has a Guardian Angel. If you thought this Kai'Sa was hard to kill before, they're going to be even harder to pick up this time, as the final inhibitor is going to get sieged up shortly. Ordinal trying to clear the minions at the Nexus turrets right now. It's just not coming together for Valparaiso right now. But the siege on this inhibitor, I mean, they're so short range. Convicted really has to walk up into this Cho'Gath, into this Maokai. It is some dangerous territory. Slowly but surely, the inhibitor is falling. Speedy Kill Ninja Leah, very low. Health bars to about half HP for Mount Union, and once again, Mount Union has to back off.
Yeah, Valparaiso really pushing off those defenses. So far, well, they haven't been doing that great on offenses, and that's what we've been talking about. It's one of the limitations of their champions. They have scaling champions. We're getting into a later stage of the game. Now they can try to do some more. And that's what they're doing. Oh, but UMU trying to get here.
Okay.
Lasagnas.
Jakimbo goes golden and gets eaten by Steamroller. Are they going to be able to turn this around and maybe pick somebody up? No. But it was very, very slick there by Jakimbo. The quick reactions.
So clean.
Listen, that's why you buy stopwatch.
Clean. Oh, that is indeed why you buy stopwatch. Even though you have that death cap, you're going to buy stopwatch because no damage in the world is going to keep you alive if your enemies don't die.
Come on, Vector. I want to see you get in there. Leah going to try to run interference. It's going very low. Are they going to be able to get in? No, it is going to be secured by Speedy Kill Ninja. So now Mountain Union should be okay when it comes to sieging. These minions going to get a whole heck of a lot stronger, and it's really only going to be Ordinal that's going to deal any damage to the minions.
Yes, mid lane inhibitor has respawned, so there's going to be another tier of protection for Valparaiso. But as you said, it's the full team push. But Jakimbo is doing some damage now as they can poke from very, very far.
Yeah, but they have some cooldowns. Leah gonna try to move up. Leah gets evaporated. But here's a full engagement. Multiple man knockup. Looking Convicted. Has no mana. Is on the backside. Completely untouched. Wailing away with auto attacks onto Vector. They're gonna change targets. No. Now they're moving forward. It's a triple kill for Convicted. No mana. No problem. Well protected is the quarterback of the team. Their big offensive line in front of them. The Nexus turrets fall. And Mount Union takes game one.
Mount Union guaranteeing the first victory of the best of three. There's still much to be played, but definitely a lovely performance from them as they played accordingly to that comp, and they knew what the enemy could do, which was they couldn't really fight in the early game. So they took advantage of that. They did super well. And to be fair, Valparaiso, they were nailing that defense, but unfortunately, it was not enough, Yanni.
Yeah, I was really impressed by how Valparaiso played because when you're down that far, it's really hard to keep the mental together. But all it takes is really one solid defense to say, yo, guys, like, we can still do this. We can stay in the game. We can farm up. And they were really doing that up until that last Baron. And then Mountain Union, they put the boot on the throat. They said, all right, listen, we're not playing around anymore. We know what your defense can do. We're just going to go for it. And I mean, Leo was dead. It was a 5v4, but it was a great engagement by Speedy Kill and Ninja. And that was really the story of the game, was Speedy Kill and Ninja on that Zac, flying around everywhere, knocking a bunch of people up, providing good defense for Convicted and Billy to do their thing.
Yes, and they did that perfectly every time. It really showed how much the experience and the rank that this person has coming into play for Mount Union, and really the presence allowed for this team to get objectives all across the map, in not only in Drakes, Heralds, but turrets, kills. So really, as I think it was around 17 minutes into the game, it was a 6k gold lead for Mount Union. So Valpo was coming around just a little far behind every time. And if Valparaiso needed some room to breathe, Mount Union said, nah, we're just collapsing it. It's going to be the cascade on your base, and there's not going to be any game anymore.
Yeah, the cascade of crap unfortunately fell down onto Valparaiso. But you know what? They didn't look totally outclassed. You know,
No?
we had some reservations that things might not look too good. Sure, it was a rough sledding in the early game, and that's what happens when you pick compositions like that. Sometimes it just happens, but they're going to go back to the drawing board. They definitely have some options. Maybe something a little bit more early game oriented would work well.
Yes, definitely. I think this time around, they're going to ban both junglers that Speedy Killer uses. I think that they're not going to allow any of that to happen because, as you mentioned, Speedy was the person to really unite everything and make things cohesive for Mount Union. So I wouldn't let that pass.
Yeah, and I mean, you just saw whatever the Zac did. The Zac just had his way with everything. So, I mean, it looks like they will have to go back to that and get rid of that and, elect to leave something else open. But much like a Zac flying through the air off screen, we're going to fly off screen for a little bit as we're going to go to a short break. But when we return, we'll get to the draft of Game 2, Valparaiso versus Mountain Union.
With a devastating 1-2 combo that just breaks SLU at the knees. Or is it boosters?
Can't fall through. Nice bounce, but a nice goal! Right past the defender. Ox makes it look easy.
I'm so surprised because I couldn't.
At number 7, Rawfam pounds his chest and decrees that he is the strongest in the jungle with this sick 3k to flip the point.
The arms and keeps everyone alive through that. Amplification Matrix came through, but we didn't get the same benefit we saw last time with the Amplified Fire Strike. Instead is Angry Monkey time from the fan with a 3k. Call that the Primal Blade.
As our first Smash play of the year, it's the clean 9 stock from Hydra to lock down New Jersey City's 2-0 win against Husson.
As they go for that kill confirm again, it's not going to connect this time, but there it is, just waiting on the platform for the spike. NJCU cleaning up in their signature style. Hydra leading the charge all the way home.
Next up, it's every shorty player's dream, and what's going to be a nightmare for University at Alma.
Up close and personal. This is the one player who's got a chance with his read. What about timing here? So step forward now into the angle. Certainly good for one.
Yikes.
There's the one. No one's reswung. He's reloaded. This never happens to a shorty player. Nebula's up now as well.
In our next clip, who needs teammates when you've got a wall? Grim surely doesn't.
Snaps and passes. They tried their best, and that is an open goal. But unfortunately, out the top, it's gonna be the header. It's hit for Tat. Grim takes it in on their own.
Ooh, spicy little double tap right there. You saw him looking for it, but that's not an easy read.
Rounding out our top 3, it wouldn't be a highlight video without our first ace of the season. D. DeRocco, this one's for you. Enjoy.
Are able to cake out GSV.
A great shot there. Oh,
I know
and deep push coming for an ace. Rocco looking for one of their own. There's going to be a 4K already coming through. Now a 2v1. The hard rotate through. And the kill!
Ace!
Rocco picking up the ace early and securing a true single-player dominance.
In our runner-up spot, AZ Tropical has a bunch of things to do in this clip. The SD into, well, he's got a lot. Just take a look.
But
all right, 2 stocks to 6 for the Fanshawe team. Starting off strong, 45%, 54 uncontested. Let's see what Andy has to offer, because right now he's getting duffed by the Street Fighter.
Ooh, very good option coverage with those up tilts, but you're gonna get jabbed once, and there's the uppercut right there, sent straight off the top. AZ Tropical now battling it out on Yoshi's story. It's looking kind of tough.
And as I was saying, if a character is going to start steamrolling, it's definitely a character with so much crazy zero death potential as we've seen in Kin, because wow, only 19% so far. And this isn't just any character, this is against Fire Mithra. Oh my god! Getting dared right in the face. AZ Tropical only 2 stocks away from tying this entire.
And in our number 1 spot in the you hate to see it category, what's higher than a high noon? Well, Becomix has the answer.
They do trade out Leo Leon here. However, Kid Universe making important and inexorable progress. Leo Rafam taking a lot of damage, and it's Becomix finding 3 on the way down! Down goes Duck, and this is looking like an absolute rout for Keen University. Muskingum University just found lacking in points.
Man, after seeing all of that, doesn't that just make you want to say, wow? I mean, for me, I'm definitely speechless and so excited to continue bringing you guys these plays and all of this collegiate esports content. Now, if you want to check out more of the buzz on social media, definitely give us a follow on Twitter at ECAC_esports. Or, if you just want to check out the action live, be sure to tune in on our Twitch channel at ECAC_esports. With that said, I do want to give out a shout out to our partners at EsportsU for not only helping to us expand our content, but really also to help bring all of you guys more of this great collegiate esports action. Now, thank you all so much for watching, and feel free to let me know, what types of matchups or moments you'd like to see next. As always, I've been KTAD, and I'll see you all later. Have a good one.
Hi everyone, my name is Heather Garozzo, also known as Sapphire. I'm so excited to join you here today. This is an initiative that means a lot to me. I've been involved in esports now for a little more than I want to admit, but about 20 years in many different facets. And when I started, I was often the only woman in the room. There were no women competitions. There were no other women on co-ed teams or women's teams. And that obviously has changed drastically over the most recent couple of years. Initiatives like this are so meaningful to getting more women involved and giving them a stepping stone to join those tier 1 leagues, to join co-ed teams, mixed teams, and hopefully become the best in the world. So I came to join today to just tell you a little bit about my journey, hopefully inspire you, whether you want to go down the path of being a professional gamer or a content creator, or you want to work in the industry. There's so many different options, and I wanted to share a little bit about my story with you. So first off, I'm actually at Valorant Champions in Istanbul right now. The match is happening like just behind the door from me, so you might even hear some of the crowd noise going hype. The crowd is obviously cheering for Fnatic. Actually, I just heard a loud cheer right now, so something epic might have just happened. But so apologies if you hear that background noise, but it's all part of the vibe. It's all part of just being in esports, living and breathing esports. My journey actually started just as a player. I was a multi-sport varsity athlete in high school, tore my MCL, was out on an injury, and then I found esports. My brother would have his friends over, and I didn't want my brother to be better than me at anything, and I just started playing. And this was actually Counter-Strike. Valorant wasn't out at the time, of course. And turns out that I was pretty decent at it, and so started playing more and more and more. Found some teammates, traveled down to the CPL, which is like the top tournament at the time. Thought after winning a bunch of tournaments in the Milwaukee area that we would come in and do really well. Turns out we were terrible, and we finished dead last. Lost to a Finnish team that was one of the best in the world. But it only motivated me to be a better player. So I kept competing. Eventually, I made it on to some of the top teams. I was in co-ed teams, played in ESCA Invite, which is now the equivalent of ESL Pro League, and also played on some co-ed teams. Played with teammates like Miss Harvey, Potter, who is now the coach of Evil Geniuses, Alice Liu, that played with Complexity's Valorant team. Some of the things that I learned in my competing journey, it's not just about my physical skill in the game, not just how quick you could react to something, but communication, teamwork. These things are so important. At Valorant Champions right now, I get the opportunity to listen into the teams and listen to their communication. It's amazing how they refine their craft and refine how they communicate with their teammates. It's something so fascinating. So I encourage you, one of the things I like to tell up-and-coming players is...
Welcome back, everybody, as we are going to head into the draft for Game 2 of Valparaiso versus Mount Union. It's Yanni and Soph still on the cast. Soph, we got a couple of changes coming on here for the side of Valparaiso.
On the back end here, we have been provided that we have a change, possibly here confirmed for the jungle. So we're not going to see Vector anymore for the side of Valparaiso, as they decided to sub him for this match. So maybe we're going to have a completely different comp based on the gameplay, the game style from this player.
Yeah, Zach likes to play a lot of Warwick, a lot of Lilia, a lot of Kane. Some pretty impressive win rates on them as well. But the big thing is they can play Zach. Like, that's a champion that they have an option to play. It's in their champion pool. So Valparaiso, they could go with the same ban strategy this time around and get the secret fourth ban by picking Zach, as they're on the blue side, so they got first pick.
They have first pick. They have that priority there as we go into the second game. And Valparaiso has to make the best out of it, or else it's going to be the last game of the best of three. Therefore, the last game of their playoffs here in the quarterfinals Great Lakes Esports Conference.
Yeah, and when you got your backs against the wall, I mean, you got to throw everything that you got at the other team. I mean, like Mount Union up a game, they might play a little loose, who knows, but you can't count on that. You have to dig deep, and this playoffs is where these players can shine, where the best players, and there can even be some unsung heroes, really take their game to the next level. Interested to see if the subs of Valparaiso can do the same. We are into the picks and bans and already see some changes. Mount Union has elected to ban the Warwick. We mentioned that shortly. Zach has a pretty good track record on it. Valparaiso going with the same bans on their side. Mount Union's other two bans are relatively the same. This time the Hecarim is open. As we predicted, the Zach is
There we have it. There we have it. And this time, Speedy Killer is not going to have the Zach for themselves. So we expect to see a wonderful game coming from Valparaiso, as they have that upper hand of not only guaranteeing a champion that they're comfortable with, but also a champion that is going to be denied for Mount Union. And to be fair, it was one of the highlights of that previous match.
Yeah, and really, I'm expecting Speedy Killer Ninja to just pick Ramus and make everybody on Valparaiso sad. But it looks like he will elect to go to the Viego. Such a strong jungler. Not a jungler that he's got a ton of solo queue play on, but, I mean, if you're going to play competitive at all, like, you need to know how to play.
Yo, this is so funny. We literally have a swap on everything. Zach, Talia were Mount Union, correct?
Yeah.
No.
Yeah. They like they like Mount Union's team composition so much they're like, I think we'll take it.
Yeah, yo, thank you for drawing that for us. It's mine. Now that we got the first pick, it's mine.
I just imagine.
Nice paired with the Falcons.
I like it. I just imagine a team that every game that they lose, they just play the opponent's team composition, and like they just play their entire season like that.
Imagine.
Yeah, that would certainly be
so
something. But so the Aphelios is picked up here by Valparaiso, as you mentioned. Steamroller's champion pool isn't exactly conducive for an Aphelios, especially with the Lulu getting banned. We see Mount Union picking up the Samira, so they're just going to brawl. They're just like, you know what? We don't care. We're gonna get in the middle of things, and we're just gonna deal some damage.
Yes, they are. And if we have the scatter of the week coming from Syndra, stunning everybody, Viego, Samira can just go in, as you said, just brawl and ulti and kaboom on Valparaiso. So that's the kind of gameplay that going for in this match. And in this match, Valparaiso is, as you said, going for the sort of, we're stealing your picks, so they might as well be playing Silas, right? They're stealing what the enemy has for themselves in this match. As the last two bans from each team come around, we have Renata and Leona, Darius in Aatrox.
Yeah, and Aatrox has been one of the strongest top laners on the patch for I don't know how long at this point. We saw his presence at Worlds be so high. You see the Ornn get locked in for Mount Union, and on the other side, it is going to be a Taric lock-in for Steamroller. I thought that maybe it would be the best pairing for a champion that they play, and it's going to be an Olaf pickup as well for the side of Valparaiso. Going to their new top laner, it's going to be Dreadful in on it. And that's why Darius and Aatrox were banned. I mean, who knows? Maybe it's like Zach top or something like that. Heck, it could even be Zach mid and Talia jungle, but we're getting ahead of ourselves. I doubt we'll see that. But we do see the Soraka on the side of Mount Union has been seeing so much more play as people have realized that Soraka is just real strong.
Yes, she is. And one thing that I have to say about Valparaiso at this point, first, I love the creativity. Love the diversity of champions that these players are coming on with today. And second thing, and it's not something that I like right now, it's something that I would love to see, which is Grievous Wounds. Okay? That's what you're doing. You're doing Grievous Wounds, okay? That's what you're doing. Valparaiso, you're doing Grievous Wounds. Taric, Grievous Wounds. Talia, Grievous Wounds. Everybody, Grievous Wounds. Just shining on having that burn on Soraka, on Samira. And if you can have that on point, most of the damage and most of the sustainability from Mount Union is into the garbage.
Yeah, but you know what? Mount Union needs that as well. I mean, like Zach, Aphelios, Taric, Olaf, they all heal a heck of a lot. Like, I think both of these teams definitely need some Grievous Wounds. Mount Union's team composition, I was a little wishy-washy on with Syndra, Viego, Samira. It's got like a little bit of pick potential. I think they followed up perfectly with that Ornn. You get yourself your guaranteed hard engage from long distance. In the middle of a team fight can create so much havoc if people get near walls. And then, of course, Soraka dropping down her silence. And, of course, we all know what she does on the healing end. But Valparaiso, I'm a little bit less sold on this team composition.
I have to say, since this is so very unconventional, I am leaning towards liking it. Because I think it has room for surprise. I think it has room for innovation. And maybe they have something different in mind. Maybe they have something absolutely different, especially with the sub coming for the jungle there. So we might have incredible gameplay out of the box, or more just something traditional that works well. To be fair, they have frontline, they have means of engaging, they have means of peeling as well. So I think they have a balanced team. It's definitely weird on the eyes because we don't see these champions that often, especially together. But on the side of Mount Union, I really enjoy, as you said, I think the Ornn was the cherry on top, the roundup for this comp, as it basically allows for those rollers to get in and make the most out of the team fights, and especially with Leah on Soraka, it's just going to be able to guarantee sustainability if the fights go long, and if it depends on Valparaiso, the fights are going long.
Oh yeah, and this bot lane is going to be a sustain fest. Soraka is going to heal off the Taric, and then Taric is just going to heal himself, and Aphelios and Samira have a bunch of healing in their kit as well. I mean, like, people are going to go from 100% to 50% to 75% to 40% to 80%, and it's just going to be back and forth, bouncing around the health bars, just going back and forth. But talking about the Valparaiso team composition, I just don't feel like this Olaf fits. I'm just going to say it. It feels like, a square axe and a round hole type deal. They have pieces, right? They've got the Zac engagement. Aphelios can root people up, and really it's going to depend on how good is going to be the play of Ordinal. I mean, Ordinal, I think, played an okay last game, but they didn't really get to show their stuff. You got your Talia knockups. The wall is going to be really important. But I think the wild card is going to be Steamroller on Taric. Timing their ultimates perfect. Yeah. It needs to be done.
Yes, I agree. It needs to be done because as much as I mentioned that they have frontline, well, frontline is going to be that Taric if they they get good armor in the beginning of the game, especially since we have most of ADs, just the Syndra on the side of Mount Union that is full AP there. So for Valparaiso, we need exactly what you said. We need that timing to be perfect on Taric, because or else you're just going to die really quickly. Really, really quickly, because the other champions on the side of Mount Union, they are on to bust.
Okay, now I'm really confused about this Olaf pick. Because got word that Aatrox ban is actually a Renata ban. So now I'm wondering why they didn't pick Aatrox when their top laner plays Aatrox, and he's been one of the best champions over the last patch and a half. Especially into an Ornn. Like, it's not like it's a terrible matchup for him. This Olaf, this has to be the secret sauce then. This has to be the secret sauce out of Dreadful, right? That's just like, yep, I play Olaf. I'm going to throw axes at people. I'm going to run at them. I'm going to get some kills. All right. Never mind. It was just some bans that were reversed. Never mind. I'm an idiot. Never mind.
Not only the bans reversed, we have 2 Olafs on the screen. I just noticed. Wait, what was the other ban? Okay. Wait, what was
No. We're good. Renata was banned
it's on. Absence of mind is on.
We're good.
There we go. Okay.
Everything is fine. The Olaf pick makes sense here because the Aatrox was not available. Got it.
Oh my.
But an Olaf with a Taric ultimate? That's hella scary. I gotta be honest.
Yeah.
He's gonna run at people. And they're gonna be like, I'm dealing damage. It's like, no, you're not. You're not dealing any damage to me. And then, of course, as we all know, Olaf's new ultimate, where it gets extended every time he hits somebody, is so strong.
Yes. Well, now we have everything fixed on the screen.
Yeah. Very sad every time an Olaf runs at me. It's big sad.
We're all very sad, especially I am usually an ADC main. I am very, very sad.
Yo, same?
Same.
Listen, all right, I'm glad you understand the struggle.
We do.
That being said, I don't think Convicted is going to be that upset if Olaf tries to get all up in his grill.
No. He will not, because Leah is there. Leah is going to be like, I bring the heals. I bring the ambulance. I get it. Yes.
Wee woo.
And pet. Because that's Soraka for me, that's her vibe. She's got a very motherly, like from the stars vibe. So that's what she's going to do. That Convicted has their personal ambulance. And well, you did mention the grievous wounds as a main component for both teams here, but I have to say I still feel, especially in the bot lane, that it would have to be an even earlier pick of a item for Valparaiso instead of Mount Union, because the amount. Okay, Taric can heal, of course, but the amount the Soraka can heal compared in the early game, like Soraka is going to out heal every time because she has less cooldown. She heals more, and Samira has the healing on herself. So I think Valparaiso might be a little behind in that early game because of having to buy that Grievous Wound, having to buy the Executioner's Calling, and all of that jazz.
Yeah, and we really didn't talk about the composition that much in terms of early and late game. And, you've got the early game ganking jungler and Zach, so that's already a big up for them in the early game. Talia, Aphelios, I mean, like, Talia gets stronger, obviously, the later the game goes on, but in the early game is fairly strong, has solid damage, has great CC. Aphelios, the damage early on can be a little lacking, but again, still solid enough CC. The gun usage can get really creative with things and maybe help out when it comes to a gank. And then, of course, Tarek, was just able to stun somebody up and super strong in the early game. And then this Olaf is usually an early game menace. And on the other side, Mount Union, they have the Syndra scaling, but that's about it. Other than that, Viego, Samira, Ornn, they're all able to scrap early. So I'm expecting a pretty bloody game here as we are finally on to Summoner's Rift. Valparaiso, they are on the blue side. Mount Union on the red side. And just a little bit of a game of chicken here.
Just getting the area scouted, trying to get those deep wards if they can be close to. Are they aiming to go for that? No, just aiming for that poke. Didn't really land. Both teams, it's usually what I say. Second game is either you go full aggressive, of both teams go very careful. But this one looks like Valparaiso is not going that careful as they go in for the deep warding. Good notion that Billy was still in the mid lane. They didn't know that there was a sneaky ward there to scout themselves, so they know that this area is protected.
Yeah, and you can't play safe here if you're Valparaiso because you want to go. If you're going to go down, you're going to go down swinging. You can't just be like, hey, we're going to take things easy. It's going to be a good time. Everything's going to be fine. No, you got to really try to get the jump on them and show that just because you lost the first game doesn't mean you're going to be afraid to fight, to, scratch and claw and keep yourself in the game.
Yes, and I think that's a good call for themselves, especially since they have the Zac now on this game. Steamroller getting the stun, the Glacial Augment as well to lock them in place for even longer. Dreadful on Absence of Mind, since this time Ornn is not going to be the one to out-damage in the top lane.
Yeah, it's really a reversal here for Absence of Mind. They're going to need to play much safer than they played the last time around, and they're playing against a completely different player. They have to keep that in mind. Is they're in a little bit of trouble. The axes are going down. Dreadful is picking them up and putting them down. But both top laners hovering around the same HP.
Yes, that's usually what we have right on top lane. Is just slaps and kicks and brawls all throughout the match. UMU pushing for the shove here on the bot lane. They got level 2 advantage, so they can do it. The pressure here from Viego, though, is showing themselves, saying, Dreadful, I'm here, okay? Stay sharp, stay tuned.
Yeah, stay frosty.
Stay frosty.
Yeah, you can't afford to give kills over to Speedy Killer Ninja because not only is this a talented player, this is a champion that can run away with a game. That is a champion that provides a lot of control, as we saw in the last game. But Viego is a champion that just provides a lot of win games.
They do indeed. And these two champions are going to probably collide here for the Scuttle Crab. Zac is still a little behind in the jungle, but they're going to fight themselves. Viego guarantees a Scuttle, and the gank from Speedy Killer is joining on the top lane.
Oh, Absence of Mind could be in trouble. What a flash by Dreadful to dodge Speedy Killer Ninja. It's going to be first blood going over to Olaf. And now, Dreadful auto-attacking away, gets more attack speed the longer he is. It's a double kill for the Viking up top.
Dreadful coming in to show us they got the sub lane to a T. Not only that, they have the counter gank to Speedy Killer, neutralizing them before they could do any more of pressure as they did in the last game. Zac guaranteeing the Scuttle Crab in the bot. The area is warded, so it's going to be hard to go for any sort of ganks as they do go reset. TP from Jakimbo to the mid lane, and it's a 2-0 now for Valparaiso.
That has to be a huge sigh of relief you can rely on your jungler to get your top laner, I'm sorry, to get the job done when the time calls for it. Not only getting that first blood, but also turning around that fight with barely any mana.
Yeah. And right now we have Zach scouting the bot lane. They're just going to decide to go for the clean of the jungle. Nothing to do. They don't know that there is a... Well, there used to be a ward. Once upon a time, there was a ward in that tri-bush, but it just expired as I was talking. But I really want to point out... Oh, my absence of mind has to flash that so quickly. Dreadful. Close to taking them down, but this big minion wave is going to keep them away. But just finishing up the point, the amount of warding we have from Valparaiso now really shows how more confident they are in regards to this matchup.
Yeah, and it's not hard to feel that way. While the bot lanes may be the same, you know the top side of your map is looking much better than the last game. So you know what? You can kind of loosen up a little bit, you know, maybe take some more trades. Right now, you've got the call on the Aphelios, so you're probably not really too gung-ho to go for all-in engagements. But it is nice to know that there is some breathing room, and if you go down in CS like they are right now, it's okay. Things will be okay.
Yeah, that's not much of a big of a difference right now in regards to CS of these two teams. Just around like 5 to 9. So we're pretty good so far. Bot lane still having that pressure. Oh, Billy, level 6 Syndra coming up. Steamroller might be caught out of guard. They dodge the stun, but the damage is still going down on them.
Yeah, and Ornal looking to get a nice trade back. It's solid enough, but they are pretty low. Billy will back off. I thought they were maybe going to try to push their luck, drop an ultimate onto that Aphelios, but they're going to lose a pretty big wave. That also allows Jakimbo to get a pretty free back off.
All convicted. Is Zach going to get this opportunity here? No, they have vision on him. So they're going to be still safe. Aphelios trying to freeze the wave a little bit so they don't have to be on the other side of the map. Careful with Speedy Killer. But little do they know, Speedy Killer is stealing your jungle on the top lane. And they're going to make now for a good CS lead for UMU.
Yeah, and after being behind so early after that top lane gank gone awry, it's very good here for Speedy Killer Ninja. It's a great way to get back in the game because, you know, they have to be feeling the pressure after, you know, a bit of a flubbed early game gank, things not looking so good, and you essentially know that absence of mind is going to be on an island alone. Just knowing that, like, hey, I'm farming up, I'm getting back into the game, trying to use CS as a way to get the game back under control. Massive.
Yes, they are. Really, as I said, it was either going to be 0 or 100. And, well, this game has been 0 in regards to action. We don't see much happening, but as I say it, the counter goes!
Oh, Leah flashes into the Zac knockup. Could be in trouble, but they'll be able to back off and now Convicted. Looking to push forward, has that Conqueror fully stacked, but Ordinal. Full HP, solid amount of mana. Decide no more, no mas, but no summoners on the side of the Soraka. We see Speedy Killer Ninja looking for engagement on the Steamroller. Zac is here, is low, but is getting some heals. The exhaust goes down, and now the Talia is going to drop the wall down. Speedy Killer Ninja had to flash away, and it just looks like Valparaiso more responsive this game.
Yes, they are. As they rotate for this Drake with vision around the area, the protection ward in the pit, so everything accordingly to guarantee them that. I don't think Speedy Killer is going to try to get that one. It's just the first Drake of the game. You don't have to be that wary of it. So it's going to go for Valparaiso. And, well, as I said, Yanni, it came from 0 to 100.
Oh yeah, it went from 0 to like 120, you know, give it some credit there. But, you know, as you mentioned, it is the first Drake of the game, big deal, but Ocean Drake, when that's the first Drake of the game, it gives so much more value than people realize. Because of, it gives a lot of benefits to laning, and when, you know, you're in like a mid-game scenario, it doesn't really matter that much. But when you're still in the early game, when you're 9 minutes in, and now your Olaf gets to restore some HP and some mana every so often, you know, absence of mind is probably a little sad about that.
Yes, they are, as they're getting engaged in a 1v1. Absence of mind dropping so low. Axe is thrown and picked up again. Ulti, the on-horn is going to go past Dreadful getting another kill and a 300 gold bounty on that name.
It's an absence of mind. It's an absence of summoner spells. It's an absence of health. As Dreadful just walked up, threw some axes, refused to elaborate, and left.
Yeah, understandable. Have a nice day. And Valparaiso is converging for the Herald. Speedy is around. They have Smite, but it's a 1v3, maybe even a 1v4. So it's once again not good enough for Mount Union to try to contest it.
Yeah, Mountain Union's gonna need some time here. I mean, BD Killer Ninja just needs to really continue to farm up and do their thing and try to find their way into the game that way. You know, they've got a massive CS lead right now. It's about 26. And the gold, while they're down 3 kills, is still relatively close. It's still within 1,000. This Rift Herald, though, could certainly break open the game in just a little bit, as Zach has it in their back pocket, can use it whenever they want. And it's just all about finding a good opportunity. As you can see, Leah's pretty low. Convicted, you know, not full HP. It could be an okay time to use it here.
Yeah, I would definitely recommend getting a bigger push on any of those turrets.
Oh,
at
for
least
sure.
Until like 3 platings there to get the full maximum value out of the Herald, knocking down the turret in one guard. But, well, it's going to run out of time at some point. So definitely, since none of these players have been able to converge on Billy. Knockup misses, and the stun hits though.
Uh-oh. Billy will be able to walk away. Both members at about half HP. It's just Jakimbo had a shot there and wasn't able to close out. And missed opportunities can haunt you, but Dreadful in the top lane, continuing to make life hard for Absence of Mind, who has to flash away. Once again, it just feels like it's been on cooldown all game long.
It does, but 2v2 approaching. Convicted is here, Zach as well. Leah is around to heal her up. Leah doesn't have that much HP herself, so that's going to be less healing provided. But the silence is in place. Ulti 2 on Horn chooses to go for. Oh no, the immune champion.
He's not CC immune anymore though. Dreadful maybe looking to engage onto Leah, is going to land a slow. They're going to re-engage for Zach there. They're going to blow up the Soraka, and now they're already Convicted next. Convicted with the Inferno trigger, but it's a double kill for Dreadful. Looking for more potentially. Unable to continue to move forward though, but it is 2 more kills going to the Olaf. It's the Dreadful show. It's, Valparaiso University. Dreadful University, 5-0, 12 minutes in.
Yeah, and 3
6-0?
of those.
All right.
So close though. It would, yeah. Right now we have 5-0, and 3 of those kills were solo kills. They were 1v1s. The only assists we have on board are 2 for Zach. As Zach, I just noticed. And right now, since the Herald was getting out in that time, you have to pop it a lot of gold, but it was split in between 3 people, so it's going to be a little less than expected. At the same time, nonetheless, great push from Valparaiso, maintaining good pressure they have been since the beginning of the game, not only with the vision, but also that positioning in those counter ganks and proactiveness in objectives.
Yeah, I'm just kind of waiting for the other shooter drop. But Valparaiso, they have played a much tighter game. They're playing around their win condition. And outside of that, they have not taken unnecessary risks. This looks like a completely different team than what we saw in game 1. And, this is what happens when you've got a team comp that can kind of scrap in the early game. They're not trying to take odd man fights or anything like that. And they've really put absence of mind, on an island up in the top side, just continuing to suffer in silence, and has been unable to help out elsewhere. Obviously, Unleashed Teleport not available yet. Will be in a couple of moments. But, the Ornn hasn't been able to roam anywhere. And now we see Valparaiso picking up another dragon. And this is another great dragon to pick up. Getting a little bit of extra damage on their abilities is massive.
Yes, and they manage a good rotation as well. Dreadful going back to the top lane with TP, getting the gold, not wasting anything. They have knock up on Convicted, misses. Lovely dodge from Samira there, yeah.
Happy feet. Wombo combo is what we call that in the biz.
Yes.
That ain't Falco.
Amazing. Well, I have to say, Valparaiso, they have to maintain this sort of pressure because we know what UMU can do. So they can't allow any breathing room, just like Mount Union did to them in the last match. So to guarantee the victory, well, they do have the Olaf. He's fed, but you have to share their sort of potential with the rest of your team. Your ADC has to get kills. Your mid laner has to get kills. Right now, in comparison to their opponents, they are very equal in farm. No, Dodge is there, speedy killer, not getting the stun. So, what do you think, Yanni, is the win condition for UMU right now? Because they are, well, it looks like they're really, really far behind, but it's just 2k go.
Oh, it's easy. You kill the Olaf first, so that your Viego can take over the Olaf and become a stronger champ. No, seriously. You just decide, you know what, we have to kill the Olaf at all costs. Let Speedy kill it and become Olaf and go from there. But Dreadful, again in the 2v1, is just styling on them. A man amongst the boys right now. This Olaf is just unhinged. Valhalla, who brought him back? You can't go to Valhalla if you haven't died.
Yeah, he's definitely on fire on that top lane there.
My God, it's almost a 2,000. The gold lead is Olaf.
Wow. Yeah, the gold lead for Valparaiso is Olaf. I mean, not.
I mean, sure, you see a couple of hundred gold here or there elsewhere, but I mean, like, you know, you're looking at 1,700 golds.
Yeah,
and the difference is just about.
It's 100% kill participation, right?
Yeah, it's crazy. It's again, like, rename the university after Dreadful.
Rename its University of Olaf. Zach and Dreadful taking this here. Convictor's not going to be able to sneaky steal. And at this point, we have all objectives going for Valparaiso.
Yeah, it's crazy. This is a different Mount Union team than we've seen in the first game. They look lifeless. They look listless. They've tried to make a couple of plays happen, and they just haven't come to fruition. And now we're going to see an engagement onto the Soraka once again getting caught out. Ordinal is going to be invulnerable, Convicted with the Inferno trigger, but both of those members are invulnerable, and even if they weren't, I don't think Convicted's dealing any damage right now. Mid lane turret falling as that Rift Herald able to bang that one down, so more gold into the pocket of Valparaiso. Up about 3,000 gold now at the 17-minute mark. It's similar to the last game where Mount Union really ran away with it, but I wouldn't count Mount Union out just yet.
I would most definitely not. As we said, the gold lead, the differential is on the hands of Dreadful. As long as they get a shutdown on them, especially if it's for Speedy Kill, as you mentioned, or Convicted, even for Billy, I think it would be huge. So that's unfortunately one of the downsides of having just one member of your team having all the kills, 100% of them, precisely, on your team. So basically, for UMU, even though they're so far behind in regards to getting successful picks, they are staying on track in regards to farm. In the mid lane, just 5 behind. In the bot lane, ahead. In the top lane, just less than 10 behind. In the jungle, even more ahead for Speedy Killer. So they still have what it takes, because at the same time as they're not getting kills, the CS is going to get you gold to guarantee items.
Yeah, as you can see, Speedy Killer is on their one-item spike. They have that Blade of the Ruined King, a staple on Viego for obvious reasons. He is the Ruined King himself. But regardless of that, just have how good the item is on him. It's not a mythic, but it may as well be. And as long as Mount Union is able to farm up with not, without too many problems and doesn't get too far behind, if you're Valparaiso, you have to think about starting to put them away, move this Olaf into advantageous positions, and start taking odd man fights, especially around this dragon that's going to spawn now. I mean, Olaf's still on the top side, has that Unleashed Teleport though. But, I mean, I think it's time to get Olaf involved on the rest of the map and really start making the mark, get some more deaths on the bot side on this mid laner. Because we've seen Billy, I mean, I would say we've seen Billy, but we really haven't talked about Billy this game, who is just quietly farming as well as Jikin.
Yes, they are. And Yenny, as you mentioned, we have to see now Dreadful going into this party as well. They don't even have to use the TP. They're free to just walk to the pit. And it doesn't look like UMU is showing any sort of posture to defend this. Yeah, they really are not. They're aiming for the mid turret.
They can't. They just can't. But you know what? They do want to try to take down the mid turret. They can't. Yukimbo is going to go after the Soraka. Look at all the damage coming out. The heal is there, but it's not enough. Convicted has nowhere to go. Ordinal sweeping in, scooping that one up. 8 kills to nothing. No turrets, no objectives, nothing for Mount Union. Blanked 20 minutes into the game. Valparaiso on Soul Point. I'm not going to jinx it, but I don't know if you're thinking what I'm thinking, so John. This game is starting to get out of hand.
It is indeed. As soon as this Baron starts, they're melting it down to half HP. Speedy Killer around the corner, though. They have the smite. And Zac does as well. So they have vision right now.
He's got to go for it.
There
he is. He's in the pit. It's secured by Zac. Speedy Killer flashes and dies for nothing. 9 kills to nothing. Valparaiso with Baron, looking to potentially put this game out of reach if it isn't already. The goal lead hovering nearly around 6,000. And this team, after getting punched in the mouth repeatedly in the first game, strikes back with a vengeance 21 minutes into the game. Finally, a turret has been claimed. The perfect game has been broken up. Billy able to pick it up to give gold over to his entire team. But is it really going to help? The objective bounty not doing a whole lot for you right now.
Yeah, they definitely need way more than just one objective bounty. They're going to need the mid, especially that top turret on, I don't know, 5% health or something. They'll have to be good at defending. The push on mid lane here, 3v2. Leah has been caught, unfortunately, many times, and the damage from Convicted is just not there yet. And now for Valparaiso, they have Aphelios online, finally. Aphelios has 2 items completed. 150 gold bounty. Even the damage from Steamroller is popping off. So it's going to be hard for Valparaiso to lose any fights at this point.
Yeah, especially they're Baron up here on a Friday afternoon. You see Billy on the bot side starting to have trouble with Jakimbo, although they are going back and forth. But Billy needs to win those 1v1s if Mount Union wants to have a chance at coming back into this game. These these buffed up Baron minions, so hard to kill at this point, even though Convicted does physical damage. This mid inner turret falling, giving a lot of gold over to Valparaiso. Up 6,000 now. The lead starting to expand just a little bit, trying to make use of this Baron power play. A bot lane turret has been claimed as well. And Mount Union just looks hapless right now.
I have to add, Yanni, Ordinal, really, on that push, that positioning was so aggressive. You can see how they're comfortable with that player, with that champion. Not only that, how comfortable they are with the stage in the game that they found themselves in, because you could see that on that push, he was the front line. There was nobody that was further ahead attacking the turrets, attacking those minions, as Ordinal was. So you can really see how this champion is going to be incredibly important in the team fights, dealing damage to in a 5v5 scenario, and definitely on those sieges, because that's what they have been doing so far so successfully. They have 4 turrets in total down, and that really is building to such a great, I wouldn't say unsurmountable advantage, but it's building into a very steep hill.
Yeah, and that's really a big problem of what happened in this game. You know, Speedy Killer Ninja went up top, couldn't get the job done against Dreadful. That allowed Ordinal some more time to farm up. But Speedy Killer Ninja kept trying to force top. And when they didn't force top, they were just farming the jungle. Not once did they come to help out Convicted and Leah. And while they decided, yeah, you know, it's fine just as a farm lane, if you're going to play a farm lane and there's a really fed member on the top side, that just allows Aphelios far too much breathing room, and you're starting to see it now. 2-0, a $194 CS, 2 items, they're just able to deal out a fair amount of damage at this point in the game.
Leah.
And Leah is once again wiped off the map. 10 kills to nothing right before the soul as well. Means that Mountain Union, they're not going to be able to fight here. They're just going to have to, take out the minions, take out some jungle camps. It's really all you can do at this point.
Yeah, and to be fair, there aren't many camps to be taken out at this moment in time. And wow, really to see Mount Union have to concede all of these objectives when they had such an amazing game and such an impressive game. This last match is a great position for Valparaiso to be in to get that reverse sweep and move on to the semi-finals of the Great Lakes Esports Conference. And we are looking towards a relentless push from these four here. Billy trying to get as much damage as they can. Leah gets the silence. It's not enough. Oh, Billy,
you can't outrun that. The knockup's on the backside as well. Leah is falling. Speedy Killer has to flash away. Everybody's invulnerable. Absence of Mind has finally joined the party and whiffs the Ornhorn. Convicted from the side. Is there anything they can do? Steamroller flashes after them. Convicted will be able to survive for now. Dreadful just running wild in the base right now. Just does not care. Took an 85 damage crit. Who cares? Absence of Mind taking so much damage.
Oh, wow.
Zach flying in. Absence of Mind is fallen. It's Convicted against the world. And Convicted goes straight to jail. Falling. Ace. Finally a kill going the way of Mountain Union thanks to the turret. But it doesn't matter. Ordinal already 5-1. The inhibitor falling. Leah, the only one able to defend the base. Valparaiso elects to walk it out here. And they're going to spend their golds and look to end this game.
They really are. There is, well, nothing on that in front of them. It's just those two Nexus turrets. And compared to what Mount Union has in front of them, it's, well, remember that steep hill? It's become a cliff. And it's looking like Mount Union might fall sooner rather than later. But now seeing Valparaiso getting on top of every fight that happens, staying on top of 15-1 score, 4 Drakes, 2 Heralds, I believe. Even did they get? Did they get 3 Heralds?
No,
Were there 3 Heralds?
Well, you can only get 2.
I believe if you time it correctly, you can actually have 3.
I'm pretty sure. I thought you could only get 2, but maybe I'm wrong. But they've gotten 1 purple worm, and they're looking to pick up the 2nd purple worm here. Speedy Kill and Ninja, even if they can get any, I mean, even if they steal this Baron, they're still have a long way to go, but they are getting some solid poke down. Baron helping them out. They're going to drop the ultimate and make multiple members go invulnerable. Absence of Mind trying to get out. Multiple stuns!
Wow.
Multiple knockups! Valparaiso! What an incredible fight to cap off this game. A clean ace.
A clean ace and a push to the mid lane. Talia is riding that into the Nexus. Wow, Valparaiso really nailing this game from start to finish. And this is going to be them guaranteeing the 2nd game. An equalizer to get us to game 3 on this quarterfinals, Yanni.
An impressive display by Valparaiso. Incredible way to turn around the game. The series, really, the resiliency of Valparaiso cannot be understated. They make a slight change, and I mean, this top lane. Listen, things were dreadful for Mount Union.
Indeed, they were, and dreadful. I gotta say, they put the team in that backpack. Get in, join for the ride, because it was definitely them who carried the team in the beginning, and then once the gold was spread across the other team members, they just made that nice cohesive plan to take out the game, and they did that. Mwah. Game 2 win.
Yeah, and really, they played almost a spotless game. I mean, they gave up a couple of turrets due to Mountain Union just, they had to really overcommit on the split push because they wanted to get some gold for their team. And their one death was when they dove a turret, and they went 5 for 1 in that entire sequence. So really, if you go 5 for 1, like you're happy with that. Who cares that they got a kill? This is the closest that Valparaiso could have played to a perfect game without actually playing a perfect game. It was incredibly impressive, and I'm excited to see what these teams do going into Game 3. As Mountain Union is going to be on the blue side, and with that note, that does mean that we are going to take a short break as these teams hit the drawing board. Mountain Union looking to close out the series. Valparaiso looking to take their momentum to move on to the semifinals.
Record your team's comms and listen back. Did you give the right calls? Could you have done better calls? Those calls have been shorter and more precise? Those are some of the things I learned as a player. Throughout that playing journey, one of the highlights was in 2012 when I traveled to Paris and competed in the Esports World Cup, which was the top tournament for women at the time. And we came in and we won the World Championship, which was so exciting. It's so amazing to play in front of crowds of thousands of people. They were cheering against us because we were playing against a European team and we were an American team. But that feeling is just like unlike anything else when you can raise that trophy and they play the national anthem of your country. I hope many of you playing in this competition will get to experience some of that one day. It's truly an honor. Some of the other things besides competing and winning trophies, I played in 250 tournaments over the years. I believe that's the most for any woman. It's hard to keep track in the early days, but beyond competing, I work in the industry. So I'm a vice president at Dignitas. It's one of the oldest operating esports teams. We had for many years one of the top women's teams in the world. I also founded a women's initiative called Radiant and operate women's esports tournaments just like this. And I've realized how important that is. A lot of people will ask, why do the women need their own tournaments? Why can't they just play with the guys? And my response back is, if you look at a game like Valorant, there's a reason why there are so many women competing in this game compared to other esports titles. It's because these women's initiatives exist, and they give women something to work towards, something to get started. It gives them a more safe environment, a harassment-free environment to kick off their careers. And I hope one day we don't need women's tournaments. That's the end goal, is because more women are competing and more women are going to start to shine in those tier 1 teams. My last point is, as I said, working in the industry, there's so many different job opportunities. You don't have to be the best player in the world. You don't have to be comfortable on camera and be a content creator. You can work in business side, marketing, advertising. You can work in PR. You can work even in the sciences. There's sports psychology jobs. There's team chefs. There's nutritionists. One of my positions is being an observer. Like I said, I'm at Valorant Champions right now. And, if you're dual monitoring and you're watching both this event and Valorant Champions at the same time, after this, I'm about to hop in and be the observer for XSET versus Fnatic, essentially an in-game director. There's a million different production jobs as well. But I just wanted to use this as an opportunity to hopefully inspire you to continue to pursue esports and gaming if that's something you love. And then my final comment is just a reminder that, you're going to be in games sometimes and people are going to say terrible things. I hope that ends someday, but just know that no matter what they say, you belong here. You deserve this. You deserve to play this game. You deserve to be in this competition. And I wish you all the best of luck. Thank you so much for having me. I can't wait. I know there's going to be some superstars. I hope I see you one day at Valorant Champions kicking ass. Thank you so much for having me.
Hey guys, KTAD here, and just like that, another season of ECAC Esports. Regular season play has come to a close. Over the last 8 weeks, we saw a crazy amount of hype competition from some of the best collegiate esports has to offer, and as usual, you guys have me one last time to break it all down and to show you guys what we thought were some of the top plays this week. And honestly, guys, I don't have much more to say. Just check it out because I think we've got some really incredible clips here. Let's take a look. In our opening clip, it's Professor Dementium with a straight boot off the stage to kick things off for Bloomfield.
Got himself one. Kick back off stage though. Able to air dodge is going to be that Bowser. He'll do it again and he'll also bring himself that down smash so he gets quickly back before that Falcon's able to take any sort of advantage. But well, you're gone. The spikes come through. It's a clean kick to wrap things up, and well, he's got one. He's got one stock for his troubles.
Up next, the duel of Donkers and Robeast have some things to say with this beautiful 1-2 combo to close the door on Albany.
Hit the intersection, go straight up in the air for Robeast, who's going to work Central Missouri into the offense. Flip reset's a good one. The pass down to Donkers, and he finds the net. A 3-goal deficit in Game 3.
I gotta say, Curtis, it seems like after these two teams came out of Game 2, right? Again.
In our next play, who needs to be able to see your enemy when you can just take a educated guess?
Great, 1-for-1 over towards Catwalk. There's still more where that came from. Myranium is next up, and he will take a couple too many fights. Solsta as well is going to be able to take a couple of fights, winning them both. It's a 1v3, and Novacorium won't be able to do anything. Johnson, Wales.
At number 5, it's Saltonics with this huge flank onto Cole College to secure Temple of Anubis for his team.
Right now, it's got to be just destroying it straight up. Maybe with the Coalescence, maybe the Supercharger, but that Riptire could just immediately rip through.
Here's that Riptire. It does move Joker, but it could have been a catastrophic play. Now Nightbolt is pulled all the way off the point, and that's an easy one. Tonic's coming in with a triple off of that crucial rocket barrage, and that is all of them off the point.
Now it's down to Joker just to get the touch onto the point. Tracer.
Coming back to the Bloomfield versus Keene matchup, it was a clutch finish from Zenipu as he finishes off Brandon without dropping a single stock.
No, one more lease on life.
Lease on life indeed for Brandon. Looking to hold the ledge, but a recovery from Zenipu. He says second time's the charm. He'll send him to the moon, and once again, Zenipu will not drop a stock.
Blast packing our way into the number 2 spot though. It's a 4K from Butta to cement the lead for Providence College.
Back roads around the high ground to try and avoid that as much as possible.
Oh my absolute days! Here was me looking for that Transcendence to counteract the grab, and no, it was just a big fat go button. In comes the pulse bomb. Down goes SUNY Poly Wildcats.
Phil, I can't remember the last time I've seen...
Blast packing our way into the number 2 spot though. It's a 4K from Butta to cement the lead for Providence College.
Not much more. That tap can go a long way in the latter half, right? Now Retna bringing out that Stimmy, trying to get the opportunity to move the team in forward. Okay, there's that showstopper I was thinking about. It looks like D-Nuns is going to have that show stopped. Sal, not particularly far behind, a 4v2. But really starting to wake up here on the race.
Yeah, wow, so impressive. And 4K there, just going straight through the entire team like a bulldozer. Will not stop until all are taken down.
And in our top play from the last week of regular season play, it is a nail-biter last-second goal that will keep you guessing until the very end.
Leaves their own open, a little bit of high pass, you angle it in, but it's just off the top of the goalpost.
Off the top of the goalpost, Coming in deep, Matrix able to find something here. The demolition comes through. 7 seconds left for a true game win, but in overtime, feeling incredibly likely. But tied out of a wide open goal. No! Orbital, the waffle iron has been flipped, and Farmingdale finds themselves up 4-3. 2 seconds left on the clock. The only hope for Louisville to win this out is with a kickoff goal. They cannot make a single mistake, or they will.
And with that, I mean, what more do you guys want me to say? It was a crazy week to wrap things up, but it's really just been a crazy season overall with the addition of Division A and what I personally think is some of the most competitive action here in collegiate esports. I mean, what a season, and there's only much more to come. With the playoffs starting on April 4th, you guys can expect to see a lot more action that will continue all throughout the month, and that will wrap up on the week of April 25th. Now, if you guys want to stay up to date on all of that, make sure you follow us on Twitter at ECAC_esports, or follow us on Twitch at twitch.tv/ECAC_esports. Mondays and Tuesdays, matches will be lighting off at 8 p.m. Eastern. On Wednesdays, it is going to be the doubleheader of Rocket League and Overwatch at 7 p.m. Eastern. So make sure you guys are tuned in. And as for me and the rest of the crew behind the scenes that works on not only just the production, but these highlight videos for you guys, we just want to say thank you for joining us for what has been another incredible season. And we look forward to so much more that we're going to bring you guys in the next school year, in the fall and the spring and beyond. We've got a lot of great things coming, so stick around, don't go anywhere. Come back right here to this channel, to this Twitter, to this Twitch, to this YouTube, wherever it is you see this. Stay tuned, because even more is on the way. Thank you guys once again. I've been KTAD. It's been a wonderful season, and we'll see you next time.
That's so cute. UCF, and it's really cute. So I'm gonna move down here. How do we feel? The odds for UCF? What are we thinking?
They got it. No, we got this. We got it. We got it.
Go Knights, charge on.
100%. My friend Nick is behind you. He's gonna record it. Don't look at him. You'll ruin the shot. Don't look at him. Don't look at him. Come on.
Oh, let's go! Let's go!
My smile's probably really...
Welcome back, everybody. We are here for the final game of the quarterfinals for the Great Lakes Esports Conference playoffs. It's Mount Union. It's Valparaiso. It is Sofchan and Yanni on the broadcast, once again giving you the final game. Mount Union, Valparaiso. Valparaiso in this last game. How about them?
Sheesh!
That's what we're doing. That's
that's how we're gonna cast the last game, yeah. But yeah, Valparaiso coming in with a possibility of a reverse sweep, bringing us to game 3 with such a stomp on the game 2. We had, it was 15-1, and I think with the next ace, it turned into a 20 versus 1 overall score on that match. Like, as you mentioned, Yanni, almost a perfect game from them.
Yeah, they were so close, and really they played it well. So despite the fact that Mountain Union got a couple of turrets, they played that game about as well as they could have did Valparaiso. Mountain Union, they're going to pick up the Talia this time. It's been a hotly contested champion, picked in all 3 games. And on the other side, Valparaiso, Victor, Olaf. The Olaf was left up by Mountain Union. We'll see if that comes back to bite them. We saw what Dreadful did on it last game.
Yes, I would hope that Mount Union has the counter, has the perfect opponent. The champion with the light burst. Is it gonna be
champ is here.
It is him. Jack's going to be the 1v1 champion to fight Dreadful on that Olaf. Basically,
that's gonna be something.
the player that had 100% kill participation for almost half the game.
Yeah, and you know what? This is absence of mind saying, you know what? They put me on a tank last game, and that's the only reason why you got the better of me. I'm going to play a bruiser. I'm going to come right at you, and we're going to brawl up in the top side. Very excited. Pair it with an Udyr out of Speedy Kill and Ninja. And Udyr can be up in the top lane, lickety split very quickly. We'll see what Valparaiso has in the jungle to, you know, maybe help out that Olaf. They are going to lock in the Taric once again. Played to great effect last year.
Yeah, Steamroller was steamrolling on Mount Union. They had every stun and every ulti perfectly placed, as you said, Yanni, was the thing that they needed the most. And to be fair, Dreadful made a whole game in of itself on the top lane. And when the 5v5s were on, Steamroller was backing them up as good as they could. And one thing that we didn't say, the Zac had been banned in the first round. Therefore, we don't see it once again because, as you mentioned, Talia had been the champion to be in all 3 matches. Zac was that as well up until this point. So it's going to get traded for the Udyr. We'll see what they're going to pick in this last pick phase. And that was also topped off with Aphelios and Belvath in the final picks. Very different from what we've seen so far.
Yeah, but this is a great response from Valparaiso. The Jarvan, a great ganking jungler, is a little bit slow-footed when it comes to like the comparison of Udyr, but should be able to get up to the top lane without a problem. Lucian Nami, the lock-in for Mount Union, we haven't seen them play that yet, but a potent combination. If you play in the bot lane, it is a staple. You need to be able to at least play these champions competently and pick a lane like this. But Caitlyn, a champion that was banned throughout Worlds for being so oppressively strong, is the pickup for Valparaiso, and they slammed it immediately. It looks like these teams, for their last picks, they got exactly what they wanted. They locked in these champions, no question at all.
Yeah, no hesitation whatsoever, Yanni. And I have to say that, once again, as we mentioned, there had to be a good old plan back there in the drawing board to guarantee that this draft was going to go well for these 2 teams. And to be fair, I think they both had a good draft going on. The Lucian and Nami bot lane is always so solid. It's always going to be reliable in regards to escaping, in regards to engaging. In the Valparaiso bot lane, we have Steamroller as Derek and Ordnal as Caitlyn. Now, as you mentioned, Caitlyn has been so strong. I believe with the sustainability that Derek is going to give her and the possibility of stunning to land those headshots, it's going to be lovely, lovely. At the same time, are you going to be quick enough to hit those stuns while Lucian is dashing away? We'll see how these 2 are going to play, because the only one that has played the same champion right now is Steamroller on the Taric. The 3 other champions are different. We have never seen them play with these champions before on the stream.
Yeah, and really, this is for not all of the marbles, obviously, but if you are knocked out, you're not getting any marbles at all. You got no shot at getting any marbles. So it may as well be for all of them. And really, Mount Union has a unique opportunity here to force the opposing jungler to really have to make some decisions on where he wants to go. Zac really needs to be careful where he goes on Jarvan, because, you know, if Lucian Nami are able to abuse their range advantage on the Taric specifically, that means that Valparaiso might need some help in the bot lane, which then pulls the Jarvan away from the Olaf, and all of a sudden the Jax and the Udyr can start picking on the man with the Ragnarok up in the top lane. But if Mount Union can't capitalize on that and they do get beat out by this Tara Caitlyn, then Jarvan can kind of try to neutralize the Udyr. It's going to be a weird game of cat and mouse, a potential game of chicken, but the one constant that's going to remain the same, Talia Victor in the mid lane and a farm lane. I wouldn't be too overly excited about that, although Talia certainly has a little bit of better roam potential.
Yeah, I agree with you, Diana. I think that looking at these 2 teams, we have once again, aside from the Olaf in the top lane, I think that we have Mount Union with a similar comp to what they had in the first game, so more oppressive and more possibilities of engaging in the beginning of the match. Whereas on the side of Valparaiso, we have Olaf, always good. Caitlyn, always good to be able to get the shots from afar. So I think we have somewhat of a similar matchup compared to the first game, which was a Mount Union win. So we'll see how this is going to perform, because even though it's similar, the champions are all different aside from Talia. And yeah, aside from Talia, it's the only champion we had in the first game. So all of the rest is absolutely different, and we're going to see how this is going to go, since we're waiting on this match to start pretty soon. Yenny, do you have a preference? Ooh.
I do. I prefer Mount Union's team composition for one really big reason. Valparaiso's early game is pretty good. Mount Union's early game is good enough, but the mid game for Valparaiso is not so great. Caitlyn, very famous for her mid game power trough, where she kind of falls off of a cliff, doesn't have the mix of damage and attack speed to actually be super impactful. Although obviously, trap lines, you still get to use those, be very impactful. Olaf has that reverse scaling, the vaunted reverse scaling, that as the game goes on, he gets kind of more and more useless. Victor is going to come online the later the game goes, so there is a weak moment in Valparaiso's team composition where they are weak. Their Caitlyn hasn't hit late game, their Victor hasn't hit late game, where Mount Union has an opportunity to strike, where Jax starts to get a little stronger, where Lucia and Nami are still fairly strong in the mid game, where Talia finally starts coming into her own with damage. They have an opportunity there. So, if all things are equal, I look to see Mount Union in the mid game start to take over, but who knows? We've seen a couple of early game miscues that have resulted the games tilting heavily one way or the other. So it really depends on, who is the first to make a mistake. The stakes are high because it's the playoffs, Soph. So you know what that means? That means that's the perfect time to take a very short break. And when we return, we'll be on the rift for the final game of the quarterfinals of the Great Lakes Esports Conference playoffs between Valparaiso and Mount Union.
Oh, I love being in the shadows, though. Big shout out to the shadows. We could interview Dilly just because I think he's handsome. You weren't supposed to hear it.
Here's the thing about the event. I'm the greatest that's ever lived.
Literally true. I know him.
I think everyone knows that. I think everyone's aware of that.
Hey, do you have a VIP access badge on?
I actually have an all access.
Oh, an all access. I thought it said VIP access.
And that's only available for the best.
That's true. He's right. That's a main stage TO right there.
If this goes live, I'm suing everybody.
It's all right. A video of me, the first clip is me saying, don't put that in. And then it was the first, cut the cameras. Oh, you're recording already? Great. So this is this is Bay State versus UCF. I believe something that we saw yesterday on day one of the tournament, but instead we're going to have that run back here. I think they're fighting for a spot in Grand Finals. Anarchy, one of the best Greninja players in the United States, currently struggling against a Terry. Terry notorious for that DLC privilege, being a very strong character with some very strong abilities. Greninja, not so much, considered one of the weaker characters in the game. A Falco player, one of the best in the United States, and he just got spiked by a Terry. Same Terry that took out Anarchy literally minutes ago. UCF still up by 2 stocks. This guy is looking to rip this team apart single-handedly. That is, nuts, to say the very least. Absolutely absurd. That was a disgusting spike. I cannot believe that happened. Will you hold the microphone so I can sign this? Sorry.
For context, he's got a fan. He's actually signing something. He's so excited.
What was it like to not hear my voice for 2 minutes? For 30 seconds, maybe. What was it like? Probably bliss. I was signing a mouse pad, which is really cool. I've never done that before. Nobody's ever asked me for a signature, so I'm going to start blushing, but I'm really excited about that. And then he wants a picture. Can you take a picture of us? I said, is it bad? She went, no. I'm going to go ahead and take that as a yes.
Turns out I can't tie a tie sitting down.
What do you think is the appropriate face-to-screen ratio for a Valorant player?
Face to screen, like how close I sit?
Yeah, like how close should a player sit?
Personally, I play really, really close. I think it depends on your eyesight, but for me, I like playing close because it helps me focus on my crosshair.
Is the value of sitting close, the crosshair being the only thing in your line of sight?
Yeah, that's pretty much the main benefit of it.
It's so funny how close some of these guys sit. Oh my goodness. What do you think is the healthy face-to-screen distance for a Valorant player?
I think it's all kind of personal preference. I guess I would consider myself like pretty close when I play because I like to like zone in on my crosshair.
It is the second person to say that. It's all about the crosshair. And then what's up with the horizontal keyboard?
I don't know, like it just kind of fits like the form when I'm close to monitor. Like I don't know, it might sound cringy, but I like to like be one with my gun, you know?
No, bro, I feel it absolutely.
Welcome back, everybody, as we are going to get into the game very shortly. Remember, Balapariso, Mount Union, quarterfinals, Great Lakes Esports Conference playoffs. I mean, you know, it's win or go home at this point, and I expected after game one that Mount Union was going to be able to take this very easily, but Balapariso, without an ounce of quit in them. I'm very impressed with their showing so far, as we are on to the Rifts for the final game. Billy on this Talia. Talia on blue side, undefeated in this series so far. Balapariso looking to have a bit of a reversal of fortune.
Jumping into this one, game 3, the potential reverse sweep for Valparaiso will have to be solidified in this one. As you said, it's go big or go home. Quarterfinals, and it's a 5-man invade on Ordinal.
Yeah, Ordinal gets to walk out of there. Everything's fine. Ward gets put down, but I was really afraid. You know, luckily Ordinal was ready and locked in. If this was a game of solo queue, you know, they might be looking at their other monitor or checking their text messages or, you know, watching TikToks or something like that. But not when you're in a tournament game, you know. You're not going to catch too many players off guard with something like that.
Yeah, definitely not. But they got to secure a little dig ward for the Vision. Oh, okay.
Some good wards.
Yes,
love to see it.
You love to see it. We have 2 deep wards on the top lane for Valparaiso and that deep ward in the blue buff for Mount Union as we jump into this first lane phase, first and last for one of these 2 teams that will not progress for the semifinals of the Great Lakes Esports Conference.
The pressure on these players has to be pretty crazy right now, and really, the pressure on Absence of Mind has to be ridiculous because, you know, having that last game, it didn't go so hot. They were on the Orn this time around. They've said, you know what, put the ball in my hands, give me the Jacks, once a piece of the champ, and it's just little trading like that that can get you so far ahead. And both of these top laners, they've opted into teleport. There is no ignite, so they're gonna have to work really hard to get these kills.
Yes, they are. Leon Convicted here in the bot lane, though. I really enjoy this matchup. Lucian and Nami are so powerful. Absence of Mind, getting all the stuns on Dreadful, showing the dominance. Okay, I know you popped off in the last game, but this lane is going to be mine. Dreadful decides to go for a very aggressive push, trying to shove this wave. Absence of Mind trying to get the minions out of tower range, managed to do so really nicely. A couple of them got in. That's very unfortunate.
Hey, listen, you know what? That was pretty good. That was the good presence of mind by Absence of Mind. Especially the sidestepping as well. Super important there. As you can see, a level up here in the bot lane, but Valparaiso's bot lane traded back fairly well for being down a level.
Yes, and as you would expect, Convicted and Leah were going to be the most present in this matchup. They have a lot of pressure in damage, in poke, in pushing the wave. Zach, though, going for a sneaky engage on Billy if they fall a little too into the front of this wave. There we go. It's the knock-up and the flash. Still a lot of damage coming in on them. It's going to be a certain recall for Billy and a flash guaranteed out of this UMU mid laner.
Yo, listen. Billiam barely able to find a way out of there, you know, using his government name, sorry. You know, it's just super scary stuff. And I was wondering if Zach was going to follow up with the flash, as, you know, you can flag and drag, hit the flash to, you know, to follow their flash to still land the knockup, but I elected not to go for that. Billy is going to take the long walk back, so it does have the teleport still available. That is pretty key.
It is. And we saw Convicted here that was going to base earlier. They have the double sword to back them up, be able to clear this wave pretty easily and get back this in one around. The knock up on Ordinal lands. But so far, these two are only looking for pokes up until the point that Speedy Killer joins the fight.
And they just put down a ward, so they're going to know that Speedy Kill is here. Convicted moving forward, dashing, landing a couple slows, flashes the stun. Ordinal could be in a little bit of trouble, but a flash and exhaust get put down.
Wow.
So Caitlyn, no summoners. Tarek, no summoners. And the only summoner burnt by the side of Mount Union is the Ghost and the Flash. So not bad stuff there, but we're starting to see that Convicted and Lee are starting to have a tough time with this Caitlyn. They're running out of sustain.
I have to say they look to be in a pretty good spot at this point, especially with the Speedy Killer gank. Therefore, they have a possibility of freezing their lane over there. You see how in the bot lane, the red team is positioning themselves pretty close to that tower. They need to be a little more careful. So that was a good presence from their jungler to make sure bot lane was feeling in a comfortable spot. Zach, though, not allowing that to continue for much longer.
Oh, Zach is going to roll up on Convicted. Convicted cleanses nothing as the stun had missed, but Convicted trying to find a way out. Will be able to dash away and survive. No summoners on this Lucian now, but I'm very surprised that Zach there wasn't able to convert any kills on either of their ganks. It's kind of shocking, to be honest with you.
I think as soon as you had the as soon as you get the Cataclysm on Zach, he's gonna be able to get those kills. Be sure of it.
Almost assuredly. It's just going to take a little bit more time to get there, and it's tough. You know, as a Jarvan, you're kind of torn between farming and ganking. It's like that SpongeBob meme where he's reading the book and his eyes are looking in both directions. It's like you don't really know what you want to do sometimes. You always take the gank opportunities as they come. Sometimes you just got to pick up some of the jungle camps. Went after a bit bigger of a jungle camp this time around, as that Mountain Drake is being started up by the side of Valparaiso.
Yes, they are. Speedy Killer, not wasting any time. All of the 3 games, they have been able to get so much invade going on the red side of the map. This time around, it's going to cost them the first Drake, the mountain one, as you mentioned. Since he's on the other side of the map, Herald should be spawning in a few. But definitely looking like a presence from Speedy Killer on the top side of the map, instead of trying to convert on that Lucian and Nami.
Yeah, you know, Speedy Killer Ninja doesn't really mind too much. Has the quickness boots, or the swiftness boots, sorry. So he's just going to be rolling around at the speed of sound. He's got places to go. He's going to follow his rainbow, and he's just picking up as many jungle camps as he possibly can. 56 CS right now. Going to take it back. Going to get mighty strong here with what's the name of it? It's the Cinder. The Cinder something. I don't play jungle. Yeah. That's the problem.
No, I kind of think I know the name of that in Portuguese, but it's coming out of my mind in
What's the name in Portuguese? I forget that you know
that I'm Brazilian. It's the bilingual power.
Yeah, what are some of your favorite item names that are in Portuguese?
Espada GPC. It's the BF sword.
Well, that sounds pretty cool.
My favorite one.
Whoa. Absence of Mind getting really aggressive. Took 3 tower shots for that one. That means Dreadful is going to go in and pick up first blood. Absence of Mind biting off more than they could chew. A big mistake. Now we see Ordinal and Steamroller moving over to the mid lane here because that Rift Herald getting started up. But Speedy Killer Ninja is in the area. It looks like finally has an idea that, hey, something's going down that I don't quite like.
Yeah,
and,
it's true.
All of a sudden, the ball has gotten rolling.
And we have to talk about how it's 8 minutes on the clock, and this is the first blood. 8 minutes, almost 9, as they're converging for this Herald. Dreadful coming for the flank from behind, Yannick.
Oh, it's a huge engagement. Ordinal's going to be able to pick up a kill. Speedy Killer Ninja is not going to be able to get out alive. It's Jakimbo picking that one up. Dreadful looking for more, but they will be unable to continue that Chaos Storm, backing everybody off. And Valparaiso, they're going to get a couple of kills. They're going to get the Rift Herald, and they are looking for a continuation of Game 2. The team has kicked it up into another gear after that first game.
They did, and we're looking how this comp and this setup of players that they chose for the final game and the second really, really worked. So, of course, they won the second game. Gotta maintain, don't change a team that's already doing well. Billy gets the knock up on Steamroller, but it's Zach following them. Oh, the stun doesn't land. And they can hop over the wall.
Yeah, barely able to survive. Billy has been under severe threat most of this game as Zach has just been hounding him down, looking for more. You're going to see that Rift Herald get put down. Billy does not have the teleport available either, so it's going to be Convicted and Leah here in the mid lane. Convicted very low on mana, so they're going to have a hard time clearing out the wave. But Balapana they're going to take their 2 plates, split it across the Victor and the Jarvan, and be happy with what they got. And they're carving out about 1,000 gold lead for themselves, which isn't a whole lot right now. Absence of Mind going in. Olaf is CC immune, looking to turn around. Are they going to be able to win the fight? Absence of Mind flashing and smacking him with that lamppost. Able to get one back, and now we might see the Jacks start to get into the game.
And once that happens, the 5v5s are definitely going to be even more spicy for Mount Union, because the power that Jacks can have in 5v5 situations, the team fights can always be a good place for them to fight. And especially when you have knockups coming from Nami, coming from Talia, the stun from Udyr as well, and from Jax himself, you can get amazing plays in those late game fights, Yanni.
That was their first kill that wasn't assisted by a turret since game 1. They have gone, what, 30, 35 minutes almost with only 2 kills in their pocket as Mount Union. So this could be the catalyst to start something great, as you know, their struggles have been well documented over the last game and some change now. We see Udyr just doesn't care, man, just going for it to put the culling down. Doesn't do a whole lot of damage right now. In Absence of Mind, looking for more onto Dreadful. Dreadful getting very low. Absence of Mind wants the turret dive so bad, but remembers what happened last time. We grow, we adapt as people and players. Absence of Mind said, you know what, I'm done messing around with turrets.
Well, are they? With Speedy Killer around the corner, they might be looking for that. Well, the Rico...
gets caught out again! We're having sushi for dinner tonight, baby!
Oh, damn. The raw summon is here. TP top by Jakimbo. It's 2v2. And I don't think this is going to come into fruition for anything, because we don't even have a Herald. And, well, to be fair, they knew that on the other side of the map, that team was taking the Drake. So valid, good enough, use the TP on top. Billy and Convicted, though. Speedy Killer with the smite.
Looking to make it convergent here. Ordinal on the side is alone with Billy. They're going to go into the pit. It's going to be taken away by Speedy Killer Ninja, but a couple of members are invulnerable. Convicted is exhausted. Speedy Killer Ninja getting lower and lower. They're going to try to get a kill on the Zac here. And no, they can't. Convicted is caught. Convicted was caught off by Billy's wall. Convicted has to flash over the wall, and they're not able to pick up Steamroller. Is able to flash away, and now Jakimbo going after Convicted, lands the laser, unable to close out on the kill. And Billy had 1v1 opportunity on the side with Ordinal and wasn't able to close out on a kill. Didn't even do any meaningful damage. And Balapana, it just looks like their champions deal more damage than Mount Union right now.
Yeah, it certainly looks like on the top lane, absence of mind, also absence of health, as they fall down really quickly, especially with no mana. I think this might have been... No, it wasn't even a TP from Dreadful on the top lane. They were just high health and absence of mind. Yeah, absence of mind just fell to their knees. I totally see what you mean there. Billy was just out of range on the fights. And unfortunately, if you don't hit the abilities, you're not going to get any damage. As you said, it feels like Valparaiso has more damage input to these fights. And that's because they got themselves in a good positioning in the map to land those damages down. They can't get the CC on Ordinal. That would have been a great pick if they could get the kill on them. 202, 150 gold bounty key.
And now we'll see if Balapana can hold the lead here. Jakimbo is caught between a rock and a hard place. He's going to flash behind Speedy Killer Ninja. But it looks like Jakimbo will go down. Does level up to level 10. But Convicted will be able to head back in. Speedy Killer Ninja able to pick up the kill. And really, it's a reprieve here for Mount Union, as we see Absence of Mind is now stuck in the 2v1, steps back, gets hit, is going after Dreadful. One more auto could do it, but no flash available. Absence of Mind waiting for the next leap strike, but it looks like Dreadful will stay away. It's now going to go on to Zach. Zach is so low. Did drop the standard, so Absence of Mind had to be careful for the knockup. The Jax wins the 2v2, but doesn't come away with anything more than a couple of CS.
Yeah, they guaranteed that recall. They pushed the wave. I think they're going to freeze that one now. They're not going to let anything push any further into the red side of the map. While on the bot lane, Lucian is doing that convicted. It's pushing the wave, making it crash on the tower. And that was such a clean rotation beforehand from Speedy to go on Victor, get the kill on Jakimbo. Guaranteed that Lucian was going to get a little bit more of presence in regards to farm on that lane, in regards to the kill. And now they should rotate for this Herald here because it's all Valkyrie. So they have the wards, they have the scuttle, all the vision. Look at how many wards they have placed. At this point, the sweeper as well. They're going to hit the little fruit, get the vision, and it looks like it's all theirs.
It could be, but Absence of Mind is making his way down. Speedy Killer Ninja will elect to peel off a stick near the bottom side, so it is a second Rift Herald picked up by Valparaiso. And they really need it because now they're down 200 gold, surprisingly, despite their early lead that they've carved themselves. I mean, Convicted has been the difference maker, has a huge CS lead over this Caitlyn, which is very surprising to see. It's nearing about 30 CS right now. And there's a bot lane turret that it looks like Mount Union wants to knock down very soon. And they can really start finding their way back into this one, gaining a lot of confidence. As long as they got somebody on the team that knows, like, hey guys, we should be up in gold right now. You can use that to your advantage, because being down 3 kills, remember, they can't see the gold totals. So when you're down 3 kills, it's not looking too hot. Absence of Mind wanted to go in on Dreadful, but Dreadful looking to turn it around, forcing the flash out of the Jax. Convicted. A couple more auto attacks would take down the turret, but Jakimbo, very, very hard to break with all of those poke tools and CC abilities.
And we have to point out how not only Convicted but also Speedy Killer is very much ahead on that CS. And Billy getting ganked? No, okay. Just decide to drop the Herald instead. They have pushed the lane. It's, yeah, Shelly's there. Is going to take it down with one sweep charge. And first turret of the game? Yes? No?
First
it was
went
bot
on the
lane,
bottom side, which is actually massive because even though you drop Rift Herald in the mid lane and you get a lot of that control, the gold lead is still 1 to 200 right now. But who cares at that point? It is pretty much dead even. Billy not looking the greatest on HP. Convicted, missing a lot of mana. The 4v4 for right now. The top laner's ready, although Jax has to take the long trip over. There's the ultimate from Zach, keeping them trapped. Big double stun from Steamroller, and now Dreadful in the middle of the fight. Speedy Killer Ninja's gone CC immune. We're going to get a kill on Zach, and he does, but Jakimbo had gotten 2 kills. Speedy Killer Ninja trying to find a way out. Ace in the hole. Doesn't do a whole lot of damage quite yet. Convicted has to run away. Takes a lot of damage, dashes the side, but Absence of Mind wanted to get a piece of that, but didn't realize the rest of his teammates were a little too low. 2 for 1. No jungler available right now for Valparaiso, but Dreadful doing a good job of zone control, trying to keep them away from the dragon. Absence of Mind wants to get in there. Speedy Killer Ninja has Smite available. Convicted very low. Can't really provide too much in this fight. Dreadful doing a good job of playing zone control. Billy teleports in to join the fight. It's a stun. His CC immune has gone the Olaf. Speedy Killer Ninja is a little too low. Billy will look to try to get a steal here as the dragon resets down up to about 3,000 HP. Speedy Killer Ninja way too low to find a way in, but now Zach has rejoined the fight. Some healthy members on Valparaiso, and they do secure the Infernal Dragon.
That was a very, very long fight for Valparaiso, but they managed to maintain themselves healthy, as you said, take the Drake for themselves. And with that, they got 1 TP out from Billy. It's going to be on cooldown for a little longer. And unfortunately for Mount Union, even though they had a good setup there, I liked it. I liked the flank TP. I liked the positioning, not leaving Valparaiso too comfortable on taking that Drake themselves, but it was not enough. The range coming from Valparaiso was too much, and Dreadful here on the top lane, though, Absence of Mind They are both going for 1v1s at every opportunity they meet. They don't want to
back
say
in.
hi. They want to
Oh my God.
smack. And right now, Absence of Mind is coming to the short end of the stick.
Yeah, I think Absence of Mind was worried that Dreadful might have his ult back up, and he does now, but didn't at the beginning of that fight. But as we all know, Olaf, when he's really low on HP, you know, one of the changes they made to his kit is he gets so much lifesteal now. You know, the lower that he is, so he was able to heal back so much there just off the minions. So that just means that Absence of Mind really isn't able to do a whole lot, and just has to play it safe and back off. And right now, Mountain Union, it feels like they're so close to making this game theirs. I mean, the gold lead is still just dead even here at the 20-minute mark, which it's the first time we're seeing that all series, really. And
yeah,
this means that Valparaíso, they're starting to hit that mid-game trough that we talked about in the pregame, where they're not going to be nearly as strong as we thought they were, but Victor with 3 kills, Caitlyn with 2, they're a little bit more accelerated. That mid-game might not last as long as Mount Union wants.
Yes, I would agree with that. We reached the point that these teams, and especially Caitlyn there with her early advantage, she should have had and should be having more of a presence in this game. And even though she is 203, don't get me wrong, that's an amazing stat at this point. Oh, top lane though doesn't let me talk. It's a 2v2.
See the
it's
2v2.
turning into a 3v2.
Yeah, the teleport's coming in. Absence of Mind is kind of torn between multiple people, but here comes Convicted with the culling onto Jakimbo. They're going to turn on his Acnear. Absence of Mind is the first one to fall. Look at multiple members going invulnerable here. Jakimbo on a killing spree. Speedy Kill and Ninja looking to run the fight, but is in the middle of 4 members. Is going to be able to pick up 2, but not the rest of them. Billy has to try to kite this out. It's a 3v2, but Leah's cut off from Billy. Billy doing what they can to kite it out, but falls. Jakimbo able to clean up some kills in that fight. And Valparaíso finally takes a slight gold lead. It's not even that big.
No, but that was definitely a confidence boost for Valparaíso. When you can take down most of the players, that was almost an ace for them 20 minutes into this game. And that's going to make you feel more comfortable with your potential. And especially looking at those stats, 4-1-4, 5-1-3 for Olaf and Victor respectively. It's going to make them feel more happy with the possible outcome of this match.
Yeah, you can just see the damage that Jakimbo is dispensing right now is ridiculous. These lasers just ripping multiple members apart. And every time Mount Union thinks they're taking an even man or even an odd man fight in their favor, somebody from Valparaíso shows up. The team play out of this team after game 1 has been spot on. They've been around. They've been helping each other out. And right now, things are looking great. Your carries have kills.
Yeah, they do. They do. On the side of Mount Union, unfortunately, the only one that's looking a little too, well, comfortable, a little more comfortable, I would say, is going to be Speedy Killer with 4-3-1. And that is not that great of a stat if you compare to the just 1 deaths on the side of Valparaíso themselves. 35 seconds for the next Drake, Infernal, meaning we have Infernal Soul in this match. So if we thought that was a team that didn't have enough damage, if they get the potential damage coming from Infernal Drake, that might be able to flip the coins around.
Yeah, and Mount Union really needs to make something happen in this fight. The game is still close enough for them to not be overly concerned about taking a fight here. But they do need to ensure that they pick up this Drake. You do not want Valparaíso to go on Soul Point. I see Convicted is backing here, which is pretty strange. I'm not going to lie. Olaf TPing. Absence of Mind is TP available as well. Looks like this Dragon is going to be started up, but there's no AD carry on the side of Mount Union. They're looking to head their way back, but the Hex Gates were last game, my friend. You can't find your way in here. Leah took so much, 75% of their HP in 1 Victor laser. Convicted has made their way back to the fight. Jax manages to take a turret. They're trying to just get Speedy Ninja Killer away from the Dragon. And there, as the Dragon is going to go down. Look at, however, it's 5 invulnerable members. Absence of Mind is on the backside, but not dealing any damage. And is now caught between a rock and a hard place. They're going to flash over the wall for Jakimbo. Ace in the hole. It's going to go over to Ordinal. And now Billy on the wrong side of the tracks. 4 angry members of Balapariso bearing down on the Talia, able to pick up the kill. Other side of the fight, there is going to be a kill onto that Jarvan. 3 members of Mountain Union. They pick the 3v1. They get the mid turret as well. So a couple turrets in their favor. They lose the fight 2-1, but the gold remains even. But the ultimate prize, that sole point for Valparaiso.
Yeah, Valparaiso guaranteeing that they are just 1 Drake away from getting the soul. And it's going to be hard for UMU now to try to come back to defend that, because it felt like they were just a little behind. It felt like they were watching the game a little slower because the TP was slower. Convicted was still getting to the pit. As you said, I am not sure what was that recall just before the Drake was spawning. They got there in time.
They went to get Collector.
But they,
That's why.
That's true. But at the same time, they didn't even get to the fight fast enough to be able to deal any damage, and they just collapsed and died. So unfortunately, the communication there for Mount Union was lacking in regards to getting the vision to the pit and getting the TP in time, because Absence of Mind is going to be a great asset in team fights. It's absolutely sure that that's going to happen. But so far, they have not been able to get very good 5v5 team fights, because every time it's 5v5 or 4v4, it's not even 4v4. It's like 2 people on one side, 2 people on the other, and it turns into a 2v4 on both sides. So unfortunately, for Mount Union, they haven't been able to get those fights in a good place for them. But Valparaiso, they are nailing those ones really, really well, positioning-wise, rotation-wise, vision-wise, and especially in priority, because that's what granted them being in so point right now.
Yeah, they have been first on the map everywhere. It just feels like they are 1 step ahead of Mount Union at this point in time. You see this top turret? It looks like it's going to go down shortly. Ordinal put themselves over the wall, I guess, to keep themselves safe. Speedy Killer Ninja kind of wants to go in here. It's a 3v4 right now. He does get rooted up by the Caitlyn. Steamroller stun misses, and they're going to engage, but they're going to send multiple members invulnerable. Dreadful, the only one who can get hit. The tidal wave will come out, but look at the side. It's Jakimbo looking to blow up Convicted, but they're not able to. Now, Billy just evaporates. Speedy Killer Ninja in the middle of multiple members has to fall. Leah flashes over the wall, Convicted, just grouping up with their support. We see Jax pushing in the mid lane, but is unable to continue the push. Zakdir has been spotted out. It looks like they're not going to go over the wall. They're not pushing on this inner turret anymore, so what did they really get for Absence of Mind going into the mid lane? He's up in CS, sure, has 2 items, but they're not really able to make anything happen with that. It's just, they're not making any hay with these moves. All the gold lead is still even, and the Baron's been started up.
Yeah, it has been started, and Valparaiso knows that they have the upper hand here, since the champions on the side of Mount Union, they're still respawning. 5, 3, 2, 1 seconds to get back into the rift. Just Convicted around there, but the TP might be a little too late once again. Red team guarantees the first Baron of the game. Zach securing the buff, and Valparaiso really building that path to victory.
Yeah, and this is the part of the game where Valparaiso can break it wide open. They put themselves in a very favorable spot by putting themselves on Soul Point. But UMU was able to trade well with the objectives to keep the gold lead tight. The gold lead is still close, but the extra stats and pushing power from Baron, combine that with this Drake up in 40 seconds. This is the time for Valparaiso to make their mark on this game, put the stamp of approval on it, and send themselves to the semifinals.
Yes, that's what they want to do, and they are building that possibility. Collapsing here on the Drake, 25 seconds for that potential soul engage on Speedy Killer
Ninja.
Blowing health, yeah.
Exhaust getting burnt there from Steamroller, but you saw the damage that this Caitlyn could do. And now, with the Dragon up in 10 seconds, Speedy Killer Ninja can't back. Leah's been caught out once again. Ace in the hole lands. And it's going to be a 4 for this ultimate dragon fight. Valparaiso looking to get the soul and finish off this game with that extra damage. Speedy Killer Ninja has to try to be a hero. Billy creating discourse in the pit. Speedy Killer Ninja can't get in and goes down. Ordinal picks that one up. Are they going to be able to get the steal? No. It's going to go over to Valparaiso. The gold lead is small, but the damage is not.
The damage is indeed not, with 3 Infernal Drakes. The Infernal Soul. This is looking to be a closed-up game soon enough if UMU can't avoid that from happening. And they have too much to deal with right now. It's the Baron buff, it's the Soul.
Oh.
Look at all the damage the Poke is able to do. You have Caitlyn, you have Victor. It's gonna be hard, Yanni.
Yeah, and you can see Convicted is trying to do what they can, doing a good job of staying far enough away, but close enough that they can still deal damage. But I mean, take a look at the bottom side. It's Victor versus Jax, and the Jax is just having a real hard time getting absolutely wrecked as, these Victor lasers just deal so much damage. We thought they did a lot when you saw them earlier, but now they just deal so much more. The Tidal Wave coming in, it's going to knock up a couple of members, but Steamroller and Ordinal, actually, the Olaf as well, they're all going to go invincible. They're going to try to engage onto Dreadful. Dreadful is CC immune. They're going to go after him. He's getting very low, but the shielding, the healing is there. They're going to try to turn around with Speedy Killer Ninja, who's 1 auto away from death, and the pincer is there. The rest of the side is there. Zach is there. Jakimbo is trying to dispense out a lot of damage. Absence of Mind trying to go in. The flash over the wall will keep the J4 alive. Dreadful trying to push forward. Very low, getting the shielding. Jarvan flying in from the side, able to get the kill. Convicted, low, Jarvan resurrecting. Are they going to be able to keep him alive? Responds with about half of his HP left. Dreadful getting not close to the turret. It's a huge kill there for Billy, trying to stem the tide and stop the bleeding. Jakimbo almost lands the laser. Would have been certain death for Convicted, but UMU barely manages to keep themselves alive.
Yes, but they do, and that's going to be an expired Baron buff for Valparaiso, and it's going to be much easier to clear the waves now. Billy, easily with those abilities, taking the wave. Oh, UMU has a possibility of coming back around at this point because they still have those mid turrets, well, at least in the top in the mid lane, to secure that base. We have things that can happen, especially because so far we have not seen a game that we had to fight for an Elder Drake. And we're going to have an Elder Drake pretty soon. 3 minutes and a half to spawn into the map, Yanni. So I think if there's something that can happen, it could be turned around by any of these 2 buffs.
Yeah, they still have a semblance of control, but the problem with Udyr on blue side is that you do not have an easy way into the pit, because most of the times you're going to go Ghost. You see that blast plant? It's up. If somebody on a Valparaiso around that dragon fight disturbs that, that is one way that Speedy Killer Ninja, or one less way Speedy Killer Ninja has to get into the fight. And we've seen the last couple of times they've tried to brute force their way in, but that's not what the team comp of UMU does. They just don't have the tankiness, the staying power to be able to make that sort of thing happen. So they have to kind of rely on the split push here. And Absence of Mind has just not, they had a couple of like bright moments where it's like, hey, they won a 2v1, didn't get any kills. Oh, they won the 1v1. But now, especially with this this Infernal Soul, they just get completely outclassed on the side lanes. And it's very hard for them to make any moves happen. They have 2.5 items right now, which just isn't enough when you look on the other side of this Olaf, who's got 3 completed items, looking for a 4th. This Victor, 3 completed items, has, pieces of a 4th, as well as a stopwatch. It's going to be really hard for UMU to execute their game plan from here on out.
Yeah, and especially since exactly you mentioned, like, Absence of Mind, they were on top in the first moments of the game, but now they're 1-5 compared to that Olaf 5-2-9. I mean, can we talk about 4-2-14 and 0-2-17? Like, that's what, 70% of kill participation for Terran
Just
at
about.
this point? Yeah. So basically, we are seeing, as we should, Baron buff spawning 10 seconds, Valparaiso moving there, getting the vision all over the jungle. Caitlyn traps, securing the entrances. Billy might step on one right there. Jakimbo guarding the area too. But this
You
might
saw
be a
the
good flank
damage
for
that
UMU.
Jakimbo did as well. This Baron getting very low, and
Ah.
it's going to be another Baron for the side of Valparaiso. The wave to disengage is good enough there, and Valparaiso will just take their backs here as they want to prepare for this Elder Drake. Jakimbo looks like they want to get a push in on the top side of the map. Absence of Mind is going to be able to get a turret. It's going to be an objective bounty, so it's a lot of gold in the pocket of this Jax, but it's not going to matter if he can't spend it before this fight. 50 seconds until this dragon is up. It looks like UMU wants to set up. They're in a favorable position right now because they have multiple members on that side of the map, but it's very easy for Valparaiso to drive them out.
Yes, it is, but they don't have vision here. Steamroller spots them
So smart.
with a sweep. Dreadful
So smart.
coming with the TP.
Convicted is cut
on
off.
the other side. Yeah.
Yeah, all right. They're going to be able to regroup with Convicted here, but that is so bad. Absence of Mind needs to land a multi-person counter-strike in order for them to have a chance of winning this fight. 18 seconds and counting down for this Drake. And as you can see, Zach over the wall, back over with a blast plant. One way to get Speedy Kill and Ninja away. No ghost either for this Elder Drake. It's going to be very hard for them to do anything. They kind of want to get a push into the mid lane, maybe come around from the side. Elder Drake has not been started yet, but Billy taking so much damage from Jakimbo. Here comes the engagement. Ace in the hole, trying to get on the Billy. Convicted loses almost all of his HP. Multiple members invulnerable. Absence of Mind, backside of the fight, will fall. 5v3. Convicted is slowed. Steamroller leading the charge. Double kill for Victor. Billy, half HP.
Oh,
Jakimbo,
Jesus.
flash, Q, kill. The laser is there. Jakimbo looking for his quad. Is not going to get it. The ace goes to Caitlyn. It's a clean ace. Ordinal survives with enough blood in their big toe to sustain them. And Valparaiso, they were dead in game one. They looked like they didn't have a chance. They come back strong in game two. They ride the wave of momentum, and they are going to the Great Lakes Esports Conference Playoffs semifinals.
Semifinals guaranteed for Valparaiso. Great, amazing performance on these matches. Of course, as you mentioned, the first game wasn't look that great, but they made the adequate changes. They got some players swapped around, and with those subs getting in and how they decided to play, it worked so well. As we saw last game, almost perfect with almost zero kills for Mount Union. I think it was just one at the end of the game. Most of the objectives for Valparaiso. Getting this one also, Yanni, which it was a tough fight because for most of the game, we saw an equal score. We saw an equal score in regards to gold. We saw equalizers in regards to kills, but Valparaiso was on top of those objectives every time. The Herald, especially those Drakes, is the first time we get to see the Elder Drake, and we did. It was in clean Infernal Soul for Valparaiso, clean Elder Drake Soul for them, and from that point on, alongside the Baron, like what else can you need to wrap up a game?
Well, they needed every bit of them to wrap up Mountain Union. You saw Mountain Union fought for everything that they were worth, which in game 2 wasn't a whole lot, but game 3 was a whole new game. And while it felt like they were on the back foot most of the game, losing out on the objectives, they made good enough trades to keep the gold lead close and give them a chance to stay in the game, keep themselves on item parity with the other side. And it just ultimately, they ran out of gas in the tank. They could not get the job done. And it will be Valparaiso moving on to the semifinals. But we have some more playoff action, but not for League of Legends. So we got Septilence and Binks coming up next. It'll be the Great Lakes quarterfinals, the Great Lakes Esports Conference, much like this one, the exact same one. But this time for Valorant. Mount Union will be back at it, the Valorant team this time around, versus Alma College. That'll be coming up next. Don't go anywhere. We'll see you for all that action very soon.
What is going on, everybody? I am here with some UCF fans. How are we feeling about UCF? Let's go! Let's go! We've got a bunch of UCF fans in the crowd right now. UCF, they're up by a single game. They're looking to find their third and possibly final, secure a spot moving forward. Things looking great for them against Northwood here today.
This guy's playing Minecraft right now. He keeps double building instead of placing the dirt. Pressure's on, man. Everybody's watching. Just kidding. Just me. Cameraman's not over here. Just kidding. He's behind you. There's actually always cameras on you if I'm around. Do you double build all of those? No excuses, bro. Your college esports Minecraft team absolutely rolled. L after L here. Let's hope UCF has a little better luck on stage, huh? What is going on, everybody? I am Septilins. I have the honor of welcoming you to the Collegiate Esport Commissioners Cup here in Atlanta, Georgia. All right, that was good. That was good. Good content, good content.
Welcome to ECAC Top Plays of the Week. This is Rod, your favorite host, back at it again with more stellar plays from Collegiate Esports. Special thanks to our partners at Esports U for the additional coverage. Let's hop straight into it. Starting off this week at number 8, we have Torchy showing aerial dominance. They show that you're going to have to work a little bit harder if you want to get back on their stage.
Tiny bit here. Now you got to mix up your timings getting back onto the stage. Torchy is looking for something, able to still find the jab, and the foiler is going to be.
Next up, we have Cadmus, showing us what impact on a support player really looks like. With the timing of a Lucio God, they come in to claim the play of the game.
Player just going to deny anyone an attempt to hit the objective, and I mean, at this point in time, you got to expect those rollouts to be as quick as they are.
Moving on to Rocket League, we have Swax, showing why they own the airspace with a nice self-follow-up, netting WSC the goal.
As we are going to try to find out that little nugget of information, Swax is going to drop this one down and give us a tie game here in game number 2. Gets that nice little touch over the defender, Peter.
As an Astro main myself, nothing brings me more joy than watching Zeno hold it down on the C site with a nice 4K to secure the second round of the half.
Fine, there's a 50-50 angle. They're checking a beautiful spray down onto 3. Players come in for the rotate from the rest of the map control, and a beautifully played round by FSE, capped off by a nice old.
Now at the number 4 spot, we see that luck is a skill when Post gets 2 back-to-back kickoff goals. All it took was 6 seconds to go from a deficit to the lead. That is comeback potential.
Other ways.
I don't... What? Okay, so Warda actually messed up their kickoff. They 100% did not mean to land like that and then just happened to get a wave dash into it. Hey, listen, fortune favors the bold, and sometimes it's better to have dumb luck than to not be lucky at all. So we'll take it 100%, especially if they get another one. Kabuki to tally it on, and they're proving it isn't just luck.
Coming back into Smash, we have Bryce showing a ledge guard of the gods. It took a couple Gordos to nail it, but this clip truly ended in perfection.
Nope, not a footstool in sight, unfortunately.
I'm just going to be looking for some sort of an edge guard here now. That Gordo is right in the way, and Bryce going to be able to get the...
Conrad came into this round swinging. They really showed what happens when you combine the skill of a great player and the blessing of the RGX Vandal.
Over-aggression, it worked out so well. I mean, just a double kill already in their favor. Which so far the Sheriff, I mean, has been truly impressive. And unfortunately, he was not been there to follow up. Conrad now looking for the ace, already able to find 3, looking for 2 more. There's the 4th, and it's up to the tail to save the day. Conrad goes in deep. Oh, they're able to find it. Conrad.
Finally, at the number 1 spot this week, Frosty lays down the law with a stunning barrage. What a way to tell the enemy to get off my point.
Frosty to move in, unabated, unhindered. Here comes the rocket barrage, and it's lighting up the scene with 4.
Well, that wraps it up for me. This has been another fantastic week of ECAC Top Plays of the Week. As always, follow us on Twitter and catch us live on Twitch at ECAC_esports. You can find us live on Mondays and Tuesdays at 8 p.m. EST or Wednesdays at 7. Thanks again to our partners at Esports U for providing all the additional coverage for us to show you. This has been Rod, the best host of this season. I'm just saying. I'm signing off.
Hey guys, KTAD here, and welcome back to another ECAC Top Plays of the Week video. Now, normally I know we like to switch the hosts out every week, and I know there's a roster that we want to bring up to you guys, and don't worry, we've got that coming with some returning faces from last season, as well as hopefully some new ones this time out. But again, you guys got me for one more week. It'll be okay. I'll see you guys at the end anyways. Now, in any case, as per the usual, we've got a bunch of incredible collegiate esports action coming at you, with some of the coverage brought to you in partnership by Esports U. So, huge shout out to them. But, I know you guys don't want to hear me talk about it anymore. It's okay. Let's just jump straight into the action. Here you go. Starting us off this week, we've got Gorilla as he power slams the ball into the net.
Don't have a goal to show for it. It means almost nothing, especially when Grand Valley has a response like that. Gorilla solo play, and how do they get this with power?
At number 7, it's a play of the game from Shiz that has him jumping fearlessly into the enemy team to secure the second map for Savannah College.
So rare to see these, especially in a map like this one, where there's a lot of potential opportunities, but that means willing to make a complete change if necessary, and we didn't really see that for the side of
Shh. We've got to be a bit sneaky here, as Matthew's got the huge flank to get the 3K and secure the round.
That's a massive frag. They know Jet is heaven. Smokes are going to come down. Bomb is down in that corner of heaven. And now Nova's in a very tricky situation. She's going to ult out. Doesn't have a great amount of visibility as she plays back now. Oh, Matthew with a 3K. That round itself was on the brink of defeat for LC.
Don't get turned around here, as his Spaniard pulls the will over Michael's eyes to send him right off the stage.
This is a very dangerous opportunity here. We're gonna see.
Looking for the guard, a beautiful sky smash, and I mean, no, what a beautiful reflector! Stopping the recovery from being able to come back on, forcing this into one sock, and we've seen what his
In our top half, it's Mr. Nene as he whips and does the dance with 3 different members of LIU to clutch up the round.
He's the last alive, granted. He's got a Vandal. He makes the trade. Now a one-on-one. Can he find it? Doesn't have the intel. If he does heaven, he might understand that he's hell. First shock dart will come out. He knows he's there now. First shot's coming out. He still doesn't have all the intel. He looks to peek.
He gets the kill.
Third kill, Mr. Nene. Gonna close out that round for LC.
You can never count out James Madison so long as Impulse is lurking in the wings with this crazy death blossom.
Going to deny the Deadeye. Unfortunately, they just missed the timing on that defense matrix. And now Georgia State once again in control here. Oh, but Impulse comes in
Beautiful
with
ultimate
the Death
from
Blossom.
Reaper, including the hack from Sombra to get a wrist.
In our runner-up, Bryce, in a disadvantage, finds a way to just dunk on pace to take St. Joseph's to the final series.
What a play there. Great usage of that corridor. We've seen it be so effective thus far. Bryce really wants to take this to game number 3. Great roll. Oh, great usage.
I can't even believe that we were not believing in this DDD.
Yeah, oh my god, yeah, I take it all back.
This is exactly the pick they needed.
Oh man, huge. Oh my goodness, this is massive.
He could win this right here.
Oh, he spikes him! Oh!
Bryce!
And at number 1, it's Captain Insano off the top rope to suplex Grand Valley onto the map.
I lost track of the amount of times
All right, and that is it. I mean, I don't know about you guys, but the action this season is really heating up, and it has me super excited to see how these teams shape up come playoffs. Now, if you guys want to catch all of the action live, make sure to follow us on Twitch at ECAC_esports. We stream Monday through Wednesday, either on 8 p.m. or 7 p.m. Eastern. Or if you want to stay up to date with everything that's going on with collegiate esports, give us a follow on Twitter as well at ECAC_esports. Trust me, guys, we've been posting a lot more this season as to when we go live, what the matchup is, how we're looking, and all of that. You don't want to miss it. But if you also want to give our partner a shout out, if you want to show them some love, make sure to follow them on Twitch at twitch.tv/esportsu. As always, it's been a blast, but I'm sure we'll have even more to talk about next week with a new set of plays, a new host, and all of that that comes with these videos. But as I said, guys, I've been KTAD. Thanks for joining me, and we'll see you next time.
Hey, what's up? It's Honix back at it again to bring you the sickest clips from ECAC. But listen, guys, here's the thing. Overwatch 2 still isn't out, and it's been so long that I understand what's happening in the Valorant clips now. I don't know how I could have let this happen. Anyways, let's check out the action from week 2 of ECAC. First up, we've got Nico Baca, who's got a need for speed.
But they have to be careful here. That kick of not quite in their favor. Patrick has to be quick too. But Nico Baca, he's just soaring through the sky with way too much pace.
Yeah, you knew this was coming. When this one lingered up in the air for a bit too long from Janio's touch, Patrick tried to go up for this one, but Nico, like we said, he's been the fastest player in this lobby the entire...
Just a friendly reminder that fireworks always add pizzazz to your points.
Of this series.
Good read there by Chalk, because if he didn't place down that block, that would have been a really early stock lead that he would have gotten. And wow, that nade.
Absolutely sniped out of midair.
Everyone is in flux when Mount St. Mary's is on the point.
That piece, and that is the bulk of your healing if you're Emery and Henry. Now you're coming in with both DPS ults and the Shatter, but again, a massive Gravitic Flux comes out from Mount St. Mary, stops it in their tracks before they can even get started.
Yeah, the Tac Visor gonna deal the final blows to several members of Emery and Henry.
Eve has got beef with BSU and wants everyone to know it.
One situation left to clutch it out.
No. I'm a little bit afraid here that the wide swing's gonna come out, but Ian's waiting. Ian is being a little bit patient here. Eve is not going to be able to get the first one, and maybe if Ian was able to wait there a little bit longer, Eve would not have been able to get that free.
Someone, not me, is going to have to tell Talo Halo that sharing isn't always caring.
Gonna feed it, because right now Talo is feeding into it 59% before they have been touched for even 0.1%, and is counting. There is Arsene, but he may disappear just as quickly as he has up here. Oh my goodness, Kilomiles, that is a 0 to death if I have ever seen one. Talo Halo.
Don't let your guard down. You never know when Rhino will come charging in.
All the way back. That just goes to show how much they're not wanting to make it, but Rhino with all the control gets the one on the board.
Talk about getting one in there. That he actually picks it up initially from a mini pass to himself. That an expert is expecting an expert to do something expertly, right? That is just about as simple as it gets, right? Just literally boiling it down to more basic Rocket League right there. Oh my God! And again, Rhino does it twice in about 30 seconds after no scores.
We're bringing it around town with Chowan University.
Big fights out short. Town, though, just gets the better of it. Great control, takes 2 down with him, and already Chowan is looking at a 2-0 right now. Gonna try an entry onto the site with quickness. Not willing to take his foot off the pedal, and Town's got a 3rd. The last 2 coming from CT, and Town wants to put the nail in the coffin right here, right now. One's there, he's gonna hear them both. He has a head in front of him, 4 before he goes down, and all it takes is Dusty to finish this one off.
Last but certainly not least, Big J5 coming in hot with a big 5K.
And Kentucky, they may get the second point for free. Ooh.
Oh,
Great
that
shot from
headshot.
Big J.
The
Oh,
second
another
headshot.
one.
What?
He's got another dragon already.
The third.
Wait, he finds 3. Big J, he's looking for a 4th. Oh my God, he finds it. He is single-handedly destroying Kentucky right now. Oh my goodness. 4 eliminations, 1 Hanzo, and a brand new Dragons Online. The question.
Wow, I miss these awesome clips, and it's only week 2, so make sure to keep up with the action on Twitch at ECAC_esports, Mondays and Tuesdays at 8, and Wednesdays at 7. And make sure to follow their Twitter at ECAC_esports. And thank you to our partner eSportsU and to you for hanging out with me today. See you next time!
My name is Dusty. I'm 24 years old, and this is my first year at Bay State College and first year towards my bachelor's there. But I've been going to college for a few years now, or several years now.
Cool. What are you studying?
Right now, I am studying human resource management in
Nice.
business. Yeah.
Do you like Bay State so far?
Yes. Yeah. It's been pretty good so far. It's only been 1 quarter, but I like it so far. So.
Where are you from?
I'm from SoCal. I'm doing it remotely from Southern California.
So, what games do you play? What's your main game?
My main game is Smash Brothers, and that's what I compete in. So Super Smash Brothers Ultimate.
Okay, what character do you like?
Wii Fit Trainer is my main character.
So, how has it been being part of a collegiate team at Bay State? Have you been on a collegiate team before?
I've been on teams before. I don't know if I've been on a collegiate team before. I think this is my first collegiate team, but it is really nice, and the teammates are really supportive, and I've met some cool people, so that's nice. But I definitely do have experience like with teams, so it's nothing like super new, but it's always good to be in a team, you know, have that support.
A fresh team. Yeah, that's cool. So, how long have you been playing Smash?
I've been playing Smash for about like 7-ish years now. Well, I've kind of played it since I was like really young, but like competitively, I've played it like 7 years. I played since the release of Smash 4, which was the previous Smash game, and now I've played into Ultimate, so quite a while.
What has been your proudest moment since playing Smash?
That's hard to say because I've honestly had a lot of good moments. It's just I feel like every other week or every other month I have a new moment where I'm like, wow, that's the best I've ever played, which feels good and makes it, you know, I keep going for stuff like that. But every time I play a tournament set and it feels really good and I feel like I'm playing the best I've ever played, probably each of those consecutive moments. I just had a tournament a couple weekends ago in Las Vegas where I placed 9th out of nearly 400, I think, and I think that was one of the best I've ever played. And that felt really good, so that was a really big accomplishment for me.
So you would definitely say over the past 7 years, you said that you've grown a lot in the game?
Yeah, I think I've grown a lot in the game, and I think I've also grown a lot just as a person too. Just like competition in general, there's a lot of learning, and there's a lot of, you know, a lot of ways to approach it. I've learned how to teach other people as well, because I do coaching as well, stuff like that. So I've learned a lot through Smash. Yeah.
How long have you been doing the coaching part?
Coaching, I've been doing maybe a year and a half-ish, maybe almost 2 years. I'm actually not sure on the number. I think a year-ish, year and a half is probably closer to the right one. But yeah, that's been a lot of fun too. It's really interesting because it gives you a different perspective on the game, and not only are you helping other people, but you kind of help yourself in a way too, because you can kind of see things from a different perspective, you know. So
How would you describe yourself? Do you like competing more or playing for fun or?
I'm definitely more of a competitor. Ever since I was young, like I remember playing like board games um with like friends or something. I think I was waiting for them to play, and I think some of them were playing like just like house rules or whatever, and I was like really really young, and it like made me upset. I'm like, you guys aren't playing it the right way or whatever. But like I've always been a competitor, but at the same time, like you have to have fun because if you're only a competitor and you're only competing and it's all seriousness, like it's there's like a limit to that. So like you have to have fun. So definitely both, but I definitely lean towards the competitive sides of things. So I like optimizing things and seeing the best thing you can do, because it all started out with like uh it all started out with it just being fun. Because when I was younger, I played different games, and I originally just played them for fun, and I played them all the time. But I played them so often, and I got so good at them to the point where uh, it just started to naturally lean into the competitive side of things. And I was so good to the point where I was like, oh, okay, what can I do to make myself like better, and how can I see this as like something I can improve at? So it kind of made like a transition a little bit, but so it's both.
If you were to give someone advice who may be looking into joining an esports team but they're kind of on the fence, what would you tell them?
My advice would be to really like think over what they're looking for, like in not only in the collegiate esports team but in school as well, and like see like exactly does this line up with what they really want, and just to figure out what they really want and if it's going to be a good decision, from like a scholarly standpoint and from like a financial standpoint, because there's a lot of things to consider. Like I thought it over a lot before I realized, okay, yes, this is a really good decision, I should go for this. So that's something that should be considered. And also like the time frame as well, because if you commit yourself to a collegiate team, it could potentially be a long time. um, so just consider it and think through like all your options, and don't ever make it like don't ever make a decision just off like an emotional reaction or anything like that. Just like, think it through, I guess.
So for you personally, how many hours do you think you game a week?
That's a good question. It's actually way less than it used to be, but before I would be putting in probably several hours a day into Smash. About a year ago, I was like really, really grinding it and put a lot of effort into it. But lately, like my priorities have shifted just a little bit, just because just because there's other things I need to focus on. Like I started working again recently and stuff like that. So it's taken a little bit of a backseat, but it's always something I focus on. So like even though I'm not necessarily playing all the time right now, I still try to get at least 30 to 60 minutes in a day. But I've been really busy lately, so it hasn't been looking like that lately. But if I'm not doing that, then there's still other stuff that kind of goes into it. Like I do a lot of research on mentality stuff and like stuff like meditation and stuff. So if I'm not gaming or whatever, there's still other things that I feel like is going towards my improvement at the game.
Could you expand a little bit on like meditating and how that helps you?
Yeah, so with a game like Smash, it can be like really volatile, and one of the reasons why I pursued Smash is because, well, I've always liked it since a young age, but also it's always been like really challenging. Like Smash 4 came out, I'm like, okay, I'm gonna start competing with Smash 4, and I started playing it. For whatever reason, when I started playing it, like I realized that I was getting like frustrated, like I was like kind of getting a little bit angry, and like I anger is something I don't really feel very often. So it was kind of like a challenge for me. I'm like, okay, this is really challenging. This game is really hard. I want to figure out how to do this. Like I want to challenge myself. And that was a lot of reason why I did that in Smash. Just like some other things, like it can be comparable to kind of like chess and tennis in a way, with like mentality aspects. And I used to play tennis in high school, and I was never really like super good at it, but I was like I was really into it whenever I was playing for some reason. And there was a lot of frustration in that too back in high school when I played. So it was figuring out how to manage that frustration, and how to like get it under control and actually channel it into something useful. Because one of my goals is always to be like, I want to be like a calm and collected person when I play. I like, even though I'm an emotional person, I can be an emotional person because I'm passionate and I care a lot about it. But that's kind of where the meditation comes in, because it lets you kind of be more like at one with yourself and your emotions and how you feel, and stuff like that. And also just kind of eases your mind a bit, and it can really help in those situations. Like if you practice meditation and then you're in game and you're playing, And as a situation where it's like super high tense situation, it can kind of give yourself the advantage because you might be a lot more calm than your opponent if you do practice stuff like meditation. And it just has a bunch of other benefits as well, because with something like Smash, I try to be like the best I can be in game and like out of game. I think there's a lot of factors that go into it, and I feel like if I improve everything that I can to the best of my ability, then it gives me like the highest chances to win like in the game.
I know you speak about frustration and anger, but what about nerves? Like, do you get nervous?
Every now and then I definitely do get a little bit nervous. A lot of the things like a lot of the my nerves I kind of quell at this point because I've been playing for like so long, where it's like if I go to a tournament and I sit down, it's just like it's just me in the game, like it's just me in the match, and that's the goal, and it's just trying to learn and just play what's in front of me, you know. But sometimes it does. There are a little bit of nerves, like for example in Vegas, because I'm not very often playing on like big stages. Sometimes it's smaller tournaments, and at Vegas it was a bigger stage and there was a lot more people watching, so it was a bit more of a unique situation that I wasn't always in, and there was a little bit of nerves there, although it was a bit under control. But um, I think I definitely have the nerves mostly under control. And if there's a new situation like the stage one, I feel like just having more experience with that kind of stuff kind of help quells it. And also it's just because there's also other methods too, like telling yourself like, uh, like self-affirming stuff, I'm this is what I do. I'm just gonna go up there and play my best. And telling yourself that kind of stuff helps with nerves a lot too. So.
As a coach, do you tell those things to the people that you're coaching as well when they're nervous?
Yeah, I try a lot to practice what I preach, and I do in my coaching. There's a lot of mentality coaching too, because uh, I feel like on a lot of I feel like it's a really interesting part of the game and just a part of life too. And I feel like it's not something people focus on a lot with coaching. I feel like a lot of coaching, they're focusing on technical aspects, in-game aspects. Like what can you do in this situation that can be better. But sometimes like mentality comes first, and they're not going to be able to make those steps and make those leaps without like making a change in their mentality first, or at least trying to make an improvement somewhere there. And there's a lot of different like perspectives for it, but yeah.
I really admire your mindset. That's really cool. A lot of the
Thank
gamers
you.
that I've talked to are like aggressive. It's
Thank you.
really cool to hear that. Switching gears a little bit, how do you feel about the CECC? What do you think about it? And do you think your team will go to Atlanta?
So far, I think it's been good. It's been fun, and I do think there's a very high chance we would go to Atlanta. With my mentality, like I was talking about before, sometimes I just go into it and I'm like, okay, I'm just gonna do my best and I'm gonna play, and that's really what comes down to it. But I am really confident in our team's ability. I think we have a really good set of guys that put a lot of work into it. So I'm very confident that we would likely go to Atlanta. But if it doesn't happen, it doesn't happen. Then I just go from there.
Well, those are all the questions I had. So, is there anything else that you want the world to know about you, or anything that you would like to end with?
I don't know, for anyone watching, like just try to find like a balance like in life, and try to find like who you are truly, and like follow that passion. Because just for like reference, I worked somewhere for 3 years, and then I felt like I wasn't being called to work there anymore, and like Smash was something I always cared about and always wanted to do. So I quit work, and with the money I had saved up, I pursued Smash for like a year and a half, and like that phase just kind of ended. And I don't regret it. I don't regret it at all. Like I wasn't like making a lot of money through it, but it was something I was passionate about, something I wanted to do. And I'm really glad that I did it, and I hope that other people can consider like following their passions like that, but also with proceeding like with caution, doing what is available to them, and just finding like who they are and what makes them happy, I guess.
Thank you so much again for your time and doing this interview with me. I really appreciate it.
Okay, thank you for having me.
Hey guys, KTAD here, and welcome back to the ECAC Top Plays of the Week video. We're in week number 7, and trust me when I tell you, things have only been heating up. These teams are fighting for a chance to make it into the playoffs, and because of that, I mean, there's so much crazy action to get into, and, don't take my word for it. Let's check out the plays. Starting us off, it's a play that'll have you asking yourself, how did he do that? as Melee juggles and ping pongs blighted right off the stage.
Immediately, because the projectiles are so ever present, that reflector right there that you just saw is going to be in the back of Melee's mind throughout this set. But right now, Melee's doing a good job of getting around it, has the percent lead, and make it 64 right now on blighted stock. It's still being worked away at the combo setup.
At number 7, Red Ninja is just cleaning up the West as he gets this nice 3K to cap off the series.
Had a lot of fun with it too.
How does that win?
I don't know.
How does that, in any world, how does that possibly win?
Here's what I can say, right? You have Big J5 running around in the back line on Roadhog just trying to cause havoc, right? You have a Symmetra teleporting all over the place. You have
Up next, there might just be a 4th member on the squad of RPI as the corner comes in clutch to take them to game number 5.
It's about as good as you're going to see for a team play off the corner wall, and RPI takes a 3-goal lead.
And with that, we have the fastest goal in this matchup so far. We started off with the quickest goal, the least amount of time.
Okay, spoiler for your intro this time. Someone gets a 4K clutch in this round. You just have to guess who.
I feel like the first time we've seen A-side now to Wukian with an immediate elimination onto Relay, making it a 5-4, but Optor might be able to, will find the elimination onto Louis, tying things back up. Not for long. Wukian with that operator takes out Safari, a real powerhouse player, has to kiss this round goodbye. UK, they're 3 rounds away, winning their 3rd round and almost tying us back up. What a shot from Wukian there. It is going to be the Blade Storm taken offline, and by that point Blade. Even without that Blade Storm, they may be able to win this one. Brown Baller with the 3. Can he find the 4? Jag? No, it's the right click that puts him in. Wukian with a 4K of his.
What is going on, everybody, and welcome to the GLEC Conference Quarterfinals. Of course, that's standing for the Great Lakes Esports Conference. And how great of me to be here in Ohio and local, a Great Lakes local, and I am joined by Binks for these quarterfinals. Binks, we've got Mount Union, Alma College coming out in a best of 3, but before we get into all the numbers and the logistics and the hearsay, how are you doing? How's your day, man? You excited to be here?
Honestly, it's been a crazy day so far. A little bit sunny in the morning, then a bit rainy, so I got to the station and I was able to escape the rain, and now I'm staying in my condensed bubble, and it's making my day a whole lot better.
Yeah, we had a lot of rain here in the morning. I woke up at like 9:30-ish, I think, and it was raining pretty aggressively, but it went down to the wayside. I spent a little time outside today. I went to the store, bought some Pokemon cards, did my usual Septilence Friday celebration of buying Pokemon cards. Never mind, I shouldn't have admitted that on stream, but here we are. We are jumping in to the GLEC quarterfinals, and folks, we've got 3 maps coming at you. This is, of course, a best of 3, and I've got to toot my own horn right away. I gave a prediction before they even started the bans, and I was 3 for 3 on the maps they were going to pick, so I'm super, super excited because I think all 3 of these maps are really, really fun maps to watch.
Yeah, nothing beats the pregame where we get to watch them happen live and we have our bets. I think you should have put something on the line this time because you would have won it, but it's so very rare. And I think it feels like the collegiate special. If you go over to Bind, that is more of a rare pick, but it does show a lot of depth that these teams may have. And Ascent, as you said so wonderfully, it is the collegiate classic. There's no way around it. Ascent is a mainstay in this collegiate scene, and even attacker-sided, 3 sites, it brings something special.
Yeah, without a doubt, Haven, a very interesting map, one that continues to kind of make its way up into the forefront of competitive Valorant. Ascent is a map I've always called the face of collegiate Valorant because we see it all the time, over and over and over. These players, they've played it 1,000 times, and it looks like they want to play it 1,000 more. But to get to Ascent, we have to get through Bind first. I love Bind for a reason that Just Ethan and Blackbird are getting ready to show us. I am a Raze player, a Raze specialist, a one-trick, whatever you choose to call me, but I love her, and this is easily her best map in the competitive pool.
Hey, just all the different lineups you can use with those blast packs, you will just go flying across right on into sight. But that's not all. You have a lot of crutch corners, as I like to call them. I know that's probably not a common way to say it, but you toss those paint shells, you throw your boombot, and you are flying right on in. Just the same way we're flying right on into our first map of Bind.
The map compositions there were a little bit unusual. I don't think I saw anything that was like a jaw dropper. I don't think we saw any Yorus. I don't think we're going to be seeing any KO here on Bind. KO wouldn't be that surprising, but he's not as common here as he would be on maps like Haven and Ascent. This map, arguably, at least to me, the most close quarters map in the current competitive pool. And I keep saying competitive pool because if we still count Split as a map, it beats Bind in just about every way. The quarters are closer. It's even better for characters like Raze and Sage, but now they both have to rely on a map like Bind to show off these skills, to show off these specialist matchups. Raze, unfortunately, a little lackluster on some other maps, so starting off with Bind can really kind of put some pip in the step of these Raze players.
I also want to talk about the different smoke angles that we had. I know that we have a Brim on the side of Alma, as well as UMU. What I love about Brim is, yes, he only has 3 smokes, but they have the longest duration of any other in the game.
Yep.
So you just have to make sure that you use them in the right position, but you know there's a push coming. It's a risk reward if you're going against those smokes where you know they're going to be coming your way. Do you risk it trying to prevent them, or do you just let it happen and let them take that ground?
You've got to find out what you want to do. These smokes, you know, they're great, but they're not a solid by any means. There's going to be a little team, a little kind of deterrent is the word I'm looking for here, to scare a team into not engaging on one of these sites in particular. Alma, though, they're going to play low and slow. Honeyham with my favorite chamber TP on this entire map. You can TP from one site to the other, and he has to do just that. Early Garden going to get caught out by those paint shells as Ethan, the lone soldier here on this beast at the Brimstone, going to be shaking up behind him. The first elimination in the pistol round is so unbelievably important for a team's momentum. Finding Cade has to be the one to take the risk, to step forward, but it looks like they're still going to play it slow.
It's a good take so far. I like that the wait, and just as the smoke dissipates right on the side of B long, you can just feel the anticipation, and they have read it properly on the side of Alma. They have 3 players, but if this chamber does choose to rotate to A, there's no distraction. It is going to be much of a timing thing. Chamber will peek out. Both those shots are not going to be good enough. The opening kill will go onto the side of UMU. Swinging out with the Ghost, trying to find their picks. All 3 of these players, Ethan to find 2, Hayes and Finding will be able to collect a quick refrag, however.
A quick refrag indeed. A 3v2 now in favor of, our attacking team as they're going to get the spike plant down early. Mount Union finds a good position to feel comfortable. They can play it low and slow, and I don't think they know the location of the 2 missing members, but as that smoke goes down, perhaps that Fade has overplayed her hand just a little bit. Horakita trying to find a little bit of action here, using every cooldown under the sun. The Prowler comes out, and it looks like it's going to be a great opportunity to sneak into sight. You want to go in quick, you want low and quiet. Look for that first blood. A 2v2, obviously so much more winnable than a 3v2. Depends on how fast they have that Ghost out. They pull it down early, and Channy Boo might get caught out. Gonna go for the half. Somebody gives themselves away, and Hookah, but you're looking the wrong way. The Fade from behind, gonna take you down quick. There's one. We need 3 more now, and all of a sudden, things are looking bleak as he finds Horakita and Mount Union walking away with round number 1.
Mount Union did a great job there of isolating the site, and I have to highlight their timed aggression. By them not choosing to push through the Brim smokes and waiting for it to dissipate. We talked about that earlier on, just before that first round. When do you push it? When do you take that angle? And of course, they had that little sliver of an angle that we saw the Rays on this side of Alma use, or sorry, on the side of Mount Union use. To just hold that angle right through that tiny sliver, and they knew exactly where they could be and where they couldn't. The moment that smoke dissipates, they're able to spring the attack, and by doing so, they have the 3 pick from the chamber swinging out. They waited for for Alma to be the initiators, and just like that, free round for them.
Playing it low and slow. Horakita hitting him with what my friends call the Septulant Special, playing a shotgun in showers on the second round. I love to do it all the time. I think it's hilarious, and people always get so mad when it happens, but it is a very effective way to play showers. Those close quarters need to be taken advantage of with characters like Fade, like Raze. That Prowler can go crazy in there. Those paint shells, of course, are going to get a lot of value. The value currently in the side of Mount Union. Uh-oh.
We can see the lines of sights waiting.
Checking
they haven't
corners.
cleared properly.
Oh!
I would. It's a good trade, in my opinion.
Yeah.
It's a good trade.
It's a good trade, but unfortunately, Mount Union finds another elim, and Mr. Zero thanking his lucky stars off of his spray and pray shot like that. A classic to his name, 22 HP on the table, and this chamber has him in his sights. You've got to play it careful here. He's looking at the wrong shot. Whichever one of them takes one step too close might be the one to lose that fight. Another instantaneous trade as Honeyham puts Hazy down in the back line. 3v2 in favor of Mount Union once again. Now a 3v1, possibly a 3v none, as they know Honeyham's exact location, and Watson will put him down. Mount Union going up 2-0.
Now, that was the bonus round. It's exactly expected that Mount Union comes out on top in that scenario. However, if you look at the way that they actually choose to push it, yes, they didn't check the corner for the Viper playing with the Shorty, But the reason why it's a Seppi special, and the reason why it is a special, is because you don't expect it. It wouldn't be a special if it was always expected. Should you be checking that a little bit longer? Yes, that's just like a personal pet peeve of mine. But it's just from the way they swing around, they're ready for the flank, and even once that chamber of Honey was able to claim that kill, upgrade to the Spectre, it didn't matter because you had 3 players honing in on the exact same location, and he wasn't even able to watch the flank because of how much of a choke point mid-A is.
The pressure definitely going to be on against Mount Union. So three of them can play a bonus round. They're going to be able to bring a few weapons they had into this following round, but all 5 Vandals on the table. When you're looking at statistics, and I am very much a man of statistics when it comes to games like this, Alma should win this. Easily so. Those Vandals are so helpful. They are so impactful. And you're going up against weapons like Bulldogs, like Spectres. This should be a fight for Alma to take. But Binks, more times than I would ever like to admit have I seen that exact story crumble before us. And if a team can win 3 rounds in a row, well, a snowball is probably on the horizon. So this is the time for that momentum to be stopped, for Alma to come to life and put something on the board.
So the scary thing for Alma that I would argue here is if they don't think to account for the fact that Mount Union has to really watch for those crazy plays, the crazy stuff that shouldn't work, the close angles.
Oh no!
Spring on into sight, right through Lambs. This is exactly what you're looking for. They have to fling right onto A, meaning they don't have every single angle, but they have the that they need to spray out and make this man advantage want to turn the tide.
Oh, speaking of turning the tide, Honeyham finds the Chief down early. I love the Chief swing off the Bomb Buddies. You've got to look at one or the other. If you don't know the opponent is coming, the Bomb Buddy is, of course, that primary target. They fell for it. A perfect play, but one that tends to not work more than once, at least not back-to-back. Honeyham giving us the play of a lifetime right now. A second elim to seal the deal. Ethan finds Blackbird, and not as clean as I'd like, to be honest. It was almost 3 going down. A majority of Alma does stay up, which means 3 rifles into the following round.
That's exactly what I was talking about there, where you see a crazy play, where they use the fact that they only have short range, and it looked very promising at the start with how they pushed into Lambs to eliminate the Brim, where the smoke is not going to dissipate, there's not going to be able to do anything. When they push up, 3 Stingers looking straight towards you with a Vandal, I'm sorry, the fire rate wins in that scenario,
always,
no matter what the cost of your gun is. It doesn't matter what gun you have. Even if you have your off, you miss your shot, you're vulnerable to any single weapon in the game. The Ghost or the Classic wins in that scenario. So as long as you're waiting and ready for those, that's why I think Lamb's in that position. As soon as you see that Viper wall, give it up. Give it right on up, because you have to use that Viper wall to your advantage, because when it's up, half the time is going to narrow their lines of sight more than yours.
The operator from the Chief in round number 3, and I hate to say it, but my friends also make fun of me for that. I buy the operator at the earliest possible round, and it, for a chamber player, can work super well, but for a race player, you know, not as great as we like to think it is. Unfortunately, that Haunt not going to find the momentum the team wanted. It gets caught out by the skybox, knocked down just a little bit early. I'll be honest, that lineup is a difficult one to find. You've really got to be careful with it, or it will hit the skybox and deter itself downwards just like that. A low and slow gameplay style from Mount Union right now, and I like it, because the second they overextend is the second they're going to lose this round. Oh.
They're going to be cooking out, though. This is a very interesting moment, because you'll actually be able to catch the raise. I think that was a retaliation orbital strike, and it's going to allow for Mount Union to just spring right on into the B bomb site and flip the round almost entirely on its head, Septi.
Yeah, that was a very difficult moment for Alma to do much of anything. The raise gets caught out. Somebody went down right after, and that's the green light. That's the go button for Mount Union to win this one out here. This should go into a 2-2 scenario, and Honeyham was quite the player last line, but unfortunately they weren't able to find it here. Borakita is going to put down Blackbird, but too little, too late. 3 remaining members of Mount Union will secure them another round win, going up 3-1 on the series.
I think once they get the spike down, I think it's so lethal the way they are able to maneuver around a site and make it theirs. Where the moment they find that hole, I think they're very aware of, okay, if this player is playing in Lamps, where's the next one going to be? Oh, most likely going to be Heaven or coming in from Split. And if they don't have that information, then they'd also assume Showers if they don't have someone pushing there. They seem very aware of the positioning of their opponents, and especially in Valorant, when you're using your utility in such a crucial way, especially with the Fade, knowing what you've cleared and how to keep it that way is clearly making a difference.
Making a difference falls on the shoulders of each and every member of these teams. The first team to go down is always going to be the first team to be at a pretty critical deficit. A couple of ultimates alive for both sides. We're seeing actually, oh no, sorry, 3 unique ultimates, as both of them do have that Nightmare. The Viper's Pit could be huge here for Mount Union, but using Viper's Pit on offense can be notoriously more difficult than doing it on the defense, because on the defense you can just kind of get comfy and cozy in a corner and wait for somebody to push into you. But on the offense, you've got to push in. A Nightmare might be a great way to clear a site. Then you can kind of bring the Viper's Pit out, make yourselves even more comfortable. Blackbird's Bomb Buddy gonna perhaps overplay their hand a bit, as now they're anticipating the raise to peek the corner. Here comes an action through the corner and forcing him out of showers. A huge play. Oh, the curveball's gonna spell disaster. Blackbird does not flick fast enough, and Chenibu will put them down quick. Alma up, gonna be 5-4 on the game, but Alma has already lost a round where they had a numbers advantage to start.
I think we have to really look at what they choose to do here. We can see the Brim slowly start to move his attention towards B, and it's going to be a matter of how well this is read by Alma. If they are able to spring right onto the site, that could mean that they have the control and they know exactly what to do with it. With 30 seconds to go, 3 of these players sitting stagnant on A. They've even set up the wall. In this scenario, you could think that they're going lambs, but now you hear the paint shells ringing out. You can hear exactly what could be going down. 10 seconds to go, 4 seconds required for a plant. They're just watching the flank. Nothing's happened. They spring onto the site. Huge shot from Honey. Able to find finding, teleporting right on around. Plant will be reattempted for a 3rd time. There's a 3rd one. Looking for the they don't find it. Oh my goodness, Honey in a free defuse. He can easily just half it, give it right to his team, and nope, he's just gonna take it. Oh, there we go. Okay, let's call it down. It scared me for a second, but it was like cutting butter in that scenario. You just went cleanly through.
I mean, I know we're going to have a replay on that at least some point in the week or on a highlight reel or something, but if we ever do get to look at that again, we've got to look at the fact that 3 people just were looking the other way when Honey was behind them. We saw the Chamber looking the wrong way, the Viper looking the wrong way, the Fade looking the wrong way. It was a very important moment to take down the man holding W towards you with a long-range weapon. But Honeyham there, I'm gonna guess this is a replay thanks to our phenomenal production team. Look, Fade, bonk, totally not ready for it. Viper looks at him, looks away. Bonk, Chamber, reloading the operator, just turns around. What is he looking at? He goes down in the Brim, does not have the time to take him down. Big shout out our production team for that one. I know I put them on the spot requesting that play, but I'm so glad we got to watch it. The round kicking off a little bit. We see Alma must have taken a wee bit of damage here in the early start of the round. He's going to be still standing, but with no supports on either side, no healers in the fray. All damage is permanent. It's going to be up to Alma to try and make up for this missing damage right now. Ethan throws that nade too little too late, but a great lineup to clear out backside Hookah. The back of Hookah, rather, not backside Hookah. Ethan and Blackbird, we could get a raise 1v1 if either of them just feel a little too comfortable.
I think the Mountain Union has a lot of potential in this scenario. Paint Shell's being cooked out over onto B, and it seems like a solo push. They're trying to keep the 3 players here from Alma, and it is working. They feel a lot of pressure. Smoke being cooked out, but there's this smoke going out on the side of A. Cheney knows exactly what's going on, holding it with an op. He's going to see him run. Get out of there! Get out of there! You can't hold it!
You gotta skedaddle, you gotta go! That's a 2v1, you've got an operator in your pocket, you cannot take an up close and personal fight like that, but now the space has been made, the trade will come through, the operator goes down, but it's not a huge play, especially as Blackbird gets ready to clean things up for Mount Union once again. A 2-piece there, Honeyham still standing, and as long as Honeyham is alive, you cannot consider this round done yet. Mount Union, they want to win this. They want to double the score that Alma has on the table, but Alma with 2 real power players left, Ethan and Honey respectively. This round is far from over. The next to fall should dictate the remaining pace of play. Oh,
you just have to open up the hole. Oh, we get a good look from Blackbird. They'll spring out, be able to find the kill onto Honey. That's a 3K on the round. They're hunting for the 4.
2 more?
Able to find 1. 2 more. 2 more. If he's able to find him, but no, Watson shuts him down. That's going to be a huge round win for Mount Union, shutting down any sort of momentum Alma might have been coming up with.
Yeah, that was pretty difficult. The operator goes down. They wanted to keep that in their back pocket, but losing an op that early on, it's going to hurt. On the bright side here, Binks, is that we have 9 ultimates at the red. There are 9 people that can press whatever their ultimate bound button may be. This could be a very loud and very flashy round.
I'm looking forward to it, to say the least, and I think we have to look at how it's going to be. Are you going to be initiating with your ultimate, or are you going to be in response? Right. And whoever is able to hold out longer and use the response is going to have a longer response time. So whether or not it's going to be Alma, who has a full 5 team of ultimates ready, or Mount Union, who just has a little bit more, who has to be a little bit more tame. Of course, they got the Chamber, who's not going to be using the true to force, because it doesn't make sense in this scenario, but it's more down to 3, because we know what's coming up from Alma.
Without a doubt, in Alma, they do want to play. They said, you want to play? Let's play. They bring that Charlie, that tour de force, a very powerful weapon. A Nightmare now from the side of Mount Union gives away the location of quite a few members here. Or sorry, have to rush out onto site. The blind comes through. Hayes still just going to walk out, hold that 4 button or whatever they may have bound it to, plant the spike early on, and that gives Mount Union a really good position to win this. They can play the stall game. They can play the long game. The showstopper gonna stop somebody's show, and it looks like it's gonna be Horkita, the instant 2-piece now from Blackbird. Makes things so much stronger for Mount Union. Honeyham going through one by one, removing the members of this team. Oh, but Hayes hiding in the corner. Folks, you gotta check your corners, because it is gonna cost you a round just like that. Up to Cheney Boo with only a classic to their name. Not impossible, but by golly, is it gonna be difficult. Hayes with the 2-piece to seal the deal for Mount Union.
I like that. They didn't even have to use any of their ultimates, I think, in that scenario. Oh, no, they had to use the Nightmare from Fade, and I think that worked wonders for them getting onto the site and did exactly the job. I'm very surprised, however, that we didn't see a retaliatory Nightmare. That would have negated everything. It's a flood onto site, and I understand you don't have audio when you're getting killed left and right. When you look at the logic, I would have loved to see it. Fade has such a unique ability to counter out herself. Because every single one of those players, that player that caught Honey off guard would have been tracked and spotted out.
Pressure on now. Honeyham has been one heck of a player so far, and something tells me they're going to try to keep that momentum up. Unfortunately, finding Cade, going to be finding Honeyham in the middle of the A site. A disaster here for the economy of Alma, for their risk of winning the round. Cheney down, Mr. Zero down, and this round going to end before it can even really begin. The orbital strike down into the Viper's Pit from the side of Mount Union, and perhaps not an ultimate that was necessary, but one that makes the team much more comfortable. A showstopper, I don't like the idea. I think it was a bit of a waste of an ultimate, to be honest, but Ethan does get the pick, turns it into 2. Ethan, prove me wrong right now, but you cannot peek that corner with those paint shells in hand. You're going to get your head taken off just like that. Poor Horkita going to be caught out on this side of the map. Maybe gets 1. It'll be a miracle to get 2. No! The U-tilt wasn't out! Luckily enough, the accuracy not quite there from Hayes, and finding Cade with the 3-piece will win a 6th round for Mount Union.
Too close for comfort is the key word there. I could feel that pressure in Mount Union where that every single pick was mattering more and more. I think that really came down to Watson leaving the Vipers pit.
Right.
The moment you step out of that and you're more vulnerable, that's not your role to take. You should be the one hiding in the corner, playing that obscure angle. If you need someone watching and someone's coming in from the flank, you send someone out. Whether they like it or not, you're in charge. That is your pit. You take command. Otherwise, you risk putting every single one of those players in an unoptimal position that they once thought was viable.
Yeah, now Mount Union popping, probably for econ purposes, they did lose 4 of their 5 members in that most previous round, so now the Chamber gets to bring out the Tour de Force, a weapon of his own creation, and utilize it a little more effectively against Alma. Alma also in a bit of a Frankenstein buy. Production, can we hold tab for literally 1 second, just so I can get a look? Okay, yeah, okay, not even a Frankenstein buy. They are not buying at all. They have a Judge. That's their best gun. Thank you very much, Production. And Blackbird going to be going in quick. Now, I think they've given a little bit away. We heard the Marshal. We heard a Stinger. We don't know about the Judge. And somebody might find out the hard way. Coming in through the hookah window, the Headhunter comes out quick, and it finds a couple of heads. Hayes and finding Cade gonna go down quick. Honeyham knows somebody's just around that corner. 20 HP in a dream, making it out of dodge. There is no way they clutch this out with the worst buy we have seen all game since the pistol round. Already up 5-3, currently their round to lose, but with a weapons advantage like Mount Union has, this could be a lost round easily.
We gotta look at exactly the way and the angles they're playing. Are they playing to have these long angles? No, they're playing to have exactly what they want. They want that close. Round to round holding. The only person that can hold the long angle is going to be Chief. And as long as they continue holding B long into sight, then they are in a power position, just having to wait. But regardless, going over to Alma, they are waiting. They have to hold it, and Mount Zero has it. She's finally able to find a reconciliation pick, I guess we can call it. Switching to the Vandal. It has no ammo in it. You're going to have to reload it. 15 seconds to go. It's going to be a big flunk push. Watson pushing up, not checking labs. It's going to be a free pick. Straight up, there's 1, but just Ethan is able to find it. And I know it doesn't say thrifty, but that is as close to a thrifty round as I think I'm happy with.
I wonder statistically, like in terms of game code, why was that not a thrifty? They did not buy. Was it due to the fact they bought the Judge and that's not like a thrifty gun?
I think considered a force because of how close a lot of them were to having no money. It was like more of a budget. It was a budget spending spree. You went shopping on Black Friday with next to nothing in your wallet.
Okay, fair enough. See, what a great I understand perfectly now. What a great explanation there. Thank you so much, Banks. That is going to be fascinating to look at the economy now on the side of Mount Union. They used the Tour de Force last. It was the only ultimate they had. Now going into this, they have no ult. They can just barely buy their weapons. Some of them, I would assume, not even full util online. Alma, they might be able to shift things. Can they win 3 in a row, take us to the 6-6 half, and keep the dream alive? Because any rounds here that Mount Union wins for the rest of this first half is a guaranteed advantage going into the second.
a freeze from Fade. I want to look just a little bit more at Mount Union's positioning. We see a big spread. Viper waiting for the push-up to see if someone goes for a flank. Something that, for being honest, Alma hasn't been too accustomed to.
Yeah.
But regardless, it seems like a very slow push edging onto site, using the fact that this Viper wall doesn't cover if you're standing on top of black, sorry, not on black box, just on top of mid boxes. Wall goes down, all is quiet on the A front because there's nothing going on. They're hiding. I think Alma knows exactly what they have to do in playing slow and waiting for the initiation of Mount Union.
Instantly destroyed. They give themselves away, but Blackbird perhaps a little too confident. Gonna go down quickly. A 1-1 trade as the Chambers seem to find an elimination. Honeyham taking down their counterpart in the form of the Chief. Hayes, a great box hold here, has Honey's number, and it looks like they're gonna find it just in time. Honeyham has been cooked. It's gonna be a 6-3 advantage in the rounds, but a 2-2 advantage now. Coming out, Watson finds one, but goes down to Ethan, and now it is up to Hayes to try and save the days. It is gonna be a very difficult scenario to win out. Already taking damage, losing a third of their HP. No shields, very few abilities to use, and currently getting pincered out by a majority of the team. Just Ethan goes down 27 HP in a dream. Can Hayes clutch this out and give a huge advantage? The nightmare from Hurakita will be just enough to scare this Brim into submission. This guy is a bullet from death. A single HP, a knife could lock this up nicely. Oh, but he's got the download, and it's Hurakita who clutches out the round. Alma staying alive and keeping the possibility of a tied half in the hands.
What scared me there is, yes, they got the clutch, but if you're going to commit that much utility, why are you not sending a Prowler after them?
Valid.
That was the most risk take. There's no risk reward there. Oh, I'm not going to go for the Prowler because I want to buy next round. Yeah, it seems almost illogical to me that they didn't go for it, because the moment you have that ping, the hunt wasn't even necessary. That was a scare tactic.
Yep.
If you throw C, you throw it to the left, it goes around. They have to look to their left to shoot it. You go to the right, that is your free pick. But regardless, they won it out. I can't fault Horikita too much because ultimately they got the kill, and isn't that all that matters?
Honestly, yes. When you get down to it, when you get to the logistics of the game, it's finding the kill that matters, and you might have to spend more than you wanted, but spending some and winning is better than spending none and losing, right? It's about getting those points on the board faster than your opponents when you break this game down to its core. Honeyham gonna get paint shelled out. Luckily enough, has that TP as all Chambers, at least all good Chambers, always do. Hayes has snuck into the backside here, and oh, Hurakita doesn't even get to blink before they are taken down quick. Hayes in a very uncomfortable position, though, because they're kind of pincered out. Yeah, I love the rotation. Back into Lamps here, and it looks like U-Haul is going to work wonders. Gets a full Phantom off the back of it. This is great from Mount Union off the back of this powerhouse Brimstone player. Lost the last round, wants to make up for it now. With the help of Watson, feels even more comfortable to do so. 5v2, Alma going to be stumbling just a bit. They've got their raise. They've got the Chamber. Two incredible players so far, but it is not going to be enough. They're going to need a 5v2 advantage state, and it's going to be tough if they found themselves with their backs literally against the wall. Honeyham puts down two. There's only three left and standing. Can he put them down one by one? They're beginning to fall. It's becoming more and more likely for Honeyham to do the impossible. 18 HP in a dream here. This is going to be, this would be a miracle play. This is easily going in the highlights of next week if it turns into an ace. Here comes that poison cloud from the Viper, makes his line of sight a little more difficult to beat. Oh, the wallbang kill. There's only one person left standing. The Prowler still comes to completion there, and Honeyham has to clutch it out, has to find it. He's looking the wrong way. Watson has the sneak up. He's got the download, and Honeyham just can't clutch it out. Mount Union going up to their 7th round.
That should not have gone their way. It was a thrifty, and that didn't feel as much of a thrifty because of how much site control they took on a budget. I think that largely came from Just Ethan making their way. They get their first initial pick on site, and then the free Phantom. You can't give up picks like that if you're going to push someone who, I don't care if you know you have the gun advantage, but you know is already warm after getting that first kill. They feel like they're on top of the world. You can't just pressure them in that way. You have to give them time to cool down, take the angle, not to mention the fact they still can't push you with their gun. Don't give it away, and at least hit one of those shots to just give them at least a little minor disadvantage. Oh, no.
That smoke was so unlucky. Mr. Zero did not know that showstopper was heading right for him, and it's honestly just a timing diff. That smoke landed in the perfect spot, and it did not work out as well as Mount Union may have hoped. Now, luckily enough, they did find the trade. They dealt a lot of damage here onto Honeyham, so I know for a fact Honeyham is getting close to a 20 bomb already. I think 18 eliminations on the board, but you remove them from the equation, it becomes a lot easier to win out rounds like this one. Hurakita trying to make up for those missing players, but we need a 1v3 clutch. You put one down, there's two remaining. They've come danger close to winning this, but danger close. Not going to cut it close. Only going to count in horseshoes and hand grenades, and neither of those. Okay, well, I guess hand grenades do count, but horseshoes don't in a game like Valorant. A great haunt, going to make it even harder. Horikita takes a bullet to the dome. 47 HP on the clock, running out of time. Quickly becoming a now or never. Do we save or do we die on the spike? And it looks like we die on the spike.
No use in saving as it's the last round of the half, and Alma probably not as content as they would like to at that half. I feel like for the 4-8 split is probably the equivalent to getting 98 on a test.
For real?
Or
Yeah,
97. Honestly. Because you get, if you get 100, like, yeah, let's go. You get 99, 98, 97, you're like, oh, so close. Like, it's not the worst. It's not like I got a 70, 60, 50, but like I could have done better. And I feel like the farther you go down, like, yeah, 5-7 is just like, it's good. That's where you should be. 6-6 is like the 100%. 7-5 is just where it should be. And then 4-8, there's much to be desired. When you look at, we could have gotten more of those. What did it come down to? And I think it ultimately came down to the fact that most of the rounds that they won didn't come down to kills. It came down to a defuse, and they weren't able to initially hold the site every single round.
Speaking of holding sight, you know, Bind, amongst many other maps in this game, is a defender-sided map. So with Mount Union already having a 4-round lead, they only need to win out 5 to secure the deal here, and it could be a huge chance, for them to do so and take this map in a much more dominant fashion than we saw in that first half. Ethan waiting for someone to take the bait. Another raised classic. I love to see it. You gotta haunt those teleporters. You gotta constantly make the enemy team terrified to use it, as you might be waiting just around that corner, or proverbial corner. You just kind of disappear and reappear. But you guys, you get what I'm saying. I'm talking about this too much. Mount Union, 8 rounds on the board. 5 members standing a health advantage, a numbers advantage already in their grasp. And it looks like they're gonna look for one more in the form of the Chief. Now it's gonna be an equalizer. So all of a sudden, 4-4, both Brimstones have taken damage, and they're almost at the exact same number of HP. I wonder how close it really is. 47 and 45. A 2 HP difference, and it is not any closer than this, folks. Let's see which team can find that Brimstone out a little bit first. And it's going to be Hayes and Blackbird down. Alma, they're trying to win the pistol round. That would be great. If they can make this a 6-8, they can truly claw this back from the jaws of defeat.
I really like how they sprung on to say it really showed that they knew what they were going for, and that man advantage didn't matter as much because it's a pistol round. It's the great equalizer, as a lot of people like to say. Finding Fade is able to find one. Fade will find Chaney Boo, and just Ethan will collect the 2 final kills, and that's 5-8. And just like that, you resubmitted your test with a little bit of corrections, and just like that, you're a lot happier with the results.
The results are looking great for Alma. They clearly studied, they did their homework, and I've got to say, they as a team woke up a little bit more. You know, we look at the kill feed here, the scoreboard. Honeyham, 18 elims. The next on the team is 10. We've seen a pretty aggressive lead from this Chamber, and in that round in particular, it wasn't just the Chamber being the hero. He wasn't the one to clutch out the round and give us an absolute miracle play. It was a lot of team coordination, some great rotation, some great utilization of utility that gave them that round win, and I want to see more of that as they're forced onto this defense, on the offense, excuse me. Maybe Alma can clutch things out.
I like this slow push in through A, both showers as well as main. And if you look at their timing, why would they ever say, okay, showers, go first, main, you wait? You have to clear up the site. These lines of sight, when you direct them all towards the showers side, they have to pressure there. It almost limits the angles you can hold for main and allowing for that pocket push up. And of course, smokes will limit that even more. Look at all the lines of sight we have coming from Lamps, and stuck inside the smoke will be the Brim, and this 3 allows for the plant, but he just has to wait it out. Kills erupting, Blackbird and able to find their kills onto their respective counterparts. They'll all equal out with a 4v3, with Mount Union having much to desire.
Mount Union, much to desire indeed. We've got the Fade standing, we've got the Chambers standing, and for Mount Union, that Fade is on her last legs. That's got to be less than maybe 15 HP, maybe 8 HP on the board, but Horikita making it even harder for this team to succeed. All of a sudden, they basically make up one person in terms of HP right now. The Chambers taking a lick, finding Cade, just can't find that momentum either. And this would be such a great play for Alma. Statistically, they're expected to win it, sure, but with the success that we've seen from Mount Union, it wouldn't have been that surprising if they were able to clutch it out themselves. Honeyham finds the breaking elim. All of a sudden, 2-round differential. If Alma can win this one right here, Binks, we could see a complete and total momentum flip for the rest of this map.
Well, they have the util, they have the buy. Well, they don't have the buy this round, but they have the potential. I think if the way they're pushing, if we were to do a complete cookie cutter from last round with that a push, the way they push up is not to play those long angles. It's a lot more to hold that close cutoff. Now, they don't have the Viper, which we saw on the side of Mount Union, and that is definitely going to hinder them on these eco-type rounds, trying to angle themselves in such a way that they don't even have to worry about the long gun fights. Instead, they are going to have to play a lot more patient, sitting right outside TP hallway. And I have to wonder, what is the plan for Mount Union? How do you account for this when you know they might be forcing up, they might be saving? Do you just wait on site? And when do you get too giddy? When do you just feel that you have to move and go?
That's such a kind of like 4D chess scenario to be in, right? You can play out the timer, you can play it low and slow, but if you wait literally a quarter of a second too long, it can cost you the round. There's so much kind of meticulous scenarios for this team to know, okay, what's our go button? Do you wait for a specific timer? Do you wait for somebody to get an elimination? Do you wait for an overextension? What is the green button, the green light or the button for these teams to succeed? And right now, playing it low and slow, going for a rotation through showers. I'm never particularly fond of it due to the fact that Raze is so stinking scary. But speaking of Raze being scary, Blackbird farms a little bit of free damage as they try to approach it through mid with a bit of pincer action, a 5v3. A lot of locations going to be revealed on site, makes the defense a little bit harder. The Molly comes through on the far side of the car there, and the rotation actually back out. It looks like a complete and total fake as the hard rush onto this B side is coming out. A great Molly underneath the Hoover window makes it difficult for the team to get out, and Mr. Zero not only going to get out, he's going to get down as a two-piece from the Chief. Puts a very good possibility of victory on the shoulders of Mount Union. 10 seconds remain. The Spike just caught out in a no man's land at Alma. Even with the Spectre, maybe you just go for a weapon save. Being the hero isn't always important, and right now, they won't even get the chance.
I have to wonder if it was a matter of dying to get more money, but at that point, I think the Spectre might work a little bit better. As, look, we see some outright forces, Chanibu not even able to afford a full buy in this scenario. And so it really does hurt them. And I have seen the argument, and it is more or less valid, that you don't always need to buy full armor. Sometimes buying half is almost a better bet, because if you're just going to get hit with a headshot when everyone has their Vandals, that's mainly what you're looking for. So that light armor will do just as much, because within those 3-4 shots, you should have already hit your headshot if you're going for it. Or they should have already had the body shots that would be equivalent. It's just a little matter of balancing it out and risk reward if you need that eco.
The risk and reward, I mean, talk about defining Valorant with just a couple of words. Their risk versus reward. Every play you make has to be huge. You know, you always run the risk of what happens if I die here. You need to at least get that one. You need to be good for one, as players often refer to it as. And if you aren't good for that one, you really put your team in a garbage position, honestly. Because if you go down with a full weapon, full utility, you don't even get a trade out the door, that makes it so much harder for them to win the round. 20% of the team missing makes things nearly impossible sometimes. Blackbird, a great angle there, but the bomb buddy, wow! Wallbang kills the bomb buddy. Great tracking there. He knows exactly what it looks like when a Rage peeks a corner. The drop of the bomb buddy, grenade comes out quick. The paint shell's opening up. U-Haul and Blackbird and Ethan gonna run into one another right now. Ethan running right into Blackbird's crosshair. That is what I'm talking about. You fall early, you use a lot of your situations to fall in, use a lot of your util, and it's still not going to be enough. Orikita finds Cade, but is it too little too late? The critical HP raised just around the corner. Mr. Zero finds Hayes, and now we found the equalizer we need for this team to succeed. 3v3, Spike already planted, 9-6 on the board. Can Mount Union hit double digits, or can Alma show us they are still breathing, there is still breath in the lungs, and they are ready to take this as many rounds as they have to win?
Mount Union has control of a good chunk of site, but they have to watch remain in showers. Watson not able to find it. Chief is able to get the refrag. There's two. Blackbird also gonna get 3. Blackbird, and I think they were the highlight player for the entire round. From shooting the black bot to popping back, taking out their counterpart and securing lamps early on the round, immediately assured Mount Union would maintain control.
Yeah, that was incredible. I mean, just a great level of dominance from the side of Blackbird, and even away from the ultimates, like you mentioned, taking down the Boom Buddy. What a way to assert dominance. Like, he didn't even see it. He just felt it. He heard a single audio cue, and he's like, yeah, I got it. Took it down with like 3 bullets on a wall bang. That is so alpha, and it really kind of gets to the mental a little bit. If I was that Raze, I'd be just as flabbergasted as I am right now by that amazing performance. Now, there is something I need to pull attention to, and I don't like focusing on single players, but if we look at the bottom of the leaderboard on the side of Alma, there's Chanibu. Now, Chanibu has done nothing wrong as a player. It's the character choice, the agent choice that I'm a little hesitant about. Phoenix got the buff, and everybody's like, oh, good, Phoenix is playable now. Surprise, No, he wasn't. No, he isn't, honestly. I think I want to see a little more action from Cheney Boo on, I'm going to be honest, anybody else. I mean, maybe not Reyna. Maybe she's the only kind of caveat
Let's look at it this way. It's not that he's not viable. Tell me what close snap corners you're using your flash on.
That's a great point, too.
But, like, what? Look at the lines of sight. You flash around a corner, it's not going to
seen
hit
one
your
curveball, I
intended
think.
target. One curveball that actually works.
Yeah.
Yoru would be a better pick in this case because you're allowed to bounce off your so many obscure surfaces, and they forgot the spike.
Oh, you know what? Maybe it's intentional. Maybe it's no Chambers running back. That is not intentional. that is. They may have forgotten to grab it really quickly, but luckily enough, they've got some time. Honeyham can return to the fight. Honeyham, I believe, had 18 elims heading into the second half, and now sitting at 19. So having a bit of a rough run here on the offense as well. Bind, like I mentioned earlier, a very defensive-sided map, so maybe 6 is where almost going to leave it. But on the bright side, coming up next would be Ascent. And that's maybe it's going to work out a little bit better for this team. However, things that aren't working well is the Phoenix pick, and now the Brim goes down early. Blackbird looking for the ace, looking to just farm a highlight reel at this point. Takes 2 down, a third going to fall at the hands of Watson. Oh, I love the blast back in. Not the bomb, buddy! Oh, my goodness. I love it. That jump bomb, buddy, is actually so scary. The chamber just, oh, man. The Headhunter sticks out further than any gun in the game, including rifles, because he holds it all the way out with an extended arm. And now, Mount Union, off the back of a raise exclusively, she drops the 4 to win the round. They are 2 rounds away from winning out Bind.
They've just come alive in the second half, and of course, Alma picked it up with those 2 early picks, but you could argue that was from a bonus. And I personally think that once you have, they had their util, that Mount Union really proved to us that, hey, we have our control and we're comfortable with our picks. And oh, what is it?
I do this all the time, and my friends always make fun of me for it. I sit in this exact corner. Like, I keep saying, oh, I keep doing this. I'm a race player. I can't help myself. But that corner, people always give me flack for. But if they attack A site, that corner is crazy. Because there's one thing about this game you can always rely on. Players do not look up. They never look up. You can stand above them. They all flank in. You can drop a 4 or 5 piece. Honeyham puts down the Chief, so both chambers offline. Both operators missing. And now Hayes finally coming back to life for Mount Union. It has been the Blackbird show for just a little while. And instead, it is going to be Hayes' time to shine all over again. Hayes had a clutch play earlier. Going to fall to just Ethan, but he got his 1. He got 2. He made up a lot of space. Can the remaining members of Mount Union seal the deal and put their 12th win on the board? Korakita has the Nightmare, gonna get ready to pop it. All about desperation now. Numbers advantage, 2 players remain. You have one of their locations, the other currently MIA. Ethan trying to sneak up. Blackbird, though, coming out of the corner here, out of the link, looks the wrong way, and in simultaneous, the remaining members of Mount Union go down. Alma staying alive.
Let's talk about Alma's positioning there. The reason why you always want to have someone on long, either watching your angle and being ready for someone to push up from B long, is because that's a choke point. You want to push from labs? Okay, make sure you have control of long. If you want to push into B from long, okay, make sure you take control of labs, and then you can watch them hookah. It's such a give and take where you flip one switch and the other switch goes down at the same time. You have to understand the dynamic, and as you're retaking, especially as the defenders, you have to be aware of long more than anything else, and that's why a flank watch or a flanker in those scenarios is so very critical, especially here on Bind, because it allows you that freedom. It allows you to push up. And if you don't have smokes remaining, which obviously it's a Brim, you don't have recharging smokes. There's been no late game smokes. That be long, pivotal positioning.
Pivotal positioning indeed. That nade could be colossal, actually. The Viper's Pit from the side of Mount Union. Gonna force a rotation. Uh-oh. Cade, if you're fast enough, but nope, holding the shift walk. Not gonna find anybody. Still might be able to flank, as, like you mentioned, Alma, not exactly keen to the flankers. Pretty consistently have been caught out. Now Hayes with the sprays and praise, but unfortunately gonna go down quick. Ethan to the 2-piece takes down the Chief, and it is going to be a huge opportunity for Alma to sneak in. They've got a 2-number advantage, but every time we've seen this exact 5-3 matchup, it always falls down to 3-3, and then all of a sudden it's a 50-50 chance on who's going to walk away the winner. Binding Cade gets the opening frag on the Cheney Boo. Let's see if we find that 3-3 once again. A Nightmare going to open up quick, and oh, Honeyham has had enough. No more fade here in round 19 of Bind. Watson with a 2-piece now with a 1-piece wallbang headshot onto Ethan. Finds Mr. Zero, and that's got to seal the deal. Korakita has a great flank, but Trigger Discipline's the name of the game. Oh, they're not looking. They don't know. And it looks like they're going to have time to find out. Watson says it is over for Mount Uni here. They put their 12th round down, and they are 1 round, 5 elims, 1 spike defuse away from winning out Bind.
You have to imagine how painful that is, just when you have the trigger discipline, when you have the angle that you're looking for, but you don't know how much time you have until they're done the spike. It's always a time crunch. Can you name any time in Valorant when you haven't had a time crunch? I'm sorry, even a 5v1 and you have 2 minutes to go, feels like a time crunch. It is such a fast-paced game, especially comparing it to different counterparts. It's go, 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 and if you're not aware of what's going on around you, or you're not aware when you have that split-second push, it's the difference between a win and a loss.
The difference between a win and a loss could be milliseconds of difference. A single button click, not pick, could defy or deny a team from their expectations. Hayes plays the same corner, an incredible risk, but going to be able to make it out of there. The Haunt following him all the way, the Prowler, excuse me, as they're going to be jumping in. Hayes trying to back out, but I think the more he holds W away from them, the easier it is for them to hold W in. Hayes wants to play, but Honeyham simply not in the mood. 5v4 from Alma. This chamber has really begun to woke up all over again. The question, though, of course, Binks, is it too late? Can they capitalize? Can they win enough rounds in a row to break the curse against Mount Union and sneak a win out from under them in what would have to be overtime? Full point position here from Alma. All 5 members still standing. Of course, I jinx it immediately. Mr. Zero down to that Spectre pick from the Chief. They're caught out in hookah. This should be very easy. The TP backwards. The chamber takes all but his full HP. Finding Cade falls into Honeyham's line of sight once again. And at this point, they're just feeding the man an ace. Are you kidding me? Watson walks in. They walk in one at a time. And Honeyham takes down every single one for our first ace of Bind.
Why are we not prioritizing a B-long retake? I've seen it so many times. Yes, it's easy to ignore. But you have to understand, once they are defending B site, how would you take it as an attacker? Because they have control, and that's exactly it. You leave B long to your chamber, and just like that, you're going to be walking into the best gun in the game, in my personal opinion, of course.
Yeah, right. I think statistically it just is. Fastest fire rate, fastest ADS time, fastest pull time if you're swapping weapons. It's a good gun.
Yeah, it makes very logical sense to constantly take it slow on the push here on the side of A, but they're going to spring the trap. Watson's going to get caught out by a Seeker, and it seems like it's all quiet until you spring the trap. Blackbird to find a huge kill. Finding Cade, also able to find Mr. Zero. That's all the smokes are going to get on the round. Cade also able to find Shanny, ultimate, orbital cannon, and through the smoke, oh my god, through the orbital cannon, finding Cade able to find one more. All left up the Honeyham, stuck
45
inside the
HP.
lamps. Yeah, it's looking very grim if I'm being completely honest. Gonna try to set up the TP, get right on out of there. Be very careful, but you're looking the wrong way. Defending side of Mount Union will be able to hold on to Bind.
A great job. We would have needed back-to-back aces from that chamber to survive that round, and there's only so much you can ask from these players. That is definitely not going to be something we expect to see, but Honeyham still rocking the top of the leaderboard, even with a score as dominant as what I believe was 13-8 by the time we got to the end there, so really a great show from him in particular, or them in particular, excuse me. I don't know what is going to be brought out next. I know Chamber can work on Ascent. Will we see him on Ascent? That is the question, but Binks, before we throw it to this break, walking into Ascent, are there any agents right off the top of your head where you're like, we've got to see blank?
I would love to continue to see the Chamber. I'd be iffy on the Astra or the Omen. I don't know how much of a spot Brim has on Ascent. I feel like that consistent smokes throughout the round is better than the long, because Ascent takes longer to clear. And maybe now we can see the Phoenix. I think Ascent is one of those maps that Phoenix is a lot more viable, and we'll talk about this when we come back because of the close corners.
Absolutely, folks. We're going to throw it to a super short break. We're going to talk about the team comps, the team choices we might see, but use this time. Get up, get a snack, get water, do something. I don't know. We'll see you right back here in just a couple of minutes for some action-packed Valorant. We'll see you soon.
In our top half, it's Sonics in his attempt to 9-stock NJCU that gives us this next play and this beautiful edge guard.
Things will go swimmingly for themselves as of right now. See Hydra playing at a massive disadvantage, already at 109, but 92 on Sonics. This was where we saw them actually take that stock against them. It was just a small little up B. One hit is all it takes.
No, Rabbit!
Way.
Rabbit! Oh my! Sonics is too clean with it!
For number 3, Shrucy's got some things to say as he just pops off for King.
So much to bear, and well, too much to bear. Shrucy, why take on one defenders when you can take on two, maybe even all of them?
Why get a hat trick when you can get 5 goals instead? 30 seconds to go. Literally every goal of this game has been from Strussi, and you would go to think, you know, oh, obviously he's got a million shots. That's why he's just been putting on the pressure. Not really. He's 5 for 7. He's really accurate with what he's doing here. Not wasting his time because shots like this, they don't come every day. But for Strussi, it's another walk in the park. Give him the time in the air and he will do things like this.
Somebody call it. Somebody call it. This is unfair.
And in second place this week, it's the perfectly timed EMP into self-destruct combo that completely wipes out Wichita State in the opening map against Johnson and Wynn.
Self-destruct is there. Gentalian and Rogue combining for a massive fight win right there. 95%.
And in our number 1 spot, it's a tour de force that some would say is almost excessive from Nagwin as he shuts the door onto Delaware.
On the right side of the kill feed, Nagwen playing C-Long and doing a great job at it. Oh my goodness, even better! Trying to turn 2 into 3, not able to line it up yet, but there it is. That tour de force is a tour de force to be reckoned with. Nagwen taking out 4 to win the 7th round for UK.
All right, and that is it. Now, I mean, what did I tell you guys? Things are only getting crazier and crazier, and with this wrapping up, that means there's only 1 more of these videos left to make. That means there's only 4 more weeks of playoffs left on the table that's going to be starting up in just a little bit. And, I mean, what a crazy season it's been, and what a crazy season it's shaping up to be. Special thank you again to our partners at Esports U for providing us that extra broadcast coverage. But if you guys want to stay up to date, I mean, you already know where to go. But hey, if you haven't, if you don't know yet, you want to give us a follow on Twitter at ECAC_esports. And you want to make sure you tune into the action live at twitch.tv/ECAC_esports. We are live on Mondays and Tuesdays at 8 p.m. Eastern, Wednesdays at 7. Trust me, you guys want to be there. We've only got so much action left in the season. And then, hey, before you know it, we'll be back again right around the corner for fall semester. But once again, I've been KTAD. Thank you guys for joining me, and I'll see you next time.
Is that we don't have these preconceived notions, and we're willing to listen to our membership and read the room, read college athletics and how it's connected and how it's not, and take what we have expertise in championships, but also throw out some of the other stuff. I remember when we first started, there were some conferences were applying their amateurism rules to all of their esports competitors, and I think we knew enough to know that no, that's not going to work in an esports culture. It's got to be very different. And by the way, the NCAA was going in a different direction. You could see the train had already left the station on that, and so it's an incredibly dynamic area and ever changing, and will continue to change. And just as we didn't know when we started what it's going to be looking like, I think similarly we still don't know what it's going to be in another 5 years. I know enough to know that all of us are still going to have a thriving esports program that's doing a real good service for our members and for our competitors. But we still don't know necessarily what some of that is going to look like, and that's pretty cool about it all. Let me ask you this, because you all are used to dealing with your athletic directors, and each of them are dealing with what's in front of them in their athletic departments. My guess is at least some of your schools are that this is not necessarily operating within the athletic department. And can you talk about how you navigate that in a conference office, and maybe the best way to handle that, or do you have preferences? Do you try to steer them one way or the other? And just talk a little bit about that if you don't mind.
Sure. The majority of our schools are not under the athletics umbrella. We have one institution that perhaps by next year will be under the auspices of athletics. but most of them are in other departments across campus. One of the things that has helped us is that we have support from the president's office. And so in order to participate in Mountain West events, you have to have an adult non-student administrator that oversees that, you know, the eSport program. And that's where we get assistance with, you know, eligibility checks and, you know, please complete your roster, things like that. I don't know in the future, and it depends on, you know, who's sitting in the athletics director's chairs, whether or not
What is going on, everybody, and welcome back to the GLEC quarterfinals Valorant edition. I hope you missed all of us just as much as we missed you. So I don't want to talk too much about the last series. Ends 13-8. It was a great opportunity for Mount Union to take an early lead. What I do want to talk about is the thing we left on, agent select going into the next map, because Binks, there were a lot of agents that are not going to be as viable going into Ascent. I'm looking at, you know, my Vipers. I'm looking at my Raises. They can still maybe play her, but it's going to be tough. There's going to be some weird swaps here. Even Breach isn't going to, or not Breach, I'm sorry, Brimstone isn't going to get a lot of value here on Ascent. So moving forward, up to you, what is the ideal team comp to be running?
Astra, Fade, Chamber, or Chamber Jet, honestly. You need that operator, and then the Phoenix is actually viable now. So seeing Cheney Boot on that Phoenix is a lot more allowed, I guess, in this scenario, because I told you I was going to talk about the close angles, so we'll get to that once we get into the actual matchup. I see, looking at our actual operator or agent selections on each side, we're seeing a lot of an issue. The KO is one that I forgot to mention here, because that knife is able to cover such a vast area, and once you cover that area, you are disabled. You cannot move. What else needs to be said, Seth? Because you're disabling all of their abilities.
Yeah, without a doubt. And I'm taking a look at the abilities that we're going to be seeing right up over here. And the Astra can get negated pretty effectively by that 0-point knife, but I think the counter KO would be great. Of course, they don't know it's a counter. They're just bringing out what they believe to be comfortable. But something I do want to talk about is the fascination in the change of compositions in a game like Valorant. Because Ascent, everybody used to call Sova's playground. He was a no-brainer, insta-lock pick all the time, but now we're seeing compositions where Sova's not important because you can gain information in other ways. With that Fade, with that KO, I mean, hell, with that KJ, you can really find these opportunities to bring information to the table and not rely on that Sova any longer. And it looks like we're going to try to see one of the teams do it. Let's see if Sova can still be that make or break point for a team's success.
I think it's hard to justify the ultimates as well, where that nightmare is so crucial to everything you can rush on into sight. Fade brings all of that, plus the Haunt, which can once again be recharged, same as anything else. And of course, KO can get rid of everything with his null command. But regardless, looking at the way they push in, Sova just does not. It's a lot more skill, a lot more situational, it feels like, where Fade is a lot more of a Control-C, Control-V, copy-paste.
Yeah.
Regardless, we're hopping right on in, and I think we could easily highlight a lot of the angles for Phoenix in this first opening 15 seconds.
Yeah, without a doubt. I mean, Phoenix can get a lot of great information. There are some incredibly, like, millisecond, like, pixel-perfect lineups that Sova can get to guarantee a lot of free information early, but that information can be negated or equalized from the opposing team. Currently coming out from that KO 0-point knife is the one I'm definitely looking to keep an eye on. But neither team throws the knife early, and that's even more fascinating. It looks like we saw it from Mount Union hit nobody, no registration here. A pretty traditional push down this A-long, down this line. Somebody goes for the ult orb. They give themselves away. They play their hand a little early, and now Mount Union has more than enough time to rotate. We're going to be looking at a full 5v5 as Alma has to push through a choke. They're going to try to go quick with the smoke. Oh my goodness, a pixel-perfect 1-1 trade out the gate. Now the door goes down. Blackbird firing into the abyss, but not able to put anybody down with them. Cheney Boo picks up Finding Cade. Alma, they've got the numbers advantage, but a pistol round is so easy to turn around that they cannot feel comfortable until the round is tried and true over.
Watson pushing up right along heaven. Is able to find the head of Cheney Boo. There's one. It's flipped up on its head. Turrets being deployed. Using these Astra Stars quite quickly. Springing out for the smoke. Honey is able to find one. Hayes, Mr. Zero onto Watson, and Ethan to clean up on to Blackbird. And a nice little team ace. Good little bit of teamwork on the side of Alma. I like that cleanup. It showed how much they were aware of their angles and three that had to be cleared. And it did have the opening. You just didn't have the right timing to push up and to confirm your kills.
Yeah, right place, wrong time, for sure, without a doubt. And I love the team A's. Honestly, I used to talk about this a lot with, you know, an old co-caster I worked with very often. We agreed that it was kind of A team ace is more interesting than a regular ace, I think, because it's really cool to see the full team go out. Everybody does their part. You're not playing off the back of somebody's insane play. It's really the entire team coordination, team rotation, so on and so forth, that guarantees you a victory like that. Alma, they've got an incredible weapons advantage now, but they need to be careful because if they overplay their hand, if they don't check a corner, somebody loses a weapon, all of a sudden things get a lot harder. And speaking of losing things, it looks like Mount Union is going to lose, finding Cade very early on. Watson, not sure what's going on there, but you walk right into 5 members of the opposing team. 5v3, the drone comes out quick, gonna check logs, gives away the Astra's location, and the double push out. Ethan still standing. This could be another complete and total team wipe. This could be a flawless round for Alma.
Going right down, there's your flawless round win, and I think that's Rifles, and they tried to get the jump on them from getting aggressive along B main. But it didn't really seem to pan out. I think for the reason that you're playing a close angle against a Spectre. If you're going to go for a play like that, you need to be catching them off guard. You have to shoot them in the back, I think, is the key point there. And that's not what that push is set up for. That's to take them head on, close combat. And it was an outright save. They're all full buying. They expected to lose that round. There's not much to diagnose.
Not much to diagnose at all. They lived up to the statistics, and unfortunately, it's just how you have to play the game sometimes. Oh, the Z set, beautiful. I love it. I love the sound it makes. Now, I don't think Horikita is going to be popping, an ace with the classic, but I do love that little do-do-do-do-do that it does when you get to ace. I think it's so fun. Right now, the rotation's coming in quickly. Hayes honestly has a disgusting line of sight here, but has no trigger discipline. It only gets 1 instead of, honestly, what could have been probably 3 or 4. But as a wise man once said, we absolutely take those. They have the numbers advantage in a 4v2 fashion. Mount Union, as we mentioned, is statistically expected to win this round. Mr. Zero jumps up and over the archway there. Going to be hiding in a corner and going for a save. We don't see players save a lot in Collegiate, but it could really be beneficial if you've got a Vandal to take into the next round.
I don't think it gets enough attention how crucial eco, especially in Collegiate, can be. Because let's say you don't even hold on to it. You give it off to the key player of the game that it has been. The moment you do that, you have a lot less to worry about. Yes, it's only 2 players remaining on the side of Alma, but they have a lot of capabilities. The Vandal. I don't like this play with the Spectre, however. It will net a free kill onto Chief. There's no denying now. You have your shock darts. You have everything you could possibly need. You spot out 2 and almost 3 of the remaining players, which are all coming from the same direction currently. It is going to be a free-for-all spray.
Oh, no!
First drop is able to collect the second one from Horikita. Watson
no way.
To Mr. Zero spray. No chance as Watson will net the kill. And finding Cade is able to get the defuse way too close for comfort.
Without a doubt, Binks, I do not think I could have said it better. Way too close for comfort indeed. And I want to talk about how, while the round may have been a loss, in terms of eco, that's a win for Alma. They take 3 Vandals off the table. They wreck the standing economy of Mount Union. Now, only a few of them are going to be able to fully buy up. We're going to see probably a bit of a Frankenstein buy. It looks like we're going to have a Vandal with light shields from Chief, but okay, much smarter play there, going out of the Spectre instead so they can afford the U-tail. Now, this is an incredible moment because Alma found as many elims as they did. They have the economic advantage going into round number 4. They could make this a 3-1 and defy all statistical expectation moving into the rest of Ascent.
This is going to be the make or break round. Knife being sent out. It is actually going to be the collect 2. That's going to have a lot of information. 3 players are situated on A currently. This forces the Fade to go and make an early rotation all the way towards B. We haven't seen either of these teams really utilize mid. We've seen them use rafters a little bit, or catwalk, just to get up towards tree. But it's been a very singular push, as all 5 of these players on the side of Alma will spring onto mid, right up rafters, and right towards tree. KO has the flash. That should be able to get a lot.
Oh, it got everybody.
Got everyone. They're going to have to flick right on around. You have the molly. Door will be cooked. And great use. It is to find 1, 2. Oh! Going to get shut down by Ethan. Could have been huge. Turkey awesome to find Cade. With a minute to go, they spring onto site. You'll have to deal with the jet. There's 1, 2. Not able to find the second. Spike Carrier was down. However, 2v3. 2 remaining players are coming from Tree and Heaven, respectively. Tree has already been broken. There's no door to worry about, and Spike has finally been planted.
Watson goes for the floor bang there down into hell, but all 3 players gonna be standing. If Mount Union can pull out one more elim. I'm going to say the same thing I did last round of the economic advantage, and now they have found it. Even if they lose the round, they have put themselves in a very comfortable position moving forward, but the possibility of winning is still in their hands, especially now as we plummet down from a 3v2 into a 1v1. Hayes has been incredible on this Astra so far, dare I say even better than the Brimstone, and they are here to show me with that 3-piece how good this Astra can really be. A phenomenal turnaround, a low and slow play style working wonders for the University of Mount Union. They tie things up 2-2.
That's exactly what you want to see. It's a close gunfight in every single round. Whether you have the positioning, check absolutely everything. And that's the risk and reward of going through a chaotic push through mid. 5 players being in tree at one point. Or sorry, not tree, but basically tree lobby going towards door. That's relatively crazy, if you ask me, because you're springing onto site and you don't even know if long is cleared. And it's netting those trade picks where you're not using Sova or KO to their full potential. If you have those initiators, you got to make sure you know where everyone has gone.
You got to make sure you know where everyone has gone. That Chamber in particular here, as he has decided it is time to play. Unfortunately, Finding Cade doesn't get the chance to join the fun as they are removed from this Mortal Coil early. Horikita takes them down. The Pop Flash going to be coming out from just Ethan Quick, trying to catch somebody off guard, but instead the team changes their mind. That lockdown, mighty spooky. You do not want to run the risk of getting caught out, but that is a guaranteed elim against you. Forced from the shadows now as well. Almost Omen trying to relocate, trying to shake things up a little bit. And it looks like he chooses the boathouse of B site. And gonna take down Blackbird early. Frag grenade gonna force the Chief out into mid. Just Ethan finds the headshot. A 5v2 now with Alma with the numbers advantage. But as long as Hayes is standing, this could be a round lost against them. Alma in a dangerous position as both members of Mount Union that are still standing. One pushing quickly through that mid towards site. And as they come down through bricks, maybe this Astra can get one on her way out the door. The door closed, and here comes a 0-point knife to find locations.
Spike planted.
Spikes down, Alma looking good to win it.
East doesn't have a lot of options. This is not like, hey, you have 2 critical routes that you can take. You have 2 stars that are at your disposal. You might want to set those up sooner rather than later. But this is one of the key moments for Phoenix. He has that flash. It's going to be a good time to use it. It won't matter. Spraying through the smoke. It's not even able to hide Channy. Turret also being placed. They have to worry about C-Long, but they're actually all sitting inside the boathouse and around there. Spray one for Hayes, but no, just Ethan wants to collect. He wants his 3K on the round, and he wants to make sure that Alma maintains their lead as they go up 2-3.
They get the lead. They just barely break out of that tie. And now moving into this following round, 3 ultimates in their back pocket, 2 from the opposing side of Mount Union. I think, I'll be honest, I think a worse player would have popped the Cosmic Divide there in an attempt to keep the team members alive. But Mount Union, the ability, the understanding of the game to know holding on to it will get you more value down the line. I suspect it to appear perhaps in this round, but maybe they've got something else up their sleeve. Either way, Mount Union, they want to win this one early because this game, more than possibly any other esport, is so momentum driven that the second a team finds their momentum, they are often not going to drop it.
Let's bring it right on to B site. Ethan gonna get caught in the gravity well. They're all vulnerable. Just have to hit one of those shots. Not gonna be able to hit it from Watson.
Look
just
at
waiting
speed.
for it. Able to find the chamber. Goodbye, honey. Gonna have to spray. Able to find 2, almost 3. Just Ethan narrowly surviving the night. Chaney able to find Blackbird. Spraying up through mid. There's Hayes. You can't forget about them. There's Spike down. Flash being popped right over mid towards door. Everyone's gonna get caught off guard. Huge shot from Ethan onto Hayes. Nightmare will come out. No, it will not. No, it's not ready. Spike finally planted. It's been retrieved by the side of Mount Union. Now Flash being thrown right back over. Gonna catch some of the players. Not even gonna matter. Just Ethan with 3. Spraying out with the Sheriff, having to find it, but Orita is able to find it onto Cade. And what a spring onto the B site.
Now, I often say that I'm not one for an analyst. I'm a play-by-play caster intentionally, but I do want to offer a little bit of possible analysis there. I think popping the null command from the Chief could have secured them that round, because not only does it negate every ability the team has other than their primary weapon or if they choose their secondary, but it's crucial to make sure you get in a little bit smoother, a little bit cleaner. It scares them probably into Boathouse, where then you can fragment one entrance, hard push the other, and possibly win the 2v2, but hindsight is 20/20 after all, and that is probably all the true analysis I'm going to offer this game. And with a serious weapons advantage for Alma, they are really looking good to make this at least a 5-2. Losing this one, I mean, this is their round to lose.
Really is. They're gonna have to be very decisive in this round. They're gonna spring right onto A site this time.
Oh, dude, get out of them.
Critical. You can't play that way. They got caught in the nanoswarm. Honey's gonna take a Watson, make that 2 onto finding Cade. Oh, Mr. Zero onto the Chief, and It seems like we can't catch a break in the action. Plant being cooked out, now leaving the 2 remaining players from Mount Union left to pick up the pieces. Blackbird is even on the flank.
Blackbird on the flank. I mean, Jet's pretty darn strong, right? She's been nerfed more than anybody else in the game, but I don't know if she's 5v2 strong. Oh! Oh my goodness, a 42
definitely not
damage.
Now. Definitely not.
Yeah, now I don't think we're seeing an ace anytime soon. Up to Hayes with a classic. We're talking about the save again. I'm going to talk about the importance of economy again. I think holding the Guardian into the future could have been so much better, and as Mr. Zero puts down Hayes early, that is the statistically expected 5th round win for Alma. They're 1 round away from their worst case scenario just being a tie at the half.
I think I'd be so very comfortable in Alma's shoes. They're monopolizing every single round that they play. It seems more than anything comfortable. Where we look at Mount Union, they aren't taking control as much of the map as I'd like to see. Where yes, you're seeing spring outs, we're seeing good highlight plays near the start, trying to stop that early push. And if they're gonna go for that crazy 5 push, I'm sorry, you should be playing for that retake.
Yep.
Where you get to go for every single one of those crazy angles. Ascent, you look at A, you have doors as well as tree, you have seed long, and then you also have A heaven. You push all 3 of those when you know you're playing for the retake there, it's yours. You playing B, you have mid, you have 3 different routes you can push in, use those to your advantage most critically.
Undoubtedly so. And after this round, I want to talk a little bit about the Sova pick from the side of Alma, but let's for the moment focus on what's being brought to the table. The rotation, the fake out, they bait a lot of KJ util. It's actually very fascinating to see a KJ set up on A side instead of B side when there's great moments like that microwave that you can utilize in the B side. But Hayes isn't even going to let them see that B side. He said, I'm going to make sure we take a 5v4, gives himself away pretty early and still drops a second elim. The third, who cares? You got your 2. You put your team in a winning position, and as Watson puts down Horikita, makes it even harder for Alma to capitalize. Mount Union, this could be the beginning of a tie-up once again, being down only by 2 rounds. Like I said, worst case scenario could be a 7-5 if Mount Union does not drop around for the rest of this half.
Let's talk about the positioning here. If we really look at how Mr. Zero is pushing in through the lobby, he's just waiting for someone else to push out, and you're the attacker. I'm sorry, the defenders know they're in the power position. They're not going to rotate. You're stuck in a lot of pinch positions. The moment the Phoenix push up, you're going to be ready. That's going to be a huge pinch from the Zero, who's just ready for it. There's a quick kill. I think that was spotted out by the Haunt. So no chance anything for this Phoenix. This is a save moment. Flash themselves.
They flash each other there. Perfect timing on that. Really quickly, I'm gonna dip into your time a little bit here, Binks, to talk about this Sova.
I'm taking your time.
this Sova from Alma. And I'll be honest, Horikita is not doing a bad job. They're 9-5, but they're not utilizing the Sova utility. The Sova feels like he's being played right now because they feel like that's what they're supposed to do, not because that's what they want to do. You know what I mean? Like, we're not seeing the lineups, we're not seeing the engagements, we're not even seeing the recon bolts. I don't know the last time we saw a recon bolt, and it feels like Horikita is filling a role rather than performing at their highest possible caliber. I want to see that change if we go into map number 3, but with the way things are shaking up right now, map number 3 is very real. However, Alma, they took a lead in the first half, and then they lost the first map, so perhaps history repeats itself.
Very probable. Honey's going to lit up to 3 health, and in this scenario, what you have to start to consider is it worth it to hold on to this off, or do I hand it to somebody else? It's a very big give or take, and you saw them attempting it. I think it was a little bit of, I don't want the off, you take the off. And well, what am I going to do with it? And it's going to be seeing like a little bit of a spring onto sight. Mr. Zero's all the way up in heaven, and they're just there, ready to go.
Ready to go indeed. Talking to our production team, we're trying to discuss, have we seen even a lineup? And the answer might be no, and that's just from everybody. Honey Ham, though, does not need lineups. They just need some pretty good accuracy and a weapon to boot. All of a sudden, the Chief here to equalize, putting Mount Union back in the advantageous position. 4v3 going into the engagement. They have to pop a lockdown to find it, but honestly, it's a valuable ultimate. Watson doing a great job on this KJ. Dare I say, even better than the Viper we saw moments ago. Finding Cade, puts down Alma's standing member of Horikita, and all of a sudden, we were 5-3. Now we're 5-4, and Mount Union's 1 round away from tying us up.
I want to go back to, you talked about the Sova lineup. Yes, you're on defense, and yes, you're not trying to push up, but the Sova lineup is what you exactly need in order to know where they're coming from. And I think that's, sorry, yes, you are an attack. I completely mixed this up for a second. Sorry about that. But if you don't have that lineup, you don't know exactly how you're going to be able to take something in. The fact that you're sitting in spawn, I assume there's going to be a lineup that we're about to see. I'm waiting to see any recon if it was just a late push. And it does look like there was a recon bolt that was sent out. Whether or not it spotted anything is up for debate. But regardless, a slower push we've actually seen from Alma.
Yeah, and that angle that Honeyham just peeked is statistically the worst angle to peek with a sniper in your hand due to the fact that the opponent can be waiting just around the corner. And oh, great paranoia comes out. The Chief gonna use the flash, but not run away. Instead, gonna choose, you know, it's fight or flight. And the Chief is clearly a flightless bird. A 2-for-1 trade there puts us in a 3-3 advantageous state for the attacking team, as that is usually how the numbers work in this scenario. In Alma, they've got that tour de force online. Honeyham has been one heck of a player all night, and they want to live up to that title once again.
To go slow rotate back, but look at this. I love the positioning that we've seen from Mount Union as they're just holding mid, finding Kate able to find one, not able to narrowly miss that second lineup onto the Sova. They know that the last two are mid. I want to look at this flank from the Astra coming out. That's going to be 2 free kills. Hayes to find one, looking for the second one, but nope. Mount Honey really abusing the fact that it's one of the best guns in the game. 3 huge kills down to a 1v1. And Seppi, I think anything can happen now.
Anything can absolutely happen. The exit frags are so valuable there. It's so important for a team to get stuck in a position like that. And now as the round isn't quite over, the microwave I talked about last round actually makes an appearance in this round. That's exactly what that KJ just did. And it looks like it's not going to quite kill the chamber, but by golly, it has put Watson in a good position to win the round. A single bullet to the body is enough to take him down, and we are tied up 5-5. The lead has slipped out from underneath Alma, arguably when they needed it most.
You talked about them needing one round to secure the 6-6 half. We were both wrong. It looked like that. What happened? I'm like 6-6 half. Nah, I think we might see a reverse 8-4.
For real.
They studied for the first half of the test, and I keep going back to this test analogy because it worked last game. They studied for the test, the first half of the test, and now they're just going off something that they don't know. They have to look at their formula sheet, figure out exactly what it is, then throw the formula sheet out and realize you're writing a paper, not a test, and understand that you better start citing your sources.
Turns out the quadratic formula will not help you find out when the Statue of Liberty was created. You know what I mean? That kind of feels like maybe we got the wrong formula, right equation. But Alma finally coming back to life. Horikita gets that opening frag, and that's the first opening frag in a long time, I believe, on the side of Alma. So hopefully that's kind of the boost they need, the momentum shift this team needs to succeed, because success has not been, you know, let's be honest, the name of the game for them so far. They've really been struggling a little bit to find their speed, to find their proper momentum. And as we continue moving forward, hopefully that boost can help them out. No Command coming out, trying to equalize even further, as Alma wants to guarantee at least the 6th. Blackbird making it that much harder. Just Ethan gets the peak, can be res, as that is the greatest part of No Command finding Cade with a kill of their own. Honeyham takes them down quick. The Resurrection going to come fully online. Okay, if they could deal with Watson, they were able to do so. 4v1, and the Chief has been one heck of a player this evening, but they walk away with a 4-1 advantage. Gets the No Command knife, flash up and over. A great play, and a very clever one at that, but I just don't think it's gonna cut it. Alma puts their 6th down. Can they take us to a 7-5?
That's best case scenario. Let's see about Util and their eco, where I think we're gonna have a lovely, what I thought for a second was gonna be a full buy on both sides. It looks like they could have the money if some of these players were to choose to buy a little bit less,
right,
to be able to buy Hayes that full Vandal, or at least buy them the Bulldog if you look at how much money Chief has. So I don't know about the best utilization. And Jet, okay, thank goodness they're actually buying a weapon, because it's the last round. You have to use everything you have. Blade Storm or not, get your money out there. It's my biggest pet peeve when I see players saving on the last round, or I don't need to use it, or worst case scenario, when any sort of utility survives it, like an ultimate. This Astra's Cosmic Divide has not come out a single time this game, if I'm
Thanks, words right out of my mouth. You were talking about pet peeves. Mine is when a player sits on their ultimate far too long, and we have not seen this Cosmic Divide once. We see a Gravity Well come out. Hayes trying to not use it, and now they do not get the chance. I think using it on the choke right there is such a no-brainer play, just due to the fact that it makes it that much harder for the attacking team to push through. But unfortunately, hindsight gonna remain 2020. We're gonna have to wait and see if that clutch factor can happen from Mount Union without that Astra on the table.
Fate is in a perfect position. Almost all 4 would be spotted, be able to get a lot of them, almost everyone on the team, able to figure out that a lot of them have gone 2 underneath.
Wow.
Oh, what a nice headshot from finding Cade, make that 2.
Kill Cade!
To drop.
Kill Cade! Kill Cade!
I get 4, Cade! Looking for the ace, all out of ammo.
No!
Not able to find it. Ortida able to find it. Watson via Ortida. They just have to wait. Time is ticking
Shock
down.
dart.
They have 2 shocks. Use that shock. Use your utility. Swinging around Jenny. It's half. They have everything they need. Jumping up, waiting for it. Shock is not going to do their full health.
No.
Swinging around, Watson finds it. Do they have it? Time ticking. 0.1 seconds. A huge clutch from Alma.
I think is what I'm really trying to say there. There were, and there's no polite way to say this, so teams, please forgive me. There were several critical blunders in that fight, consistently so. We didn't see the Cosmic Divide. We missed out on the Sova util. Finding Cade, nobody even looks at them. It was the Honeyham ace all over again. Nobody is looking. I mean, it was just a freebie play on the side of Mount Union, but it comes out too little, too late, and Alma, they better be thanking their lucky stars that spike went off in time, because they truly should not have won that round if any of the 10 players was playing just 10% better.
It's so concerning. I understand they had no utility, no hearing. That's one of the biggest parts about the Nightmare, that you could partner with Yoru and they're going to be able to just spring right on into sight. You won't even notice that they TP because you can't hear anything.
Right.
But you have to understand what angles you should be watching. Should you be waiting in a corner to wait for them to drop? No, you have to be a lot more out in the open, and that's when the power plays. And 2 players can get lit up from mid, sprays out from either direction, and 3v4 just erupting on sight.
Yeah, pretty big pistol round here for Alma, and I'm going to talk again, Ascent. Every map in the game except Haven, statistically speaking, is defender-sided. So for Alma to take a numbers advantage on the offense, now they're in a really good position to try and win this out. They've got a 4v3 here on the first round of the second half. The spike plant does come through, guaranteed 400 additional credits to the side of Mount Union, but can they get more? Can they get a round win and really help out their economy just a little bit? I love this. Oh, sorry, so unrelated. I love this sheriff skin. I wish I would have bought it.
I wish you just had a kill thing afterwards rather than the default. We'll get to see a little bit more of it. Huge kill from Chief. Spring on the site. 3 from Chief in the round. He'll get taken up by Chance. He also wants to get 3, and he'll be able to clutch it out for Alma, who's going to go up 5-8. That is such a critical score line, because it's actually the exact same as we saw previously in the opposite fashion, at least back on Bide.
Yeah, and production, really quickly, just whenever you get the chance, whose map pick was this? Was this Alma's map pick? Because
I got this.
It feels like they might be. Maybe even Binks is going to have it on lock, but I'll keep talking while he finds out. This is definitely fascinating due to the fact that Alma.
This is their map pick.
This is their map pick. It all checks out statistically, folks. Right back to the Septilan statistics. I just can't help myself. A team, of course, more likely to run their map pick. That's where they want to play the hardest. And it looks like Alma trying to take us all the way to Haven. And now I'm just so curious as to how the rest of this series is going to go, because statistically Alma should win this map. They should go up 9-5. If they can take us to 10-5, I think they're going to steamroll the rest of the game, but it relies, of course, off the back of not only this round, but the following as well.
Nice cooked out. I like this initial push that we're seeing from Mount Union. What I don't like as much is how blind it feels with this push.
Yikes.
Somehow Blackbird's able to win it. Dashes up, notices the Sova and Tree, but Horkita nets 2, and there's all your push potential gone and out down the drain.
Yeah, Blackbird a little too confident in the Spectre over the Classic, falls a little too early, but it looks like the rest of the team still in a good position to try and clean things up. Wow. No way. Watson stands still and with a Classic finds the exit frag there. Incredible moment for the team, honestly, and it looks like things are going to be working out just a little bit better on the side of... Whoa. Mount Union. All right, finding Cade. 22 HP on the board there, and poor Honeyham, just got a little out-juked there, a little bit outplayed, no fault of their own, but it is still going to cost them the round, and Mount Union have shaken up statistics all over again. A round they're supposed to lose, essentially guaranteed, they come out on top of.
That should never have happened.
Yeah, absolutely.
Kill onto the Omen inside. He wasn't flash. That just came from a lucky Classic headshot. But I don't understand why you're peeking that.
Yep.
You have the audio cue when a Jet sets up her dash, do you not?
I think there's a very faint sound, yeah.
Yes, and if you're playing on an angle like that, you are close enough that you should be hearing things like that. So it just concerns me a whole heck of a lot more when you just continue pushing things like that. Regardless, Blackbird's able to find honeys. They spring right onto site in a very spectacular fashion.
Without a doubt. I mean, they just hold the W key through and through directly onto the site. They're not waiting for permission. They are not waiting for the green light. They are the green light. And by golly, is it going to work wonders. They're going to bring us within one round. Once again, we saw it earlier. It worked out very well for Alma to run away with that series. But Mount Union, they are down, but they are not out. Almost not even close to winning right now. Still 5 rounds away from putting a win on the board.
Slow push up, it's a save. This is expected to go Mount Union's way. Caught in the gravity well. Not going to wait for that concussive effect. Swing out through the smoke, not able to find it. Hayes, why are you pushing up? It won't really matter though. You lose the flawless round, but at the end of the day, all's well as ends well, and they get the they get the gun advantage almost. Almost all having their rifles, and it's going to be the first round of even playing field. I think that's regardless in this matchup, the evening playing field rounds, we have not seen them be as close as I would like. There's always a very decisive factor early on, and I think it's a lot of cases that these teams not taking their time as much as they should to scout out. We have 2 initiators on each of these teams, and we can call KO the deciding factor between both Sova and Fade, but it's not being utilized.
Yeah. A lot of utilization of utility has not really come to the forefront in this series so far. We've been talking about that a lot, and the more I think about it, the more I peel back. It's not really one individual player. It feels the only people that I'm seeing utilize their util are the KO from Mount Union and the Chamber from Alma. Everybody else has kind of left it up in the air a little bit, a little more high risk, high reward, and right now Honeyham trying to run it down mid. A classic Chamber play here. Chooses to back off, decides it's not the time to make that strike, at least not yet.
Pretty quiet so far. It's probably one of the slowest rounds that we've seen. As Watson will be able to take out Channy Boo. And it's a push right onto A. Plant going down. Cade sitting in tree. This is very scary, but you have to play it as slow as can be. Stop moving, stop making noise. They'll flick back in the right second and find Mr. Zero. And they have the haunches. They have the ability to shut down this entire push. But nope, just Ethan's there. Give the team a fighting chance.
I mean, come on. Mr. Zero had the flank, had the timing diff, and unfortunately, just could not cut it out in time. Mount Union, they've got the numbers advantage. Watson's turret takes down Ethan, and Watson fully aware of a bit of tactical crouching here on the board now. Horikita has been incredible, but yeah, I mean, just going through in a scenario like that would be difficult to win out. Mount Union, they tie things up 8-8, and things were looking so good for Alma, but momentum has been ripped away from them, and they are struggling to recover.
Okay, let's take a quick second. I want a quick hot take from you. I want to see, let's say that there was halftime agent switches or a one-time agent switch in the game. Who would you be switching out on each team for who and why?
Sova, I don't care who it is. Yes. I just don't think Horikita is utilizing the utility. Horikita is top fragging, but Sova's util is crucial on this map, and we are seeing so little of it. I think just playing anybody they're a little more comfortable with could work out a little bit better. And on the side of Mount Union, probably the Astra, simply because, again, utility, I think we've seen a gravity well once. We've seen a couple of orbs here and there, but it feels like they would be more comfortable on somebody else. Right now, I will say as well, while we're talking about hero or agent picks, Watson's KJ is nuts, and I love it, and I think it's working super well. I want to see more of it down the line. Here's Horikita, backline, caught out, not going to win a 1v1. Don't bring a Sheriff to a Vandal fight. Chief popping a no command there, keeping the team up and running as well. Full Resurrection online. 5v3 as Alma gets caught out. This is just burning down the timer. The spike is already down. Mount Union, they have doubled the pace we have seen in the Cosmic Divide, finally breaking through for the first time this game.
Huge picks from Cade as they just sit in the corners. 3K. Attackers take it from Blackbird, swinging out and taking just Ethan in the chaos. What an astounding round. It just shows the ineptitude displayed by Alma as soon as they try to actually retake their site. They're not clearing every single corner, and it's proving to be their downfall.
Yeah, so right now, last time we saw okay, hold on, let me check this. Yeah, Finding Cade did play Fade on Bind as well, went 14-14. We're not done yet, already 14-11. So I'm very curious to know, was that just a warm-up diff? Was that the player just struggling a little bit on Bind? Were they getting outplayed? Whatever it could be. It could be a million things. But it seems like we are seeing a very strong position here for this Fade. It's really working well for Mount Union. They have found their footing, and I think it's going to be great, especially due to the fact Alma, they're still on that Phoenix. And Prod, hold tab for me for 1 second here. Let's see if this Phoenix is going to be kind of top frag, bottom frag. We'll jump into it in just a minute either way. But the point is, Mount Union's weakest link on Bind has become one of their strongest on Ascent, and it is working miracles for this team.
He gets spotted out is going to be Blackbird, just waiting on Rafters. Also the pinch coming from mid from Omen. This is a little bit better of angle checking, and the opening pick could be exactly what we need. Channy also able to get the kill onto Hayes after they take out Honey. So trade game back and forward, and ending with Alma being up 4-3. And in an attempted mid take, a minute to go, and they don't have any map control that should necessarily be established.
4v3, finding Cade, trying to play it slow. It has been an incredible performance from Cade to this point, especially against Mr. Zero. That matchup has not ended for Mr. Zero positively, I don't think, at all. But unbeknownst to Cade, they're going to go for the reset. Here comes the Nightmare into Lockdown combo. A really fascinating choice of ultimate combinations, but I like it for sure. It opens a lot of space, and Mr. Zero finally putting one on the board. Just Ethan finds the Chief as well, and Alma trying to tie things up for the first time in a long time. They're in a disadvantageous state, and they do not want to be there for long. They equalize us at a 9-9. They keep the dream alive, and now either team needs 4 rounds to win it out. 4 rounds from Mount Union. They just win the series 2-0, but Alma can take us all the way to map number 3 if they win out Ascent.
Seppi, I'm starting to notice a pattern in every single one of these rounds that we can easily see what is going to happen based off the start. If it's an explosive, like even during the first round, if Mount Union is, sorry, in the start, if Mount Union was playing a very laid-back defense and Alma just rushes right on in, it's going to be their round in a lot of those scenarios because they take control of everything. But if Mount Union is prepared for the retake, they were ready. Looking at this round, let's look at where everyone is set up. Scattered from Mount Union, and 3 players waiting on A, Knife working on to catch out Horikita, so you know that they are stuck inside of tree. It gives you a lot of information, and I think we're going to see that the opening pick here, whether or not Blackbird is able to successfully find their opening pick onto this A site, is going to make all the difference. Looking for the chamber, not ready for the Phoenix swing out as they'll just go for body shots. Now look, I want to see if they actually go for a site rotate here, or are they going to commit? Because both these players on the side of Alma, look at them on B, they're not budging. They are ready for the rotate. The Omen's going to creep up in case they do.
Hayes gonna walk into a 2v1, and Horikita puts him down quick. The Chief follows up. Alma getting ready to take the lead here in terms of round advantage. Once again, it's a 5v2. 2 real power players on Ascent are still standing. Watson puts down 2 and keeps the dream alive. 30 HP, but as long as you've got 1, you can be a playmaker just like that. It's gonna be a very difficult round 2 win. Maybe they go for the save, a couple of exit frags here or there, and the Molly onto the high ground. I don't know if that was an intentional lineup, but hey, you got the lineup, and that's the cool part. At the end of the day, Watson finds another one, and we're equalized, but it's both of them. We're critical condition. Just Ethan, he sprays, he prays, and he wins the 10th round for Alma.
I talked about the repositioning the defenders on B, and those were the 2 players that really came down to being critical in the end in their ability to retake. I'm going to say a lot more of the KO in that of Just Ethan in that scenario, much more than Mr. Zero. And now you can also look at the scoreboard where is the Phoenix. Chaney Boo sitting 12-14, a much better performance from last round, and it proves your theory, I guess, that it was the map, not the person.
Right, absolutely. So, I still feel weird about Phoenix. I just personally do not like him, so it's difficult for me to kind of see him in a thriving position. I feel like Chaney Boo is doing a great job.
Situational.
Exactly, back to the Horikita situation. I don't think Chaney is improved because they're on. I think mechanically the player has just stepped it up a notch. I don't remember the last time we've seen a curveball. We've seen hot hands exclusively to heal Chaney, pure defense instead of offense. And the run it back, the only one I remember was not very good, if we're being honest. So there are definitely some changes I want to see. But Phoenix at this point, if you're still playing him in Valorant, he is clearly a comfort pick. And I think that's what Chaney Boo is trying to do. They're trying to stay on somebody they know, somebody they're comfortable with. And it didn't work great on Bind, but it is working well here on Ascent, so I don't want to count that player out quite yet.
Yeah, I'd be interested to see if, because it is, we don't know if we're going to be getting our 3rd map of Haven yet, but I'd be interested to see, because Phoenix does not have a place, in my opinion, whatsoever on Haven.
I agree.
I'd be taking the Reyna over that, because of the longevity of those flashes, especially with the rework. But Rain actually has a lot of viability, but we'll get to that if we need to. There's a 4-player push, and it's going to be the 1 player of Hayes pushing up tree. Why? They find their headshot regardless. It is going to open up a lot of holes. Look at the 3 rotations that are coming on the side of Alma as they try to struggle. They're not going to have a very well-rounded offensive take as the Omen springs right on in. And just look at how these dominoes fall.
Finding Cade into the Chief, into Cade once again, 4v1. Just Ethan has been one heck of a player, but unfortunately a 4v1 is pretty much miracle work. Goes right into the highlight reel if you can pull it off. The fragment grenade right on the site, gonna pull a lot of focus, but Hayes walks up behind you. Gotta keep an eye if you're up there, and if you don't, well, exactly that is gonna happen. Now a great position for Mount Union to take the lead again. Alma has not lost the lead yet. I want to make that clear. They have tied it up 3 times, but every time it's been tied, Alma has clutched that lead back. So maybe Mount Union can rewrite history.
I'm at a little loss for words where it does feel predictable in the opening starts of the round. B, nobody's set up there yet. No KO, proper TP, all these trip mines are not properly, you have it mid, but it does not seem well sought out. They're going to shoot out the knife. KO's ready for it. And I want you to look. The players on A are not used to rotating as frequently as the Molly will be able to get blocked out and delay them for at least a good bit of time. And look at this rotation where, yes, these players on A are a lot more frequent. The Phoenix is a lot more ready, but they don't commit to the rotate. This allows for a lot of the players to continue in a comfortable position without the threat of any smokes coming their way.
Let me tell you what, if Alma holds their corners just a little, they play patiently, they might be able to clutch this out, but if Mount Union does not commit, they might be saying, oh shucks, things might be looking a little bit rough for them. A lot of ultimates online. It looks like we're going to be opening up quickly here with that lockdown, forcing an immediate rotation. 1-1 trade comes out quick. Ethan gives his life for the cause. Both KOs offline. Hunter's Fury now from Alma. A bit confusing, but it gets the lockdown, and that was the objective. So, hey, you did it. You made the ultimate worth it. Mr. Zero from the shadows, trying to sneak into the back line and into bricks. Might not be the right position in finding Cade. Puts down 2, finds it, and puts Mount Union in a winning position all over again. The smokes come out. Hayes has the line of sight. Mr. Zero, critical condition. Paranoia. Now you gotta spray. You gotta pray that he walks into it, and he does not check that corner. Mount Union taking the lead for, I believe, and I might be wrong, it's been a long map, but I believe the first time all of Ascent.
Let's count this out. 2-2, and 3-3 tied up. 3 wins.
Oh, good luck with that. I'm not counting that out. I don't know how to do that.
3 wins. No, they had it once before.
Okay, so the second time, still not as many as you'd like to have if you want to be the winning team. But Mount Union, they've got 4 ults in their pocket here. Binks, what do you think we're going to be seeing here in round number 22?
I want to see, first, that Cosmic Divide, giving them the freedom to push onto that site. But it has to be... Called it. Let's go. I want to see a counteractive null command from KO, and I wanted to see it go either ways. It needs to come out though. You have to just shut them down outright, and neither of them were going to go for it. KO to find 1, and both these KOs off the board, and now free util rain on either side. Fade has the ability, they have their ultimate. If you want to get onto that final match point scenario, you should be going to Boathouse, pop in the Nightmare, and send in and out.
Honeyham just has such a gross angle, like has fully locked them in to this commitment, but if he doesn't keep an eye on bricks, somebody might catch him off guard. Timing diff perhaps, both of them gonna whiff their shots. Okay, that's why he's not looking at bricks. His entire team is over there keeping things up and running. A great Paranoia out, forces Cade to play boxes very carefully. The Nightmare's still online. I don't know if they're gonna have the numbers or the positioning to win this one out. Mr. Zero puts down Cade, 4v1 now. Watson playing Boathouse. I think you're just looking for exit frags, and unfortunately not gonna find a single one. Now Alma, they tie things up all over again, 11-11 overtime. It feels pretty likely right now, I'm not gonna lie.
I don't like how close it is. I'm especially not a fan of the util usage.
Yes.
Cosmic Divide got you onto site, but what else? Tell me, I always like to pause players. In past instances when I've coached, especially where I will see I have 2 players scrimming, I'll call pause on the round, and I'll ask each player, where are you going and why? And sometimes stopping them in that exact position where they, oh crap, no, I shouldn't be doing this. I'm going over here now, and this is why. And after each teammate talking about what they're doing and why, it gives you that narrative of why you're assisting, how you're assisting. And by going for that, you now have a very crystal clear image. There. What more can you ask for? My personal opinion now, looking at the looking at the opening positioning of each player on this team, is that Mount Union is looking for an over pressure and over presence from Alma, which is exactly what I want to see. Amazing play from Hayes, all because once they have the Omen pushed out, once they feel like they need to rotate from A, they look directly towards mid and go right towards somewhere that they really shouldn't. Mr. Zero wins out 1, wins out 2. That is worst case scenario. Mid is now open, Spike is stuck in spawn, and you're back to not even square one, because square one doesn't have you starting all the way back in your spawn.
You're at square -5 or -3 right now, as Mount Union has put themselves in a very poor position. I mean, walking directly into that Omen, they didn't even seem ready for someone. They didn't even, it felt like they didn't even consider the opportunity or possibility that someone might be right around that corner. And I think we're just going to have to wait and pray for a miracle if you're rooting for Mount Union. But Alma, they're looking very good to win this 12th round, put themselves on game point. They would need to win 2 rounds in a row. If they want to win this without an overtime, they need to win 13-11. But if Mount Union can win this round or the following, they can guarantee themselves an overtime to win out this series. Oh, not Watson's shining moment. A bit of panic there. Finding Cade gets a little nervous themselves, and Honeyham puts them down. A flawless round. Alma, they're carrying everything into what could most likely be our final round of Ascent.
I'm not laughing to make fun of them. I'm laughing because of how relatable it is.
Valid. So valid. It hurts, but I think we've all been there.
I laugh because I'm like, if I'm pushing, I'm looking the wrong way. Oh my goodness, you don't know. My mouse would probably be close enough. Overcorrect, overcorrect, overcorrect. Although you might see me facing the other direction. I might have just given up and let go of my mouse. So good on Watson for sticking out to the end. They're 18 and 13, and it proves that when they do know what's going on, they are very aware of it. First overload is going to be used. All these ultimates need to be used. Chanibu is going to get cut out. They can't hear anything. Spotted out, although I believe that's the only person that's been spotted out. Both KO ultimates now being popped, and they're going to negate each other as Plant is successful on our final round of regular play.
The Plant is successful with Mount Union. They haven't lost anybody, you know, they haven't lost a disadvantageous state here. Okay, now things are looking a little rough, but Honeyham gets way too comfortable trying to be the hero and just gives up the operator. 2v2, is everybody gonna fall? A bit like dominoes. Mount Union, they have tied us up. There is still a possibility for Mount Union to win this series 2-0, but Alma, they want this next round like they want their next breath. They want to win things out right here, right now. They want to be the victors of Ascent and take us all the way to map number 3. Can they do it? Thinks these next possibly 2 rounds, possibly 10 rounds are going to decide it.
I'm very hesitant, and we finally get to see another round, or sorry, side swap for this overtime half. The fact that Alma's starting on the offense is very chaotic. Sova is of Horika is setting up on B, and I hope this acts as more of a distraction for a trap that's being sprung on A. I need to see the players of Mount Union going for that rotation. And if they play into that trap, that could easily be Alma taking that round win. Otherwise, it could all fall to bits and pieces. Swinging out, just waiting, trying to find an operator even being baited out. But I want to look at these players on A. This really choice of calm. Fade is going for the rotate, leaving the one single player of Astra. And here comes the crucial TSN turning point of the round.
And speaking of crucial, we got to talk about the fact that an operator right now means lack of utility and lack of shields. That is a full buy commitment. And it looks like Blackbird went no shields. I don't think they can even afford the light shields with the economy you are given in the bonus rounds. Horikita finds the Chief just completely off guard, and that could spell disaster. But Hayes is going to make sure that it doesn't. A 3-piece on the board, not quite all 4, but a 3v2. Now the numbers here in favor of UMU. Chamber has to TP out. He's not able to get that spike plant down, and I almost wish he would have if you are a Mount Union fan, because then they really would have been in trouble trying to find a retake in this current scenario. A lot of util coming out. A lot of it feels desperate as nobody wants to be the team to lose the overtime, but they are running out of time. 40 seconds left. A very slow rotation to that B site. Maybe, just maybe, Horikita can find that equalizer, but instead they're going to give up on the hero play, go for a slow rotation into that back site, be wide open. And I think Mount Union was so scared of a rotate, or a fake, that they forgot to rotate.
Well, think about the utility that's going to be available. Chamber should have his rendezvous also completely cooled down. That should be set up. Mints are going to come down for the round. Sova's going to have a recon dart in the next 5 seconds. Everything goes the way that they want. Fade, all that Fade is going to have is going to be able to go for a haunt, easily shot out. Recon dart can be a lot more obscurely placed. Killjoy and Jet don't have much utility remaining on the round. Of course, we haven't had the greatest look at it. There goes the haunt. Here comes the search. Up with the off. They're ready for it, and it's going to be able to spot out the chamber. Not going to matter too much.
Oh no! Honeyham just gets caught out in a huge moment. Horikita cannot split focus between two members, and Mount Union is 1 round away from winning this out. But if Alma finds that equalizer once again, they will take us to overtime, and we will go the extra mile until somebody walks away with a win. That's my favorite thing about Valorant, is you cannot draw. Somebody has to win. Well, you can't draw in this season. You can draw in regular Valorant, but that's stupid. And if you draw, you're a weenie. Right now, these teams, they aren't allowed to draw. Somebody has to win right here, right now. Is it going to be Mount Union, or are we going to go that extra mile?
I don't know. I'd like to, if we make it past this round, I'm not going to force production to go and look in the record books yet. But I always like to have the running count or the running tally for what the longest match is. And these two teams prove that it is a possibility. However, Mountain Union has shown a lot of promise in consecutive round wins, especially with the way they like to spring onto site. Blocked by the Owl Drone and caught up by Mr. Zero. Highly unfortunate.
That's just a timing diff. That is so unfortunate for Blackbird. I mean, that was like a second. It had to happen in a very specific second to work out the way that it did. And all of a sudden, Alma remembers how to play the game. They flawless Mount Union, and they guarantee some extra rounds here, folks. We are down, but we are not done, as we are going to be continuing this journey forward into the abyss as extra overtime is now on the table.
I want you to look at this. We've never seen a non-consecutive round win here. So according to our pattern, we should be able to see that Alma does not win this round. It goes right back. No, sorry, not Alma. That we do see that Mountain Union wins this round. According just solely off of exactly how our scoreboard pattern is looking. And of course, it's very close together. And production, I am going to ask you to now start looking for what our tally is.
Yeah, now that we've made it the extra mile here, we might want to try and find out exactly how far this has gone before. Alma, they're back on the attack. Clearly, they're just infinitely better than their offense. I think that point's been proven about 1,000 times over, so I'm not gonna, what's the phrase, not gonna kick a dead horse or whatever. I want to make sure that we keep an eye on what's coming to the table now. The Chief has a great sight down mid, but you've got to find the bullets. You get a couple of hits, but you got to find the elim, because as long as somebody has 1 HP, as long as they are alive, they can still press that left click and they can still get in your way when you want them to the least. Going into position now, the Astra gives a good setup here toward that mid. Hayes waiting for an opportunity to strike. Any ultimate on either side could be huge, but as the spike carrier Omen is less than half HP, now Union has a technical advantage until that first elim is found.
40 seconds. This round seems to have trickled right by us. We start to see the early rotate, or the hints of one on the side of Mount Union, and I'm very confused at what's exactly going to go on as they spring right onto the B site, as Chaos is definitely about to resume in this round. Caden Watson wants to find the opening picks. Caden make that 2. She also wants to add on to it, and that's going to be a flawless round as Watson finds Honey. It's 0 to 100.
Story.
It's 0 to 100, man.
It really is, Vince. It is a constant. 0 to 100, a constant back and forth between these teams. And I mean, it is amazing how both of their offenses are not as good as their defenses. We could be cycled for the rest of time right now, it feels like. This is just an incredible back and forth, and we see things not working out well for this team so far. That goes for either team. I can literally be bored like that and be like, this team? It's every team! Because neither of them have been able to clutch out these critical moments yet. Could this be it? Could Mount Union win us out in a 15-13 fashion, or is Alma gonna remember how to do it all over again? Blackbird down, Honeyham's operator working wonders for this team, and I don't even know if it's wonders right now. I think it's just great timing, better team coordination, and Honeyham putting it on lock.
15. Slow push. He's just waiting, and I love the fact we can't see the outline. Get that out of here. I don't want to know. This is as scary as it gets. Put yourself in the shoes of Hayes. You've gone into the cosmic world. You can't see anything. Mr. Zero, you know where they are. Are you going to go for the push? Yes, I see you nodding. Yes, I know you know where they are, but just go for the push, please. No, stop looking at the smoke. This is like the biggest game of cat and mouse, and Hayes is going to win it out. Oh my god.
Cat and mouse, and Hayes is the cat all over again. I mean, now we're down to a 4-4 for the first time in extra rounds. It hasn't been a flawless for anybody, so this is keeping momentum a little more shaky. Mount Union, the win is in their sights. They know the win condition they have to meet. They've just got to get there, and that, of course, is the hardest part. Cheney finds one, the Chief, with an immediate equalizer. Hayes about to catch this KO with his pants down, but instead, Ethan, where are you looking? Hayes finds it. Chamber, critical condition, but the reload lets that Chamber live another day. Finding Cade in and around the corner, Prowler out. Chamber has locked himself into the corner, caught between a rock and a hard place. A fade and an Astra. And this has to be it for Mount Union. Horikita would need to give us a miracle play. There's that 0.9 from the Chamber, and he misses the shot onto the Astra, gives himself away, no trigger discipline. Horikita finds one. Can you put two more down? Can you be the hero that Alma needs, or is it going to be time for Mount Union to wrap things up with a nice little bow on top? You have the location, but does it really matter? The Chief playing it low and slow, looks the wrong way, but Hayes will seal the deal. Take Horikita down with Horikita's own teammates. Operator, what a cleanup and what a performance. Now, Binks, I know we want to talk about this, but if I had to guess, we are pretty far behind schedule, and we are probably going to have to skip the interview and seal the deal because League of Legends is pretty soon. I'll wait for the prod confirmation on that, but I feel like we should get comfortable to throw things out right now. A great performance. We've got League of Legends coming at you guys in just a couple of minutes, but we know some of these teams are at LAN, so we need this extended break to get them on the computers they need to get on, to get the lineups they need. But Binks, before I go ahead and wrap it up, any closing remarks from you on the series we just saw?
I really want to look at the positioning, and if you are going back and looking at your VODs, I want you to look at the positioning at the start of every single round and look at the positioning of your opponents. That is especially 2020, but you have to look at where they're positioned and how they push, and that's how you can start to read teams better in the future on how to know the type of push they're going for. We saw a lot of patterns repeat, so that's my number one tip to the coaches and to the teams. If you're going back and looking at this VOD, get back, look at your positioning, and look and think, what was I doing and why?
Absolutely. And, I think another thing is we talked a lot about picking meta picks. Go for the comfort picks. Clearly, a couple players on both teams today were playing things they thought they had to and not things they wanted to. The comfortability of playing a character can go a really long way, so consider that as well. But, folks, thank you all so much for joining us here. We've got League of Legends happening, ECAC League of Legends at 8 p.m. EST. So that is 47 minutes from right now. But we're going to use this break, get our casters ready. Two good friends of mine, Random Minion Caster and Orbital. They're super excited to get on the mic. We're super excited to have them. Thank both teams for coming out. Thank you all for watching. We love each and every one of you. Check your posture, drink some water. Don't forget to love each other, and we'll see you next time. Enjoy League of Legends.
Esport teams will go under the umbrella of athletics, and I'm kind of indifferent in terms of whether it should, because I don't want esports to go down the road that some conventional sports have gone down with the NCAA. So we have a unique opportunity to kind of craft esports in a way that fits what esports is, as opposed to trying to fit it into a conventional athletics box, so to speak.
Right. I think the success of our program and getting participation is exactly that. The fact that we're not tying it in necessarily to athletics and NCAA eligibility. Like Carolyn, we probably have 3 or 4 schools that are under athletics. And I know it puts them in a difficult position sometimes trying to make some decisions. I got a request recently to consider allowing part-time students to participate during this year, because some schools struggle sometimes to fill out all the games that they want to play with us. And we held off on that for now. We defer to the institution and say, what's your policy for those that are under student development or activities? What's your policy for allowing students to participate? And if you certify that they're eligible under your current policies, then that's good for us. I also think, and I was part of some of the conversations early on with the NCAA years ago about the NCAA getting involved as a Division II representative, and I was crossing my fingers that wouldn't happen. Just because I think this needs time to grow, and expand.
Can I ask a question? Because you mentioned part-time enrollment, and one of the things that we've done here is that as a conference, we've just set eligibility standards, full-time enrollment, making progress towards your degree as the institution defines it. Are you guys doing something like that as well? Because we've gotten that part-time enrollment question and we've said no.
Yeah, no, I don't think we've gotten that far down the line, Carolyn, to ask for that. I think we kind of put it on the institution, But we do say that the student has to be a full-time. Now, they could be a full-time grad student, but they have to be full-time as from what the institution decides.
Yeah, our eligibility requirements are just as simple as can be. You have to be a full-time student in good standing.
Yes.
And after that, and that's about it. Now I think we wanted as few impediments to getting this thing rolling as possible in the outset. I do think as schools get more competitive, they will start to distrust one another, and that's why we have this 500-page NCAA manual, because schools distrust one another. But we're not there yet. Right now there's still a collective. Let's move this forward, and the fact that the NCAA is not administering it, I think, is really helpful to the growth of it all. And yes, we allow grad students. We don't even have a 4 or 5 year clock. If you are full-time enrolled for 10 years in good standing, you can do, and why not? Why would we not say that that's okay? Now, eventually, like I said, we may change our minds if the schools require it. They say, no, this is crazy. Look what they're doing over there. We don't like, but I think we're still a long way from that. Alex, do you have anything?
Yeah, I mean, I echo everything that really Carolyn has said. You're gonna have to forgive me. What was the original question? It's been a minute. I know. I'm sorry.
Well, just kind of what you set out to do, and then what maybe the realities of it.
https://twitter.com/Septilence. Don't put that in. I'll get in trouble. So that's worth it. Did I get too close to the camera on that one? A little bit too close. Should I? Oh, should I back up a little bit? Okay, sorry about that. My bad. I've been awake for probably close to 32 hours. I have to hold my keyboard the normal way, because if I do it, I feel like I have arthritis and I hold my keyboard like that. It blows my mind. I can never do that. This guy right here, he's got his keyboard off at an angle. His isn't that extreme. There's a kid all the way down on the far end who has his keyboard all the way at a horizontal.
That's really cool.
They're going to be at that table right over there.
Public information?
Oh, I don't know. But this isn't live, so it doesn't matter.
It's not live, but you and I know.
Yeah, we know.
I'm not going to tweet it.
Awesome. What game do you play?
Smash Bros.
Who do you play? Is it embarrassing? Is it like Villager?
Yeah.
Is it Villager? Am I spot on? Oh my god. Is it the Ice Climbers?
No.
Is it Game & Watch?
No.
Is it Pichu?
No.
Is it Wario?
No.
I can keep going. I think I can name every character in the game. Is it? Did I say the Ice Climbers already?
Yeah, you said them.
Is it them?
No.
Is it them a second time?
No.
Okay. All right. Oh, is it one of the Links?
Yes, it is.
Is it Toon Link?
It is.
Oh, that is pretty embarrassing. That is rough. Who do you play?
I'll give you $20 if you guess correctly right now.
First try? Give me a single hint.
It's an obscure character.
Obscure character.
Not played very often.
Is it Wii Fit Trainer?
Oh my god!
I'm the interviewer for a reason, baby. I do what I do. I don't need the money. I appreciate it, though. I appreciate it. So Bowser Jr., Wii Fit, and I forgot already. Are you all lying to me? Am I being gaslit? No. Bowser Jr., Wii Fit, and you told me already. Oh, Toon Link. Yep. Where's my main support at? Who are we playing this weekend?
A lot of Brig.
A lot of Brig, really?
Brig Lucio, probably.
Brig Lucio, really? I shouldn't say that too loud. I don't want to give away your strategies. It's over-under?
What do you mean over-under?
Like, do we think we're going to podium? Do we think we're going to come in last place?
Not last place.
Not last place?
Certainly not last.
What about, 5th place?
That's doable.
That's doable? That's winnable? 3rd place?
Third place.
That's where things get dicey?
That's very doable.
Okay.
First place? That's very doable.
First place, very doable. Love it. That's the mindset. That's what he loves to hear. Yeah. Oh my god. Hold on. Cut the cameras. Well, who are you? Hello. Oh my god. I saw you earlier. I saw the back of your shirt. And I was like, I know that name. I know him. It's a quick play game. They Q-sniped each other at land. I thought it was a scrim. It's just unlucky. Are you actually a Villager player?
Yeah.
How do you feel about Villager being notably worse in Smash Ultimate than they were in Smash 4?
I wouldn't know.
You wouldn't know? You never play Smash 4?
No.
Oh, that's all right. Nobody's going to hold that against you. Now, who do you play?
I play Robin.
Okay, wow. Did you know Robin has the lowest pick rate in the game?
Yeah.
Isn't that crazy? Come on, the LEDs, it looks just like Samus.
Huh?
Do you disagree?
I guess I can see
The
it.
Samus vibe. Show the controller to the camera. We're interviewing. This is recording, by the way. Surprise.
Not my controller.
Who do you play?
I play Peach.
Oh, wow. I like that. Who do you play?
I play the Shotos, mostly Kazuya.
No, you lose against Kirby. That's just like a statistics thing.
Yeah.
It's maybe.
This is a death match. I think they're all in the same one. They're all on Icebox. Are they all in the same death match? Maybe. Who knows? I feel like none of them can hear me. I want to like approach somebody, but no one can hear. They all have both their headphones on.
What's up?
How do we think we're doing?
I think we're doing pretty good. Yeah.
What's your KD?
We're looking at 10 and 6 right now.
Oh, hey, that's third, dude. That's better than I expected. Who's bottom frag right now? I want to go talk to them. Ian? Hey, how do you think we're doing so far?
It could be better.
Could be better? You're one of those rough days?
Well,
Let's go find more people to harass. Yeah. Where's Boise State? Who's your favorite to play?
Oh, right now it's got to be either Chamber or Breach.
What country is Cypher from?
Oh, dude. It's Moroccan, right?
It is Morocco. Oh my God, I didn't think anyone was gonna get that. Oh, you're good. You're good. All right, see you later. Let's go harass Boise State more. Who is this? What school is this? Boise?
This is Boise.
Oh man, that's okay. Boise's still got really good odds. A Large Bagel, one of their tank players, Nerdy Bird, they're off tank. Both of them not here. A little bit scary, if we're being honest. Getting warmed up, getting ready to cast some players. No, okay, not cast. Interview. Change your mindset. Change your mindset.
Words.
No, but last words until we come back.
Oh, okay.
Because we're leaving.
Enjoy.
Oh, that was good. That was good. Anything from you?
How are you doing, Polly?
Awesome. Thank you so much for your time.
Well, my name is Darian Wheeler. I'm a junior at Cornell College, and I play for the Overwatch and Smash Ultimate team there. I also play football, and I enjoy playing Ultimate Frisbee as well.
Wow, how do you have time for all that?
I have no idea.
Just gotta prioritize, right?
Yeah.
So how long have you been playing Overwatch and Smash, you said?
Overwatch, I started playing the summer before I came to Cornell, which was in 2019. And since then, I've gone from bronze to master's ranking just by being on the team. And Smash, I started when the game first came out, but I haven't played the game competitively until around the end of last year.
And what made you want to start competing?
At the time, our esports coach, we just started getting into like big tournaments and stuff. And so we went to a tournament where one of the PGR, one of the top 50 players in the world, was appearing, and we played him, and it was not pretty. It was, we got stomped into the dirt. And so that I didn't like that. So I said, you know what, I'm gonna get better. I'm gonna play better, and I'm gonna figure out how to beat someone like that, because that was not fun.
And what have you done to get better at the game? Like, what kind of strategies do you use?
We have weekly practices. We have Monday, Thursday, and Friday. We practice. I play by myself, of course. I go to tournaments. And from these tournaments against good players, I take the film that I get and I VOD review it, learn what I could have done better, and figure out things like positioning, usage of abilities, that type of thing.
So what do you think about your team? How does it feel to be a part of an esports team? And do you guys all get along? Are you guys friends?
Oh yeah, it's fantastic. If we're all in the room together, we're just joking around. Which sometimes makes it hard to practice because it's very hard. It's hard to get serious when it's really goofy like that. But I love being on the team. It's like one of the reasons I stayed on the esports team, because we had a director change. Despite the director change, was because I just love the team.
That's really good. You guys support each other and all that. That's awesome. You said you've gone to competitions and stuff. Well, how often do you think you game a week? How many hours do you think you play a week?
Maybe over 24, maybe 30 hours. It's a lot of time.
You play Smash and Overwatch. Which one do you like better and why?
I like Smash better. One, fighting games have always been my thing before shooters, so that's hard. And I'm much better at Smash than I am at Overwatch. Overwatch is more of a team-based game, so your individual performance matters a lot less. But Smash, everything that you do, it's all on you, so you can always improve on that.
And I know you've been to competitions and stuff before, but do you still get nervous when you're about to compete, or are you pretty confident?
Oh man. Yeah, I get nervous still. It depends though. I usually have music playing, calm my nerves, but especially if I'm going against a player who I know is very high ranked, very well known, very good. In tense situations, I'll always I just get nervous, and it just doesn't go well if that happens. Yeah, I still get nervous.
Yeah, I think that's natural though. Are there any specific teams or schools that your team kind of watches out for or that you really want to beat?
Iowa State, their team is crazy. So they have most of the top ranking players in Iowa. So those guys they have a big target on their backs.
Can you tell me a little bit about what you think about CECC and do you think your team will go to Atlanta?
Currently, our team we're going over a massive overhaul because we're down a lot of players due to transfers and other things, but it's still possible. I think we can do it.
Okay, yeah, we hope to see you there. Backtracking a little bit, what are you studying in school? What's your major?
Biochemistry.
Okay. Jeez, you do it all. What the heck? What do you plan to do with biochemistry? And do you ever see any overlap between what you're learning in school and esports?
My initial plans were to possibly go into medicine, but I'm leaning more towards biochemical research. So I don't know if that overlaps somehow, but if it can, that'd be great.
Would you ever want to be an esports coach?
Of course. It's so fun. It's so fun.
Yeah, when you're not doing medicine and you find time between football and the ultimate frisbee, maybe you can be an esports coach.
I'll find time to do it all, I guess.
Yeah. Are there any players on your team that stick out to you, whether it be a success story, their growth, or even yourself that you want to talk about?
Let's see. Well, of course, myself is a good success story, I guess. Because when I joined the Smash and Overwatch team in 2019, I was garbage. Like, it was bad. Like I said earlier, I was bronze rank in Overwatch, which lowest possible rank. It's terrible down there. And then from there, I went to Masters, which is the second highest rank, which is just ridiculous. And then in Smash, I was also bad. So, and now I'm one of the top ranking players in Iowa. So it's pretty good.
So, what has been your proudest moment or specific moment? I know you jumped ranks there, but has there been any specific moments in a game or tournament that really you're proud of?
It was last year we had a Smash tournament, Smash Ultimate tournament. It was a Wi-Fi tournament. To qualify for the national part of it, we needed to beat this one school, and this school had some really good players. Like I think they had a Link player, and I forget the rest of them. But we were losing. I fumbled hard. I lost all 3 stocks, and I didn't take any. It was bad. And then my team rallied, and we beat them, and the whole room exploded. It was fantastic. Everyone was jumping all over the place. It was it was a great time.
Let me imagine the energy. That's really awesome. So my last question for you is, do you have any goals for the rest of this school year that you want to accomplish?
Well, for Overwatch, I do want to rank up again. I want to get GM. And for Smash Ultimate, I want to get a higher rank. I think so. In East Iowa, I'm ranked I think 4th or 3rd, but I want to be first. I want to be the top of the ranking. I don't like being under 2 other people. It doesn't feel right.
Well, I'm sure you can do it. Is there anything that you would like to add about your team or you before we go? Anything you want the world to know about you?
Join our team. We're great people. I don't know.
Good. That's good. Well, thank you again so much for your time and doing this interview with me and fitting me in your schedule of all the stuff you have going on. I really appreciate it.
No problem. No problem.
I hope you have a good rest of your day. Thank you.
You too.
Hey guys, KTAD here. Now, I've been told I need to step in to create like a buffer zone between some of the other hosts so that the Valorant v Overwatch conflict may finally come to an end. But between you and me guys, I don't think they both realize that League's kind of already won that war. So don't tell them anything. But anyways, You guys already know why we're here, and if not, well, then you're in luck, because we've got some of the best collegiate esports moments right here. Don't believe me? Well, that's okay, but you know, here's your proof. Let's get into it. To start us off, we have the combo of Matt and Festive as they execute a brilliant mid-air handoff to close out Game 2 and tie up the series.
Here in regulation, can Festive and Matt do it? Matt's there, puts it in, and we do get the go-ahead goal. Is it going to be enough to end it here in reg?
25 seconds left right here. About 2 minutes since our last goal. 5th total in this one. Is this looking like moderately?
Feeling thirsty? Well, if you are, then Crollo's got what you need with these sick plays on Pac-Man.
That's not always guaranteed to stock. Goes for the side special into that. That would have been an insane way to end it.
And now Crollo looking for the fire hydrant edge guard. Slam dunk right there. Is there able to finish them off?
At number 6, see if you can count the ultimates here, because when the dust settles, there can be only one survivor.
Thomas College, but I don't know what Keene University are thinking. Well, okay, they're thinking it. What is going on in this fight? My days! 2 to the bomb, 3 to the tile, 1 to the self-destruct, and
it's
we
just
get the
a
team.
lone
It's
diva. It's a lone
what
baby
is
diva.
happening?
No, okay. Hip is back there.
You know what number play this is, right? Because J-Rod knows. And let me tell you, he's definitely keeping count.
It's gonna be J-Rod who strikes first again with a nice headshot onto Boss. Gonna start moving down into Garage, and J-Rod is just approached now through Garage. Fireproof Wall has been committed. Lance tries to take a peek, but J-Rod's there, finds Pigeon Mac. We're looking at potentially an ace. Boston gonna do their...
Trying to scrape together some sort of consolation prize. He's blinded, and they're... Oh my god, draw. What a teammate. He's giving a... Oh no, J-Rod around the corner looking for the ace. One shot on Austin, he finds the ace.
Oh,
good guy
beautiful.
draw, gives it over. Love the team.
A man down, the overtime clock counting, and the ball on their half of the pitch. Yet somehow, Stonehill manages to make it work in this crazy match against Buena Vista.
Out and push right back out again. This is a game of inches. Who can aggress hers? And that's gonna be it. Joker from the long shot along the field. Look at this from the back of board, straight to Joker's feet. The touch is so delicate.
In what was surely a game-changing play here, Nichols State's Law pulls out a tire that can only be described as illegal to put the nail in the coffin against Missouri Western.
Awesome math already. On the bright side, yeah, Nichols has enough time to come through. No!
It gets 3!
No! It's not 1, it's not 2, it's not 3. It is 3 eliminations with Law's rip tire there. Absolutely incredible. Able to pick up a 4th. Shy for the team kill right now.
At number 2, it's just a masterful display of edge guarding from Adelphi's Davian. Check it out.
That roller is going to be a great opportunity to get in and pass, possibly even just through those arms. Goes for the down throw into forward air, excuse me. A great combo. Could have found some great damage offside, and as that paint just racks up onto this midman, that is more and more damage basically for free. Davian looking for a bottom stage. My goodness, what a stall!
Beautiful edge guard. And England.
And in our top play of this week, have you seen the movie Ratatouille? It has nothing to do with this play, but I think you'll see why we bring it up.
Look at this rat, though. Look at this rat going up long, dude. Oh, he's got another.
I mean, it's Ratatouille. They're just chefing it up. I'm going to go find another. Fozzie, quick trade, though. And they'll stall the push for now, but contain just a little bit here. We got a lot more work to be done. It's out of CT already. Right click is missed!
Oh.
That right click is huge going in this round. It's not going to find anything but Tumble will. Fozzie with a quick trade.
Oh,
and okay.
stop.
Okay,
Stop
let the rat do it all. Oh, my.
Phew! What a week and what a crazy set of matches we've been seeing so far. Now, with that said, we're just now passing the halfway point in the season, so that playoffs picture is definitely starting to shape up. Now, if you guys want to stay up to date with all of the ECAC action, then definitely give us a follow on Twitter at ECAC_esports. Or If you guys want to catch all of the matches live, you can find us on Twitch at ECAC_esports. Mondays and Tuesdays at 8 p.m. Eastern, Wednesdays at 7. Now, as always, a special shout out to our partners over at Esports U for expanding on our broadcast coverage. We definitely want to give them a special thank you for that. But, that's it. That's the show. That's all we've got this week. Come back next week. Hopefully we've got a new host. Hopefully they've stopped bickering and all of that. But in any case, I've been KTAD. It's been a blast, and I'll see you guys next time.
I really think that there's been a sorely missed opportunity for developers to take a step back from competition and take a step forward with community. And if they do that, I think we all win, because community, I would argue, is the one thing that no one's trying to solve. We're trying to solve recruitment. We're trying to solve competition. Tell me, where's community? Honestly, any one of you, go ahead. Shout out what's the national community for Scholastic right now. Any title, tell me.
Yeah.
Where do I go? How do I meet and hang out?
Of the storm. Community 0.
There's nothing. It doesn't exist anymore. And it doesn't exist statewide. It doesn't exist school-wide. It doesn't exist region-wide. It doesn't exist nationally. It doesn't exist digitally on Twitch. It doesn't exist digitally on Discord. It doesn't exist through any form of skill-based development. It doesn't exist on any form of, skill-based learning or just pure socialization and fandom. Huge missed opportunity. You want to take their time and make it more efficient, in my opinion, tell Riot Scholastic politely to stop what they're doing with competitive, and their integration with LCS should be, Twitch, symposiums and summits and conversations and learning and all sorts of wonderful things, and promoting camps and educational learning activities and RSSA sponsored curriculum. That will move the needle. I don't see any of that.
So Chris, that was pretty much the last topic. You kind of wrapped it in a nice package called community. And I was kind of thinking more from an organizer and a broadcaster point of view around growing fandom. And how do we get fandom around collegiate esports to look more like traditional sports across the board? And, that helps us go out and sell sponsorships in the place, of which trickles down to all our member schools that we represent. But when we go to brands and we can't check that box of, 1 billion impressions and 1 million views, we still are challenged with selling those sponsorships. So my last and final is, do we have any secrets around how to grow fandom or grow community let's just start with on campus?
I got the big one real quick.
Okay.
Best way to grow community: food nights. It has nothing to do with playing the game. I'll give you a real life example. We used to do dollar burger night at the University of Cincinnati. We'd just go out to Bar Louie. We used to have dollar burgers every Wednesday. We'd post in at this time those Facebook groups, tell people where to show up. 6 people, 12 people showed up the first week. By the 3rd month, we had 40 plus people coming. And it was the biggest revenue night of the week for Bar Louie every week, purely because of us. But we had friendships, we had relationships, we had roommates, we had all sorts of great, wonderful things come from that. And that translated to our LANs, our club meetings, and everything from that. It was nothing beats food nights.
Just like pro sports, we need to focus on tribalism. And the way that you create tribalism is you have to prioritize in-person experience, in my opinion. I think that there's a lot of companies trying to become unicorn online platforms, but at the end of the day, I think we need pockets and hubs around the country that serve as regional and local hubs. once you get a group of people together that share their love for the team that is on their campus, they start to develop a bond around that. You can do that online, but it won't be nearly as effective. Professional esports is having this tribalism problem because it's the majority of it's online. It's resulted in fans following players more so than the teams. I mean, that's a pretty broad topic though. Like we're starting to see those trends in traditional sports as well start to occur. People will follow LeBron and specific players on different teams to wherever they are. But I think for collegiate specifically, schools need to create meaningful live experiences. And if we're talking explicitly about fandom, you have to make the students on your campus care about the team first. That's the biggest thing. Either you create a level of pride through community engagement, or through the team itself. At a lot of schools, the groundwork is there for this. Like there are schools like UBC, Ohio State, with Buckeye Gaming Collective that have clubs that number in the 2,000 to 3,000 range, right? So they have a base to begin with. At a school like Maryville, like we kind of developed it the opposite way. When I came in and started building our esports program, we had 3 kids in our esports club. And so we've kind of built the team, and then the club has followed, which is kind of the opposite for a lot of schools. But I think that we have to develop tribalism, and that starts with meaningful live events. And the more that these events, the longer that these events continue to be like only online, the less effective it is in creating that final goal.
Agreed. Doc, you wrap it up for us, please.
I would just say this: clubs ebb and flow based on their leadership. But if all students, all clubs, all groups are given regular and meaningful invitations to come in, use the space, create what you want out of this, then it will continue to thrive despite the change in leadership. I can just imagine that Cincy student group with Chris heavy in the leadership there just being amazing. But there's not always someone with his skill set at the helm. So you just need to be open and look for opportunities to serve, even though it can be more difficult, especially in the scheduling of the space. I know a lot of people that don't like anybody else but the players they're recruited to use their space. As much as we can, if we want to build community, we have to open the space to people that we wouldn't normally see in there and let them do the types of things that they want to do.
One more thing, so like on a national level though, if we want to raise the general viewership of all of collegiate esports and not just different pockets, that's a hard one because people watch esports to see people do stuff that they're better than them at, right? So naturally at the collegiate level, we're going to be at a lower level than pro. So it's hard to get people to watch for that reason, but what we can sell are narratives and storylines, matchup histories. And as we start to build a longer history of collegiate esports, I actually truly believe that some of the CLOL storylines are more rich than what exists in Academy and
100%
and the LCS, but no one's really covering it. No one's really drilling down into it. No one's creating narrative content. So I think that that's the key to getting people to care about it. Like if there's a storyline, people attach themselves to it. Yeah.
Yeah. I'll add one more thing before we end. The largest organizations on any university campus. This is a very blanket statement. Could be wrong for you. It's right for many. Campus ministry and Greek life are always the largest groups on campus. Why? It's because of the concept of family. Let me explain. With a club or a program, many people identify, oh, I am a gamer, but I am also A, B, C. And usually it's I am A, B, C, and I'm also a gamer. Not everyone is a gamer first and foremost. And you're only going to capture that population if you're promoting purely competitive and purely esports. And so I said food nights and social activities, I'm really stealing from campus ministry and Greek life, because what you want to do to build community at your school is to make it so that the thing that you're doing is the number one thing in the students' lives. Now, that's a very selfish thing to say, but it's a true statement. For you to grow the largest community, your community needs to feel that the thing that they're a part of is the most important part of their social campus experience. That's why Greek life is so successful. That's why campus ministry is so successful. And when you treat esports as a program of just competition, practice, and development, that's an outlet. That's not a way of life. Not for at scale. Not when 55% of the campus body of a Division I school identifies as a gamer in some way, shape, or form. You're not going to touch that 55%. You're going to touch 5%, maybe. You're probably going to touch 0.05% or 0.5% at a Division I school. And so what you really need to do is build that community authentically by, as Doc said about Dan, what are the people prioritizing, and do that. And how do they enjoy their life? What would they find meaningful? Do that. And then do everything else, because the financials and everything else, the planning and all that matters too. And that's why we have a talent problem in scholastic esports. But I will wrap up and say, for the national level, Dan's completely right on narrative. But I'm not worried about that, because the only thing we need to build community nationwide is just time. We are 2 generations away from critical mass. And all it takes is that the current generation of students to grow up, get in the professional workforce, and have kids and raise them on the things that they were fans of. It's how baseball grew. It's how basketball grew. It's how rugby and all those other sports grow and sustain.
Cornhole grew.
But in all seriousness, all we need is time. All we need to do is ensure that our products get better, our opportunities become more authentic, accessibility remains open, and monetization remains enough to us to continue to what we're doing and grow.
Hey guys, KTAD here, and as spring break is upon us, we too need a break every once in a while. But with that said, you know we've still got some great collegiate esports action for you, and playoffs is around the corner, so you know that these teams are doing everything they can to make the cut. Let's get into it. Starting us off, it's a POTG for POST as Hiveter spins to win and keeps his team alive in their series against the Colonels.
Because they needed that victory, they needed to know that the reverse if it's going to take place. Hostas started with the best.
At number 7, Floppy's got a show to put on for us as he juggles Sen around the stage.
Off stage, how will they make it back on? Just immediately opting to go food ledge, eating an up hit, and totally not going to be dying quite yet. He is quite a hefty boy, but what a follow-up.
Yeah, ping pong with his...
It's overtime out the gate for our number 6 clip, and eBest Drew hangs it us a little to the left to clutch it up for Farmingdale.
Gets it over one, has Indemnity to work through now to flick over him. Chance, oh, it's top of the box for St. Drew. That's a goal, game 1 winner for Farmingdale.
Yeah, that's eBest Drew right here. Fantastic shot reception, or that pass reception, I should say. After Otto puts this across the top right here.
Up next is Curious George with the Cura Ace to clutch up the round for Keen. And yes, the editors came up with the name of this clip, not me.
Behind it, and now you're going to be talking about a bolstered close flank here. It would probably be in the best interest of Keen to go ahead and save the weapon. Not exactly sure how their guns are looking, how their economy is looking, excuse me. But this just seems so unfavorable for them. They're sort of making it work, mind you. Curious George, he's going ahead and giving it the old college try. He's going to make it an ace, but does he have the time behind the snake bite? He can go ahead and stick on it. And by God, again! Keen just cannot keep getting away with it. They're disjointed, they're scrappy as all hell.
It's Ye Old Faithful in our number 4 spot as Putnut and Kofe toss out a huge Grav Dragons to flip the point and secure map number 1 for Nickel State.
I think they're going to have to fade out this immortality. First, we're going to see that committed on the back of the Grav, but the Dragon Strike is massive. A 4-shot for Kofe. And with that, the Colonels will take control of the point once again.
Now this might only be our number 3 clip of this week, but you guys have to check out this play from Not Leopard as he pulls off these ridiculous moves to juggle the ball right past the defenders of Central Missouri and into the net.
It's possible, setting up a counter-attack potential, but Fan Shui here, Not Leopard, what? Oh, Not Leopard! They have families, stop it, they beat all 3 defenders.
I finally figured out why it's not Leopard. It's not Leopard because it's Messi. Messi with the dime, the dish, the left to the right.
At number 2, this is probably one of the smartest plays we've seen in a while. Now UNM's Wicked Pro, after finding the spike on A, decides to ult and immediately rotate out after getting the info that the rest of the attackers are mid. What happens next? We'll just watch.
A bit frustrated about that one.
Oh, and this is a great play going around from the smoke, from the belt. They have the perfect opportunity. And once that falls, everyone will be revealed. They'll be hit with the decay. This could be huge. Yes. Fisher Row. Caught on the zip line. Wicked gets 2.
Another 4K for Wicked, who is playing out of their mind. The 500 IQ play. You knew that it was a weird angle to have that Viper spit. You knew that they were going to check everywhere inside. And
Alright, number 1, let me break this down for you. Series 3, last man standing. The anchor in Atata as he somehow manages to bring Illinois Wesleyan back from being in a 1v3 for this series.
Big lead here for Wayne State, but we'll see. You know, Atata's not out of the count just yet, and they might be looking, I mean, they're definitely looking to take away with the 3 stock, but they can't play too risky. Okay, we see the NPA flash there. They're going to make it back to ledge. We also saw a pretty Hail Mary forward smash there at low percent at that. The risk reward on that is a little skewed. Ooh, look at this jab reset into the forward smash. What a beautiful combo.
They just feel confident in their team, and there's nothing more that I love with that. But the mess is already trying to make a statement saying that you should have brought the person who could take the stocks first.
That is amazing right there. We saw the PK fire, multi-hits goes for the downer. There's an off-stage air dodge. Suddenly, this is looking very bad for Younglink and potentially Wayne State as a whole.
Side, don't let them grab you. You still got to be careful. Ness is a threat no matter where they are on the stage.
Nice rising fair to kind of even that out. Good blade beam to catch the PK fire. Maybe the PK fire is in reaction. There's a climb hazard. This is Ness's time. That forward tilt takes it. And IWU, Illinois Wesleyan Titans, takes it over Wayne State College 2-1 across the set. The final game going 2 stocks to Atata over Chef Louis 0 stocks. Oh my goodness, what a heart wrencher.
Well, there you have it. What a crazy week it was, and honestly, I know it's only going to get even crazier as we move on. Now, the competition is fierce not only just in Division A, but even some of these open division matches are going the distance and coming down to the wire. Now, as always, if you want to stay up to date on everything, give us a follow on Twitter at ECAC_esports, or if you guys want to check out the matches live, we broadcast Mondays and Tuesdays at 8 p.m. Eastern, Wednesdays at 7. Once again, a special shout out to our partners at Esports U for providing additional coverage of our matches on their network. But I mean, that's it. That's all I've got for you guys this week. We're only 2 more weeks out after this, and I mean, I'm really curious to see how the playoffs shakes out this year. But don't go anywhere, guys. Come back right here every week, every time. Same day, same time. You guys know how it runs. And don't go anywhere. I'll see you guys next time.
My name's Jacob. I'm 21 and it's my first year in this school. I already been to community college for the last 2 years, but I transferred here. It's a whole new program.
What made you transfer?
I wanted to do something different. I already have an associate's degree in business administration, and I wanted to come to this school and do audio production, just like music engineering stuff.
So what do you want to do with that?
The main goal is to work in like music studios and like help with like the music creation process. Anywhere kind of in the audio recording realm is fine with me.
And do you have a go-to genre of music that you like?
I don't know. It's all over the place, to be honest.
Yeah, no judgment.
It's all over. It's all over the place.
So how do you like the program that you're in now? Do you like your school?
Yes, I really do like this school, and with this whole esport thing, I think it just made it a little bit better because like it's new, you know. It's you don't do it. It not everyone has it, and it's something that I'm very interested in and have been interested in for a while.
You didn't have esports at your old school?
I want to say there was a club, but I didn't know anything of it.
This is your first time being part of a collegiate esports team then?
Yes.
And how do you like it? Like how do you feel about it?
I love it, to be honest. Growing up, I played baseball. Through senior year of my high school. I wasn't like doing anything traditional sport wise in college. It wasn't until this year that I was like, oh, because like I saw it, like I saw like a poster hanging up. I was like, oh, esports, let's just go do it. I really like it though. Something cool, something new. My friends like it, so I'm like, cool.
What are your games that you play?
I play Valorant for the school. On like the side, I've been playing Fortnite recently, and I play Osu sometimes.
So how does it feel being a part of the team? Do you like your team?
Yes, I do. I pretty much made friends with all of them. Obviously, I have met them. Since a lot of things have been remote recently, I still have met them, and they're very nice kids. Our arena is being built at the moment. The Valorant team should be getting in there first, so I'm very excited to play in there.
What do you do to improve yourself in game, and do you take that strategy into your everyday life as well?
For in-game, I try and play every day. That's kind of like the one thing I try to do. Even if I have like a little burnout from it, maybe from like the previous day, I still try to get on and do something. Of course, you watch YouTube. There's a millions of things that you can watch on YouTube. I like to watch different content creators in that niche just to like inspire me to play a little bit more, you know. Do I carry it into my everyday life? I do. I'm very into like music production. There's a lot of things you can do like the same thing. You do it every day. You watch YouTube in that niche. You take things you learn and you apply it. There's a lot of similarities of things like if you want to do something, you very much have to dive deep into that niche of things you want to do.
If you had to guess or just kind of spitball here, how many hours a week do you think you spend gaming?
Honestly, I've never thought about it. I'm on my computer almost every day. It's up there. It's up there. It's up there. Between playing with friends and kind of just doing stuff by myself, it's up there.
You spoke about burnout when it comes to playing, and you play every day. What do you do to kind of get yourself back into the zone, or what do you do when you're experiencing burnout?
It kind of goes back to like watching content creators, like the people I watch on YouTube. I'll see if they post anything new, or I'll just watch whatever they have, and I'll get inspired to do it, and I'll just be like, all right, time to hop on. Even if I don't. Not feeling it, I'll try to do something.
Would you say that there's anyone on your team that really stands out to you or kind of motivates you to play?
Yes. One kid on our team, his name's Alex. He is Diamond 2. Diamond 1 or Diamond 2 in Valorant. So he's up there. He only really plays with us. He plays on his own, but he plays with us during games and sometimes afterwards. Trying to be at his level, I think, would be the goal. So it kind of like inspires you to kind of like keep going. Anyone really that's higher ranked than you kind of inspires you to like, all right, you want to push yourself to be where they are. And that's kind of what I've been doing recently. There are people like that.
For you, since this is your first time being on a collegiate team, do you have any advice to people who may be looking to join a team or aren't sure if they should or not?
I say just go for it. When I saw the poster in the school, I was like, maybe they have like, Valorant team, whatever. At the time, I kind of doubted my ability, right? I kind of doubted my ability because like I was a low rank. I know I could hold my own in the game, but I didn't know how I would like compare. But I think you just have to go for it because if you don't, how would you know if you don't go for it?
Would you say that the people on your team helped you out?
Yeah, for sure. I think people who are higher ranked than you are like they teach you. You obviously learn on your own, but there's a lot of things that you can get taught from your teammates and just how they play.
Well, thank you so much for taking the time to do this with me. I really appreciate it.
And there's so many other jobs as well that
That's
can
right.
translate out of this experience in esports. The only path is not just as a player. I think all of us are representative of jobs in esports, but it mirrors traditional sports in pretty much the same way. You've got, broadcasters, you've got production people, you've got marketing and sales, and now NIL and things like that. But really, esports is kind of a great accelerator for a lot of new businesses that are coming up in the metaverse and Web3, and there's a lot of new technology that is going to be needed. And so these STEM students that are also esports athletes are really the future workforce and leaders of tomorrow. And us, as well as all of our brand partners that we work with, really recognize this. And I think that's really, a key driver of why brands are in this space. They want to be part of building that future workforce and leadership and shaping it and supporting it. So, yeah, it's been a very interesting space to watch.
And we offer such a big, we offer such a big counterpart to traditional sports also, because it's a counterpart, but it's also the same, is what I'm trying to say. Because when you're traditional sports and they're done after their 2-a-day workout and they're done after their practice scrim, they're coming home to play Call of Duty and relax and put their feet up and get a drink and play video games. It grows their brain, problem-solving skills, and their hand-eye coordination while they're home. Hand-eye coordination, if you're a football player, massive skill. So it helps build those things while they're off the field. And then for us, vice versa, if you're an esports athlete, one of the errors I had growing up when I was competing in esports is that I was not active enough. I played sports, I competed a little bit, but I wasn't active enough truly when I look at it. So that's one area that esports players can learn from in terms of activity and physical and the marrying of both. People say, oh, sports and esports, video games. Not really. We're just kind of the tech industry's competitive form of competition, as to where traditional sports are more physical, hands-on. So I believe in the marrying of these two sectors and that they actually live together while also being counterparts.
Well, I think then to speak to something about marrying, right, from traditional to esports, that to me speaks to this whole new thing, at least again from you guys, right? You guys have more traditional sports background, right? Paul, Lee, Mike, and all of that. But I think let's talk NIL then, because I think that's something that I think is really interesting, that at least when I heard about it, right, of what we're trying to do with, esports athletes, schools, programs in general, because it wasn't something you would think normally, right? You could understand, right, football player on the field, star quarterback, it makes sense, right? The guy is somebody that everybody knows on campus, whether you're on the team, off the team, or you're just going to the school, it makes sense. But I think, nowadays it's not as common, or people don't think that they could be somebody that their name is out there, right? Or that they're known, right? As we're growing this space, as we're putting this together, it almost feels really interesting that, your star entry in Valorant, or your star forward on Rocket League, right? Whatever the case might be, now they can have NIL deals. It's a thing out there, and I think, I don't know, maybe Mike, you want to start off? But
I think thank you for teeing that up. So I was talking for too long. I forgot to bring NIL into the mix. So it's a common occurrence, occupational hazard. So I would say that so NIL for I'm sure most of you watching understand what it is, but NIL stands for name, image, and likeness. Name, image, and likeness, that term has been utilized to describe the transition of traditional student athletes, NCAA athletes, and their ability to monetize their name, image, and likeness. It went live.
Welcome, everyone. We are here ready to go to round out your week with some lovely League of Legends action here with the ECAC. We are going along with week number 7, the second to last week before playoffs is going to be locked in. And, of course, we're taking a look at 2 amazing teams. My name is Orbital. With me is, of course, the best minion to ever wander out Earth. At this point, I think you're finding new avenues to escape. It is Random Minion Caster. RMC, how you doing?
You know, I escaped the rift and I just keep finding myself coming back, Orbital, but this time on the other side of the camera, so I'm safe. Can't loss hit this. We are right into picks and bans here, Orbital. On the blue side, it is going to be Illinois Wesleyan Titans, and on the red side here, Grand Valley State University.
And we are right into draft. As you said, you can already see the bands coming out just as quick. The Gragas and the Thresh. And of course, the Fiddlesticks on the other side. I know teams have been saying the Fiddlesticks is a very fun one. I like the fact that, you know, Spiffy Big Daddy has been playing that AP in the jungle.
Yeah, and I think, you know, Fiddlesticks actually a really strong jungler right now. One of the few viable AP picks. More importantly, preseason patch Orbital is going to make it very hard to leash more than one camp. So if you are a Fiddlesticks abuser, Karthus abuser, you can do multiple camps. Now is the time to...
I like how you call them abusers instead of just really good players in that sense. It's just like, listen, get what you can out of there. Taking a look, though, ADC is being banned out abroad, and you can see here the Varus respect. I love the fact that the Varus has been seen, but of course that leaves open the Aatrox. Great first pickup here.
Yeah, just a really strong power pick. We've seen it all over the place. It's such a meta pickup right now, and it's so hard to play melees into that sort of champion GVSU. Has to think twice a little bit, especially in the top lane. Toon World, week 6 last week, played 2 games of Jack's massive split pushing, win condition for the team. It becomes a bit hard to do that, you know, into the likes of an Aatrox. And then the other problem too is that Illinois Wesleyan can always go for that team fight, and Jax won't have that same level of impact. But despite all the AD carry focus we're seeing Orbital, GVSU, you know, the other one with more AD carry bans, they're picking it up early as well. They want to get a strong dominant early.
And I like the fact that they went with the Tristana of all things, right? The Caitlyn is still up. It is a little bit of a distance, but the fact that they are saying we want to follow the Sejuani is actually what they're saying here. You go ahead, pick that one up. It's a great staller. It's a great CC lockdown. League of Trees not playing the Maokai. It's the other sort of CC that we are seeing here. But to counter, I love the hover of the Nunu. It is a great disengager. If that's locked in, that is going to be very frustrating to play against.
It is locked in, Orbital. Okay.
Yes.
I'm surprised. I was not expecting the Nunu here. This is some new check coming here.
Oh, come on.
Yeah,
yes!
they lock in.
Yes! Oh, the Nyla. Let's go.
Definitely not what I was expecting. I will say, though, Nabs is known to play a lot of Nyla in solo queue there. And when you've got something like an Aatrox, we're talking about team fighting. Well, this is a good, strong team fighting composition. Now you've got that Nunu for the engage. You've got lots of AoE already. It remains to be seen what they round it out with in the mid lane and the support pick. I think they can branch away from team fighting at this point. Those 3 picks alone are more than enough to win you team fights GVSU.
Oh,
is that actually the Darius? I mean, Toon Roll plays a lot of Darius, and we're talking about split pushing. I mean, it's not what comes to mind when we think of split pushing, but it is a big lane bully. And if you get ahead fast enough here, you can render that Aatrox useless and still split push with a fed Darius.
And the fact that you pick it into the Aatrox, it's one of those premier matchups that you love watching go either way, right? A good Aatrox is going to have a lot of impact on the Rift. Same with the Darius. Darius is well known as just being that cataclysm that enters in the Rift. So the fact that you pick it up, you go ahead, lock in. Mirrored matches on either side means that the supports are now targeted. The Soraka and Renata Glass, both champions that love to stall out and elongate the team fights, both denied away from either side.
Yeah, and now both sides still looking for that support and mid lane here. The support pool really getting pinched out by both of these sides here. Abystigma, you know, known I think a bit more for those sort of engagey or hook champions like the Thresh, like the Pike, to come through from solo queue. But we're not seeing those bans. It's the Renata that he played last week. Whereas on the other hand, Nivak here, Enchanters mostly. So we're seeing the Karma Soraka already being taken out. Zillion being taken out here. That surprises me a little bit. Maybe, you know, they found out something during their scouting here. It's not a champion I associate with Abystigma quite as much, but yeah, and I don't really think it's that powerful with this composition unless they're going to pick another sort of diving mid laner to come through.
Which we could easily see, but it's not really that heavy diver, so instead it's a flex away from power in the mid lane. You go ahead, lock in the Galio. It's a great team fight enabler as well as the follow-up behind the Sejuani, behind the Tristana, and the Darius. On the flip, though, Illinois Wesleyan saying, give me a second. Let's go ahead, chase in with an engage. This is perfect to line up with the Nyla. We are going to see these two teams crash into each other over and over again without regret.
Yeah, and that's likely to be a potential Galio support as well for Abystigma. So the bot lane now gets kind of tanky between the two supports if that is the case.
Oh my god.
They're doubling down. They're just going for more and more team fight here. I feel like
come
the swing's
on.
overkill at this point. Like I much more prefer the Cassiopeia, I feel like here. It's got more damage than the Swain does, and you don't need more circles here, Orbital. We've already got a Venn diagram, we don't need the full Olympic symbol.
Oh, and they still wait. Okay, so deciding against it, and I will say the Cassiopeia in the brain working overtime here. Yeah, so both of these champions can actually do. Brain, I'm so lost right now. I don't know. Talia, thank you. Okay. Talia and the Cassiopeia do somewhat the same thing, right? They both slow down engages, right? If you look at how some of their kits lay out, you're looking at the slowing miasma is the way I see it. Same with the rock formation coming out of Talia, right? It's both to deny the Sejuani coming in, the Galio, and the Tristana, right? It's a way to slow down and give yourself a little bit extra time, which is what I was thinking they were looking at. Of course, we do have the Syndra coming in as the answer. This is going to be a nice look at the reworked Syndra once again, which a lot of people are still on the ledge about whether it's a decent pick or just kind of weak overall.
Yeah, so far I've not seen Syndra's find too much success, especially if you're picking it for a bit more of that early game, but I don't think GVSU are doing that whatsoever. You've got the Tristana Galio in the bot lane. That is an aggressive lane that does look to take over early. Nyla, not the strongest of early game champions, does need some time to scale up here, so you're fine down bot. You've got the Darius top lane, and well, we've already spoken enough about Darius being such a lane dominant champion, so Syndra does have time to scale up here. It's a well-rounded composition from GVSU, and I think it's got some good answers into what Illinois Wesleyan wants to pull here. They did it very early on. They committed hard to that sort of big team fight coming through. And I felt like the Darius was a great answer from Toon World here, because trying to play into a Darius is very difficult. Usually Darius struggles to reach the fight, but if you're fighting into him, he's more than happy to take that. So I like the Talia rather than the Swain here. It gives you a bit more ability to play for those side lanes here. You're not all in. You don't have all your eggs in that one team fight basket here. You can look to split push a little bit. You can look to try and get your lanes ahead, because Aatrox Darius can be volatile, and if Aatrox gets ahead, Darius does fall off a lot harder in comparison.
Yeah, and I mean, from the way that you're saying it, you are putting a lot of emphasis on that top lane, so I want to see if you're going to double down on this. Is the top lane the one to watch for? Is that going to be kind of the spotlight, the pivotal role for both these teams? Or are we actually looking at maybe the junglers? Because these are two very aggressive junglers in that mid game. We could see them affect a lot of the lanes. Where's the spotlight going to shine for either of these teams? Because we know come mid to late game, it's team fight city, right? Who's going to stand out more? Is it the top? Is it the junglers? Or is it even somewhere completely different?
So, nameplates off. I think jungle is definitely very interesting. And I'll probably actually say bot lane with nameplates off, because Tristana lanes get quite explosive. But there is one player I do recognize out of these 10 specifically, and that is Skoon, IWU's mid laner here. Did previously play in the Proving Ground circuit on Team Large. And what springs to mind when I remember Skoon is a game he had against 100 Thieves Nyx on a Yone, where he absolutely popped off. I think he went something like 14-1-8 or something like that in that particular game here. Now, granted, Talia isn't the Yone. It's not quite the same carry potential here, but his hands don't lie, and I expect him to still be a massive part. I am looking mid lane Orbital, and I'm looking for Skoon to get leads and start wandering to those side lanes as well.
All right, so we'll have to take a guess, taking a look at when the roam actually starts as well, because everyone knows that Talia, the Weaver's Wall comes out level 6, you can roam from there. I'm terrified to see if a Talia starts roaming at, say, level 4 or 5, because that means that Syndra is so far behind. That is terrifying, right? Going up against a Proving Grounds player and just going, we got to do something about this, right? So I love the fact that we do have some emphasis there. It's going to bring a whole flex into this game. Taking a look, Illinois Wesleyan giving off some great vibes, saying, hey, we have the opportunity, facing off against some strong champions, though. Grand Valley sitting there with the Darius, with the Sejuani, with the Tristana and Galio. It's going to be explosive. Ladies and gentlemen, you do not want to miss this game. It's game number 1 of a best of 3 to determine who goes ahead and gets a much better standing heading into the playoffs. Please do not go anywhere. We will be right back.
And it has continued over the course of the last nearly 14 months now. It's an interesting term because it's been co-opted to describe the NCAA's approach to student athletes being able to make endorsement money or be able to monetize any part of their name, image, and likeness, but it's been around forever, right? We've had athletes endorsing brands for over 100 years. Babe Ruth of the New York Yankees was endorsing brands 100 years ago, and it has continued onward from baseball cards all the way through now, where we have lots of different integrations of how influencers can monetize their followings. So what I would say on the traditional side is it's still a very young space. There are a lot of stories out there regarding NIL that tend to focus on the negative or how out of control, I put in air quotes, it has gotten. But there is still a burgeoning marketplace for many more student athletes that are involved. About 17% of NCAA athletes are currently involved in NIL, but 65% more than that want to get involved and are curious how to get started. On the flip side, brands are challenged with a few different things in the space. There are 10,000 professional athletes in the United States. Once July 1st, 2021 hit, and you dump every NCAA athlete into that space, that's another 500,000. So brands that maybe didn't have a dedicated athlete strategy when there were 10,000 now have 500,000 plus that 10,000 to figure out how to activate who they are. That's a lot. I understand brands' hesitancy in some instances, but I can tell you that companies like us are on a daily basis educating brands and student athletes as to the software you can use, the types of activations you can get involved in, and how to utilize your followings, or if you don't have to or want to be a social media star, are there ways in which you can monetize it? Now, I know I described that under the umbrella of the NCAA, but I see it as being no different in esports. I think there are massive opportunities for people with followings to be able to use that and connect with brands. I think a company like us can help you to do that. And then beyond that, we can make sure that those transactions are safe for you. I think there are opportunities, not just at the individual competitor level, but at the program level to have a sponsorship go to that. I'm sure some of you out there listening and watching already have deals like that in place, but I think we can continue to enhance, augment those deals and make them more comprehensive and make them, first of all, I think product deals are perfectly fine, but I think we can get beyond that and grow some of these deals to a greater extent. Paulie, thoughts on that?
Yeah, what you said is right. So I'll put it in for layman's terms here for just the esports players, because I talk to so many of our athletes that compete in our CECC series that are currently still in college. And basically when Mike Blewett says NIL, what he's referring to is just very simple. If a brand or any sort of anyone wants to use your school's name or your brand or anything with you, there is a deal for you that can be put in place, whether it's product deal, whether it's a paid endorsement. You can, whether you're a macro influencer or whether you're a micro influencer, you can be paid for your services. So most of the people, when I talk to them, most of the, I won't say people, college athletes, they are, intimidated by the word. They don't really know what it means. They've never done anything with it before. And that's what it means. Any single time a brand or anyone at all wants to use your name or do a deal with you or do some sort of activation with you or your school, that's basically what the layman's terms, the NIL meaning comes from. And it's evolving in this space. There are so many brands that want to associate with micro and macro influencers and just get people involved with their products or their services. So all of you, collegiate athletes out there that are competing in esports, not only are we trying to broker those deals, but also keep your eyes, ears open, and don't be shy or scared to take these deals, because that's what I've heard the most, is that most of the time they're just scared to take them. They don't know what they are. They don't know if they're locking themselves into some agreement or terms that they're like going to give their name away or something too. So this is a really important space, and it's how you're all going to physically make money and build your brands along with company brands. So it's really important to learn. And my advice is to just get your feet wet. Don't worry about shying away. Read the contracts and take some of these deals, because growing your own brand is the future of what our industry is going to be, in my opinion.
Exactly. And if you follow in the pro space, you'll see that the pro teams are not only focusing on competitive play, but a lot of them are focusing on their brand and their cultural importance in the space. And so, one of the things that we do also is help athletes build their brand, build their following. And that's part of what Paulie and Kyler are doing on their side when we do this behind the scenes training. And so, building your brand, this is the creator economy. Anybody and everybody can be anything they want to be. And so we just really want to be the conduit that supports that across the board.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Yeah, I think so. With that said, thank you everyone for, I think, great insights in terms of, for any of you that were watching this and maybe had questions about, what is Esports U, what is CSMG, who are they, what are they doing, what are our plans, right? Well, we know we kind of tried to make a bigger splash in the spring, and we're excited to bring more stuff with you guys for the next year. But I think maybe as we close out here, I know we're slowly approaching on time then, but maybe let's go around the room with everyone here of just what's one thing that we're all excited for this next upcoming year. I know we touched on our plans and a lot of things, but if anyone had to speak, if you had to speak to just one thing of just what has you excited for us as a company, for us as the collegiate or college esports space, right? What's one thing that has all of you guys excited? And maybe we'll start with Mike, since our traditional sports guy, and we'll let Mike speak first.
Sure. So I would say many things on the traditional side, but I'll focus on esports. And I'd say the thing that I'm most excited about going forward is after yet another year of us doing a round of events, I'm excited that more schools will understand exactly what we're doing with our regional event.
Welcome back, everyone. We are ready to go. Of course, a little bit longer delay as we have had some tech issues on one of the player sides. Apparently, League of Legends was too high-powered for the PC to handle and it went kaboom. So it's like, man, that is a terrible feeling. But we got the PC switched out. We're good to go. IWU versus GVSU here. We're taking a look all the way across, and we can see some crazy action here. I love this shot here. We get to see the frog, but most importantly, it's Ducky time. Ducky, the elusive duck, is gracing us with its presence.
It's almost like we've got a small duck and a big duck there. That Galio skin.
Yes.
Slightly aquatic. Hopefully, wait, does the duck go away overall? Do you know if it's one of the ones that...
So it used to. Okay, so there is some lore behind this, by the way.
Okay.
It caused a massive issue when it first was notified. So before, I think they changed it in the recent iterations. But prior to, I think, 2019, the duck was only available for people to see, not just in-game, but for a player specifically. It was only seen by like 1 or 2 players in the game at a time. And it caused such a controversy because people would be like, there's a duck on the map. And everyone else would go, what the heck are you saying? It used to be the elusive ducky of the map. Someone stat checked me. I think it was before 2019. But 100%, there used to be fights about finding a random duck on the map. It was great.
Well, for now, we'll have to see if IW are having fights about seeing their duck in their lane. Because Stigma and Breakbone gave a massive leash to League of Trees there, so they'll be late to lane top side. Animosity taking a ton of damage, and with that bleed here, you can see why we were talking about that top side is volatile in the early.
Yeah, so all these lanes can honestly be very dangerous, right? It's a gamble either way depending on what you play, but Animosity losing that much HP early on with no CS to credit for it, right? When you look at that changeup, it's like you want to trade your HP for some of the minions, and the fact that you've got none is a huge win for Toon World. So we'll have to keep watch on that top side for the remainder of this laning phase.
Yeah, and one thing to keep in mind as well is level differences in these solo lanes, especially the side lanes, the top lane specifically, is absolutely massive. And you'll often see, players abusing that extra skill they have coming into the mid lane.
Easy gank. This is what we were talking about. You can get a flash off, you can get a scatter the weak, and you don't get the stun. So, for what it is, Stepfather, beautiful job getting out of that gank. I mean, you got away, but still, that was a lot right there.
And you can't give enough credit to SSJ for that one there. Yes, sure, it didn't get the stun, but what was important was you got the knockback. So neither Shun nor Spiffy were able to actually capitalize on that. Now, it did cost Flash. It does cost TP. And the problem with the Nunu is those snowballs come in fast. Spiffy could easily route right back in for a gank there. Even with wards, they need to be very, very far out. If you're just in the bush right next to that lane, by the time you see that snowball, it's too late.
And the fact is, you and I were talking about it back during the spec delay and during a little break. That's almost to be expected. If anyone's played against a Nunu, this is stock standard, right? It's a rotation from a couple camps into a level 2 gank, and you get so much value. It's almost like a J4 entering your lane.
Oh, and it looks like Well, that's one way to stop a Nunu gank. If you can disconnect the Nunu, you won't be able to gank Spiffy. Unfortunately, the tech issues seeming to remain for now. Now, Orbital, while we're just waiting for this pause and for Spiffy to fix things and get back to game, it's worth noting that we're already seeing a little bit of a CS lead coming through, and part of it is actually from the jungle. So as much as Nunu's ganking is really good, Nunu does have to balance that. He also has very, very fast clears that you can only do one or the other, and if Spiffy is very focused on getting his lanes ahead, he has to convert kills. You got it.
And SSJ almost spotted it. So the best part is, as any Syndra player knows, you can steal away camps pretty nicely. So Spiffy, very luckily, got that scuttle before SSJ came by and was able to pick it up. So that is going to be a little bit of a catch. Again, everyone knows the Spectator is by far one of the meanest things to do, but Spiffy, not to run away, is going to get taunted up here. And do they get the full kill? He does have flash. It is going to flash away. A breakpoint is going to jump in. Flashes into the wall. Gets a little bit of a satchel. Can you follow up? Is it going to blow up? Is it going to be enough? No! Just one more. And now the rest of the fight's coming out. Skoon came down. Shun is trying their best to stay alive and will. But now another scout of the week is going to land on 2. This fight is going great for GVSU. They get one on the other side, and now a knockup again of a Stigma. You are on the wrong side of the map here. What a turnaround. IWU looked like they were rooted, but Nivek and Nabs, please, have done immense work here. 3 kills for the bot laners. Oh, are you going to get a 4th? Yes, you do. It's so easy. Nabs a 2nd.
And the ability to juggle the aggro there from IWU here, Orbital. Beautiful to watch. Nivak just sitting in the middle of the entire GVSU squad. They could not actually finish any of the kills. Spiffy, single digits health. Shun, barely a health bar left. Nabs actually re-engaging after that. And now this bot side of the map is looking so dire for GVSU here. 2 kills on Nabs, 2 kills on Nivak here. And Breakbone, Abystigma, the Tristana, which should have a nice early game, that early game has just been sped right up.
That is... I will say, as a former player that played relatively in small tournaments, that's a heartbreaker, right? So many people so low, and GVSU could not close any of those kills. IWU coming out with such a massive lead, and now they just got to keep that up, right? 4 kills, a close to 1.5k lead. Where's that going to go? Nabs, please, and Nivek. They come back with a massive item advantage as well. So it's going to be fun to watch this bot lane pan out once more. Wave so far bouncing back in their favor. So GVSU going to have to figure out a way to cut off the bleeding.
To go from heartbreaking to bone breaking for that Tristana here. But for GVSU, they still have hope yet, right? Yes, bot lane kind of went south for them. But I think the idea was good, and the fact that they could catch Spiffy was massive. Their top side's so strong, and even here, you can see Spiffy still under-leveled in that 1v1 here, is still vulnerable, and with the pressure 2 nodes putting up top, they can easily collapse in, they can easily invade if they so wish.
And I gotta ask about this. So this is something that I don't think we see too often, or it could be the start of a brand new style. League of Trees actually going for the Tear of the Goddess as a first item, as opposed to the Balmy Cinder. It's gonna be a little bit of a question mark, but Shun, no TP, nothing of the sort, is gonna try and walk away. One more slam of the W. No auto attack. The auto attack doesn't land, and because of that, Spiffy is able to keep them off. Shun allowed to live with a sliver of HP once again.
Not gonna lie, for a second there, I thought Spiffy was just gonna keep on going because you had them on the run. They were so low on health there, and yeah, right now I'm almost feeling tilted for GVSU. That's the second time, the second engagement in a row here where IWU just limps away with barely any health, but they do limp away alive. And now Spiffy just gets to go right back into the jungle, start clearing, and he's starting to catch up with League of Trees here. Yes, I know, Orbital, you're asking about the tiers. It's not really a super standard start because you are sacrificing a little bit of your early game strength, but you do get to build into that armor item a little bit quicker there. I just don't know if that's the right call. They're going to constantly be falling just shy of getting those kills here.
Ooh. And Animosity, I mean, League of Trees was like, hey, listen, I'm going to prove that the Tear of the Goddess works. Animosity able to run him out with that ulti. Again, the World Ender just kind of holding it in place. You are going to clear a ward, though. Feels kind of good to get that one. And Spiffy ready to go with the counter engage. Actually deciding to chase into the jungle. League of Trees was a little bit low. Spiffy still checking. And he's going to invade. Okay. This is interesting. Where do we go here?
He's drifting.
Let's take a
He's
look.
drifting.
Did he go over?
He hit the wall.
Oh. Crash and burn, just like I would do if I were drifting. Instead goes for the Rift Herald. That's a well-fought one as well. You can see Nabs rotating up for it, so big pickup here for IWU.
It's fine. It's fine. The Herald's more important there. I think Spiffy was just trying his luck a little bit. I do like the idea to go for that Herald instead, though they did have to rotate Nabs up to this top lane here because we had just been talking about Toon World strength in this top side. So by taking away that Herald, you deny that advantage that GVSU had, and you're getting animosity out of what was a very rough lane. Sure, it's not easy to go 1v2, but hey, it's the same for Toon World as well. Toon World will have to be very, very careful, and that's something he didn't have to do before this.
That's actually very important as well to talk about because Toon World was up. You can see the CS differential right there, and because there was a CS differential, you can see that Nabs, Nivek, and Spiffy are all applying so much pressure. Add into Shun. They've identified that Toon World is a massive problem and allocate 4 members top. Nabs, of course, did pick up the Rift Herald, so easy to tell where it's going to be dropped, and they are going to take down this top tower. So IWU saying, look, we know the top side was a big issue. It is a non-factor right now. Going from just a little bit of a lead in the gold to now a decent chunk, 3K in the lead at 9.5 minutes.
Yeah, and even though it didn't get the kill there, even though they invested so much resources topside, Orbital, it's actually really good macro play from the side of IWU here. They are keeping up the pace of the game. They're not letting anything down. They get that early turret, and already Nabs and Nivek were ahead because of those kills. Now they get that first turret as well. Did they get first Mythic? I almost think Nabs should have Mythic by now, and if you go back to that bot lane with that Mythic item here, you're going to be in such a big lead. Breakbone suddenly can't play this whatsoever. And the long lane as well, as long as Animosity doesn't push out too far, it invites more ganks. There we go. Yeah, Immortal Shilpo, first Mythic of the game, pre-10 minutes.
Well, of course, you can't gank the bot side because it's Nyla, so what can you do? You can go ahead, jump in, and Shun said, I was ready for it. Great flash away, especially stopping SSJ. Great hold to have, and now a jump on the bot side. A drawn with depth charge. In comes a BSCVA, and they're going to try and hold out, but again, it's that Mythic difference. Nabs is going to go ahead, pick up the kill, and the junglers meet in the jungle, which allows a hook again of BSCVA. This is a difficult time for the Galio, who use that ultimate early. 0-2 is Breakbone, as the bones that they are breaking are their own. In goes another charge, though, as Toon will decide to join the bot side. They're going to try and fight it out. Nabs deciding to disengage here. Nivek might be on the lower end. World's still going for it, and Breakbone just trying to get back in front. Nabs dancing just out of range, and it's going to be a hold, but off screen, we are seeing a shutdown on Nivek, so that's going to be a kill, and they do turn it around. Nabs able to get onto a rampage, so fights all across the board, still lead IWU to a kill lead, a gold lead, and a huge bounty on that Nyla. League of Trees, though, not done just yet. Flashes forward to get a little bit of a root, and that allows Breakbone to jump forward. Spiffy, though, again, getting away with a satchel on the head, this time with a bit more HP in the bank.
And GVSU is taking so much time, sending so many resources into this bot lane here. Shun and Animosity are just getting free push in their respective lanes. I want to shout Nivek. Once again, it happens off screen, but Nivek's holding multiple members alone as a support. How is he doing this? He should be under leveled, he should be under gold, but somehow he's just buying so much time. Unfortunately, despite winning all the kills, IWU will have to take a step back on this dragon here. They do not have priority on it, and GVSU get to pick themselves up the first streak of the game.
What feels bad about that dragon take, though, is it's one of the first times, or one of the rare times that we feel the dragon is a consolation prize, right? You can see how much IWU have gotten. Their gold lead is very extensive. They already got first tower, and they've been getting Rift Heralds left and right. It just feels like the dragon was a consolation. You just needed that to be taken away because it was an Ocean Drake, right? Ocean Drake being picked up, allowing for the Infernal Dragon to come up, and that's one IWU might be fighting for, which they are currently looking to set up. You can see that a jump on the bot side, though. GVSU prepping with 4 once again, and a great death charge to knock him away, but Nabs walks forward, and the wall to draw him away, and now a 3-man seismic shove. What a beauty of a play. Shun with a triple. Nabs picking up the assist.
And topside, off screen, Animosity getting the solo kill onto Toons as well here. IWU just popping off across the map. We had touched on the mid lane potentially being volatile. Shun now level 9. The Weaver's Wall is just massive to get down there faster, and Nabs first mythic here, paying massive dividends. I don't think SSJ has first mythic. They are mythic yet either. So Nabs just knowing that, hey, I've got such a big advantage here, I can go, and yeah, there you go. No mythic for the side of GVSU whatsoever. So Nabs more than happy to go in with these engages. And the scariest part is Nyla. She's not an early game champion, although she needs a bit of time to come online here. And Nabs is so accelerated. This is no longer early game Nyla. This is a mid game Nyla facing an early game Syndra, Tristana, Galio.
You hate that, right? Like, that is the worst feeling in the world. And I feel like that fight bot side has now cemented this early stage. GVSU are in full panic, right? Full panic mode. Hey, what do we do to try and alleviate this pain? Because it was such a massive win. The 3-man seismic shove from Shun was beautiful, lining it all up, as well as Nabs being able to get that ulti off. They now control everything. You can see here, as soon as that fight happened, everyone is rotating. You can see it, right? The 3-man roam just coming out saying, you can't do anything. We know this for a fact.
Yeah, they're just stronger across the board right now. And I think the fact that Toon Road died to Animosity in the 1v1 also changes a lot of things. Before that, GVSU were still okay. They still had a winning side to play on. Uh-oh, Mega Trees.
Oh, man. This is just absolute heartbreaking moments. Toon World given their own version of a 4-man CC pull. Difference is you don't have the damage for IWU collect the red buff as just an extra bonus and take 2 kills on their way out.
Do they go for Herald here? No, they want more blood.
Oh my gosh.
Where are you going to run to, Gallia?
I mean, I was Sigma. I don't think you even get away. The hook draws him right back in. Good scout of the week, though, but a knockup win. And you drew SSJ in. Oh, that feels so bad. A flash forward as Nivek is able to keep him close. Breakbone doesn't have a jump out. Nabs is going to jump forward. Double heal, double tower shots. It doesn't matter. Nabs at level 10, 6, 0, and 8.
The lifeline letting Nabs play so aggressively between turrets, and sure enough, now that they've secured all the kills they possibly can, GVSU just leaving the base right now, they just go for Herald as well here. And suddenly, if you're GVSU, those outer turrets, they're not safe places for you to farm anymore. IWU, the death ball is rolling, and it's being led by Spiffy's snowball.
You know, yes, it should be a snowball, but it feels like an absolute missile that's been fired out of a cannon. These teams got into such an early scuffle, and it's landed IWU in perfect position. You can see it here even in the gold, right? Massive numbers. Everyone on the side of GVSU still have not breached that 5K limit, and yet 3 members on IWU have already done so. Even the support. Nivek is stronger than Animosity and gold count right now. That is ridiculous. That is rude. As a Nautilus and as a semi-support player, we salute you, Nivek.
I mean, Nivek is so stronger than almost everybody right now. Breakbone just barely topping it, and they're going for Toon World once again here.
Good
The
flash
Flashnikos should keep it safe for now. If he goes back in, though, all bets are off. That's on Toon World.
Yeah, at this point, we can't really do anything. And look at the stone throwing. This is rude. Oh, one more. One more is all it takes. The sniper. Shun hucking stones and taking names.
Like I said, that's on Toon World, mate. You were out safe. You didn't have to hit the turret. And now, not only does Toon World go down, bot turrets going down as well. They're trying to get the second charge off. And look at the positioning of IWU here. They're cutting off GVSU. GVSU can't even defend an inner turret, Orbital. An inner turret.
I'd like to also point out this is a second ritual. It was dropped at 16.5 minutes. Usually it's saved at maybe like the 21-22 minute mark. That's how quickly IWU have been collecting these objectives. That's crazy to me, right? They have not stopped at all. They now clear out this dragon and give themselves a great opportunity. And would you know it? Okay, Hextech Dragons, they say, listen, IWU, you're not skill shotting fast enough. We're going to have to make you do even more. And they catch it, right? Shun low on minute, it doesn't matter. It does not matter. Absolute 0 takes the life of an absolute 1. And the depth charge grabs another. You go ahead, flash forward. Nab says, give me it all. The good buster shot keeps them away, but gets League of Trees and Toon World into a little bit of a difficult spot. Toon World being introduced to the real world here. No ultimate to be able to clean up and get a reset. It is Kill City for Nabs, who is unkillable and legendary in this motion. You get a dash forward. Breakbone is going to run away. And Nabs says, we're done. 20-2 at just short of 18 minutes.
I mean, I applaud GVSU for being scrappy, right? They're still looking for that play. They're thinking, okay, maybe after Dragon, they're kind of low. Maybe you can catch some of them back in here. But the gold discrepancy overall is just too big. We're looking at 12k gold leads for IWU pre-20 minutes here. That's just too big for you to fight. You need almost a 2-man advantage to be able to win these sort of team fights right now. And now Shun tanking the turret, doesn't care. Didn't even land the full spell rotation, and SSJ already down to half health here. GVSU, yeah, you've got to be proactive at this point. You can't play defensively. You can't sit under turrets. You need to start manufacturing, setting up ambushes, death bushes. It's the only way for them to find picks.
And the worst feeling is, where do you even do that at, right? You're taking a look down the roster and you're like, okay, I'm a Sigma. You're going to have to try something. I know you're 0-4-2 right now with no completed item, but you got to be our front line. Same with League of Trees, right? We've seen the Glacial Prison go out and not really landing anywhere. So for GVSU, what would be the perfect setup here outside of Toon World getting killed? I mean, this is just a misnomer at this point. What did GVSU, like, what's the perfect Fnatic brush in your opinion?
I think any brush that you can get a numbers advantage in. I think more importantly, though, I would actually like to see stopwatches start to come through for GVSU, especially for League of Trees and Abystigma, because if we are this far behind, defensive items don't matter as much. You can see Abystigma here. If you have a stopwatch, maybe you can buy some time, but just stands you instantly get melted.
And I mean, Breakbone, you tried your best. You tried to hop out. You tried to save your support. It ain't gonna do too much. IWU on the furious charge to have a very quick game number 1. And what's quicker than picking up an early Medjai? Shun had that from early on and already has hit 25 stacks. IWU looking to take another tower, break all of the outer towers before 20 minutes, and they do so. 6 towers to 0.
Yeah, they're up a lot of gold right now, Orbital, and a lot of it I suspect is actually sitting in their pockets. Because I'm looking at the item leads, it's not as big as it could be. I mean, granted, Shun's an item up. Yeah, there you go.
Yep.
1,000 plus in everybody's pocket. I think it was 2,000 in Shun's pocket. He straight up just bought a death cap right there.
Yeah, I saw that too. I was like, oh my gosh.
Yeah, thank you to observers. You know, it was like a magic trick. It's like, no death cap, now death cap. And 25 Medjai stacks as well. That's why Shun is just half healthy SSJ without a full combo here. And now they can just go to Baron. Normally I'd say, okay, GVSU, maybe try and pick them at Baron. That's the weakest spot. That's the biggest flip point of any game, is when you're taking that Baron damage, you know, the debuff. But yeah, you can't right now. Even with that, like, you got to get really lucky. IW has to misplay the Baron. Somebody has to be out of position. It's no longer in GVSU's hands. You're praying for a mistake from IW.
And honestly, I wouldn't even just say any mistake, right? You're looking for a very specific mistake, which is for IWU to play Gladiator style. And they're not going to do that, right? Weaver's Wall goes up. League of Trees will not have any way to get in. And Smite's already going down. There are multiple different mistakes that IWU could make, right? A mistake could be, hey, we walk in without wards and we get face checked, right? Or we walk in and our carries are in the front line. That could also be a mistake. Both of those situations, I still don't think GVSU can actually take control of, right? The gold lead is just too extensive. What you're looking for is a single person to get too cocky, too egotistical, and then you take him down and slowly roll your way from there. You are hoping for one of the unkillable demons right now in Spiffy, Shun, and Navs in Toon World. You are alone, buddy. This is too far up for you to be at. Navs goes ahead, jump sword, gets an auto attack down. Toon, you're gonna go, and it's predicted. Nivek takes it. Navs is continuing to be legendary.
Nivek is cracked right now, Orbital. I mean, as a support, and granted, as an Nautilus too, like, the stats he plays are the hook plays. But even without that, he's doing so much. Again, another hook. Yeah, sure, he's under turret. Yeah, he gets CC'd. But just Nivek's doing so much. And now with both those picks here, IWU, they just roll right into base. Breakbone, SSJ, good luck trying to hold this one off. League of Trees is not tanky enough to front this.
80% kill participation. You heard that right. 80% kill participation. 20 of the 25 kills that have gone down, Nivek has been a part of. The next closest is Nabs, literally the lane partner at 19. That is ridiculous. And I want to say, the team has allowed Nabs to do so much here, and they're going to keep following up. Great scout of the week, but it's not going to do anything. Have a Stigma, you're going to try your best, but I mean, you can do no more than give your life for a moment. And now a jump in, and then the slam, the dunk from Animosity, taking a page out of Adarius's books. League of Trees, you're about to be harvested. You're about to be cut down. You're about to be completely deforested, as that will be the finisher in 23 minutes. Illinois Wesleyan University had taken game number 1.
it's somewhat worth noting, Orbital, that Illinois Wesleyan, they're currently sitting at 2 and 4. So they're actually lower right now in the standings than Grand Valley State University. But you can tell that tonight they're bringing their A game. They ain't messing around. They know they've only got 2 more weeks left here. They need to start racking up those wins. And for Grand Valley State University, yes, game 1 was absolutely a shellac and incredibly one-sided. But it could have very well gone the other way. I think a lot of it was decided in those early 4 kills, where it was just down to a knife's edge. And if GVSU had found that first kill, they could have snowballed. The initial setup was really, really good. So, yes, it ended up looking one-sided. But I think it still could be competitive. And for GVSU, going into game 2, they need to do a mental reset. They need to completely forget that game 1 happened here while still retaining those lessons. Things like, maybe not building the tier against an early jungler like Nunu, where he's going to be pressuring you early. You need those combat stats. Or maybe just flat out banning the Nunu. Because Spiffy was just all over the place, applying pressure on all the lanes.
Some food for thought. Of course, we will have to take a look because we, of course, are not the players. The players themselves get to determine how this game number 2 goes. So please do not go anywhere. Go ahead, refill your water, get some popcorn, and get ready to go. We told you it was going to be a little bit crazy here, and they did not disappoint. A kill a minute at least was this game. Please do not go anywhere. We'll be right back with some more ECAC League of Legends.
Culminating in CECC and getting more schools involved. I think schools will be more excited to compete in our events because we've established it over the course of a year, and I welcome any and all conversations with getting people involved.
I think for me, I'm most excited about like the schools and conferences. Mike, that's amazing. That's so exciting. I'm also excited about the brands that we're starting to be able to get involved in this. In our Commissioner's Cup in last May, we had over 14 brands, blue chip brands participating in our event. Barbasol, Microsoft, CDW, Morgan Stanley, New Street, Air Force. And so I think brands are really starting to get excited about being involved in college esports, and we're offering them a platform that not only gives them, a big event, a big yearly event, but also regular daily programming where they can have exposure in front of this audience that they want to build affinity for with their brand. So I'm super excited about seeing the brands get on board and help grow the space along with us. A rising tide lifts all boats. And I think that's probably one of our mottos here at CSMG and Esports U. We're growing our brand, but at the same time, we're also really growing the college esports space as a whole. And that's our goal, for it to be a healthy ecosystem for all parties involved.
Yeah, I agree there. And I guess for me, obviously always, seeing the collegiate esports space elevate, coming from competing, this didn't exist when I was competing, and just to see it now in literally within the last 5 years probably really come to fruition and start just blossomed out of nowhere, and now becoming a space and seeing everyone, schools, players, productions, companies all elevate together has been really, really nice to see. But if I was the most excited for one thing, it would probably be the city where we're going to land for CC23. I'm really excited to know where we're going to be. There's a lot of great cities. I mean, I personally would love for it to come to New York, despite whether we got a positive bid or not. I want it to come to New York, but I just think the atmosphere in New York when you throw an event here is just super magical, especially in the summertime. But either way, I'm really excited to see where it lands. Tons of great cities, tons of great opportunities, and yeah, who knows? And I think that's going to be the most exciting process for me.
Absolutely. I won't speak to anything. I think I'm filling Paulie's job on this one because Paulie's more a panelist than this one. So, normally Paulie's the host, and I don't know. I think me personally, I'll just say something real quick. I'm just excited to keep telling your stories. If you're a student, if you're a program, let me know. Let us, reach out to us. We just ultimately, at the end of the day, we want to tell your story. And I think that's what has me most excited, because now I think we're getting to a point where people know us. I hope you guys trust us, and and we just want to keep expanding and growing the space. So with that, Paulie, I won't make you do the weird thing where you got to toss to yourself, unless you want to do that. I don't know. Actually, you might have a way of doing this.
Let's test it. Yeah, okay.
All right,
How do you want to throw yourself here?
You might as well test it. Well, that's going to conclude here the future of collegiate with CSMG and Esports U. Thank you so much to Angela, Mike Blewett, and Kyler Tandle for hosting our panel. And now back to myself for the day 3 of the CSMG Coaches and Director Summit 2022.
First, can you just tell me a little bit about yourself?
Hi, so my name is Caitlin. I'm a part of Farmingdale State College's esports club. I am captain of the Valorant Green team. I am a second semester sophomore at Farmingdale State College, and I'm 19 years old.
Okay, do you like Farmingdale so far?
Yeah, it's really great. The program I'm in is very specialized, and it's not offered that often in the East Coast, so it's pretty nice. I enjoy it.
And what's your major?
My major is aerospace professional pilot degree.
Oh, wow, that's really cool.
Thank you.
So, is this your first time on an esports team?
No, so I've been a part of the Valorant team for 2 semesters, and this is my 3rd semester, and it's my first time ever being a captain.
Okay, oh, that's awesome. Can you tell me a little bit about what it's like being a captain?
So a lot of times I'm organizing the team, making sure everyone is properly set for upcoming games, getting scrims for our team, and kind of just making sure everyone is there, present, and possible, and able to play the games that we're gonna, be participating in. We're participating in 2 leagues this semester, so it's kind of hectic.
Oh gosh, yeah, definitely. I can see that. How is it different for you as a player versus as a captain? Do you feel a lot of responsibility?
I basically have the responsibility of choosing who, really plays, what type of characters everyone's playing, and what positions and roles we are all doing, as well as being there not only as a team member, but also being seen as in a leadership role and having that sort of respect there, and being able to delegate everyone's role in the team. So it's definitely a lot more different, and my voice is most definitely heard. So I like it. I like being a captain.
Yeah, that's really good. What games do you play, or what is your main game? I know you mentioned Valorant.
Right. So I play Valorant, but I started off with Counter Strike, and I really always have been interested in FPSs. So that background has always been there. So my transfer onto Valorant was pretty easy.
That's cool. What have you done to improve yourself in game over time?
So one thing for my teams especially, I have open communication where we're able to really give our constructive criticism without taking offense. And me as a captain, especially.
Welcome back, everyone. We're ready to go. I mean, game number 1 was fast but bloody. I mean, taking a look at the kill count, it was well over a kill a minute. And we were looking at 2 players very specifically. Nabs and Shun were leading the charts there with the amazing assists coming out from Nivek. I mean, literally this entire team, outside of Animosity, I'm so sorry, Animosity, you were not on our radar. You were playing Farming Simulator 2022, the new and improved simulator. It was IWU having an absolute ball.
Yeah, if Animosity wants to blame anybody, he can blame Spiffy. Spiffy didn't even look top. I don't think we saw a single gank into the top lane there. Hey, but it worked out. And, you know, we start by looking at Shun and Nabs, but my eyes were very quickly drawn to Nivak. And I feel like that is something that GVSU has to look at as well for Game 2. We saw a lot of AD carry bans coming out from GVSU. Maybe we start seeing more support bans aimed. And this time, not the supportive ones, not the Soraka, not the Karma, but things like the Nautilus, Leona, Rakan, because those engages from Nivek were on point.
I don't know how many more bans you want thrown at the support. Taking a look at the bans previously, we had 5 total. There were 5 total support bans between the two teams. You're asking for more RMC? You must just hate support. That's all I can think here. We are underway with draft for number 2, and IWU still on the blue side here, still banning away the Gragas. If there's really going to be any change, it is going to be on GVSU's side.
And part of me actually feels like GVSU might not actually have to change up their draft that much. Because, like we said at the end of Game 1 here, a lot of it hinged on that early team fight, which went south with GVSU, which gave those early kills over. So maybe if you're GVSU, you kind of say, okay, we understand that that happened, and we still think we're fine draft-wise. They are making some adaptations there. The Varus ban sticking, but they're banning the Nyla this time. They're saying that, okay, it was the Nyla's aggression that we think was the issue here. Now, the other question is, do they ban the Ashe? Are they going to continue focusing that bot side? Because I almost feel like Fiddlesticks, less scary than that Nunu right now. It's not as gank heavy as that Nunu.
Yeah, I mean, there's so many options here. Or they just ban away the Ashe and all that fun. No.
That wasn't the problem, guys.
Yes! Animosity is like, bro, what did I do to you? What the heck did I do to you? And it still leaves Sejuani open, so it looks like IWU. Please tell me this is Animosity. Just like, listen, you're gonna ban my Aatrox that did nothing all game. I'm gonna take your Sejuani.
So actually, Animosity plays a lot of Sejuani top, so it actually could be a tricky orbital. And okay, I'm speculating at this point, but I feel like if GVSU is banning the Aatrox, what they're really trying to do is put Toon World back on that Jax. You ban the Aatrox because Jax doesn't do too much to him. You know, the counter strike doesn't stop the Aatrox damage from coming through. So now that you ban the Aatrox, I wouldn't be surprised if we see that Jax being picked up early for Toon World. It's very much a champion that he can express his skill on with that split pushing, win out those 1v1s. For now, though, the Xinjiao pickup into the jungle position, I'm going to assume here, a very strong early gank, and I guess after Game 1 they felt like, okay, Sejuani ganks, a lot of CC, lacking a little bit more damage. League of Trees wants to get the job done himself.
And not just that, the early aggression as well, right? A little bit better in terms of getting in your face. Also the fact that it got buffed. I think it did get buffed in the recent patch, upped a little bit of the damage, a little bit of the sustain, faster call out on the 3 strikes. So a little bit of quality of life for any Xin Zhao players out there. Grand Valley, though, going for the Misfortune, a lot of damage still, but a little bit less in terms of having to jump into a lot of damage to come through. But of course, you know, Illinois Westland, they said, hey, it's not banned away. We're going to go with the ice-cold composition. If you're going to pick up Nunu and Sejuani, you know what else has to come. You got to get Lissandra, you got to get Ashe, you got to get Braum. It's got to go all the way. Like, you got to go full glacial here. No, you can't. No. Come on, you hot. Dang it.
Yeah, no, it might be a little bit of overkill there, and frankly, I don't think the Ashe into MF, like, it does well, it does great in lane, but I feel like for team fighting, or later on to get those picks off, to be able to dive that backline, the Kaisa is much, much better here, and it's kind of odd to see the Misfortune right now for GVSU. They don't have the ultimates, the AoE to really back it up right now, whereas it's IWU who's drafting all that AoE, which would be perfect for a Misfortune. Now, the Silas pickup for GVSU here, that does go a long way towards providing some of that AoE. That's the Sejuani out, the Nautilus out to pick up. The only problem is, yeah, picking it this early, it can be counterpicked, and GVSU, that tells me they're probably going to target that mid pool a little bit, remove the counters, that's going to make it nigh unplayable for SSJ.
Of course, and you can actually see here the Cassiopeia that was hovered back in game number 1 now banned away. The Renata Glass still being properly banned away. I wouldn't be surprised if we also follow up with a little bit extra, because as you said, still waiting for a few of the ultimates to come out for Grand Valley's side. Still waiting to see what they're going to pair with this Misfortune. I'm sorry. So IWU still have to keep that in their back pocket. What is going to be that second ban here in the second round? On the table here, you could ban away the likes of that Poke Syndra. I know Syndra didn't do very well, but at least keep the Silas away as much as possible. It's still going to be the Fiddlesticks, though. So saying, hey, we still want that off the table. We do not want to give that to IWU.
Yeah, and I think that's a good pick considering we're already seeing the Sejuani and Nautilus outs on the table here. Having a Fiddlesticks, you know, would go a long way towards adding to that sort of team fight maximal damage to come through. Unfortunately, my fear here, Orbital, is that Nunu is still very, very strong. And even you have that Xin Zhao, can you actually stick on that Nunu is the problem here. If not, he's just going to run around you, just be a general menace, and he still ganks faster than you. IWU banning the Braum. I like the pick here. I don't think this is a targeted ban at Abystigma as much as it is just a general ban to stop something that can disengage. Braum's really good at stopping these sort of engages here, especially for something like a Kaisa, which wants to get into that back line. If you go in and Braum just stops everybody else, you're in alone 1v5. Not a good look for you.
I mean, we saw it before with IWU, right? They picked up the Talia, but looking here, the Taric coming down, this is one that we've seen make its own rounds through some of the solo queue ladders here. The fact that it's being picked up in pair with the Misfortune means that Grand Valley are going with a bit more aggression. Is this going to be the Viego, though? Viego, another powerful jungler, maybe not so much in the gank department, but in the damage ratio. I mean, Illinois, Westland saying we are front-loading this composition as much as possible.
Yeah, and strong dive buddy to go with Kaisa. Kaisa does need a little bit of help, you know, trying to find kills there. It's going to make it very difficult for Breakbone on this Misfortune to play safe. And yeah, I mean, that's about the only person. There's not going to be a lot of appeal for this Misfortune. Now, the Mordekaiser potential hover here. I do like this pickup. I especially like it as an answer to Silas specifically, because one thing to try and stop the Silas ultimate, one way you can do it is just ignore pick bad outs. The other is just to remove him. It's not the Mordekaiser Orbital. Shyvana coming in here. Okay, so Shyvana jungle? Shyvana top? Animosity plays both of these top.
I think that's Shyvana jungle. I want to say that's Shyvana jungle with a Viego mid, because you just want to duel. That's what I feel like right now. Like that could easily break out. And the Jax comes out, so at least we can talk about the Jax, right? But okay. IWU are coming out with some. This is rude. That's all I'm gonna say. This is by far one of the rudest things I think I've seen in a while. This is old school solo queue of we don't want to deal with your team.
I mean, I don't know if it's rude. I feel like they have a plan. I'm sure IWU has a plan. I'm just not seeing it right now. I don't really know how this goes. And we were saying that, okay, Mordekaiser is one way to remove a Silas from the ult equation by just making sure that, hey, I don't care what ult you pick, you're not using it in the team fight. But yeah, I'm thinking like maybe you're running the Shyvana mid to handle the Silas. You actually have not bad trades into the Silas, especially early on. Your ultimate isn't that useful for the Silas in comparison to, you know, potential other mid laners that could have gone through. I just don't know how a Shyvana mid works, and are we going to see that AP Shyvana, which is really, really strong poke? You know, one of the things that Taric struggles against is poke. The ultimate there, Cosmic Radiance, great for an all-in, great if you can predict the enemies all-in here, but not so good against the poke that a Kaisa, that a Shyvana can bring to the table, because it's single use only here. So maybe that's the idea coming through from IWU. Much easier for me to look at GVSU and say, like, okay, I know what their composition wants to do. IWU, I'm still trying to figure this one out.
I'm also looking here, and just it feels like the pick composition as well, right? Because that's the other way to deal with the Taric. If the Taric is trying to fight, trying to draw in that big team fight with the rest of the team, well, if there's no one to even shield on the way and there's no damage, I mean, it's just a very nice Cosmic Radiance. It looks good, it looks pretty, but in the end, it doesn't really do anything behind it. So many ways IWU could have gone about this, and it seems that they come out with their own style. I'm very, very curious, as you said, taking a look on where that Viego goes, where that Shyvana goes, and maybe, you know, what the heck, we'll say it all that's true, where the Sejuani goes. Right, this could still be just a little bit of craziness, and you know what? IWU sitting at 2-4, wanting to close this out at 2-0. We'll go ahead and say it. So let's go ahead, just for fun here, RMC. I want to give your thoughts of the three champions, at least going up against GVSU. Which champion between Sejuani, Viego, and Shyvana would you actually like to see in that jungle role?
Against the likes of a Xin Zhao here, I'm thinking, yeah, you actually might just want to run Sedge in the jungle, and that's fine. I think Viego into Silas is doable. Shiv into Jax can be kind of fun, and you can get tanky enough that you can kind of ignore him. I believe the build with Shiv top was the Frostfire Gauntlet, into Blade of the Rune King, or just like general sort of tanky trading stats. So, yeah, I think
you got
Shiv
it.
top. Okay, yeah. So that looks like that is going to be how it goes here, and I think Viego, yeah, can handle the Silas mid. Yeah, my eyes are now into that top lane a lot more. Not so much for thinking about the explosive action. I still think Nabs and Nivek is going to make things happen bot side. I'm just curious to see how the Shyvana Jax matchup goes, especially since Toon World's Jax is something that he's playing very comfortable on and has been playing a lot. When they start to struggle, GVSU often put Toon World on this sort of split push carry, just to push on the sides. Very, very comfortable with it. So it's a comfort champ, and then you're playing into something that you don't normally see, like this Shiv top. So very curious to see how this top lane goes, and if Spiffy will actually send any ganks top, because I feel like if League of Trees ganks Toon World once or twice, that Jax could very well take over the game.
Well, there are a lot of things to think about. Of course, we will be right back after this break to see who comes out the victor in game number 2. So please do not go anywhere. The ECAC streamed match here tonight on the Esports U channel. We'll be right back.
I find it really important that everyone is able to come to me and communicate like, hey, Kate, I don't know how I feel about doing this, or I want my voice to be heard about this specific thing. And just basically taking into consideration everyone's voice and having that open line of communication is really helpful. And that's something I find really important.
Okay. Do you carry that strategy into your everyday life as well, would you say?
Yeah, communication is really important to me, especially in aviation with crew members. You're always trying to communicate properly and efficiently to get the assigned goal completed, and that works in video games as well as in aviation. So I feel like it transfers very well, and I put my 100% effort in everything I do. I put 100% in the team, the leagues that we're participating in, communicating with opposing teams that we might be going against. All those things, I take it really important and can transfer it very well into everyday life.
Can you tell me a little bit about what you think about CECC and just competing in general?
It's a lot of fun, and we're so grateful for the opportunity to participate. And this is something that every single member of our team has said. We've never had the opportunity to really compete in a fashion where it's not only fun, we're able to make friends, talk to other people from different schools. It's just an amazing opportunity and something we would love to participate in the future as well.
Yeah, we're really happy you feel that way. When your team is competing with other teams, are there any specific teams or schools that your team kind of looks out for?
I think we all have the mentality of it doesn't matter who the other team is. We're gonna put 100% effort, and we're going to maintain our mental, even if the other team is full of radiance. It's not something we're gonna keep in mind because we will be able to beat them. Fingers crossed.
Definitely. Yeah, that's a really good mindset. As you probably know, March is Women's History Month, and you, being a woman in esports, how do you think that has an effect on esports? What does it mean to you to be a woman in esports and as a captain? Just could you talk about that for a little bit?
Coming into being a woman in aviation, which is already really a niche type of thing, especially women in video games, things like that. It's just we're kind of the minority, and keeping that in mind, a lot of times you have to represent yourself properly because you are representing such a small community. So I feel proud and honored to be a part of the women's in aviation as well as being a woman in esports, and it's a lot of fun, and just understanding that us girls are here too and we're as good as everyone else, and that we have the opportunity to be a leader in esports, and that we're equal to everyone. It's really important to keep that in mind because we're here even though you might not see us too often.
I know you said as captain your voice is heard, but when you first started to be a captain, did everyone take you seriously being a girl? Was that respect there, or did you struggle with that?
So I would say initially when I first got on the team, I was put onto a support role, and everyone knows that women normally play healer when it comes to going into any game, and now I'm playing more of a controller based or sentinel, which is very crucial for holding down sites. So by playing that now and then having those semesters in my backpack of experience, everyone has treated me with respect, and I would hope it stays that way. And either way, I demand respect because I reciprocate that respect to everyone else. So it's definitely difficult, especially for girls starting out. That toxicity is there.
And bring it on game number 2 here. Illinois Wesleyan already at 1 game with a brutal game number 1. Will game number 2 do the same? Because we got some spicy melee picks into GVSU, who are running an unorthodox composition of their own. Only time will tell how this works, but one thing's for sure, Toon World in a world of his own with his lovely, lovely Jax.
Yeah, well, we expect that to be the case, but Orbital, we talked a lot about IW's composition because it's so odd, and we were trying to theory craft how it was going to work here. But GVSU, they have their own idiosyncrasies a little bit with their composition as well, and I think a lot of it comes from their support pick here, the Taric for Abystigma. Normally, not something you'd pair with Misfortune necessarily. Misfortune likes AoE CC, things like Amumu, like Nautilus, like Leona, like Rakan. Taric doesn't give you that. What Taric does give you is invincibility, Cosmic Radiance. After 2.5 seconds of, well, not channeling, but after a delay of 2.5 seconds, he gives you 2.5 seconds of invulnerability. If you need to predict a hit if you're using it defensively. And when I look at this Jax, Silas, Xin Zhao here, I get a sneaking suspicion they're going to use it to dive in, but that is going to expose the Misfortune. And so their comp feels a little bit split on what they want to do. Do they want to sit back and use that bullet time, or do they want to all in against this IWU composition?
It almost feels like both teams are trying to one-up each other with the craziness of their picks, right? It's like, hey, we can pull this out. Oh, no, we can do this. And it kept going back and forth, back and forth. What we are going to see is Abystigma going ahead, getting chunked out here. Nabs getting a full proc on the passive, and it feels pretty good. But a level 2 gank coming out of League of Trees. This is something that we did expect to see. A little bit more aggression coming out of the Xin Zhao than the Sejuani, excuse me. We do get to see first blood to League of Trees.
Yeah, nice play there on that early gank. You know, we touched on Nunu early ganks, but Xin Zhao able to do much the same. And one thing I really like about that too is Viego really strong when he's proactive. When you see him in the jungle, he's really slippery because he gets to pick fights on his terms with that Hallowed Miss. When you're in the mid lane, suddenly, yeah, you don't get that sort of ability to pick your own fights all the time. You're in vision most of the time, and League of Trees, SSJ taking great advantage of that fact.
Felt good. It felt... Remember how the game number 1 went. It was GVSU actively putting on some ganks and giving a lot of information, but SSJ, as soon as Shun came back, ignites and drops a little bit of a hammer. SSJ, though, going to try and stick around. Because of that, Spiffy might try a gank of their own. Of course, with SSJ quite low, any sort of step up from Shun counteracts with a step back from SSJ.
Yeah, SSJ recognizing that, hey, first of all, I don't win this 1v1, so I'm kind of low. Let's
well,
not play with fire. Even as I say that, he's still not winning that 1v1.
Oh my gosh, no, this is very rude. Good flash away by SSJ for saying, and that's a rude back. Shun is now on the hunt for their own life. No. Oh! You'll take that. You will 100% take that from Shun.
Yeah, that was greed from SSJ. Like, you could have just left it right there. You were so low, and sure, you get the kill, but you lost your life in exchange here. Both mid laners going to have to take the long walk shame back to their mid lane here. League of Trees actually benefiting a little bit, able to pick up some of those minions as well. Trying to hold that wave, leashes it perfectly.
And the fact that we see just a massive swath of information and pressure given to this mid lane shows the, I want to say, information gathering and the strategies that the teams are employing. I couldn't find the right word for it, but it's like the priorities have been switched up, right? Both teams have now identified the mid lane as a huge point of contact, and they're applying it so, right? Huge information from GVSU, an early game from League of Trees, and even Toon World dancing outside of that lane said, I gotta help. I gotta make sure that Shun has a bad time this game.
Yeah, and last game I think it made a lot of sense to do that because Talia can then exert the pressure elsewhere. This game, I mean, both Shun and SSJ kind of need to walk out to those side lanes, both opting for that ignite here. But I guess they decided that, hey, kind of high burst champions, very volatile lane, whichever gets that lead, likely to maintain it. So hence that sort of early pressure to come through. One lane we haven't seen heavy trading in is that top lane Orbital. And like I said, I wasn't 100% sure how it was going to go. apparently they're just gonna both farm up a little bit, and Toon World doing a great job on his comfort pick here. Up, what is that, 15, 16 CS onto Animosity right now already, and the skilling from Jax is terrifying. I feel like Shyvana is more of a mid-game champion, so if Animosity falls behind this much early on, I am worried for his prospects in the next, 10, 15 minutes here.
I'm also worried about the bot side. We got a glimpse of that one, and now it's having some trouble, but over the walls, SSJ is going to go and rotate out of mid. Said, hey, I don't want to get in the way of Shun and Spiffy. They're going to be relatively safe, and again, Shun getting the Faker treatment here. Feels kind of bad, and just like, oh man, multiple members rotating. No.
Yeah.
They have the wave. They do have the wave for this, but he doesn't have anything. He's going to hide inside the smoke and get out on the top side, but League of Trees follows, and SSJ with the chain says you are rooted to your death.
Yeah, and a lot of that's coming off that pressure. Toon World's getting off in that top lane, right? That perma-shove that he has, it's allowing him to roam down. Yeah, he's missing a little bit of CS, but he's getting SSJ further and further ahead, and soon Toon World's been winning this 1v1. If he were to start losing, that's when SSJ starts to reciprocate that favor. And the pressure reads across all lanes. Now, League of Trees down into that Dragon Pit, looking for that first Drake, and the bot lane for IWU has to be worried. If they see that dragon go down, they know there's multiple members nearby, and they are pushed out.
Oh, no way. Spiffy, you're going to come over for a little bit of gift. Who gets a smite? Where do you go? You say not today. Okay, so backed right away, level 5 only, and didn't have smite available either, so smart play to go ahead and stay alive in that situation. Great call from GVSU, though. Go ahead, pick up a couple kills, and then round it out with a dragon to boot. Again, it's an ocean, but you get a lot more value out of this one, picked up at 6 or 7 minutes into the game.
Yeah, and we are still well into laning phase. The other big thing, Orbital, is this game, GVSU didn't have to debacle in bot lane where they lose out 4 kills. So they are on much better footing, and they are able to use that ocean a lot more effectively in their trades here. We look at the other lanes, even in the bot lane, which neither jungler has really focused on. Breakbone has now found himself a 10+ CS lead as well. So just across the board, doing amazingly well.
Shun's getting bullied at this point. That is, I was trying to count, I think the 4th or 5th gank that we see in the mid lane. I mean, this is identifying a certain pick that might have seen a little bit of an ego play in the champ select and punishing it appropriately. Oh man, bot side as well, getting in on the action, and this one's been a little bit safer. It's surprising that Stigma and Breakbone have had such a great time in this bot side, right? Look at the CS differential, keeping just a little bit above Nabs right now.
Yeah, and I didn't think that Tarek was actually picked for lane for the most part here, especially not into something like the Nautilus, but Stigma, Breakbone done a great job so far nullifying that Nautilus to a great extent. And if you can do that, once the bullet time comes up as well here, that's when things I think are going to get a lot dicier. Herald started up high League of Trees, but he's forced out.
Beautiful Glacial Prison over the wall too, and Shun able to finish it off. Shun actually getting on the wrong side of the map here and might have to dance out, but SSJ with a lot of damage behind was able to finish off Shun to make it a 1-4-1. Animosity though sitting on top of Ward might not like their options, still has the ultimate to play off of, but because of that fight it means that if he cannot complete this Rift Herald, and it's just a dance one, getting out of range of those hooks or of those chains. And underneath it is going to go Animosity. Can you get this chase? It was a re-engage in round number 2, but because SSJ was there, they're going to jump in. Spiffy is going to get the last lash, and because of that, they now bring it in. SSJ said round 3, ding, ding, ding. And round 3 goes my way. You flash away, but you go back in because Shun's here, but it's now just down to a 1v1. League of Trees, though, says this ain't MMA. This is full-on WWE. Everyone getting a piece of the action.
And SSJ, all the attention GVSU focused into the mid lane early on, they're repaying in spades right now. SSJ truly going Super Saiyan here, winning out that fight now. 5-1-1 here for IWU. I feel like that mid lane window is closed. Shun no longer can play that mid lane comfortably. You're looking at side lane ganks instead.
And I feel it's well worth to note that that was because of all the aggression they laid down. Nabs, though, saying we want a little bit of fun on our side. All ultimates up on the bot lane. So even if they did dive, it's a big question mark. Spiffy going to try and bring a little bit of pressure to this bot side. But again, very, very safe. And with no ultimate, no Glacial Prison, you can't really do too much.
Yeah, you're relying on Nivek here. He does have his ultimate. They're going to brute force this one here.
Oh, very nice flash out from Breakbone. I don't know if a kill would have resulted or not, but would have been a lot more than just a single ADC's flash.
Yeah, I think they had enough damage to go for that kill here. Shun was also kind of hovering, trying to decide if he wants to come down. And
Oh my
that allowed
gosh.
SSJ to get the shove. SSJ now roaming down with League of Trees.
Well, you know what? Supports have gone ahead and flashed their way into a dangerous position. In comes the depth shards once again. This time, it is used in a defensive position. No flash on Nivek. And because of that, you get the roots and you get the kills. SSJ easily picks up their 6th kill. Looking like Nabs from game number 1.
Yeah, and they can keep going here. You can see SSJ just positioning. And if Spiffy, if Nabs just walk up here, they die. So they've kind of got to surrender that. Now Shun trying to make the best of it, going for that cross-map play into the top side. But Toon World recognizing that, hey, hold up. If everybody's down bot on my team, and we've lost track of where Shun is, he's probably coming for me. I'm just going to back off here, and GVSU execute that perfectly.
It's always, the best way I think about it is when you're boxing, you throw a punch, expect one back somewhere, right? Unless you're fully able to knock out your opponent in one punch, something's going to happen. So Toon World negating that option. And because of a huge swing in gold, RMC, we are seeing a swing back. Game number 1 was IWU. Game number 2 feels like GVSU. They're in a decent bit of control. And about the same time, they're also looking at a 3K lead. More like 2.8, but, you know, really, who's counting?
Well, apparently we are Orbital,
Yeah.
because we can see the goal, and we know what it means right now here. The fact that they're getting mythics the faster this game. 3 mythics on the side of GVSU, none for IWU so far here. And Orbital, we've got to look a little bit at how IWU are trying to get back into this, and scaling is not in their favor here. Not against a Jax, not against a Silas. So IWU, they need to start making some proactive plays of their own. So far, it's been a lot of League of Trees getting those first ganks in, making those plays. Now that SSJ is ahead, he can roam out as well. Shun needs to find ways to be relevant in this game, and Spiffy as well needs to find somewhere else to go besides that mid lane with that ultimate up.
I mean, you could look top side. Animosity has had a decent time trying to cover, even though you're down in the CS department. The trades have actually gone in Animosity's favor. And that could be another spot. Bot side, I'm not so sure, but you can see here, as I said, taking a look at that top lane. Shun trying to dance forward, but very much alone to start things off. Of course, Spiffy right behind, just trying to get some information. They'll go ahead, cut off the wave, get a couple extra plates in Animosity's pockets before the plates do fall. SSJ crashing that wave as well.
Yeah, and to a certain extent, this is what we need Shun to do. Yes, it doesn't look great because he's losing minions mid, but that's fine here. You need to get kills and you need to get pressure. Unfortunately, what they don't realize is they're sat right on top of the board right now. So GVSU are more than happy to wait this one out. Oh, Shun.
Well, Shun said, hey, SSJ, you may be 6-1-1, but I'm a Viego. I don't care if you have extra kills. Trading down to about 50% HP and now getting themselves in a little bit of trouble. In goes the Crescent Guard, in goes the Flash, League of Trees, trying to get away and trying to get closer in. But because of the root and the stun, Spiffy will be the only one to fall.
Maybe he does need to care a little bit. You are kind of behind, and League of Trees right now is really fueling himself. He's just playing ultra aggro. Anytime he knows he's got his team nearby, we make that play. Shun rushing down into this bot lane here. I feel like if anything's got to happen, it's got to come off Nivek, because if Shun shows up first, Shun's got, what, 300 health?
Yeah.
Okay.
Shun said no, not today. And honestly, this is, I have to say, this has been an amazing turnaround for GVSU, right? Like this entire thing is what we were talking about before in the post-game of game number 1, right? It did feel game number 1 came down to that one singular team fight before, and if it had gone any other way, we would have seen a very different situation. GVSU saying, well, we are making it different, right? We are being the ones in their face. We are the ones calling the shots early on, and we will be the ones to take control of our own game and not allow someone else to dictate that pace. I love the fact that they're doing this. Game number 1 had a full mental reset after that. They took your advice, RMC, and they're playing it to the letter.
Yeah, and they adapted their draft as well perfectly, right? They removed the Nyla, they removed the Aatrox, and that lets Toon World get on this Jax is comfortable on. It removes that dive threat into the bot lane. Shoot a level down, still picking fights. He doesn't have Ignite this time.
Oh, and the predicted ulti as well. SSJ, plenty of HP to tank under that tower, and you pick up your 7th kill of the game.
Yeah, that's one of those question mark ping moments from Shun. Like, You won the last fight because you had Ignite and because SSJ didn't want to blow his. But now you're down a level, having roamed heavily and not found anything there. You're still opting for that fight. It does not go well for you. And GVSU, now that they take down the mid lane turret, it's just going to get harder for Shun to actually roam out now. Anytime you roam out, they're going to pressure in mid. SSJ has more freedom to roam around. And for IWU, accessing objectives is going to be very, very difficult for them now without that mid outer turret.
Oh my gosh. Okay. Okay, Toon. I understand. That's it. And now even bot side's getting in trouble. Flash out by Breakbone, and this might be the dangerous spot that they're looking for. Have a Stigma was able to get down the Cosmic Divide, but can they pick up a kill? A good root means Nabs does not get out of Danger's way. They pick up an extra kill, and now Shun was able to allow 2 kills to go over. Shun, we've been saying, has been looking for an opportunity back. It is now 4-5-0, but still, all of that off the back of GVSU playing so aggressive and getting so much pressure down.
Yeah, they're getting so much poke damage down onto Nabs and Nivek here. Abysstigma actually even able to find a kill back. Shun.
Oh, well, this could be a secondary.
Hey.
And again, that's the pain at multiple shutdowns. I have to reiterate, that's a lot of gold that was straight up forced into Shun's pocket.
Yeah, that's 1,000 from that kill in the mid lane. Another at least 600 as well. So 1,600 gold swing. You can see right there the individual gold. He's only 1k down from SSJ right now. That is massive for IWU. The question, Orbital, is it enough? It's big, but they are still down 4,500 gold. And the problem isn't just the mid lane. Yes, SSJ is the biggest symptom of this mismatch, but in every single lane right now, GVSU is winning.
I mean, they're having a ball of a time. They're like, hey, we're doing way better than game number 1. At this point, I think the Herald was knocking on that last outer tower. It was a painful moment. It was an extremely painful moment. So to be in the lead here, yes, they're taking it a little bit slower, but they have 2 dragons to their name. They're barely losing any global objectives here. Yes, this is the first tower to fall in favor of IWU. They're happy about this. Plenty to celebrate about. Still 3k in the lead and multiple items being completed. Next dragon coming up means GVSU are going to happily secure that one. No one on this side. So IWU seceding a close to soul point and saying we are going to go for extra gold as much as we can.
Yeah, they decided this cloud zone, it's not worth fighting over here, and I respect it. I do think the instant gold that that inner side turret gives you is much more meaningful for IWU right now. Toon World now walking up to that lane, but you cannot walk into this. If he walks into hook distance, that's already a massive threat in mid lane. Nabs pushing out as well here. Not able to get the turret, but did get some chip damage.
You know what? A little bit of chip is better than none, and right back into it, we can see IWU backing up, spending their gold. 2 items now in Shun's pocket. Animosity going a little bit of the AP route, though. This is something that you floated earlier on in terms of where would Animosity go with the Shyvana, who we have not seen apply too much pressure while they're trying to secure a little bit of gold. GVSU going to drop the Herald on the bot lane, almost take the tower. It is down to a single bit of HP, 23. 23, baby. A single auto attack will be enough inside of the jungle, though. 4 members of GVSU are roaming around as they are putting the pressure on IWU this time around.
Okay, so Animosity is going for the Demonic Embrace build along with that Frostfire Gauntlet. So a lot more tankiness, and that's more team-oriented rather than trying to actually outright duel the Jax. I think that's the right call. You already lost out the early game. You are not going to be able to match this Jax whatsoever here. Forget it. Go for that poke damage. Go for the more meaningful damage across the entire team. Problem is, until Animosity completes that Demonic Embrace here, it is going to feel a little bit bad for IWU. So they're waiting for their power spike, waiting for that 2 items to really start fighting GVSU. They've done a great job closing that gold gap from 4.5k to just 2.5k here, but it's not quite enough in Animosity. Oh, okay. They're waiting for Smithy.
I like this call. Again, the proactivity coming out here, but you grab an ulti and you dive right back out. This is the power of a Silas. You put anything in range that he can use, and by golly, he's going to use it. Toon World, though, jumping in, and I don't know if you like this one. Oh, the recall was finished, so Toon World, you are truly, truly alone for the next 20 seconds. We can see Abysstigma rotating down, and just the threat of that support being there is enough to call it off.
Yeah, and I think for IWU, they were happy when they burnt the TP from Toon World. Yes, they didn't get the kill on SSJ, but getting the TP is enough for them here.
Shun's going to try and fight this one out. Not sure if you like this one again. League of Trees is quite strong. Flashing out of the Heartbreaker. Beautiful play. And even burning the flash out, Shun Shun, you weren't getting over that wall. I don't even think you were close enough. So a fated death as GVSU kill the only Fed member on IWU.
And Orbital, if not for that flash right there, Shun wins that fight. But because of that flash, even if SSJ didn't show up, I don't think Shun can actually continue. League of Trees has enough burst damage to turn it. His cooldowns were coming off rotation, and Shun is just drawing the short end of the stick. Time and time again this game here. It feels like for every good lucky play they had in game 1, it's coming back to bite him here in game 2. And IWU, sure, they got the win with that TP, burnt on the bot side. That just got nullified. That's more gold in SSJ's pocket here. And IWU still haven't solved the all-important question of how do we actually fight GVSU?
You wait for them to make a mistake, something you did not do in game 1, right? You're just like, give me a mistake. Give me anything. The difference is I do feel IWU have a bit more opportunities, right? Any mistake that GVSU make will be punished here. You can see Nabs getting ready with a little bit more damage on their side. Is going that Kraken Slayer. And you can see here, flash out, in goes the Cosmic Radiance though, and it is going to come down. Nabs went in. Nabs still went in, and I feel that was a critical mistake. You are going to live. You are allowed a second chance, and now with the Glacial Prison coming out, you are dancing right into death. Shun jumps in and dies, and because of that, it's a double stun from the Taric. What a heartbreaking moment. GVSU turn the tides and turn the tables. IWU lose 4.
You called it, Orbital. It was a heartbreaking moment, but not for Shun. Unfortunately, his heart gets broken going in, and I feel like Shun's just pushing too hard. He's trying to make plays happen, and he's just dying in the process. GVSU, you said IWU was looking for a mistake. GVSU was the one to find it, and with that, with Baron here, I think IWU might be out.
This feels like the final nail in the coffin. You know, before it was a nail in there from IWU with the cosmic or with the seismic shove. GVSU now have Baron at 22 minutes. Yes, you heard that correctly. That is a 22-minute Baron with the Dragon coming up in 35 seconds. GVSU have no reason to not win out on these global objective rounds, and IWU, they're going to have to do their best. They are going to now set up a little bit of their own vision and pray that they do not get caught in the process. Oh, Shun. What did I just say, buddy? What did I just say? He didn't listen. He didn't listen at all. What?
He just heard the pray portion. He didn't hear the don't get caught out part. So he was praying for a miracle. Yeah. It did not come through.
Oh, that... You know... as well, right? For anyone that gets ganked that much in the early game, you got to have a little bit of frustration, right? And that's exactly why you do it. If you're going to fight, if you're going to kind of pinch, it's going to wear on the mental, and honestly, I think Shun is just kind of falling into that pit. It feels a little bit bad, and coming in here, Spiffy's going to go for it, cannot get the smite because Taric just whacks a little bit too hard. It is going to be Soul going the way of GVSU as IWU bear down the brunt of a Baron, of a Dragon Soul, and multiple members with 2.5 completed items.
These supports, man. We were praising Nivek last game. Average Stigma saves the Dragon for them. Auto attack, too, to be able to take that one here. Granted, even if they lost it, it wasn't the end of the world. They still have Baron. They're still pushing in. They're still looking to end. But yeah, getting Soul is just the cherry on top right now here. Now 1-3-1 split push here. IWU being dragged all over the place here, and GVSU, they're pushing hard mid, but they need to wait for Toonbo to actually get that wave into the top side turret.
Gonna take just a little bit, and it finally crashes. So GVSU realize, okay, let's play it smart. Let's play it slow. Top tower is going to fall here in just a couple seconds. And again, this is Toon World doing perfectly. Nabs doing a little bit of a transformation just for style, because why not? And now they're going to look for a little bit of a fight. Nevik went in, got a good ult off, but it was only to delay because the Cosmic Radiance is still up and available, because why not, right? All 5 members of GVSU now rotating towards the mid and saying this is our opportunity.
A little bit of game of chicken between the two supports here, and I think Stigma winning out that one, holding that really, really well. And they just get right back to it. Next wave in, Toon World rotating now down to this bot side here. Already 1/3 of that turret health gone, and Shun, you're 3 levels down. You can't hold against this Jax.
There's nothing you can do. And looking to game number 3, which I think is going to happen here in just a little bit. I have a feeling Toon World might be on the chopping block just as much as Animosity did. So, Inhibitor is going to fall at 25 minutes. GVSU going to look for at least one more. Bot side tower has taken quite a bit of pain, and IWU just trying to stop the bleeding as much as possible.
Yeah, Baron just wearing out there for GVSU. The push will be much more difficult for them here. I think the right call is just to reset. You've got yourself a 10k gold lead after that Baron power play here. You've got gold in your pocket, spend it. And then after that, you can start looking for that push again. Now, whether or not they can get a turret is a different question, because they are very short range. The only range character they have is that Misfortune. And Misfortune doesn't have the longest of ranges either. With the poke from a Shyvana, they might be able to hold until that next Baron comes up for IWU.
Well, let's see what they can do. Multiple members chasing to the top side, just keeping each other company for the time being. And Nab's getting most of that CS. 6 to 18, 3 times the number of kills, 4 times the number of dragons. The scary thing is, GVSU are almost just biding their time. They don't even care right now. They have Baron coming up in 2 minutes. They have Elder Dragon coming up in 3. They are just saying, we can take this nice and slow. Let's make sure we do this right and proper before anything kind of drags out and catches us off guard.
Yeah, they just want to slow push the waves at this point here. Prepare for that next wave objective. Make sure nobody gets caught too early on here. That's why we're seeing Toon Road be rather reserved. Just, you know, poking and saying hi to Spiffy, Big Daddy, not actually pushing in, looking for that kill for now. And they want to establish the vision. Right now you can see that GVSU don't actually have wards on that Baron pit or the approach just yet. They're about minute 20 out, so they'll be looking to get that down, you know, closer to that minute mark, closer to that 45-second mark here. And for IWU, it's getting increasingly more dangerous. You can see how afraid they are to step up, and seeing SSJ there is not going to give them any peace of mind whatsoever.
Not at all. Absolutely not at all. As we now get a little bit of a catch, Nivek is going to try and run away. A good flash out on either side, but Spiffy, with nothing in the tank, is going to die. And look what ulti. Look what ulti you gave. Not even a chance. SSJ, not even worried. Okay, well, is going to use the ult just for a little bit of style. Takes it home with a double kill. 11 kills here in the pocket of the Silas.
And now they don't have to look at Baron here. Although they can just crack it with just a numbers advantage. Picks on 2 of the tankier members as well here. Meanwhile, League of Trees still pushing in that mid lane as well, just to get pressure down. They already took that in hit earlier. They might even look to end.
Yeah, I mean, there's nothing really in their way, but with Spiffy coming up in just a few seconds and Nivek coming up as well, they don't want to take that chance, and I think it's appropriate. Again, Baron in 15 seconds. Why would you waste this opportunity? It felt like IWU were crushing you down earlier on, so you're going to give them a little bit of a taste of their own medicine. Recall coming in from Breakbone just to make sure you get some extra items in the back pocket. You can see the on-hit build being an absolute menace right there. And GVSU going to take their time, strolling forward here at the Baron.
Yeah, and IWU, you know this is happening. You might not have vision, but you know jolly well what's going to happen when GVSU start leaving their side of the base. You just can't contest it. Baron down to half health already. 3k, it's almost gone. And IWU, what is their decision? What is their answer here? They're trying to push up mid, but they don't have minions.
There's nothing. They can't really do anything except try and go for a catch, or at least not get caught on their end. GVSU came out of the fog of war in an absolute dominating fashion. No, Animosity, you stepped up a little bit too far. It is the change. It is the roots, and now Spiffy is going to try on their own. This is not the way that IWU wanted to do this. They wanted a chance at a fight. They wanted a chance at a brutalizing kill. And Shun gets the golden stopwatch used on him. That feels so bad. As SSJ said, gimme just a moment. Toon World is going to get knocked up now into the chain CC. You are going to get poked out. You are going to get killed. And it's a shutdown to Spiffy. But I mean, it's only one. It's only a single kill. And guess what? Because Spiffy is low, because you lost Animosity and Shun, the Elder Dragon is now available to take.
As if they needed any more advantages here. They're just nodding their eyes, crossing their T's. Baron and Elder will make their push inexorable here. IWU will not be able to stop that. And that topside turret as well. Because Toon World did even actually go for that push, that topside turret is so low. That is not a safe place for IWU to try and make a last stand here. Most likely, their last stand will be under their Nexus turrets, right in front of that game-ending Nexus.
Feels bad, man. You had game 1 in the bag so well, and you felt on top of the world, and now you are bearing down the brunt of a 22-7 game, cresting 30 minutes. I want to say that is about 10 minutes longer than game number 1, or at least close to it. SSJ having a fantastic time, 12-2-7, 4 items deep right now. Even picked up the Dark Seal, but not completing it like Shun did. You know, hey, listen, playing a bit more reserved. I understand. Didn't want to show off. Another inhibitor does fall, and they're ready to go, but guess what? Spiffy gets caught again. I'm sorry, Spiffy. I'm so sorry. League of Trees now on a killing spree.
Yeah, I think Spiffy was quite sorry there, unfortunately, as well, that he got caught outside space. He was looking for the flank maneuver, but that was why I was saying that your last stand is going to have to be under your turrets there. Trying to flank right now is not safe. Here we go, down a man.
It is going to be the final fight. Cosmic Radiance comes down, though, to fully secure GVSU. They say, give us that golden shine, give us our stage. We will ensure we get it. A final chain lashing to secure with the Elder. It is a brutal way to end this game. 25-7. All dragons to their name and nothing more. Towers will fall, so will the Nexus as GVSU push to game number 3.
An amazing bounce back from GVSU here, Orbital. The mental fortitude, like we were talking about. Okay, there we go. There's an Orbital's mental fortitude to bounce back from his camera dying. Okay. But yeah, GVSU, you know, that bounce back, really, really, really good from them. They recognize what they needed to do. That comfort pick Jax for Toon Road doing so much work. And Abyss Stigma Breakbone, that bot lane did so much better in lane this time here. Granted, it wasn't about that bullet time. You know, that's one thing we mentioned about. Instead, it was a lot about Turek enabling those dives from Toon Road, from League of Trees, from SSJ. And for IWU, I mean, the draft was a little bit suspect. We weren't sure where they were going with it. And I think they tried to play cute a little bit too much there, right? Like unusual, unorthodox picks. Let's keep them guessing who's going where. It backfired. The Viego mid, unfortunately, did not work out. The Shyvana did not work out into the Jax either here. So I think going into game 3, IWU, some draft things that they can address to try and win this series, if you will.
So much to think about. I mean, both teams having a dominating victory. That can only mean one thing, RMC. I hope a bloodbath. I'm hoping Fiesta. I'm hoping the cloud music rolls on through, because this is week number 7 here with the ECAC, and teams need every single win that they can get. Please do not go anywhere. The conclusion to the series will start in just a bit.
Say that. I'll get in trouble. There's one for each game, so teams this weekend, somebody's going to have to explain to TSA why they're coming home with an extra trophy. Fine. We're fine. This is going to be great. Why is everybody staring at me? I'm not even doing anything yet. Is it because I'm in a suit? It looks nice. It's new. I'm stressing. It's all right. We win these. We absolutely win these. I've never seen us lose these. I love him. I don't remember his name. What is going on, everybody? And oh, are we ready? I'll start over. Okay. What's going on, everybody? We are here at the Collegiate Esport Commissioners Cup 2022 in Atlanta, Georgia. The players are just now entering the arena for day 1. A lot of them had the opportunity to be here yesterday to get jerseys, to get familiar with the area, and to get to know one another. But today, the friendly gloves have to come off, and they are all here. Earlier, I was talking to these guys. This mannequin, when they didn't have anything else set up, I could see it from all the way down there, and I thought it was a person. And I stood there for like 5 minutes, and I was like, why is he standing like that? And I thought it was like a smooth criminal. I thought somebody was giving us like a Michael Jackson impression, and then it was a mannequin. I was really embarrassed to admit that. Oh my God, that's a lot of people. Hold on, let's go over this window. Let's go over this window. It just keeps going. There's so many people outside. There are so many people outside. We're going to interview people when they come in. I don't really want to go outside. It looks like it's going to rain, and this suit is new. So, oh, there's Doc Haskell. Hi, Doc. How are you? He brings a full notebook with him and like writes notes down. It was pretty insane. He had it yesterday. He's going to be coming through this metal detector right here. I don't know his name, though, but I recognize his hair.
Jen.
You're Jen? All right, we're going to interview Jen, who's supporting Kennesaw. I'm going to ask you like, a couple of very simple questions. Okay. Are we ready? All right, great. College. I really like Georgia College's color scheme. It's just red, white, and blue, I think, but I think they did it in a really clever way. Mineral area, wearing hoodies, even though it is 75 degrees outside here in Atlanta, Georgia. Absolute legends.
If only Nick could hear you. Nick, come back.
If he's over 100 feet away, he can't.
You were whispering something, and he started smiling. I'm like, are you whispering?
Oh yeah, because he's got his headphone in if we're close enough. But
bless you.
Gesundheit. Gesundheit again. You're welcome. I'm gonna go find him. Oh, there he is. Oh my. Oh, okay. Real stuff is starting. Real stuff. Competitive integrity needs to be upheld. We gotta get out of here. Yeah, I don't want to get in trouble. I get really embarrassed when I get yelled at.
30 is
Okay. Wow, it's not 10:30 yet.
It's only barely 10.
Woo! All right, it's gonna be a long. Hey, what's up? Surprise interview. Join me over here. We have a cool backdrop. What are we here for?
Rocket League.
Awesome. I'm not going to ask what school you go to because unless you swapped hoodies, that seems pretty clear.
No, you know, I got my jersey on with my name on it.
Oh, you do? Show us your jersey. Look at John T. Turbo here.
Yeah,
That's not his name. I just keep calling him that.
Yeah.
His name is John, but
my name is John Turbesi.
Yeah,
That's
not John T. Turbo.
Yeah, I get the message that I'm going to Nebraska where I met you.
Oh, that's so crazy. So context, if we're probably never going to use this, but we're going to talk about it. Turbo and I met at a LAN like over a year ago. That's so crazy. What is going on, everybody, and welcome back to the Collegiate Esports Commissioners Cup. I am Seb Dillons, joined by a man I have interviewed probably well over 10 times. It's going to be my good friend Neb, here from Bay State Overwatch team. Neb looked at me before he started his last series, and he said, we are not dropping a map for the rest of the day. And so far, he has lived up to that title. But Neb, is there anybody you're thinking, we've got to get them out of the way, we've got to take them down?
No.
No? Just looking at it, each fight's its own, every game going into it, just taking it as it comes?
I have the confidence right now that we're not going to drop a single map.
I love Neb because not only is he confident, but he's correct. Bay State is one of the best Overwatch teams I've ever seen. So it's always good to hear. I love the confidence, and I love Bay State, so I hope they do a great job this weekend. So what qualifier, did you win a qualifier to get here?
At-large bid.
We're looking at Rocket League, we're thinking high odds, low odds, where do we think we're walking away?
I think pretty high. I think we're doing pretty good.
Is there anybody that you're looking at, you're like, please do not let us go up against them unless we absolutely have to?
I mean, really, everybody's good competition, so.
And sorry, what was your name?
Ethan.
Ethan from Mineral area.
Yep.
Very exciting. Well, Ethan, good luck.
Thank you.
We'll see you soon. What kind of pass? A player pass?
Let me get you on your
No, you actually have to like tape it to your chest, like really awkwardly with masking tape. Okay. And it's gonna fall off. Yeah. It's gonna be uncomfortable, I promise. That's a guarantee. Okay, cut that, I'm gonna sneeze. Okay, good. I'm great, everything's good.
Who do we interview? Who should we interview?
I don't know, I'm just here. I need caffeine.
That's why we're here, right? This is why a lot of people are trying to figure out, how do we replicate what you guys are doing? How do we, how do they do what you guys are doing to a degree, or why are you guys doing what you're doing to a degree? But to kind of, I think, focus in then a little bit more, I want to talk about gameplay a little bit before we jump into business and all of the other stuff. Jensen, this one's for you, right? I want to talk a little bit about this because to someone like me who's traditionally a League of Legends fan and all that, I know that you've been a coach that's been, all over the world. You've worked with a lot of different professional teams and different regions. My question, I think a lot of people want to know, how did you end up at Maryville and why a North American collegiate college? What was the draw, or what brought you here? How did you get to this point?
When I first came to NA, I worked with Immortals, with the academy team, and I realized that there's a lot of cultural challenges that exist that's very unique to NA and esports, right? Where there's this very interesting intersection, because unlike traditional sports, in esports, players, they don't start training under a structure or a system or a coach from a very early age, which is what happens if you want to pick up any other sport, right? Like you start going to community events or whatsoever, and then you start developing your skills and your literacy of the game from the age of 6 or 7, and you're very used to working in a team environment, a coaching environment. But in esports and for League of Legends, a lot of times players, they go through they go up, they climb the ranks.
Alrighty, and we're back, ready for game number 3, the conclusion to a series that we did not expect to get here. And granted, after 2 games, we can see why. Game number 1 went heavily in IWU's favor after a very botched team fight in the enemy's jungle from GVSU. GVSU in game number 2, though, came back with a vengeance, punishing a Viego mid, rightfully so, as well, and cleaned house, not as quickly, but still very clinically, I will say. Game number 3, no idea what's going to happen here. I mean, at least I think we're not going to get another Viego mid.
I'd be surprised if we did or not. To be fair to IWU, you could see why they picked the Viego. The Viego was winning the matchup into Silas, even when he was behind there. The problem is, League is a 5-player game. So even if your matchup is good, a lot of it's about jungle pressure. And Viego, like we mentioned, a lot of his jungle advantages don't come through when you're stuck in the lane. Now, into game 3 draft, we get our first side swap here. IWU will take red side and counter pick, and it will be GVSU on the blue side getting their first pick here in game 3.
And I think it's very, very important to see that Illinois Wesleyan are still staying with the same bands, except for third, which is appropriate. Then Nyla is now transferring over, so games 1 and 2 have both yielded changes to the original band phase. What it hasn't changed is the fact that Grand Valley are still looking for that first pick up. and that's a very have said that, hey, the Sejuani worked out fairly well in that game. Let's go ahead, try and run it back.
Yeah, and honestly, I thought the Sejuani could have just gone top into the Jax as well. There wasn't a need to, try and play cute with the Shyvana pickup here. It is a flex pick for them. I much prefer this Orbital.
Yes.
I was saying last draft already that you can just go Nunu here for the jungle. And that early ganking, I think a lot of this series has been defined by the junglers, the lowest ranked players on both their teams, but the most influential players on both teams with these early ganks.
I mean, listen, it's 2/5 of a glacial squad. Please keep it rolling. But Grand Valley going with their own sort of, hey, stylization. We have found what works. It is going to be that Xin Zhao. And now the Ezreal. So what's surprising is we had talked about it a little bit as well. The Tark that came out from Abyss Stigma looked pretty dang good, and the fact that now Ezreal's on the other side is granting us a crazy setup here. So now a hover of the Aphelios, Illinois Wesleyan, and Grand Valley are giving us a shakeup here into the third picks.
Yeah, and IWU, they're going for that massive team fight. I like, you've got a beefy front line with the Sejuani part of me and the Nunu already. Just pick something like a Hyperscale or Jinx, Aphelios. Either of them would work perfectly. Both of them outscale even the likes of this Ezreal here. And for GVSU, they get a lot of power picks that we've seen. The Xin Zhao, again, early ganks. The Aatrox for Toonroad, who did so well last game. They've got decent team fighting if they want here, but if they want to go head to head in that front to back, they need to find some way to punish that Jinx. It's got to come from the mid lane, because unless we see like a Vi support, which is a thing in NA, besides that, it's got to be some sort of assassin or diving mid who can threaten that Jinx.
Let's be real, anything's meta in solo queue of NA. I'm not even
It's
going
not
to
solo
doubt that.
queue,
Right?
man. It was amateur that played. It beat academy teams.
all right. Listen, that's still fairly solo queue-esque to bring that out. I love it though, but it was great. Taking a look at these bans here. 3 bans into the support role with a little flutter into the mid from the Talia, which does leave the Karma open. This was banned away in game number 1, left alone in game number 2. So picking up here for Abyss Stigma, and not Abyss Stigma, I do apologize. It is now sweeping over to the other side. It is the Karma to Nivek, who this is much more their playstyle.
Yeah, more what I expect from them there. And I think especially when you're running something like a Hyper Carry, AD Carry, Enchanters are king. Unfortunately for Ezreal, Enchanters, while still good with Ezreal, are not quite as impactful as they are with these auto attack based champions like Jinx here. So on the one hand, for Abyss Stigma, it means that you're not locked into an Enchanter. You can pick an Engager if you'd like here for the team, because Aatrox not the best engage. Xin Zhao a little bit conditional as well. That is, I suppose you could call that engage Orbital, but to me that's an execution. Abyss Stigma getting his second most played support, Pyke.
You know what? Mr. Beast better pick this dude up, bringing out the Pyke, saying, hello, let's go ham. I love it. I love this so much. Abyss Stigma getting to play a little bit of aggression on their own side. But the question now is, you do have to blind pick that mid, and that mid has been so pivotal all the way through. I think you touched on it earlier today. We'll take a look. Let's go ahead. Let's keep it strong with the aggression. And now Shun gets a chance at bringing out their own aggression, right? We have seen it at Worlds against the Akali. You can bring out the Azir. We've also seen, I think, the Sylas in some other matchups. You just try and go head-to-head and just have a little bit of fun in the skill matchup. I don't know if you want to play with fire like that right now. Instead, go with what else works. Come on, Shun. Come on. You are having 5, 4, 3, 2. Yes! Let's go!
Like I told you, bro, one of my fondest memories when I think of Shun was his Yone play. So I am super happy to see him pull it out here, because that is a champion he can literally 1v5 on here. Even if his team's falling apart around him, he can carry. Now, it's worth noting, game 2 was not IWU falling apart around Shun. It was Shun being ganked into oblivion. So the question, rather than 1v5ing, is can Shun survive the 1v2, 1v3 in the early game here? But Grand Valley, GVSU's draft, I think this is my favorite draft from them so far. We had said they needed something to dive that back line. They got it with SSJ's Akali here, and the Pyke as well. Pyke not only enables that dive into the back line with another execute, but in lane as well, into something like a Karma Jinx. It puts a lot of pressure on them, because normally we think of Karma as a lane bully. Well, now you got to step pretty, you got to step light, because if that Pyke, which you can't see, finds a hook onto you, you die.
There is no out, even, I would say. And the fact that the execute goes through shields is just icing on the top of the cake, right? That is great to see. I'm very, very excited. So many lanes to watch for now. As again, we now have the bot lane with Abystigma, who has proven themselves in game number 2. League of Trees as well, back on the Xin Zhao, should have a great time. And honestly, it feels like GVSU are going to make a play in the early stage, one big team fight that will dictate how the rest of the game plays out, whether it's a team fight or a gank, one or the other, and how IWU respond to that gank is what gives us a glimpse of how the rest of the game goes out. So, of course, this time around, I would normally ask you a question, RMC. I would normally ask you how this breaks down. We have so much to think about, and I want everyone to just bask in the glory of what this draft is. Please just make your own predictions, and when we come back, we'll be breaking this down, getting an understanding, and having a good feel of how this finale will go. Please do not go anywhere.
Everything is basically self-taught, and then all of a sudden they need to be placed into a team environment. And I realized that this is something that the Asian teams got right, where they had these B teams. They have the B houses in Korea and Taiwan. You would spend almost close to a year just being a understudy or training partner for the team before you even join an academy team in the first place. And in China, they have like these massive B team systems with like lots of players in them. The moment you hit a certain rank on the ladder, they fly you in. You are then boot camping for a month there, and depending on how well you do, they then decide whether to retain you on as a training partner or as a trainee in whatever capacity, given how well you perform in those scenarios. So the West was very lacking in all of this, and culturally to do the same things and try to replicate the B house environment or what they do in China or Taiwan would not be possible to do. But the West has a very successful model of developing sports and talent, especially in America, when that is in the collegiate space. So I looked at this, I saw the resources that was available, and when then when Clerky pitched his vision to me, it's like, yeah, this is what I think should be the future for development in the NA ecosystem for esports.
Oh, right on. I think maybe let's follow up on that a little bit then. Because Dan, okay, so Dan, you pick up Jensen, you've got this going. I think that's going to be my question then is, or to any other schools that want to be competitive like you guys on that level, is this something that we should be expecting to see in the future, right? Is this now, the standard that you guys, Jensen, you and Dan, do you guys feel that this, if every college across the nation starts doing this, if they start, recruiting coaches like Jensen and trying to build this atmosphere, is this going to be the next standard, or is this something that's very successful that obviously it's proven to work, but is it sustainable? Is it possible for everyone, or maybe not everyone, but right, the greater sense of the industry and the ecosystem? How do you guys feel about that?
It's a dream of mine, obviously, to get to a point in the future where every university has an esports team that's taken seriously, and every day they report to practice. It's an improvement-driven mindset across the whole program. I think for me though, like the reason isn't necessarily like to see like a March Madness with millions of dollars flowing through it. For me, it's a little bit more simpler than that. The reason why this is my vision is just because it's best for player development and just players in general. What we see in tier 2 ecosystems almost across the industry, that's like below academy, I would say, like right before you, I would consider academy professional, because you're making a salary, higher salary than exists in a lot of semi-pro sports actually. But in the tier 2 ecosystem, you kind of go from like your parents' bedroom making no money on a Discord server with a coach that hasn't been certified by any national body, to playing academy, and that's horrifying to me. So while I don't see collegiate as being, or maybe it does end up being this way, but it doesn't have to be the definitive path to pro. I want it to at least be an option, like a parallel option, similar to how you can go through the Canadian hockey system, where you can choose to spend a couple extra years developing and maturing physically and emotionally in the NCAA model before you go to the show in the NHL. I'd like to see that reality in esports. This isn't something where there's a century of history to the competition. So it's a very powerful tool, especially when you're trying to convince your parents that this is a worthwhile pursuit, that you can get a college degree. And it's one of those things where, at least in America, with how expensive college is, getting scholarships after your first after like your 18 to 20-year-old years is usually harder academically. You usually get the majority of your scholarships going into school when you're an 18-year-old freshman, and the way that the current path to pro is set up, a lot of players are foregoing that span of time to try to go pro for no pay. And so for me, it's more about like a health of a pipeline, health of the ecosystem, health of kind of the player experience of pursuing this, and that's the big thing for me. And obvious it's a dream. I want Maryville to serve as like a case study and a model for that. We want to show results. We want to eventually be competing to win proving grounds, to show that this can be a functional alternative to the traditional tier 2 within esports, and that's what we strive for every year.
And I can add to that a little bit, just from a business perspective. I think, we're very fortunate to have Jensen and Dan here in Maryville, but I think if you're a university looking at...
And let's kick it. We are getting underway with game number 3, the finale, the ending, the all-important game. And my gosh, are they going to give us a treat? The junglers keeping up with the Xin Zhao and the Nunu, 2 junglers that opted into this. They're game-winning champions, if you want to say that.
Yeah, I would definitely say that. I mean, considering how much impact the early game has had, League of Trees in Game 2, that level 2 gank into the mid lane, Spiffy, level 2 gank into the bot lane in Game 1 here. Right away, you can see how aggressive they are. We get the level 1 potential pick out on the bot side from IWU, the 5-man roll down. GVSU, they're responding. League of Trees walking in, Abystigma walking in here. Both teams are very aware of the strength of the early ganks, and at least for GVSU, they want to make 100% sure they know when IWU is coming their way.
I love it. I 100% love it, because we were talking about like just the understanding of where everyone's going, and the fact now that you get a deep ward, and a double deep ward at that, right? I think you said it was a deep call from League of Trees, but they even got one on the blue buff. So they will have perfect route information on IWU, with no information from IWU on GVSU. So League of Trees will have a perfect opportunity to choose a route, whether you go buff to buff into gank level 2 or looking for a level 3 gank instead. All opportunities will be open to you as long as Spiffy Big Daddy chooses the right course of action as well.
Yeah, I feel like it's kind of risky for IWU to not know where League of Trees is coming from, because their lanes kind of do want to push out a little bit, especially their bot lane. You can see it here already, how Navs and Nivak, they can't help but kind of push out a little bit here. If not for the fact that Breakbone is also matching that shove right here, Navs and Nivak can find themselves really far up the river. However, League of Trees not in the area, which is why we're seeing that pushback here, wanting to go topside, get Toon World ahead.
And honestly, that's the one lane, out of all the lanes that we've seen action in, it's the one lane that we have not seen action in. That top side has been relatively quiet, right? They join in at their own time. They join in whenever they so decide. The fact that we might see League of Trees actually give a bit more power over that way will be very interesting to see how it affects the dynamics, right? Seeing a dynamic of Toon World and Animosity being given the front runner status for this Game 3 would be the icing on top of the cherry pick cake already. But right now, we're not seeing that. Shun goes ahead and gets tagged up with a little bit of a rune. And because of that, you have to flash away. Great flash keeps League of Trees away from getting any extra damage down.
The ward position was good. League of Trees has to show ever so slightly to get behind him. But I don't think Shun saw it, because he was fighting SSJ at that moment there. And sure, it's just a flash. It's no kill. Shun barely took damage, but that flash means a lot potentially for that lead gank. Spiffy did not go for any ganks early. He's just trying to power farm here. Got to that scuttle early. Had time to dance around. And what else can you find here? SSJ completely leaving lane, so Spiffy got nowhere to look.
And I mean, that's also something that we do have to talk about, right? Again, in all the games so far, GVSU have been the ones to always pressure forward first, right? They made a gank first in the mid lane, and now on the bot side, we're seeing something happen again. This is going to be a flash out, but because they went a different route, this is Abystigma taking a lot of the pain. First blood, 2 Navs on Spiffy Big Daddy ganking at level 4.
I think Abystigma just flashed before that too, trying to get aggressive, so had no way out there. The first gank from Spiffy reaping bigger rewards. They can just look for the dive. Breakbone's low.
Yeah, and Nivek, the big question is how many towers can you tank? You do tank one more shot, and now Spiffy Big Daddy is going to fall. A final hit from the tower is able to secure a 1-for-1 trade, but still big win on the bot side for IWU, on their own power, no less.
And Nabs and Nivek have to run here. You can't stick around. Abystigma
the
alone might be
Ignite
looking for the
too.
kill.
Yeah, and the Ignite is also going to happen, but you don't even need to use that. And finally, you pick up 2. Abystigma is going to watch a flash come out, but you should have another dash here in just a second. And the Ignite goes... No, the Ignite was already used. I don't know where it went. So Nabs is able to survive. Well, only for a mite longer. Abystigma is going to chase this 100%. Nabs, you might want to back away a little bit further as well. I'm not sure if this is actually going to be the safe route. Okay, so you're good. Abystigma did... Meanwhile, in the mid, we're fighting. I sometimes decide in game 3 either they play very passive or they play standard. This is neither. The teams have opted for route number 3, which is fight, 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 because our champions really want to do so. I love it.
Yeah, I mean, the moment we saw the Nunu and Xinjiao orbital, there was no question in my mind that it would be all about that early action here. Abystigma now wants a piece of it too, coming into that mid lane here. Gets to cloak his way through, but unfortunately, or fortunately, depending on which side you're cheering for, Shun was hovering on that top side, but they did actually have that pink ward here, making sure that he wasn't in a gankable position.
You know what? What's laning? No one cares about laning right now. Everyone just wants a piece of the action. Animosity on this top side doesn't have flash, so it's trying to work their way through a perfect trade of abilities. And so far, Toon World is doing much better. Not on the signature Jax this time, but keeping up in CS. Animosity playing on the weaker side on the Sejuani. And because Spiffy Big Daddy has not been able to traverse up to that top side, Toon World is going to have a great time. This Aatrox is going to do what it couldn't do in, I think, game number 1, which is try and have a bit of fun.
Well, it was Animosity on that Aatrox in game 1 here. So, a little bit different playstyle here. I think Toon World playing a bit more aggressively with that pick. And props to both top laners. We're not seeing a lot of action up there, also because of the warding situation. It's so hard to gank them. Spiffy, that's a ping.
Bruh. No. Gosh dang it.
I don't know what to call on that one. You know what? Maybe it's a zoning recall there.
Oh, you know what? It is zoning because you're focused on that top side, which was a fight that broke out. We did not get to catch the start, but we for sure will find the end. League of Trees, though, went a little bit too far. Is the final guy going to go? No, you don't even need it. It's the final tick of the queue. Shun able to fight it back, and it's a 1-for-1 trade.
Zaya showed the world that Yone is a counter to Aatrox. And now Shun is showing us that Yone is apparently a counter to Xinjiao as well. Finding that kill on that play. And Toon World has to be careful. Spiffy is around that top side area. And more importantly, Toon World's wards have expired. It's blind up there. And if the jungler comes barreling in, he will not have any warning.
All I can say is this is a spicy game, and I love it. Oh my gosh, we're still visiting this top lane. Toon World does have flash, but is running towards the wrong side of the map. Is going to get away from Sissy, but guess who has the last ult? Shun is going to slap away that kill and pick up a second in the top lane.
I feel a little bad for Spiffy, because if Spiffy wasn't there, that kill doesn't go down. Toon World gets to just walk away. SSJ going on to Animosity here. That Nunu just keeps on rolling.
Guess who else is here, though? League of Trees might realize they're on the wrong side here, and it's a 2v2. No real damage. Spiffy actually is going to get jumped on, and League of Trees realizes that they might have messed up. He's only level 5. He is only a weak boy, and because the absolute 0 is hit, it is the ultimate difference here. It is a trade as Animosity collects 2.
You know what? It's not the full 5-man Freljord composition you're hoping for, Orbital, but apparently the 2 stack was enough to get the slows down. And this top side right now just rolling in favor of IWU. Shun so much more active this game. Doesn't have the Fate Seal available, but he does have flash, he does have dash.
And the stack off the Krugs is so easy to do. Yeah, dab your way to another kill. Abystigma, you don't really have anything. You're going to get knocked up one more time. A final shot goes through, and Nabs collects a third. We're seeing a repeat of game number 1, but this time it's not off a jungle fight. It is by selective picks by IWU.
Yeah, it's not a mistake from GVSU this time. It's IWU. It's Shun popping off. It's Spiffy once again getting those early ganks, getting those snowballs rolling. And much like game 1 overall, it feels like the one big hope of GVSU right now is Toon World in the top lane, and he is going to get focused.
This is outrageous, to say the least. I just want to point out, Spiffy has gathered a grand total of 3 camps. 3 camps out of the last 4 ganks that have gone on. That is how much Spiffy has said, I don't care about my farm. I don't care about anything. Make it 4. Make it 4. Is that 5? I don't know how many ganks Spiffy has done while just absolutely not caring about any of the camps so far. Spiffy is an absolute speed demon.
Yeah, we are seeing the lane swap come through as well for IWU. It's not just 50 taking a walk. Everybody's doing it. Shun trading heavily with SSJ here. But really, the focus is on Herald. They've called up Nabs. They've called up Nivek here. Shun is just trying to push out SSJ, and they're going to be able to get the Herald. Toon World. We've seen this lane swap happen before, and the last time Toon World really suffered for it, I think he's learned his lesson. He's playing a lot more cautiously here.
Well, this is actually the second lane swap, I believe, that came about. The first one that's actually proactive in choice, right? Shun came up the first time trying to cover after Animosity died, and that's what got the 2 kills over, and then stayed up on top side. Animosity then chose to go mid, ended up with a kill there as well from Spiffy, and now they're rotating Nabs and Nivek up, which now leaves Animosity into a dangerous spot, getting rooted up, getting chained down. With no flash available, you have to find the opening, and you do find it. No one decided to block. They are going to keep chasing, though, and you can't really follow through. Meanwhile, on the top side, we're getting a gank of our own, a flash out from Nabs. As a rocket comes through and you pick it up, Nabs said, gimme, gimme, gimme. All of it is mine. That's going to be a clean house on the top as Toon World is brought to reality. Animosity though, dueling out League of Trees, and the Freljord Bull says nothing can grow while I am keeping things chilly. SSJ, this is just the ball rolling over and over again. You have no shroud. You don't have anything else. Another knockout goes, and now the ultimate to follow. You're going to take the tower as much as possible. And Shun is on a rampage. Herald, Shelly is going to walk their way forward after getting the first tower, and everything is following Illinois Wesleyan University's way.
All I can say, Orbital, is your fate was sealed in drop. The moment Shun locked into that Yone, that was when I knew this was going to be a banger here. And Shun just looks so comfortable on this Yone. He's turret diving with impunity here. And for GVSU, where is the answer? Animosity is holding 1v3 bot.
Oh, it's a highlight reel after a highlight reel. These guys are trying to one-up each other every single time. IWU just not stopping for a freaking inch. GVSU, they got to take a step back. They got to realize things are a little bit out of control.
Yeah, and GVSU really, they're stuck in a hard spot because on one hand, they need to slow things down. On the other, Animosity getting hooked.
Oh, you're gonna die. Oh no, Abbott Stigma, you're walking into tower range and you had died. Oh my gosh, and the dodge, Animosity, no, you can't do this. This is not allowed. You're baiting for your jungler. I understand that, and you will fall, but Breakbone is about to break their own back trying to get out of this. It is a win for the side of IW. They do it again. They've done it. A 5-2-1 Animosity swings hard and swings a home run. Spiffy gathers their first kill of the game.
And here is GVSU's dilemma. They want to slow down the game. This hectic pace has not worked out for them, and IWU is just faster, and normally you want to slow down. But their composition won't let them. You're up against a Jinx, a Yone, both who will outscale you in these front-to-back fights, so they need to keep the pace up. But they're damned if they do, damned if they don't.
Well, they're going to say if it's one or the other, let's go all the way. Oh no, we made a mistake. Rooted inside of the shroud, SSJ watches as Nabs becomes unstoppable. This is the IWU we saw in game number 1. This is IWU having a fantastic time here. Yes, Breakbone got a kill. Toon World survives by the skin of their teeth. But guess who's back with the carry pants? I lied, it's not. Nabs falls 6-1-0. Frantic kills back and forth.
Okay, Breakbone picking up both the kills there in the mid lane. Massive. He needs them right now. He is the AD carry. He is the scaling, and he's going to be able to pick plates up. It's not even 14 minutes yet, Orbital.
I hate everything that's going on right now. I hate everything. These teams are just fighting. They're fighting so much all the time that I'm going to lose my voice. I am going to lose my voice. Nivek gets a little bit of a route down, but now falling through. Shun is going to jump forward. Can you save your support? You do! Shun is now dominating as well.
This Stigma was looking, thinking maybe I can find the support here. Maybe we can find Nivek. Saw Shun, was like, nope, not going in for this. Wise call from Abyss Stigma there. Oh, bro, if we lose our voice on this, is it worth?
It is, but I don't want to lose it like this. Animosity is currently taking on SSJ, who is hiding under the tower. Oh my gosh, I've never seen an Akali this scared to try and go in on a tank. Oh my lord, IWU finally giving us a moment to breathe.
take a deep breath, Orbital, because it's not going to last for long. They've just reset Mythics across the board coming in halfway through as well. And then look over at GVSU. I feel like this has been the story of the series. One team getting such a big early lead, getting all these big item advantages. And in 45 seconds, Dragons coming up. Second Drake, Cloud Drake. Not the most important, but for IWU, they're going to take everything they can possibly get their hands on. And for GVSU, any opportunity where you know where IWU is going to be is an opportunity for them to try and look for a pick.
And they're going to try so hard because you can see who needs the gold the most. Right now, 7K on Breakbone, who has done okay for themselves, right? 4 and 3. But you need SSJ to get a little bit further up. They do not scale as Shu. You need to get a few more kills. You want Toon World to get a little bit stronger as well. And the best opportunity right now, it feels like it's around this top side. We do see Animosity in Toon World without TP on Toon World. So it could be a 5v4. Shun, though, still playing up. Has Flash, has Ignite, and can kill someone in the blink of an eye.
Yeah, when we saw those gold numbers, the individual gold for a second there, Orbital, SSJ is half Shun's gold right now. Half is AD Carry's gold. He is a non-factor in a lot of these fights. Top side, Animosity. He's not exactly winning this.
No, he doesn't really have a whole lot of ability to cut through the World Ender as much as you would normally think. Because, look, the stain is too much. Are you going to get it, Toon World? No, Toon World! Oh, he was going Super Saiyan. He made it almost work and then just got killed. And Nabs, I mean, what else can we say about Nabs? Nabs, oh, the True Shot Barrage hit a lot harder than you thought, but that's going to be the kill. A massive explosion, as that is a double kill, but a finisher by Stigma. Great pickup to get a little extra gold in, an extra 300 to go the way of GVSU.
I mean, as a support, if you trade for the AD carry, it's worth every single time. The problem is, it's not just Naps you need to deal with. Shun here diving turrets again.
Oh, and I hate that so much. You still get the Ignite down, and you're still going to fight Shun. You're going to heal. You're going to miss the knockup. And SSJ says it can't keep going on. SSJ said no more. Is going to use the last part of the perfect execution, but you don't find anyone. While that was all going on, the ritual is taken in RMC. This is one of the most fast-paced breakneck level games that I've seen in quite some time. It is skill check versus skill check versus skill check. Shun gets a little bit of an assist, but my gosh, Nivik did next to nothing there. That was just a little bit of a cheer squad moment.
I mean, normally when you see an Akali, we're talking about breaking ankles. But right now, Shun in this hand check is breaking hands. And SSJ is just struggling here. 0, 4, and 1. He can't even farm in peace. Shun dove that turret like it wasn't even there.
RMC, we have a moment here. If you had to pick a single thing for the side of GVSU to be able to do to come back in this game, where would it even start? What would it look like if they were able to fight back in this hectic fight by fight moment pace?
It's rare I'm going to say this, but it's the support. I'm looking at Abystigma's Pike right now because Abystigma 2, 5, and 3 has been active on the map right now, making things happen, and his execute is critical. Right now, you need the burst damage to cut through that Yone, the burst damage to cut through that Jinx, and it's not coming from your Akali. I think Pike's got a better shot right now.
All right, well, there you go. Some thoughts moving in. It is going to be looking at that pipe, but right now it's League of Trees and SSJ. They're going to try their best, but guess who comes around? Avastigma. You said it. Try and catch 2. You do get 2 on the route, but they're too tanky. The rocket came from downtown just saying, hey, I'm here for show. Breakbone hiding off in the wings again. Of all the people right now, it is this Ezreal that does peanut damage to Spiffy. A little bit of a rotation and a Q. Took out, what, maybe 8% of their HP? Oh, Nabs. Nabs saying, I can play with fire all day long. And look at the snowball rolling in. Animosity getting ready to come over the wall. League of Trees going in, but can't get the knockback. And they're going to fly true. A little bit of stun. Crescent Guard going to block most of the damage. And Animosity wisely backs away.
That was actually a really good series of plays from GVSU. They canceled the Absolute Zero immediately there. They're able to defend for now. But Abystigma, is he caught out? Nope, he's a Pike. He's slippery and he's A-okay. Problem is, Herald being dropped in the mid lane, and this is actually a 3v5 push. Shun is pushing top, and Animosity was hovering jungle.
They are allowing nothing to chance. You can see here, League of Cheese having to flash away. That's going to be a runaway. Who is going to get the kill? SSJ was able to get 1 Annihilation, but Herald is still going to push their way to a true shot on the tower. Quarter HP left, and they do collect a kill. So GVSU able to stuff the bleeding. It is going to slow down ever so slightly as SSJ got a much-needed kill.
Sigma,
well, yeah. I mean, what? That's a support's life. I feel. Yeah, like that's a support's life right there. You don't really have a choice. I feel.
Yeah, and there was no vision. Abyss Sigma, it's crucial to note that Pyke doesn't usually grant that much vision. He's a lot more about clearing the vision to come through, with the Umbral Glaive and whatnot there. So Abyss Sigma, unfortunately, was so focused on trying to get to the right spots, start the vision towards the Baron, didn't check to make sure that there's nobody in that push, and IWU's base was a little bit slower than they expected. Thankfully for him, he is low-leveled enough that he's going to be back up before any objectives are really onto the map here. And Baron is a concern, although it's coming up in 10 seconds here. That is first Baron. We're about to hit 20 minutes. And IWU could just take it. They are that far ahead.
They're so far ahead they can take anything. It's like having a banquet in front of you, or all you can eat buffets, and they're just like, what do we want to go for? We literally have so much time. We can sit down at the table for as long as we want. We can go for anything. If a waiter comes by and tries to say anything, we're gonna slap them with a couple $100 bills and tell them to be on their way. That's what it's gonna be like. GVSU cannot do anything. They have to sit there and take it for a few moments and just pray that they get some crumbs at the end. Baron is down on spawn, and IWU are already chasing for the dragon.
I appreciate the imagery, Orbital, but we have very different dining experiences. I need to go for dinner with you sometime, because this I want to see. Well, the wallets are out, the $100 bills are in hand, and GVSU, well, the waiter's not serving the table. They're going to give this meal for free to IWU.
That makes you sound like such a prick, and I'm so sad that I said it now. I'm so mad that I said anything of the sort. No, but that is still what it feels like, right? IWU got both Dragon and Baron, and now all they have to do is just push the waves. They don't even care. They're not going to do a 1-4. They're just going to push down mid. They're going to look to end the game right here. Tower is on a literal sliver of HP. It is down. A single auto attack took it, and now the chase is on. Who do they go for? They go on one. They get a little bit of root. SSJ is going to go into the Shroud and immediately pop back out, but now a knockup from Shun is going to bring Lego Trees a little bit back. It's split. Spiffy takes one too many tower shots, and the absolute zero does next to nothing, so they do get the inhibitor. Everyone backs away for free, and GVSU, they lost the inhibitor, but you know what? You didn't die. Oh, true shot barrage! Catches Spiffy in the back. Cool, guys. Better look at explosions there. Oh no, oh no, Abyss Stigma, you walked too far, another route, and a final auto attack. Gosh dang it, it was so close to perfect, it was so close to holding off in a lesser situation. Toon World is going to try and run away on their own, and now the fight's going to go. Round 2, here it goes, 4-on-3, and a good knockup. You knock him out of the jump, and that means Toon World gets a shutdown. No way, GVSU get more than that, right? Shun caught off on the back end, was looking to get a little bit more of a way push, but the rest of the team is here. Great heart, they go all the way in, Fate sealed, looking for a bit of a rocket from downtown Shun. Can you hold on to? No, you can't. GVSU, you know what? You still came out with 3 kills. Can you get away? Nabs wants a little bit of revenge. Is going to get sped up by Nevek. But my gosh, GVSU, that was a battle back and forth, and they get a lot of gold out of it.
And at the end of the day, I will still say GVSU winning out that one there. Yes, they lost the turrets, but in that fight, they answered even. Nabs focusing down that turret there. Doesn't care about his life, but he better, because GVSU, they're respawning here, and they can punish a Jinx.
They easily can. We actually saw it, right? If you can shred through Animosity and Spiffy like that, what are they going to do to a Jinx, right? That's what they have to have in their mind. So IW realizing that things got out of hand a little bit too quickly. GVSU, yes, they are not in the spot to outright win a team fight. I don't think that's going to happen. But you did see a little bit of an issue there on what Illinois tried to do after taking the inhibitor, right? They got split very heavily. The absolute zero was only there to stop people up, and the Sejuani went on a different target. So honestly, if IWU do not focus the right targets, GVSU have all the right tools and utility to split them up and go for those single kind of limp dough kills right there.
Yeah, and that's one of the things with the Ezreal, right? All your individual champions for GVSU have self-agency. They don't need to play front to back here. All of them can just do things on their own, whereas IWU, you can see that Nabs, Nivek, they need that front line in front of them. The only one with that much agency is really Shu here. And so they need to kind of decide when and how they're engaging. If that Glacial Prison goes down, doesn't find a pick, they need to start thinking about disengaging, or else Spiffy needs to get that distance to charge up that snowball.
Well, they're doing it now. Now on the top lane. They already have one on the bot. They're going to try and get the knockup. Not going to find anything, but does create enough space for Nabs to get a little bit of damage. 50% HP on that tower in Toon World. With the wave pressing in on the Nexus, you got to pick. You got to decide which one are you going to go for. was able to hold off a little bit in time, so Breakpoint and the rest of the squad are going to clear out these supers, but this bottom inhibitor is looking a little bit weak. Toon World, not sure if they want to go in, is going to get rooted up. No World Ender just to call out, and it's a split. This is IWU playing with a lot more caution this time around. Pikachu is going to flash away, and top tower is going to fall. Nexus inhibitor going to fall just as well. That's two inhibitors down and a little bit of space to be made. Final chance here. Spiffy, you're on the wrong side here. You got to get back to the rest of your team. You're locked up. You're a little bit low. In goes perfect execution. And this is SSJ looking for another. That's going to be a true shot barrage. Landing, and you almost get in the backline, but Shun able to another Stigma into the backline. SSJ still looking, but the split this time works in IWU's favor. Animosity calling off the fight and saying, no, you don't get more than that. GVSU with Breakbone is going to try and hold the line. Toon World getting taken low, and that's a snap. Shun slays Toon World. This might be the straw that broke the camel's back. It's another knockup. It's a stun into the wall. Breakbone has nothing of the sort. Shun can't get over the Nexus, but it doesn't matter. Nexus tower is going to fall. Breakbone is but one man, one lonely character. Nexus will fall. Respawns don't matter. GG to IWU, or do we call it? There we go. I'm not gonna lie, I had second thoughts right there. That is game. It is over. Illinois Wesleyan University move to 3-4.
Really well played from that. Animosity. It feels like there's a lot of hero plays happening off screen here, because at that last fight, we saw what happened when IWU couldn't quite find the engage on a clumped up team. It was actually happening again, but Animosity held off both Toon World and Breakbone. So they didn't have the Ezreal damage there, and everybody managed to just collapse, punish SSJ for trying to find that kill onto Nabs. They're really well played from IWU. Great series to come through here. And for Grand Valley State University, I believe they're not out of it yet for the playoffs. They still have one more week here, and they are now sitting at 3-4. IWU, though, that win, critical to them because it keeps them in the running for that playoff still.
I cannot imagine what the comms were like the entire game. It was literally fight after fight after fight, and getting so close to some of those team fights looking a little bit awry. I mean, we saw it at the very end too. It was only 3 members finishing off the Nexus. I loved it though. Illinois Wesleyan University, beautiful job, and huge props to Grand Valley State University as well. They played their hearts out there, and as you said, still in the running. So we're going to go to a very short break, but when we come back, I do believe we're going to try and get an interview with one of the members of Illinois Wesleyan University to give us a little bit of insight into how they're playing and their whole composition overall. I mean, it was crazy. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
You know, maybe not to the magnitude of Jensen, but I think you have to look at the metrics. I think if you look at what the ROI and the business case of adding relevant esports within your university, what that means to your student life and all those different things, all those things that they try to check boxes within higher ed, I think having a relevant esports program or a relevant system within esports, every university should be looking at it, because their baseball players, their basketball players, and football players are all playing gaming, and a lot of these esports, you know, figureheads and coaches, etc., you know, are the relevant people in digital media, and it helps the school with a brand perspective. And I think just having any sort of relevant and adding bodies within the esports ecosystem at universities, you have 2 or 3 basketball coaches, you have 2 or 3 soccer coaches, you know, both on male and female. I think having relevancy within esports, it has probably a 15 to 25x, you know, return versus like traditional sports. And I can say that with my background and everything like that, and just knowing how we look at it. But at the same time, if you're not looking at esports as a relevant, you know, not even revenue stream, but relevant digital eyeball within your sports and student life perspective, I think you are sort of behind the times.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the Collegiate Esport Commissioners Cup. I am Septulins, and I get a really neat opportunity here. We get to interview Burns from E United. Burns, how you doing?
I'm doing well. How about yourself?
I'm doing great. We're on day 2 of the event. It's been a fantastic one. I ran into you yesterday, but we were running around like chickens with our heads off, and it has been, I mean, how has your time been here? What has this event kind of been like?
Yeah, it's great. I just love being in the passion pit, seeing all the college kids go at it. Reminds me of like an old school MLG event almost, but being like in an epicenter of the passion pit,
Yes.
seeing Rocket League, Valorant, Overwatch, and Smash, it's amazing to see all of these schools compete against each other and get a shot to play on this main stage.
Yeah, no doubt about it. And tell us a little bit about kind of what is E United, right? Because we know that you're here, we know you're here to represent them, but for the people that don't know, what is E United?
Yeah, E United was founded in 2016. We're a professional esports organization. We've been in League of Legends, Overwatch, all the way to Battle Right, I think it was called back in the day. Right now in 2022, we are in Gears of War, Halo, Rocket League, PUBG, and announcing a new title tomorrow. I know, get the small intel here. So it's a lot of fun. I went pro in Call of Duty when I was younger. I ended up playing my last event under E United, switched in 2016, and I've been the GM ever since. So it's a true blessing to be able to stay with an organization for as long as I have, and we love giving back to the collegiate community. I actually graduated from Full Sail in 2013.
I was a little confused about the jersey. I was a little...
Yeah, so the Full Sail boys are out of the tournament, unfortunately, but I decided I would rep them today in their honor. Yeah, it's just great. I love working with younger individuals who are trying to find their path in esports, and these college kids are really showing what they're all about.
Yeah, so to be kind of an ex-pro player, where a collegiate scene at the time didn't exist, especially not to the scale right now, what is it like to see such high levels of success, such high levels of support for something that you weren't able to kind of get as much support in at the time, something that was looked down on a lot more?
Yeah, I'm extremely jealous. That's all I can say. Full Sail started their program in 2017. When I was there in 2011 and 12, it was just a bunch of nerds running around, just creating their own clubs. I was still striving to go pro, but now you have these opportunities to play on main stage, play in front of thousands of people. We just had locals back in the day. You would show up and play for like $200, $100. It was like lunch money.
Right.
Now these kids are playing for scholarships. They're playing for fame. They could pop off here and end up getting a sponsor for $10,000 or $20,000 from somebody.
Right.
So the opportunities are just endless at the moment, and I think it's just great that you basically can prove yourself and make anything happen right now.
It's instead of kind of what you had gone through, being in college and also trying to go pro, these kids can try to go pro while being in college. It's hand in hand instead of those two kind of battling kind of matchups. So if somebody's trying to go pro, right, they're like, Burns, I want to be you one day. I want to be the GM of E United one day. What is that first step to really take it from a hobby to a passion, to a job?
Yeah, I think I've told this story a lot, but it's really, I thought about going pro every night before I went to bed.
Right.
Like, I lived and breathed Call of Duty for years. It was my life. I had to skip dinner sometimes. I had to skip family functions, and my family didn't really understand, but it was what I wanted to do, and it all worked out. But at the end of the day, you always need to kind of be organized. You have to have the ability to not put all of your eggs in one basket. So even though it worked out for me, there are so many opportunities in esports. There's being a caster or interviewing people. There's working in production. There's helping people get waters. Like, literally, there are so many opportunities. So, oh, this crowd's awesome.
They're going crazy, dude. They stayed on their last life right now.
Off subject, Smash, regardless if it's middle school, high school, college, it pops off all the time. I love it.
Well, Burns, thank you so much, man. I really appreciate it.
Yeah, no worries. Thank you, guys.
Hello, hello, hello. Happy New Year's, everyone, and welcome back to the ECAC Esports channel. As always, my name is Kyler Tando, and I once again have the privilege of introducing you all to some of the best collegiate esports plays. Now, I know when we left off last year, I teased a little bit about some big news on the horizon, but that news is finally ready to break. Now, this year, in partnership with CSMG and their newly launched Esports U network, we will now be able to bring you guys double the amount of ECAC matches. So, with double the matches comes double the highlights. And with that said, I mean, obviously, right, do the math here. It means that we get to take this series of videos to a weekly top 8 instead of just the top 4 like we did in the past. But anyways, that's enough out of me. I'm sure you guys are ready for some hype plays and crazy moments. So without further ado, here you go. In our season opening clip, we have Ghost and Ox with a devastating 1-2 combo that just breaks SLU at the knees. Or is it
Boosters? Can't fall through. Nice bounce, but a nice goal! Right past the defender. Ox makes it look easy.
I'm so surprised because I couldn't.
At number 7, Raw Fam pounds his chest and decrees that he is the strongest in the jungle with this sick 3K to flip the point.
The arms and keeps everyone alive through that. Amplification Matrix came through, but we didn't get the same benefit we saw last time with the Amplified Fire Strike. Instead is Angry Monkey time from a fan with a 3K. Call that the Primal Blade.
As our first Smash play of the year, it's the clean 9 stock from Hydra to lock down New Jersey City's 2-0 win against Husson.
As they go for that kill confirm again, it's not going to connect this time, but there it is, just waiting on the platform for the spike. NJCAAE cleaning up in their signature style. Hydra leading the charge all the way home.
Next up, it's every shorty player's dream, and what's going to be a nightmare for University at Alma.
Up close and personal. This is the one player who's got a chance with his read. What about timing here? So step forward now into the angle. Certainly good for one.
Yikes.
There's the one. No one's reswung. He's reloaded. This never happens to a shorty player. Nebula's up now as well.
In our next clip, who needs teammates when you've got a wall? Grim surely doesn't.
Snaps and passes. They tried their best, and that is an open goal. But unfortunately, out the top, it's going to be the header in. Tit for tat. Grim takes it in on their own.
Ooh, spicy little double tap right there. You saw him looking for it, but that's not an easy read.
Rounding out our top 3, it wouldn't be a highlight video without our first
an interview, and I mean, after that thrilling series, how could we not have an interview? That one was a thriller back-to-back-to-back, and of course, heading into week 8, it's always good to have a win like that under your belt. We do have Nivek here, or as many do know him as Kevin. That is going to be our interviewee for right now, a black screen, but here in spirit. Nevik, how are you feeling after that series win? It was a grueling 3 games, even though it was quite quick all the way through.
Yeah, I mean, it was definitely tough. This is actually our first 3-game series that we've had. We're always a 2-0 or get 0-2'd kind of team, so it was a little bit of an endurance test for us tonight. After game 2, we just kind of were like, everyone take a break, don't think about it, kind of detail it, and get back into it for game 3. So pretty good after this series, though. That's how I'm feeling.
Yeah, fair enough. I mean, full mental reset, right? You won game 1, so if we think just right back to game 1, it's fine, right? It's all good.
Exactly.
You mentioned that this is your first 3-0 series as well, but you guys, you're coming into tonight 2-4, so kind of on the cusp of playoffs, maybe making, maybe not making. What was the mindset coming into tonight here? Were you guys worried at all?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, I know speaking kind of as team captain, we're always looking at like playoff projections, or me and the coaches are looking at playoff projections and things like that. But I think for a lot of the players, they're definitely good at just kind of putting the expectations aside and really just focusing on what we need to do to win the game in the current time. So to be honest, I don't think playoff implications were front and foremost kind of on our minds tonight, just more what we wanted to play and how we were going to get the win.
Now, funny that you should mention things that you want to play, because let's talk game 2 draft for a second here.
Yeah, so definitely an interesting one. We were thinking, and our top laner Animosity, big Sejuani player, and we've always thought, well, we should give it out over to Spiffy Big Daddy in the jungle. We'll flex it. So we were doing the Sejuani pick, and our mid laner was like, it looks really good here. Viego goes crazy here, like trust. So we were like, okay, like we trusted him, we had the faith, and unfortunately, I think they had a lot of dives and a lot of aggression towards the mid lane, and little tough, but like I said, we came back game 3, and I'm proud of the team for kind of detilting after that, because I know in a lot of other teams, a lot of other people that might cause some damage, but we bounced back, so I'm proud of that.
Not gonna lie, I was getting tilted watching the tank going towards Shun there. That was really rough, and I love that you guys had the confidence, because I'm assuming game 3, Shun was also saying, you know what, trust, Yone guys, trust.
Yep, well, he was. But I had faith in him. I've seen him on the Yone before. He tends to pop off, and he did it that game, and it was amazing to watch.
Of course, and I mean, that is a great way to cement it, because as we mentioned at the beginning, you are now 3-4. Taking a look at this, especially as your first 3-game series, Taking a look forward, you got one more game in the regular season, and honestly, to secure a playoff spot, your best bet is to hit that 50% win rate. After this series, are you looking forward, and are you saying you guys are going into this with confidence, or are there some things that you are hoping to iron out that you're a little bit worried about?
Definitely, I think a point of contention or something that we've been looking to improve on a lot as a team is our play around bot side in the early game. And I think, especially in game 3, it's hard to remember back to game 1 at this point, but especially in game 3, I think we played very well around bot side in terms of dives and in terms of like setting up the waves and using jungle resources. So yeah, I think we're excited for it. I think I'm confident that we'll be able to put the pieces together and get a win there and get to 4-4 and hopefully make it to playoffs.
In fact,
Heck
I'll
yeah.
remind you of game 1 because your game 1 was spectacular. You guys killed it over and over again.
Yes,
Literally
that
killed it.
one
That's
was
the Nyla
fun.
Nautilus game.
I was on that Darius playing the bot lane. I was like, oh, I can go behind him. I can go behind him, but I kind of doubled around. And I was like, all right, I'm gonna have to hit this. And I was like, he's flashing here 100%. So that felt nice to play for sure.
I love it. The confidence to play something like that gave you guys the leap forward that you needed. Now, of course, Nivek, the big question and the one that I think is so much fun, because, of course, this is your first interview that you've ever had, so we're very happy to have you on here. Do you have any shout-outs that you would like to give to any of the players, any of the staff, anyone special to you that has helped you along the way?
Yeah, sure. I got 3 quick shout outs. So I'm gonna shout out my 2 coaches, Sean Atonin and Jeff Doge. Massive support for the team. They're always running draft. Sometimes draft goes a little bit off the wheels compared to what they had planned, but they always get us started at least. So I gotta appreciate them. And then my last shout out is going to be for my AD carry Nabs. It's his birthday tomorrow, so we'd love to see a little bit of a birthday eve pop off. So that was fun.
Happy early birthday. He even got the fireworks with the Jinx rockets.
Yeah, true.
That's the whole reason, right? No other
Yeah.
reason, just wanted the fireworks.
Well,
Perfect
yeah,
way to
we're
end
like,
it.
what's a good pick? Drinks, yeah.
Not the zigs. I mean, my personal favorite would have been the zigs, just sending sparklers or unfortunately bombs all over the place. But again, Nivek, congratulations on the victory, on a 3-game victory as well, something that you guys have not done before, especially heading into playoffs. I think that feels great. So again, thank you so much for the interview.
All right, guys.
And with that, that'll be the end of our broadcast here today. It's been fun. I mean, it was a 3-game series, and yet it felt like no time at all. From start to finish, it was breakneck pace. And if that's the level of intensity we get from these teams heading into playoffs, I can't wait to see what the other teams have in store for us here. So, of course, thank you so much for tuning in. My name is Orbital. I just smacked the mic as hard as I could. With me is a random minion caster on production. If I can pull their names up, was, of course, Professor Lighton and the ever so lovely Luigi. Thank you so much for tuning in, and have a fantastic evening.
Hi everyone, my name is Heather Garozzo, also known as Sapphire. I'm so excited to join you here today. This is an initiative that means a lot to me. I've been involved in esports now for a little more than I want to admit, but about 20 years in many different facets. And when I started, I was often the only woman in the room. There were no women competitions. There were no other women on co-ed teams or women's teams. And that obviously has changed drastically over the most recent couple of years. Initiatives like this are so meaningful to getting more women involved and giving them a stepping stone to join those tier 1 leagues, to join co-ed teams, mixed teams, and hopefully become the best in the world. So I came to join today to just tell you a little bit about my journey, hopefully inspire you, whether you want to go down the path of being a professional gamer or a content creator, or you want to work in the industry. There's so many different options, and I wanted to share a little bit about my story with you. So first off, I'm actually at Valorant Champions in Istanbul right now. The match is happening like just behind the door from me, so you might even hear some of the crowd noise going hype. The crowd is obviously cheering for Fnatic. Actually, I just heard a loud cheer right now, so something epic might have just happened. But so apologies if you hear that background noise, but it's all part of the vibe. It's all part of just being in esports, living and breathing esports. My journey actually started just as a player. I was a multi-sport varsity athlete in high school. tore my MCL, was out on an injury. And then I found esports. My brother would have his friends over, and I didn't want my brother to be better than me than anything, and I just started playing. And this was actually Counter-Strike. Valorant wasn't out at the time, of course. And turns out that I was pretty decent at it, and so started playing more and more and more. Found some teammates, traveled down to the CPL, which is like the top tournament at the time. Thought after winning a bunch of tournaments in the Milwaukee area that we would come in and do really well. Turns out we were terrible, and we finished dead last. Lost to a Finnish team that was one of the best in the world. But it only motivated me to be a better player. So I kept competing. Eventually, I made it onto some of the top teams. I was in co-ed teams, played in ESCA Invite, which is now the equivalent of ESL Pro League, and also played on some co-ed teams. Played with teammates like Miss Harvey, Potter, who is now the coach of Evil Geniuses, Alice Liu, that played with Complexity's Valorant team. Some of the things that I learned in my competing journey, it's not just about my physical skill in the game, not just how quick you could react to something, but communication, teamwork. These things are so important. At Valorant Champions right now, I get the opportunity to listen into the teams and listen to their communication. It's amazing how they refine their craft and refine how they communicate with their teammates. It's something so fascinating. So I encourage you, one of the things I like to tell up and coming players is record your team's comms and listen back. Did you give the right calls? Could you have done better calls? Those calls have been shorter and more precise? Those are some of the things I learned as a player. Throughout that playing journey, one of the highlights was in 2012 when I traveled to Paris and competed in the Esports World Cup, which was the top tournament for women at the time. And we came in and we won the World Championship, which was so exciting. It's so amazing to play in front of crowds of thousands of people. They were cheering against us because we were playing against a European team and we were an American team. But that feeling is just like unlike anything else when you can raise that trophy and they play the national anthem of your country. I hope many of you playing in this competition will get to experience some of that one day. It's truly an honor. Some of the other things besides competing and winning trophies, I played in 250 tournaments over the years. I believe that's the most for any woman. It's hard to keep track in the early days, but beyond competing,